Chapter 1 The Weakest E-Grade Beast Soul? My name is Lin Yuan, currently a student in class 17 of the third year at First Senior High School in Jinhai Bay City. On the lecture platform, a tall female teacher named Zhang Yu, dressed in a white blouse and black skirt suit, was announcing the results of the Beast Soul Awakenings. Li Feng, Awakened Beast Soul, Tempest Direwolf, Talent Rating, B Grade. Yi Yonan, Awakened Beast Soul, Toxic Vine Beast, Talent Rating C Rank. Jiang Lei, Awakened Beast Soul, Giant Stone Beetle, Talent Rating A Rank. Wu Maxuan, Awakened Beast Soul, Skeletal Crawler King, Talent Rating S Rank. As teacher Zhang Yu announced this, all eyes turned toward Wu Maxuan with undisguised admiration. An S-rank growth talent Beast Soul only awakens in roughly 1 out of 1,000 Beast Soul Masters. I never expected someone in our class to awaken an S-rank Beast Soul. That's insane. Remember that senior who awakened the S-rank Golden Crow of the Great Sun? Now they're already a 9-star Lord-level powerhouse. Wu Maxuan is the only one from our first high this year who awakened an S-rank Beast Soul, right? No. I heard there's also a girl in class 10 who awakened an S-level Beast Soul. Awakening a high-tier Beast Soul means soaring to greatness. This is an era where savage beasts roam freely. This isn't Earth, but a parallel world called Blue Star. 1,000 years ago, under a blood-red moon, countless spatial rifts appeared across Blue Star. Giant creatures emerged through these fissures, while native flora and fauna mutated into ferocious beasts under the crimson moonlight, some even developing intelligence rivaling humans. Human civilization was shattered, with populations plummeting. During the darkest decade, the global population dwindled from 6 billion to less than 100 million. Fortunately, Beast Soul Masters emerged among humans, capable of transforming into ferocious beasts. Some awakened the savage elephant soul, able to become mighty elephants that split mountains and rend the earth. Others awakened the golden crow soul, transforming into blazing sun crows that could boil seas and scorch mountains, while some awakened the gluttonous fiend soul, becoming devourers of heaven and sun. The emergence of Beast Soul Masters gave humanity hope. Nowadays, over 90% of humans can awaken Beast Souls, and all 18-year-olds must participate in the Beast Soul Awakening ceremony. Beast Soul talent is rated from E grade to SSS grade. Only the prodigies from prestigious Beast Master families typically awaken SS grade or above. For common students like us, awakening an S-grade Beast Soul would already be considered fortunate. This year, only 2 students from Jinhai No. 1 High School awakened S-grade Beast Souls, and Wu Maxuan's Skullcrawler King was one of them. At this moment, Wu Maxuan's face was filled with pride. Teacher Zhang Yu said to him, although you have a high starting point, don't slack off. With your talent, you have the potential to become a Lord-level Beast Soul Master. Beast Soul Masters are ranked as Battle Beast, Beast General, Beast King, Lord, and Emperor levels, with each level further divided into 1 to 9 stars. Teacher Zhang Yu's words were already high praise. Wu Maxuan said excitedly, Teacher Zhang Yu, I won't let you down. Teacher Zhang Yu nodded with a smile and continued reading the list. Lu Changtian, Awakened Beast Soul, Spiny Armadillo Pig, Talent Rating C Level. Chu Feng, Awakened Beast Soul, Ghostface Butterfly, Talent Rating B Grade. The classroom erupted with mixed reactions, some delighted, others anxious. After all, one's Beast Soul talent largely determined a Beast Tamer's future achievements. Becoming a powerful Beast Tamer meant wealth and status, the ultimate dream for everyone. Teacher Zhang Yu paused, pressed her lips together, then announced my results. Lin Yuan, Awakened Beast Soul, Black Lizard, Talent Rating, E Grade. Instantly, all eyes locked onto me. Seriously? An E-Grade Beast Soul? Damn, this is the first time I've heard of someone awakening an E-Grade Beast Soul. Did you guys see? His lizard beast soul is barely the size of a palm, looks malnourished and all. Ha ha ha, there really are beast souls that trash? Alright, cut it out. No need to hurt his pride. At this moment, Wu Maxuan chimed in with a smile, no worries. Every profession has its masters. If he can't become a Beast Soul Master, let him repair city walls, might just earn him a living. The classroom erupted in laughter. After all, he was the chosen one who had awakened an S-level Beast Soul, and everyone wanted to curry favor with him. But my expression remained unchanged, because my soul hailed from Earth. In my past life, I was a top-tier assassin, codenamed Wolf, skilled in countless killing techniques, the only S-rank killer in the organization. Yet precisely because I knew too many of the organization's secrets, during my final mission, I was betrayed. A bomb planted on the plane detonated after I executed the target, and I perished along with the aircraft. I harbored no regrets about my death. The moment I chose this path, I never expected a peaceful end. I'd always been alone, with no one left to mourn me. To my surprise, heaven took pity and allowed me to reincarnate on Blue Star for a second life. With the mindset of someone who's lived 2 lives, I couldn't care less about others' gossip. In my eyes, they're just children. Though the beast soul I awakened is weak, I don't mind. If survival truly becomes impossible, I can always fall back on my old profession as an assassin. My peerless assassination skills are my means to carve out a living. Just as I was thinking this, a mechanical, synthesized voice suddenly rang in my ears. The voice echoed in my mind, host has successfully awakened a beast soul. Monster upgrade evolution system initializing binding. System binding in progress, current progress, 20%. I froze for a moment. A monster upgrade evolution system? Could this finally be my golden finger as a transmigrator? In my past life, I was an assassin who occasionally read novels during leisure time, so I'm quite familiar with system tropes. A few minutes later, the system binding progress reached 100%, notifying me that I'd successfully bound the monster upgrade evolution system. The system explained that after binding, I could gain evolution points through devouring to strengthen myself. Each victorious battle also grants a chance to obtain treasure chests. The higher the tier of the beast soulmaster or monster defeated, the higher the chest's quality. Chest grades ascend from black iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, legendary, to mythic. The system's functionality is simple and straightforward. Even if my beast soul is just a weak lizard, I'm confident I can make it grow into a cosmic behemoth. By the time I got home from school, it was already dark. I entered my room, closed the door, and placed 5 pounds of fresh raw beef I'd just bought from the market on the table. I purchased this beef to test the system's effects. I silently thought beast soul fusion in my heart. A phantom image of a black lizard emerged behind me, and in an instant, I transformed into a palm-sized black lizard. The beast soul's attributes appeared before me in a data panel format. Beast soul, black lizard, adolescent stage, talent rating E, rank unclassified, height 0.1 m, weight 1.2 kilograms, attack methods, biting and clawing. The evaluation stated that in the monster world, I was only fit to be food. Reading this evaluation, my lip twitched. This E-level beast soul really was trash. Now I was just a lizard the size of a kid's palm that could be squished underfoot, not even qualifying as a 1-star battle beast. Fortunately, with the system, I have a chance to turn my fate around. After my beast soul merged with me, my sense of smell and taste changed. Raw beef now seemed irresistibly delicious in my eyes. Overcome by impulse, I lunged forward and began devouring it. 5 pounds of beef was far too much for my palm-sized lizard, and before long my belly was swollen like a balloon. At that moment, a system notification chimed, successful consumption of fresh beef, evolution points +5. It worked. Overjoyed, I immediately spent 5 evolution points to increase my size. In an instant, I felt flesh and blood growing within me. With a comfortable growl, my body visibly expanded, doubling in size within mere seconds. As my body grew, so did my digestive capacity. My belly gradually shrank, and hunger pangs struck again, prompting me to keep eating. After devouring all 5 pounds of beef, my frame expanded to the size of an adult hunting dog, and my rank ascended from below grade to 1-star battle beast level. This is just the beginning. If I keep devouring and evolving, I might grow into a giant beast hundreds of meters tall, like Godzilla. By then, Wumoshwan's S-grade growth potential skull crawler king would be nothing but an ant before me. Looking at the clock on the wall, it's already midnight. Exhausted from today's busy schedule, I dissolved my beast soul fusion state and collapsed onto the bed to sleep. The next day at noon, after waking up, I contacted a nearby farm and ordered 100 meat rabbits. At $10 each, I could still afford the 1,000 yuan. 2 hours later, the farm's truck delivered the 100 meat rabbits. In this era of monsters, meat rabbits grew as big as puppies, far too large for my room, so I placed them all in the yard. I could actually buy raw meat to devour like yesterday, but choosing live prey was to test another function of the system. Winning battles has a chance to yield treasure chests. I opened the rabbit cage and initiated beast soul fusion, transforming into a giant black lizard. The meat rabbit sensed the threat and retreated in fear. It seems even a lizard of sufficient size can be an apex predator. A savage glint flashed in my eyes as I pounced like a blur, snapping the rabbit's neck in one bite. Blood sprayed as I devoured it voraciously. Then, the system notification appeared. You have successfully devoured meat rabbit, evolution points +50. You have successfully won the battle and obtained black iron treasure chest X1. My heart leaped with joy. My luck wasn't too bad. I got a treasure chest on the first try, even if it was just the lowest tier black iron one. Still, considering I fought meat rabbits, barely qualifying as battle beasts, more like livestock, getting a treasure chest of this level was already pretty good. After that, I simply opened all the cages, turning the entire courtyard into my hunting ground. You have successfully devoured meat rabbit, evolution points +50. You have successfully devoured meat rabbit, evolution points +50. You have successfully won the battle and obtained black iron treasure chest X1. You have successfully devoured meat rabbit, evolution points +50. My stomach seemed like a bottomless pit that could never be filled. Within just over a dozen minutes, I had completely devoured 100 meat rabbits. The entire courtyard was in complete disarray, with the thick stench of blood hanging in the air. I lay lazily in a corner, patting my stomach with my stubby lizard claws before letting out a contented burp. After devouring these 100 meat rabbits, the number of black iron treasure chests I'd accumulated had reached 7. I was curious, what kind of rewards could possibly be unlocked from these black iron treasure chests? Chapter 3, A Great Skill, White Hot Light. Staring at the black iron treasure chest before me, I immediately declared, "Open them all." Ding! Congratulations! You successfully opened the black iron treasure chest and obtained 100 evolution points. Ding! Congratulations! You successfully opened the black iron treasure chest and obtained 100 evolution points. Ding! Congratulations! You successfully opened the black iron treasure chest and obtained 100 evolution points. Listening to the constant notification sounds in my ears, I was momentarily speechless. This black iron treasure chest truly lived up to being the lowest tier. It only gave evolution points when opened, and the amount was pitifully small. Right then, the last black iron treasure chest opened. Ding! Congratulations on successfully opening a black iron treasure chest. Reward obtained, 1 random skill book. Finally, something different appeared, and a glimmer of joy surfaced in my eyes. With a thought, I retrieved the newly acquired reward from my system space. Soon, a skill book emitting a blue halo appeared in my hand. Random skill book, description, upon opening, allows the user to randomly learn one skill. This skill book's description was extremely brief, yet it clearly listed the probability of acquiring skills at various levels. At a glance, I noticed there was a 95% chance to learn an E to C rank skill, a 4% chance for a B rank skill, and merely a 1% probability for an A rank skill. After all, this came from an iron tier treasure chest. It made perfect sense that the odds for high tier skills would be low. I just hope I don't draw an E rank skill. After awakening the weakest E rank beast soul, I've stopped holding high expectations for my luck. I chose to use the skill book, which transformed into a streak of light and merged into my body. Congratulations! You successfully learned the A rank skill, White Heat Ray. An A rank skill? I froze momentarily, a glimmer of joy flashing in my eyes. Who'd have thought I'd get so lucky, encountering that 1% probability? White Heat Ray A rank skill. Description: a radiant energy beam emitting white light that can scorch opponents with high temperatures. Possesses power sufficient to melt steel, with maximum temperatures reaching 100,000 degrees. White Heat Ray, isn't this one of Godzilla's abilities? In my past life, I'd watched quite a few monster movies and knew a fair bit about Godzilla's skills. Though not as powerful as the atomic breath, White Heat Ray is still an exceptionally formidable ability. After all, a 100,000 degree heat capable of melting steel is no joke. Mastering this lethally powerful skill would instantly elevate my combat prowess by several tiers. Snapping out of my joy, I began using evolution points to enhance myself. Devouring 100 meat rabbits earned me 5,000 evolution points, plus the 600 from the black iron treasure chest, totaling 5,600 evolution points. This was no small amount for me. Used wisely, it could significantly boost my strength. Spend 1,000 evolution points to reinforce scale hardness. Spend 1,000 evolution points to sharpen beast claws. Spend 3,600 evolution points to increase body size. Increasing size is paramount. A 100-meter tall monster can effortlessly crush a 10-meter tall one, even with weak combat skills. But merely increasing size isn't enough, so I allocated another 2,000 evolution points to enhance attack and defense. When all was done, I felt a surge of energy coursing through my limbs, like electricity being absorbed into every cell. The sensation was indescribably pleasurable, sending involuntary tremors through my body. Clearly, the evolution points were strengthening my form. After the transformation, my size had grown to 3 meters. My status panel had changed as well. Beast Soul, Giant Black Lizard status, Growth Stage Talent Rating, B grade. Level, 7-star War Beast height, 3.1 meters weight, 540 kilograms attack methods. Biting, Claw Strike skill, White Heat Beam. Evaluation: now, you possess the strength to protect yourself, no longer at the bottom of the food chain. Finally, no longer prey. A faint smile curled at my lips, a glint of relief flashing in my eyes. Now I possess the strength of a 7-star battle beast, and my talent rating has risen from E grade to B grade. If I recall correctly, Wumashwan's awakened skeleton crawler king only had the strength of a 5-star battle beast at the time of awakening. It's unlikely he has improved significantly in these past few days. In other words, I can now utterly crush Wumashwan. But I'm not letting this make me arrogant. This world has no shortage of geniuses. From what I understand, the elite talents from Beast Soul aristocratic families awaken with the strength of a beast general right from the start. Though Wumashwan stands out among ordinary people, compared to those true prodigies, he isn't even fit to carry their shoes. Those are the ones I need to catch up to, since I've been reborn into such a world. I murmured to myself, I might as well see the view from the summit. At exactly 8 o'clock the next morning, I arrived at my class. The classroom was buzzing with noise, most people discussing beast souls. Clearly, even after a weekend, their sense of novelty hadn't faded yet. Before long, Zhang Yu walked into the classroom, dressed as usual in her white button-up shirt and black pencil skirt. She glanced around before placing a specially designed black case on the lectern. Students, settle down. Next, I'll distribute cultivation resources to everyone. The cultivation resources prepared by the school this time are called Beast Soul Crystals, Zhang Yu explained. As you should know, when powerful monsters die, their flesh and blood merge into the earth to form Beast Soul Crystal deposits. Beast Soul Crystals contain immense energy suitable for beast souls to absorb, providing tremendous assistance for their growth, she continued. The moment Zhang Yu spoke these words, the classroom instantly fell silent as all eyes focused on her. I've indeed heard of Beast Soul Crystals before. In the world of Beast Soul Masters, these crystals essentially serve as currency. The higher their grade, the more expensive they become. From what I remember, even an inferior grade Beast Soul Crystal sells for at least 1,000 yuan, while superior grade ones cost 10 times that, 10,000 yuan per crystal. Teacher Zhang Yu said calmly, this time, the school is distributing Beast Soul Crystals according to your awakened talent ratings. This is to make you understand how merciless the Beast Soul Master world truly is, where strength commands respect, the strong rise to the top while the weak are eliminated, and survival of the fittest represents our greatest fairness. I hope you'll all adapt quickly. After speaking, she scanned the classroom, wondering how many of these students would truly become Beast Soul Masters. Next, Teacher Zhang Yu began distributing Beast Soul Crystals one by one. Wumashuan, Awakened Beast Soul, Skeleton Crawler King, Talent Rating S Rank, issued 10 Premium Grade Beast Soul Crystals. The announcement sent shockwaves through the class. 10 Premium Grade Beast Soul Crystals were worth 100,000 yuan, proof of the school's substantial investment in genius seeds. After all, those who awaken S-Rank Beast Souls could potentially become formidable Beast Soul Masters in the future. Wu Mashuan excitedly stepped forward to receive his crystals from Teacher Zhang Yu, thanking her with visible enthusiasm. Jiang Lei, Awakened Beast Soul, Giant Rock Beetle, Talent Rating A Rank, awarded 5 Medium Beast Soul Crystals. Li Feng, Awakened Beast Soul, Tempest Direwolf, Talent Rating B-Class, issued 5 lower-grade Beast Soul Crystals. Yi Yonan, Awakened Beast Soul, Poison Vine Beast, Talent Rating C Rank, granted 2 lower-tier Beast Soul Crystals. Finally, Teacher Zhang Yu called out my name, her brows slightly furrowed. Lin Yuan, Awakened Beast Soul, Black Lizard, Talent Rating E Rank, issuing 5 inferior-grade Beast Soul Crystals. The moment these words were spoken, the classroom erupted in laughter. Haha, Ling Yuan, with your E-level talent, you're about to break the school record, aren't you? Because of you, Teacher Zhang Yu probably lost her semester bonus. You should quit being a Beast Soul Master and find another career. Wu Mashuan sneered disdainfully, inferior Beast Soul Crystals? You can buy a whole sack of those for $1,000, all full of nuclear radiation. I wouldn't even take that garbage for free. I abruptly turned and fixed him with a piercing stare. What did you just say? In my past life, I was a top-tier assassin, and the aura I unconsciously radiated forced Wu Mashuan to stumble back several steps. He snapped back with unwavering confidence, I'm not wrong. Many powerful monsters were destroyed by nuclear weapons, and their flesh contaminated by nuclear radiation produced these inferior Beast Soul Crystals. Inferior Beast Soul Crystals contain high levels of nuclear radiation? I genuinely didn't know that before. Wu Mashuan teased maliciously, you could try it. Anyway, your lizard beast soul is worthless, maybe absorbing nuclear radiation would make it mutate. The classroom erupted in laughter again at his words, but no one noticed the unusual glint in my eyes. While nuclear radiation might damage ordinary beast souls, I was bound to the monster upgrade evolution system. Nuclear radiation is essentially energy, something I should be able to devour, just like Godzilla feeding on radiation in the movies. At this thought, I couldn't help but curl my lips into a smile. Everyone was taken aback, thinking I'd gone mad from the shock. Teacher Zhang Yu's eyes glimmered with pity. She put away the inferior crystal she was supposed to give me and handed me a superior one instead. Inferior beast soul crystals have high nuclear radiation and aren't suitable for feeding your beast soul. As your teacher, I'd like to personally give you a superior beast soul crystal. You haven't given up, and I hope you'll keep persevering. In my heart, I was thinking, teacher, I understand the reasoning, but can you give me those 10 inferior crystals instead? The people around me stared in astonishment, while Wu Mashuan nearly gritted his teeth to pieces. Seeing me dazed, Teacher Zhang Yu assumed I was moved. I opened my mouth and said, Teacher, I appreciate your kindness, but could you exchange this superior crystal for inferior ones instead? Teacher Zhang Yu looked exasperated. Listen to what you're saying. I know you want to strengthen your beast soul, but the radiation from inferior soul crystals is too harmful to undeveloped beast souls. Since the teacher put it that way, I couldn't insist. At worst, I could sell this premium soul crystal and buy more inferior ones instead. Teacher Zhang Yuan noticed my disappointed expression. Just then, I turned my head and calmly said, Teacher, if you ever run into trouble in the future, you can come find me. Teacher Zhang Yu froze slightly, touched by my thoughtfulness, though she didn't take it seriously. After all, her beast soul was the 9-star beast general level Shadow Mooncat Demon. Any trouble she couldn't handle would be far beyond my capabilities. Wu Mashuan seized the chance to mock. Lin Yuan, save your breath, stop pretending to be something you're not. That malnourished little black lizard of yours would be a waste even with the highest grade soul crystal. If you actually pass the beast trial 7 days from now, I'll eat an entire sack of low-grade soul crystals on the spot. The so-called beast trial, fully named Monster Combat Assessment, is the crucial test. Only beast soul masters who pass this trial can advance to higher academies and become apprentice beast soul masters. After all, beast soul masters must battle against the ferocious monsters of the outside world. Engaging in combat without sufficient strength is tantamount to suicide, so the nation's examinations for beast soul masters are exceptionally strict. After awakening their personal beast soul, everyone has 3 opportunities to participate in the beast soul trial. Typically, those who pass the examination in their first year are prodigies with talent ratings of A-level or above. In Wu Mashuan's eyes, I obviously don't possess such capability. I turned my head and gave him a half-smile. Are you sure you want to gamble that big? Wu Mashuan felt uneasy under my piercing gaze but still sneered coldly. What wouldn't I dare bet with a loser like you? Good, then it's settled. I smiled faintly, saying no more. To be honest, I hadn't meant to target him, but he kept running straight into my firing line. Let Beast Tempering Day prove through facts who the real laughingstock is. Preaching is pointless, broken bones make the best textbooks. Chapter 5, School Bell Su Mushuei. After distributing the Beast Soul Crystals, teacher Zhang Yu left, and the classroom atmosphere grew lively again. After all, for most people, this was their first time coming into contact with something as precious as Beast Soul Crystals. In the eyes of these people, the bet between me and Wu Mashuan was nothing more than a joke. For an E-level beast soul to attempt beast refinement was pure daydreaming, utterly delusional. If I ended up humiliated by Wu Mashuan, it would serve me right. At that moment, Wu Mashuan stood surrounded by admirers, basking in their flattery and compliments, a smug smirk curling at the corners of his lips. In stark contrast, my side was deserted, no one stood beside me. Everyone avoided me as if I were the plague. I scanned my surroundings calmly despite being isolated. With my temperament, how could I possibly be shaken by such trivial setbacks? In my past life, I had always walked in darkness, yet never succumbed to loneliness or despair. The cold gazes of this world mean nothing to me. These classmates who've just reached adulthood already grasped the principle of advantage-seeking. Befriending me would provoke Wu Mashuan's displeasure, while currying his favor yields greater benefits. After all, he possesses an S-rank talent, the mighty Bonecrawler King, while I'm stuck with the weakest E-rank beast soul, a mere lizard. The gap between us is like heaven and earth. At that moment, a graceful and slender figure appeared at the back door of the classroom, instantly capturing everyone's attention. The girl was strikingly beautiful, wearing a light blue long-sleeved knit sweater over a white camisole, revealing her delicate collarbones and fair neck. Below, she sported a JK skirt set with black thigh-high socks, displaying the elegant curves of her slender legs. Her smooth, jet-black waist-length hair framed her soft ovate face and exquisite features. Her appearance sent another wave of excitement through the class. Holy shit! Since when did our school have such a stunning beauty? You don't know her? She's Su Mushuei. Su Mushuei? Why does that name sound so familiar? Wait, she couldn't be that Su Mushuei who awakened the S-grade beast soul Nine-tailed Snowfox, could she? What? She also awakened an S-grade beast soul like Wu Mashuan? Hearing this, everyone was stunned. During this beast soul awakening ceremony, only 2 students from Jinhai No. 1 High School had successfully awakened S-grade beast souls. No one expected that apart from Wu Mashuan, the other would be this young girl before them. Wu Mashuan was momentarily stunned upon seeing Su Mushuei. Such a beautiful girl, and an S-rank beast soul awakener too. His heart burned with sudden excitement. Then he stepped forward, smiling politely as he asked, "Are you Su Mushuei? What brings you to our class?" Su Mushuei looked at him with puzzlement in her eyes. "And you are?" "I'm Wu Mashuan," he hurriedly introduced himself, "the other S-rank beast soul awakener besides you." He thought this introduction would catch Su Mushuei's attention, but to his surprise, she merely nodded calmly and said, "Sorry, I'm here to find Lin Yuan." "Is he in this class?" This left everyone stunned. Su Mushuei was actually looking for me? The two of them knew each other? At that moment, Su Mushuei noticed me sitting in the corner of the classroom, and her expression brightened like melting snow under the warmth of her radiant smile. "Lin Yuan." She waved and cheerfully ran toward me, deftly bypassing Wu Mashuan like an affectionate kitten full of excitement. Wu Mashuan's smile froze rigidly on his face. "It's you? What brings you here?" Only then did I notice Su Mushuei. I'd been so preoccupied with thoughts about the beast soul crystal, that I hadn't noticed her arrival. Unfazed, Su Mushuei cheerfully said, "You know what? Since my nine-tailed snowfox was rated S-class, the school awarded me 10 premium beast soul crystals." "Really?" I smiled. "That's wonderful news." I could tell she genuinely wanted to share her happiness with me. Then, resting her chin in her hands with a playful grin, Su Mushuei added, "So, I want to give half of them to you." I was slightly taken aback. "Share half of what with me? What else could it be?" "Of course, it's the beast soul crystals," she said matter-of-factly. "Look, Your beast soul is only E rank. If you want to grow stronger, you'll need more beast soul crystals. I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Even if what you say is true, I can't just take your beast soul crystals. What's wrong with that? She pressed urgently. I can't possibly use up all these beast soul crystals by myself anyway. Then, she pouted her lips, her eyes as innocent as a rabbit's. After all the help you've given me before, when I finally have a chance to repay you, you won't even accept it. Our seemingly normal conversation left the classmates who overheard it utterly astonished. Had Su Muxue lost her mind? What exactly was our relationship? Beast soul crystals were so precious, yet she just casually gave one away. Damn it, I clearly awakened the weakest E-rank beast soul, so why was everyone from teacher Zhang Yu to Su Muxue suddenly throwing benefits my way? Though I'm not sure what relationship I have with Su Muxue, her closeness to me has these guys seething with jealousy, their hearts twisted in knots. Chapter 6, Exchanging Inferior Crystals, Absorbing Nuclear Radiation. Speaking of how Lin Yuan and Su Muxue first met, it's actually quite an amusing story. With Su Muxue's looks, she absolutely qualifies as the school belle of Zhenhai No. 1 High School. Under these circumstances, Su Muxue naturally had no shortage of admirers surrounding her. A young master from her class launched an exceptionally aggressive pursuit of her. He even became so fanatical that he would bring a gang of troublemakers to block Su Muxue at the school gates every day. Su Muxue found this harassment unbearable, yet she could do nothing about it. With Lin Yuan's personality, he naturally wouldn't bother with such matters. One of his life principles was to avoid unnecessary trouble. However, what he didn't expect was that though he wouldn't seek trouble, trouble would come actively seeking him. To be honest, there was actually no relationship between Lin Yuan and Su Muxue. It was only because their homes were in the same direction that they usually took the same bus to school. Occasionally, when they happened to sit near each other, Su Muxue would strike up a brief conversation with him. Such a simple relationship, however, seemed to touch a nerve in that young master, infuriating him beyond measure. He gathered several street thugs and blocked the bus stop where Lin Yuan would get off, planning to thoroughly humiliate Lin Yuan in front of Su Muxue. The reason this guy was acting so arrogantly was to make it clear to everyone that no other man would be allowed to approach Su Muxue except him. It's just a pity. He'd picked the wrong person this time. Though Lin Yuan disliked stirring up trouble, that didn't mean his temper was so mild he'd tolerate being provoked. Even without his former life's battle-hardened body, his muscle memory remained intact. His combat skills are still among the world's finest. What's more, as an assassin, Lin Yuan's combat techniques are all lethal moves. Lin Yuan took just 5 minutes to make all the thugs collapse to the ground, wailing for their parents in agony. And this was already after Lin Yuan had shown mercy. If he had no scruples at all, there would only be a few cold corpses lying on the ground. Staring at the scene before her, Su Muxue's beautiful eyes were filled with astonishment. She clearly didn't expect Lin Yuan, who usually kept a low profile, to possess such terrifying strength. As for that young nobleman, he fled in panic as if he had seen a ghost. However, even if he managed to escape, it didn't mean Lin Yuan would let him off the hook. 3 days later, this young master mysteriously vanished. When he was finally found, he had been dumped like trash in the school restroom, not only beaten black and blue but also with several broken ribs. Moreover, there wasn't a shred of evidence left at the scene, and even the victim himself couldn't get a clear look at his assailant's face. Though everyone knew Lin Yuan was behind it, without concrete evidence, there was absolutely nothing they could do to touch him. What's more, the incident that occurred that day left an indelible shadow in his heart. So after recovering from his injuries, that young master didn't even return to school and directly transferred out in disgrace. From then on, Lin Yuan could be considered friends with Su Muxue. Although this girl appeared cold and aloof on the surface, in reality she had a very good personality. In the mornings when we took the bus together, she would often bring Lin Yuan some snacks. When being harassed, Su Muxue would even take the initiative to link arms with Lin Yuan, using him as a shield. Of course, all of this happened with Lin Yuan's permission. This also led to Su Muxue's suitors harboring a deep resentment toward Lin Yuan for a long time. However, despite their good relationship, Lin Yuan clearly hadn't expected Su Muxue to be generous enough to even offer him half of the Beast Soul Crystal. But even if Su Muxue was willing to give it, that didn't necessarily mean Lin Yuan was willing to accept. Thinking of this, Lin Yuan immediately spoke up. In a few days, it'll be the Beast Refinement trial. Aren't you worried at all about failing it if you split the Beast Soul Crystal with me? You're underestimating me. Su Muxue wrinkled her delicate nose and spoke with a proud pout. I possess an S-grade Beast Soul nine-tailed snow fox. Even without using Beast Soul crystals, I can still pass the Beast Refinement. Then let's do this. Lin Yuan chuckled lightly as he spoke. If you can clear the Beast Refinement, I'll accept your kindness. How about that? You mean it? Su Muxue's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. Of course it's true, Lin Yuan said, so, you'd better get ready. Alright, definitely. Su Muxue's beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement. At that moment, as if suddenly remembering something, she murmured softly, "And you too, don't feel too sad. Even an E-rank beast soul may still have the potential to grow stronger." Upon hearing these words, Lin Yuan couldn't help but laugh. Then, he reached out and gently ruffled Su Mushua's hair. "You little rascal, now you're the one comforting me." Before heading home, Lin Yuan made a special trip to the Beast Soul Hall. This is a facility exclusively designed for Beast Soul Masters, accessible only to them. Lin Yuan had come here for one purpose and one purpose alone. That is, he intended to exchange all the high-grade Beast Soul crystals gifted by Zhang Yu for inferior ones. Inside the Beast Soul Hall, the price of a high-grade Beast Soul crystal was $10,000. The price of an inferior Beast Soul crystal is only 100 yuan. However, even at such a rock-bottom price, no one would ever purchase an inferior Beast Soul crystal. After all, this grade of Beast Soul crystal contains a substantial amount of nuclear radiation, which can easily cause irreversible damage to the Beast Soul. Any Beast Soul Master who takes their responsibilities seriously would never casually absorb such low-grade crystals. After paying a handling fee of 500 yuan, Lin Yuan successfully exchanged one top-grade crystal for a full 100 low-quality crystals. During the exchange process, the person in charge kept staring at Lin Yuan with an utterly peculiar look in his eyes. He probably never expected that someone would actually trade premium crystals for such worthless trash. But in reality, what he regarded as trash was actually a rare treasure in Lin Yuan's eyes. After leaving the Beast Soul Temple, Lin Yuan didn't hesitate for a moment and headed straight home. Then, he closed the door and took out all the inferior crystals. After taking a deep breath, he immediately merged with the Beast Soul and transformed into a massive black lizard. Then, he extended his sharp claws, grabbed an inferior-grade crystal, and began attempting to absorb it. At this very moment, Lin Yuan couldn't wait to find out whether his monster upgrade evolution system could actually convert the residual nuclear radiation within the low-quality crystal into his own energy. Chapter 7, The Beast Soul Trial begins. Combat Simulation. Time passed minute by minute. Lin Yuan could feel it with perfect clarity. The energy laced with nuclear radiation was being absorbed into his body. Then, a sudden system notification rang in his ears. Ding! Congratulations on successfully absorbing nuclear radiation and acquiring 1,000 evolution points. It really works. Lin Yuan abruptly opened his eyes. Within his dark golden beast pupils, an uncontrollable joy surged. With the system's assistance, even the highly hazardous nuclear radiation could be absorbed as energy for him. And in less than 5 minutes of absorption, he had already gained 1,000 evolution points. To think, before this, devouring a single meat rabbit would only give him a measly 50 evolution points. This was a whopping 20-fold difference. Moreover, Lin Yuan had a full 100 pieces of low-grade Beast Soul crystals in his possession. If he could completely absorb all these low-grade Beast Soul crystals, his strength would undoubtedly skyrocket like crazy, leveling up at an insane speed. At this thought, Lin Yuan's emotions surged uncontrollably. For him, beast refinement had long ceased to present any challenge. Now, Lin Yuan had only one goal, to display his strength on the beast refinement stage with absolute, overwhelming might. As for Su Mushua's kind intentions, Lin Yuan had never intended to accept them from the very beginning. That's precisely why he put it off until after the beast tempering ritual. Because, after the beast refinement trials, Su Mushua would naturally come to realize just how formidable his strength truly was. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. Today was the day of the beast refinement assessment. Students from each class, led by their teachers, set off with their ID cards and examination permits. Within just over 10 minutes, they successfully arrived at the Beast Soul Hall. Aside from serving as a facility for Beast Soul Masters, this location also functioned as the examination site for the Beast Training Assessment. Before the official commencement of the Beast Training Assessment, all participants were arranged to wait in an open area. Lin Yuan stood where he was, his ears filled with the restless and nervous chatter of his classmates around him. Ugh, I've absorbed all the Beast Soul crystals the school distributed, yet my Beast Soul has only reached the 4-star Battle Beast level. I'm not even sure I'll pass the Bestial trial at this rate. Holy shit, you've already reached the 4-star Battle Beast rank that fast? Then your Beast Soul talent must be at least B tier or higher, right? This is bad. My talent is only D tier, and I'm still stuck at 2-star Battle Beast level. There's no way I can catch up now. It's alright, the Beast Forging assessment has 3 attempts in total. Even if I don't succeed this year, I can always try again in the next 2 years. Yeah, let's just treat it as broadening our horizons. Those who clear the Beast trials on their first attempt are mostly geniuses with A-rank talents or higher. Damn, A-rank talents? There probably aren't even a handful in our entire school, right? True, I'd estimate there are at most about 100 in our entire grade. No helping it though, Arjunhai City is just a small provincial town after all. But I heard rumors that 2 absolute monsters who awaken S-rank beast souls emerged among our grade this year. Exactly. One is Wumashuan, who awakened the Skeleton Crawler King, and the other is Su Mushue, who awakened the Nine-Tailed Snow Fox. Both are top-tier geniuses. I heard Wumashuan's Skeleton Crawler King has already reached the 8-star Battle Beast level. In our batch, probably only he and Su Mushue are qualified to be recruited by Yinjing Beast University or Moto Beast University. Those are both top-tier prestigious academies. Sigh, if I could just have a chance to attend either of those schools, I'd willingly give up 10 years of my lifespan. There's nothing to be done. The gap between people is just that vast. At that moment, Wu Mashuan's figure abruptly appeared before Lin Yuan. A thoroughly mocking smile hung on his face. Lin Yuan, how are the preparations going? Did that beast soul crystal teacher Zhang Yu gave you manage to help your pitiful little black lizard break through to 1-star battle beast? Lin Yuan raised his head to glance at him, then calmly retorted, how are your preparations going? You better worry about yourself first. Wu Mashuan raised his chin with an arrogant expression. My beast soul has already reached the peak strength of an 8-star war beast. Clearing the beast trial is as easy as pie for me. However, Lin Yuan shook his head and spoke calmly, that's not what I was asking. I was asking, are you ready to eat a whole sack of inferior soul crystals? After Lin Yuan spoke these words, Wu Mashuan's face instantly darkened. The surrounding classmates clearly hadn't expected Lin Yuan to be this audacious, and looks of astonishment appeared on their faces one after another. However, just as Wu Mashuan was about to lose his temper, Zhang Yu's voice rang out in everyone's ears. Attention students, the Beast Soul trial is about to begin. Please bring your ID cards and admission tickets, and enter the examination hall in an orderly manner. Upon hearing this, Wu Mashuan gritted his teeth, shot Lin Yuan a vicious glare, and growled in a low voice, once the Beast Soul trial is over, I'll settle the score with you. Lin Yuan completely ignored him, following the crowd straight into the examination hall. The third floor of the Beast Soul Hall was designated as the area for the Beast Soul trial examination. This area has been divided into hundreds of separate examination zones, capable of accommodating over 500 candidates simultaneously. Moreover, each examination zone is assigned 2 proctors. One is responsible for maintaining order, while the other collects data. Exam number 95821, Candidate Lin Yuan, please prepare for your assessment. After hearing the examiner call his name, Lin Yuan stepped into the exam area without any hesitation. The setup inside the exam area was quite simple, just a combat simulation pod and a data detection machine. Scanning Lin Yuan's identification details, the examiner couldn't help but frown. You awakened an E-rank beast soul? Lin Yuan nodded. That's right. The invigilator remained silent for a moment, then shook his head slightly before patting Lin Yuan's shoulder. Do your best. Clearly, in his eyes, Lin Yuan, who had only awakened an E-rank beast soul, stood no chance of passing the beast trial. Then, Lin Yuan lay down inside the combat simulation pod and put on the simulation helmet, connecting it to his brainwaves. This way, he could unleash the full power of his beast soul during the simulated combat. Combat simulation countdown begins, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. As the countdown ended, a wave of dizziness washed over him. When Lin Yuan reopened his eyes, the scenery before him had transformed into a desolate wasteland. Chapter 8, Is this kid a monster? Clearly, this barren wasteland serves as the practical combat simulation zone. Here, Lin Yuan can unleash the full potential of his beast soul. Although injuries during simulated combat inflict pain, they won't cause any actual physical harm in reality. Therefore, all examinees can engage in battle without reservation. Lin Yuan glanced around and realized he was in a barren and desolate wasteland, with no apparent terrain advantages to exploit. The next second, a wolf's howl suddenly pierced the air right next to his ear. Awu! Immediately afterward, a tawny-furred prairie wolf emerged from behind a sand dune, fixing Lin Yuan with a hostile gaze. 2-star battle beast, the wasteland wolf. This is the first obstacle in the beast refinement trial. Only by slaying this wasteland wolf can one successfully pass the trial. However, the difficulty of the first stage is extremely low, essentially designed to help examinees warm up. At the very least, one must pass 3 rounds of trials to officially complete the beast refinement. Upon spotting Lin Yuan, the wilderness wolf's eyes instantly flickered with a ruthless gleam. In the next moment, it kicked off the ground with its paws and lunged fiercely toward Lin Yuan. For examinees with no practical combat experience, this sight would likely freeze them in sheer terror. However, a mere 2-star battle beast like the prairie wolf couldn't possibly exert any pressure on Lin Yuan. Just as the prairie wolf was about to pounce and kill, Lin Yuan sidestepped with ease, effortlessly dodging its attack. In the next second, Lin Yuan struck like lightning, instantly seizing the prairie wolf by its throat. Crack! With a crisp snap, the prairie wolf's neck was brutally twisted and broken by Lin Yuan's bare hands. To deal with a monster of this level, Lin Yuan didn't even need to merge with his beast soul. After killing that wasteland wolf, soon, 4 more wasteland wolves respawned before Lin Yuan. However, the wolves that appeared this time were noticeably more robust in build. and the strength of these 4 wasteland wolves had also reached the 3-star battle beast level. Might as well take this opportunity to properly loosen up my muscles. Lin Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly, with a flash of brutal ferocity in their depths. If he fused with his beast soul, he could naturally easily deal with these 3 wasteland wolves before him. However, even without merging beast souls, his own strength was more than enough to kill these 3 wolf pups. He'd gone far too long without a fight. If he didn't take this chance to stretch his limbs soon, he feared his bones would rust completely. That kid actually passed the first level? One of the proctors stared at the data displayed on the instrument, unable to hide a slight daze. He had originally thought that Lin Yuan would be eliminated in the first round. After all, the level of his beast soul was only E rank. With this in mind, he casually pulled up the footage of the combat simulation. In the scene, Lin Yuan was confronted by 3 burly wasteland wolves. To his surprise, this guy hadn't even fused with his beast soul yet. Just as the examiner was puzzled, Lin Yuan suddenly moved. His figure moved like a phantom, instantly launching an attack towards the 3 wasteland wolves. Snap! Before the examiner could even react, Lin Yuan had already twisted the neck of one of the prairie wolves, snapping it instantly. Witnessing the scene unfold before him, the invigilator's pupils contracted sharply in shock. What the hell is going on here? This guy actually killed a 3-star warbeast level prairie wolf without even tapping into his beast soul's power? Gulp! The invigilator swallowed hard, his throat dry. Then, he turned to another invigilator and called out, Come here and see this. What's wrong? Confused, the other invigilator was pulled over to look. At that exact moment, the screen displayed Lin Yuan launching his attack on the 2 remaining wasteland wolves. PSSHT. Lin Yuan swiftly thrust 2 fingers into the coyote's eye socket, instantly bursting its eyeball. Howling in pain, the coyote retaliated by wildly slashing its claws toward him. Yet Lin Yuan remained unfazed. He yanked back his fingers, sidestepped to the right, and delivered a fierce kick straight to the beast's spine. You should know, wolves have heads of bronze, tails of iron, but waists as soft as tofu. With Lin Yuan's powerful kick, the 2 proctors could even hear the sound of bones cracking through the screen. In less than 3 minutes, he swiftly dealt with the remaining 2 prairie wolves. Staring at the unfolding scene, the 2 proctors couldn't help but exchange a glance. That kid, he's practically a monster. To defeat 3 3-star warbeast level wasteland wolves without even fusing with a beast soul. No precedent like this had ever existed before. Another examiner couldn't help scratching his head. Tell me, does what he did count as cheating? Logically speaking, the purpose of the combat assessment was to test the strength of the beast souls. Yet this kid in front of them hadn't even fused with a beast soul at all. Furthermore, every attack he unleashed radiated an aura of ruthless slaughter, resembling an extremely savage beast, exuding an overwhelmingly dangerous presence that even made the 2 examiners shudder involuntarily. One must understand that those qualified to serve as examiners here themselves needed to possess at least the strength of a beast general level or higher. However, the 2 beast general level beast soul masters among them were utterly shocked by the strength Lin Yuan had displayed. After a moment of silence, the original invigilator spoke again. What he did may not count as cheating, but it's indeed somewhat against the rules. However, as long as he doesn't pass the 3rd round of assessment, it still doesn't count as completing the beast refining. After these words were spoken, the other person couldn't help but nod in agreement. Because what he said was true, the first 2 rounds were merely designed to help examinees quickly adapt to the rhythm of real combat. Only the 3rd round, the actual combat assessment, was the true dividing line. And attempting to clear this round without relying on beast soul power was nearly impossible. Even with the strength Lin Yuan had currently displayed, it still couldn't be done. What a pity, this kid's beast soul aptitude is only rated at E rank. At this thought, the invigilator couldn't help feeling somewhat regretful. If only Lin Yuan's beast soul could have been more powerful. With the monstrous strength he's currently displaying, his future prospects would have been absolutely limitless. Chapter 9, One Claw Instant Kill, the Wasteland Wolf King. After killing the 3 wasteland wolves, Lin Yuan could be considered to have passed the 2nd round of the assessment. Immediately after, another wasteland wolf spawned before him. However, the size of this wasteland wolf was more than twice that of the previous ones. Its eyes were blood red, its fur stood up like steel needles, and its body was covered with crimson beast markings. At this very moment, it was staring fiercely at Lin Yuan with its savage and brutal wolf eyes, as if ready to tear him into bloody shreds at any moment. It was clear that this prairie wolf before them was no ordinary prairie wolf. This was a 6-star war beast, the Alpha Prairie Wolf King. Only by defeating this Alpha Wasteland Wolf before me can one truly pass the beast trial. This level of assessment is overwhelmingly difficult for the vast majority of examinees. After all, they barely had 10 days since awakening their beast souls. To possess the strength to defeat a 6-star battle beast within such a short time frame imposes naturally extreme requirements on one's beast soul talent. No wonder they say only geniuses with a rank or higher beast souls qualify to clear the beast trial in their first year. The Wasteland Wolf King, possessing the strength of a 6-star combat beast, measures over 3 meters in length, far beyond what an ordinary human could handle. No matter how superb Lin Yuan's combat skills might be, overcoming this giant wolf before him would likely be extremely difficult. Even if he could somehow emerge victorious, he'd probably end up grievously injured himself. It seems it's time to unleash the power of the beast soul. Lin Yuan's gaze turned sharp as he murmured in a low voice, "Beast soul fusion." In the next second, his body underwent a sudden transformation. His frame instantly expanded, while jet black, hardened scales began sprouting across his entire body. In just a few seconds, Lin Yuan had already completed the beast soul fusion, transforming into a colossal black lizard standing 10 meters tall. That's right. After absorbing the nuclear radiation from 100 inferior beast soul crystals, Lin Yuan's frame had finally expanded to an astounding 10 meters in height. And now, he had already reached the power of a beast general. Beast soul, giant black lizard. Status, growth stage. Talent rating, S-class. Level, 3-star beast general. Height, 10.7 meters. Weight, 3,540 kilograms. Attack methods, biting, clawing. Skill, white heat beam. Evaluation, you have successfully transcended the war beast level and reached a higher tier, but for you, this is merely a new beginning. A 10-meter tall colossal beast, 3,500 kilograms in weight. A 3-star beast general level rank. This is the true extent of Lin Yuan's power at this moment. Even his innate talent rating has skyrocketed from the initial E rank all the way to the current S rank. So what if he started with the weakest lizard beast soul? As long as he possesses sufficiently sharp claws and fangs, as long as he possesses a body massive enough, even a lizard can transform into a Tyrannosaurus. After Lin Yuan revealed his true form, an overwhelmingly terrifying aura immediately radiated from him. Under this dreadful pressure, even the alpha direwolf was forced to retreat several steps. The once savage and ruthless wolf eyes now brimmed with pure terror. Lin Yuan had actually forced the alpha wasteland wolf to retreat with sheer intimidation from his aura alone. Yet at this very moment, the most shocked being wasn't this wasteland wolf king at all. It was the two invigilators observing the battle from outside. When Lin Yuan successfully merged with his beast soul, both examiners instinctively widened their eyes in disbelief. Then, they both turned their heads at the same time and exchanged a glance, each seeing sheer disbelief reflected on the other's face. Hiss. The next moment, both invigilators sucked in a sharp breath simultaneously. At that second, only one thought remained in their minds. Are you fucking sure this is an E-rank beast soul talent? Are you sure you didn't misread? This kid's rating is actually E-rank? Damn it, I'm not blind. Come and see for yourself, his exam slip clearly says E-rank. What's going on here? Did the system misjudge this kid's beast soul potential during the awakening ceremony? It's not impossible. A beast of that size would at least be a commander-level creature. How terrifying. Just a few days after awakening his beast soul, he's already reached beast general level strength. This must be at least an S-rank talent. No, even with an S-rank talent, it would be impossible to achieve this level. Only SS rank or even SSS rank could potentially reach such heights. After these words were spoken, both invigilators involuntarily fell into silence. The conclusion they had deduced was simply too earth-shattering. An SSS rank talented beast soul master? How long has it been since Shanghai City produced such a peerless monster? Could it be that today is the moment they witness history in the making? At this thought, the two invigilators turned their gazes back toward the screen before them. At the same time, the battle between Lin Yuan and the Wasteland Wolf King finally erupted. However, it was less of a battle and more of a slaughter. Because the two were simply incomparable, whether in terms of strength or size. With the power of a beast general tier warrior, Lin Yuan needed only a single glance to make the Wasteland Wolf King tremble in fear. However, no matter how terrified it was, the Wasteland Wolf King still roared fiercely, baring its blood-stained maw filled with razor-sharp fangs. In the next instant, the Wasteland Wolf King lunged forward with explosive speed, its jaws snapping viciously toward Lin Yuan. Yet what greeted it was Lin Yuan's enormous black claw. Boom! In the face of absolute power, any form of attack is nothing but futile effort. Lin Yuan needed only a single swipe of his claw to slam the Wasteland Wolf King brutally into the ground. With a muffled, thunderous crash, under the immense force of Lin Yuan's colossal black claw, the Wasteland Wolf King's flesh exploded outward instantly like a watermelon crushed violently under overwhelming might. Gazing at this scene unfolding before him, the two invigilators unconsciously locked eyes once more. In each other's gazes, they saw nothing but utter astonishment and disbelief. This guy had actually annihilated a 6-star Warbeast-class Wasteland Wolf King with a single strike. It seemed their initial suspicions hadn't been wrong after all. This candidate named Lin Yuan has undoubtedly reached the strength of a beast general. You stay here and keep recording his data. I'll report the situation to the chief examiner. After witnessing Lin Yuan's demonstrated prowess firsthand, one of the proctors quickly made a decision. Alright, go quickly. At this very moment, both their hearts were pounding wildly. because deep down they knew. This time, their Jinhai city was finally about to produce a prodigious genius capable of shocking the world. Chapter 10, The Chief Examiner's Shock. Are you sure this is E rank? After instantly obliterating the dire Wolf King, Lin Yuan slowly retracted his massive black claws. To be honest, he felt immensely satisfied with his current power. Those 100 inferior beast soul crystals had provided him with nearly 100,000 evolution points. This was precisely why his strength had been able to progress so rapidly. It seems, if given the chance, he should acquire more inferior beast soul crystals. Fortunately, these things were dirt cheap, just 10,000 bucks could buy 100 of them. To others, they were low-grade products with severe side effects, but in Lin Yuan's eyes, they were incredibly precious cultivation resources. After killing the Plains Wolf King, Lin Yuan could now officially be considered as having passed the beast trial. However, the combat assessment had not yet concluded, because clearing all 3 trials merely meant reaching the minimum passing threshold of the beast trial. To achieve better results, one must continue pushing forward and taking on challenges. Many prestigious schools often consider the results of the Beast Refinement Assessment when enrolling Beast Soul Masters. So, for Lin Yuan, the Beast Refinement was far from over. The 4th trial soon began. This time, what appeared before Lin Yuan was a Wild Wolf King, accompanied by 10 regular Wild Wolves. This challenge naturally tested a Beast Soul Master's ability to think and fight on the spot. After all, some Beast Soul Masters remain clear-headed and in complete control during one-on-one combat, allowing them to unleash their full strength. But once faced with multiple enemies, they quickly succumb to panic and confusion. Although these 10 prairie wolves were only at the 3-star battle beast level, they could still cause significant trouble for beast soul masters in actual combat. But this was no challenge at all for Lin Yuan. Roar! Lin Yuan let out a furious roar from the depths of his throat. His eyes turned cold in an instant. Ferocity, savagery, coldness. The overpowering aura surged forth, instantly sweeping toward the dire wolves before him. In that very moment, every dire wolf, including their alpha, recoiled a step backward in terror. But this didn't mean Lin Yuan would let them off so easily. In a flash, Lin Yuan's figure transformed into a blur, his entire body launching forward like a cannonball. Its massive size did not hinder its speed in the slightest. Bang! Another claw strike blasted forth. This single swipe instantly crushed the skull of the Wasteland Wolf King. To capture the rebels, first capture their leader. Naturally, Lin Yuan's primary target was the strongest among them, the Wasteland Wolf King. With a single swipe that shattered the skull of the Wild Wolf King, the remaining 10 savage wolves posed no threat whatsoever to Lin Yuan anymore. Before Lin Yuan's towering 10-meter beast form, they appeared as insignificant as ants. Boom! Lin Yuan raised his foot and stomped down fiercely, crushing yet another prairie wolf beneath his heel. With his current strength, dealing with these 3-star warbeast-level prairie wolves was nothing short of a dimensional downgrade. One after another, the prairie wolves fell to their deaths before Lin Yuan. Like a monstrous black beast, Lin Yuan took less than 2 minutes to slaughter the Prairie Wolf King along with those 10 prairie wolves, completely annihilating them. I wonder just how many levels this beast refinement trial has in total. Like a malevolent deity, Lin Yuan stood firmly in place, waiting for the next round of trials to begin. At this very moment, all he wanted was to push his strength to the limit and see just how far his capabilities could reach. What's happened that made you rush over to find me in such a hurry? The chief examiner frowned and spoke discontentedly. Do you not know that invigilators aren't allowed to leave their assigned supervision areas during the examination period? The invigilator immediately explained, Examiner Zhao, it's like this. There's a candidate whose performance seems rather abnormal, so I wanted to ask you to come take a look. Not quite normal? The examiner surnamed Zhao was momentarily taken aback and subconsciously asked, what aspect isn't normal? His talent rating doesn't quite match the strength he's demonstrated. There's nothing abnormal about that. The chief examiner said disapprovingly, you're not a novice invigilator. Surely you know some examinees or combat-oriented talents? Such candidates, even with only a B-grade talent rating, can demonstrate performance comparable to A-grade or even S-grade during beast refinement trials. There's nothing unusual about this. The invigilator remained silent for a few seconds before speaking. The situation I encountered might be somewhat different. Different? How could this possibly be different? Out of a sense of responsibility, the examiner still spoke up. Never mind, just take me to have a look. Soon, the two arrived at the examination area where Lin Yuan was stationed. Examiner Zhao Shanhe's first glance fell on the information displayed on Lin Yuan's examinee card. An E-rank talent? Zhao Shanhe couldn't help but exclaim, with this caliber of talent evaluation, he still dares to participate in the beast trial. This kid truly has commendable courage. Right then, the supervising examiner spoke up in an eerie tone, Examiner Zhao, perhaps you should watch this young man's actual combat footage before drawing conclusions. You summoned me with such fanfare just for a candidate who only awakened an E-rank beast soul? Zhao Shanhe's expression turned peculiar. Could a beast master with E-rank talent possibly pass the beast trial? As he spoke, he furrowed his brows and turned his gaze toward the screen beside him. Yet, in the next second, his pupils abruptly contracted, because what appeared on the screen was unmistakably a 10-meter colossal beast. The beast's entire body was shrouded in shadow-black scales, its dark golden eyes brimming with pure savagery and brutality. Even through the screen, he could feel the terrifying pressure emanating from that colossal black beast. Staring at the scene unfolding on the display, Zhao Shanha froze completely where he stood. He subconsciously raised his hand, pointing at the screen with undisguised disbelief. "Are you certain this boy awakened merely an E-rank beast soul?" The examiner gave a helpless bitter smile. "Now you understand why I called you here, don't you? From what I've observed, that kid possesses at least the strength of a beast general level. Even when considering the entire Jinhai city, the power he's displaying now is undoubtedly 1 in a million. Look, he's already started challenging the 10th level of the beast forging trial." Only then did Zhao Shanha notice on the combat screen 10 massive steppe wolf kings, each as burly as rhinoceroses, had already surrounded Lin Yuan. Chapter 11 White Flash reveals its might. Instant annihilation of the Wolf King pack. This is how beast refining works. The further you progress, the greater the difficulty becomes. By the 10th level, you'll already need to single-handedly face 10 wasteland wolf kings. These 10 dire wolf kings are even stronger than the previous ones. Each dire wolf king possesses the power of a 7-star war beast. And this happens to be the final challenge of the Beast Tempest trial. Just then, the examiner suddenly remarked, "If this kid truly clears the 10th stage, wouldn't that sufficiently prove he possesses beast general level strength?" Zhao Shanha nodded and calmly remarked, "Not only that, but he will also become the center of a fierce competition among major prestigious institutions. Those who can pass all 10 rounds of the practical combat assessment in the beast refinement during their very first year, without exception, are all prodigious geniuses of unparalleled talent. If nothing unexpected happens, this kid's future achievements will at least reach the level of a beast soul dominator. Moreover, there's even a glimmer of hope that he could become an emperor-ranked beast soul master." Upon hearing these words, the two examiners couldn't help but gasp sharply. It must be known that beast soul masters are categorized by strength into battle beast level, beast general level, beast king level, lord level, and emperor level. Among these, the emperor level is already considered the pinnacle realm for beast soul masters. Even looking across the entire nation, the number of beast soul masters who can reach this realm can be counted on one's fingers. They clearly hadn't anticipated that Zhao Shanha would give Lin Yuan such high praise. Zhao Shanha spoke solemnly, "Enough, let's not get ahead of ourselves. Whether this kid can even pass the 10th level is still uncertain." His words weren't wrong. Even beastmasters possessing warlord-level strength might find defeating 10 7-star battle beast-ranked direwolf kings no easy task. On the wilderness, Lin Yuan coldly gazed at the pack of desert wolf kings surrounding him. He had originally thought that the final stage of the beast refinement assessment would feature a beast general-level monster. Unexpectedly, they had merely increased the number of desert wolf kings to 10. Trash will always be trash. No matter how many there are, they're just a pile of trash clustered together. A cold glint flashed through Lin Yuan's eyes. In the next instant, his massive body charged forward like a battle tank. In the blink of an eye, he had already charged straight before a wasteland wolf king. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Yuan unleashed his full power, raising the massive black claw high before slamming it down like a giant hammer. Boom! As the enormous black claw came crashing down. Under this tremendous force, the body of the wasteland wolf king instantly exploded apart. Flesh fragments and blood plasma immediately splattered in all directions. Yet, even as their companion died right before their eyes, the surrounding wasteland wolf kings showed not the slightest fear. Roaring furiously, they lunged at Lin Yuan. The scent of blood permeating the air seemed to have greatly intensified their ferocity. Fortunately, Lin Yuan's black scale armor was exceptionally tough. It's worth noting that, aside from using evolution points to increase his size, he had also invested a substantial amount in enhancing the hardness of his scales. Under such circumstances, no matter how fiercely the pack of wild wolf alpha beasts bit and tore at him, they could only leave a few scratches on Lin Yuan's body. Witnessing this scene, Zhao Shanha and the other two proctors couldn't help but display looks of astonishment on their faces. What terrifying defensive power! Indeed, he can actually withstand attacks from a 7-star war beast directly. Attack, defense, speed, explosive power, everything reaches perfection. If this counts as Z-rank talent, I might as well just go kill myself. Under the overwhelming display of strength, within less than 2 short minutes, 4 wild plain wolf kings had already fallen beneath Lin Yuan's massive claws. The ground was covered in blood, severed limbs, and chunks of flesh, with not a single intact corpse to be found. The air was thick with the rusty tang of blood. Lin Yuan's fighting style was the very essence of violent artistry. This was less a battle and more a one-sided slaughter. Judging by the current situation, it's only a matter of time before he completely slaughters all 10 of these dire wolf kings. 6 left? Lin Yuan scanned his surroundings, gazing at the 6 remaining dire wolf kings on the battlefield. Then he spoke calmly, "In that case, I'll finish all of you off at once." Just as Lin Yuan uttered those words, the 6 desert wolf kings seemed to sense an overwhelming threat and instinctively took a step backward. At the same moment, Lin Yuan opened his massive maw, and an immense amount of thermal energy condensed into a blazing white sphere of scorching heat in the blink of an eye. Boom! The deafening explosion shook the air. A beam of white energy radiating extreme heat suddenly erupted from Lin Yuan's mouth. This was the only skill Lin Yuan currently possessed, an A-rank skill, white-hot light. The searing, extreme heat seemed to distort the very space around it. The blinding white-hot beam instantly swept across the body of a primal wolf king. The extreme temperature burned through its torso in an instant. SHHCH. The sizzling sound of scorching flesh was unbearably shrill. The stench of charred flesh immediately filled the air. In just 2 seconds, the white-hot beam sliced the primal wolf king's body clean in half. It was as effortless as a red-hot kitchen knife slicing through butter. Such is the terrifying power of an A-grade skill. Let alone the fact that the Wasteland Wolf King merely possessed the strength of a 7-star battle beast. Even a beast general level monster might not withstand the searing light unleashed by Lin Yuan. Moreover, after slaying this Wasteland Wolf King, the white-hot beam showed no signs of dimming whatsoever. Instead, like a laser adjusted by Lin Yuan, it swept toward the remaining Wasteland Wolf Kings once more. Under the sweep of the white-hot beam, it took Lin Yuan less than half a minute to kill all the Wasteland Wolf Kings. Only a few corpses emitting a charred stench remained on the ground, their original forms no longer recognizable. At the same time, a mechanically synthesized voice rang in Lin Yuan's ears. Examinee Lin Yuan, you have successfully passed all levels of the beast refinement trial. Please wait patiently for the results announcement after the assessment concludes. Good luck. Chapter 12, the assessment ends. Zhao Shanhe's evaluation. So this counts as a complete clearance? Upon hearing the system prompt in his ear, Lin Yuan couldn't help but reveal a faint trace of astonishment in the depths of his eyes. To be honest, the difficulty of the beast refinement assessment was simpler than he had imagined. However, since he had already cleared it completely, it proved that he had achieved outstanding results in the assessment. Lin Yuan was well aware just how many people would be shocked by the results he had achieved. Even Wu Moshuan, with his S-grade talent, would have never been able to clear the beast refinement assessment. However, Lin Yuan had no intention of hiding his strength at all. Since he possessed power, he would display it openly. Of course, he understood the principle that the tallest tree catches the fiercest wind. But the question remained, if you didn't demonstrate sufficient strength, how could you ever gain others' recognition? Only the weak would think of constantly hiding their strength, playing the fool to prey on the tiger. True warriors will do everything in their power to ensure everyone recognizes their potential and value, thereby securing more cultivation resources. This time, Lin Yuan aims not merely to pass the beast refinement trial. He intends to use this opportunity to make all the prestigious academies aware of his existence. He wanted everyone to see that even with an E-rank beast soul, one could still possess unparalleled power. Soon, Lin Yuan's consciousness emerged from the combat simulation state, and the moment he opened his eyes, Zhao Shanhe and the other 2 examiners were staring straight at him, their gazes as if they were looking at a monster. At that very moment, the combat simulation device nearby also displayed Lin Yuan's power data. Name, Lin Yuan. Gender, male. Age, 18 years old. Awakened beast soul, lizard. Talent evaluation, E-rank. Combat power detected, 3-star beast general tier. This data is derived from the examinee's demonstrated combat capabilities in simulated battles and may contain certain margins of error. For reference only. Upon seeing the data displayed on the instrument, the 3 examiners couldn't help but swallow hard, although they had long since estimated Lin Yuan's strength. But when they finally saw the data displayed on the instrument, their hearts were shaken beyond measure. At 18 years old, barely 2 weeks after awakening his beast soul, he had already reached the strength of a 3-star beast general. Such talent is terrifyingly monstrous. After locking eyes with Lin Yuan for several seconds, Zhao Shanhe finally couldn't hold back from speaking. Congratulations on successfully clearing all levels of beast refinement. Do you know what this means? Lin Yuan smiled and replied calmly, does that mean my results are fairly decent then? The invigilator nearby interjected, more than just not bad. With the talent and strength you've displayed, I suspect both Yanjing Beast University and Moto Beast University would be fighting tooth and nail to recruit you. Alright. Lin Yuan nodded, then asked again, when will the results be announced? The invigilator clearly didn't expect Lin Yuan to remain so composed. Had it been any other examinee, they likely would have been dancing with excitement by now. After staring blankly for several seconds, he finally replied, if nothing goes wrong, the results should be posted this afternoon. Thank you. Lin Yuan expressed his gratitude and said, well then, honorable examiners, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave now. However, just as Lin Yuan was about to leave, Zhao Shanhe suddenly called out to him. Wait a moment. Is there anything else? Looking at Lin Yuan who had turned back, Zhao Shanhe finally voiced the question weighing on his mind. Why is your talent rating only E-rank? Did something go wrong during your beast soul awakening? If there was any mistake in the process, you can report it to me, I'll help you resolve it. Under normal circumstances, there should be no mistakes in beast soul awakenings. After all, this is a lifelong event that determines a beast soul master's future achievements. Yet the current situation before them was utterly baffling. Given the strength Lin Yuan had demonstrated, he was actually assessed as having merely an E-rank talent. This made Zhao Shanhe unable to help but suspect whether some error had occurred during the beast soul awakening process. However, in response to his doubts, Lin Yuan merely shook his head and said, "There was no mistake in the beast soul awakening. When my beast soul first awakened, it was indeed very weak. Being assessed as E-rank talent was totally justified, though I appreciate the examiner's concern." After saying this, Lin Yuan turned and left without hesitation. Since the beast refinement assessment had already concluded, there was naturally no need for him to stay any longer. All he had to do now was patiently wait for the results to be announced. Once the results were published, elite institutions would naturally come forward to contact him on their own initiative. After Lin Yuan departed, the two invigilators subsequently turned their gazes toward Zhao Shanhe. "Judge, do you think this kid is telling the truth?" Zhao Shanhe pondered for a moment before speaking in a low voice. "His behavior doesn't seem like he's lying." What truly surprised me, though, was this kid's temperament. To remain humble and composed after achieving such remarkable results is truly commendable. With his talent coupled with such temperament, I fear we may witness the rise of another supremely powerful beast soul master in the future. Upon hearing this, the two invigilators instinctively exchanged glances, seeing nothing but shock and awe in each other's eyes. After all, Zhao Shanhe, as the chief examiner, was a beast soul master of Lord-tier strength himself. For someone of his caliber to give Lin Yuan such extraordinarily high praise, how could they not be utterly astonished? Outside the beast soul hall, many examinees who had completed their beast training assessment had already gathered. They clustered in small groups, discussing their results. Some were overjoyed, while others were crestfallen. Jinhai City was, after all, just a small place. Those who could pass the beast soul refinement assessment in their first year were still few in number. Thus, most examinees from Jinhai No. 1 High School wore expressions of regret. Just as Lin Yuan was about to find a spot to rest for a while, a familiar voice suddenly rang in his ears. "Lin Yuan, over here." Lin Yuan followed the sound and noticed a graceful figure standing beneath the tree. Waving at him, it was Su Muxue. Before Lin Yuan could react, Su Muxue was already sprinting toward him at full speed. In just a few seconds, it had raced right up to Lin Yuan. Looking at the delicate and pretty girl before him, Lin Yuan couldn't help but smile as he asked, "Well, did you pass the beast refinement?" Chapter 13, The Moment of Results Announcement. "Yes, I passed." Su Muxue blinked her beautiful eyes and smiled as she replied, "And the results were pretty good too." "Really? Which round did you clear?" "Ninth round." Su Muxue slightly lifted her chin with a hint of pride, like a child waiting for her parents' praise. "That's not bad at all." Lin Yuan looked slightly surprised. He clearly hadn't expected that Su Muxue had actually cleared the 9th stage of the Beast Soul Trial assessment. If he remembered correctly, passing the 9th level required defeating at least 5 Warbeast 7-star Wasteland Wolf Kings, along with 20 ordinary Wasteland Wolves. Note, I maintained the fantastical/quantified combat elements, Warbeast 7-star, while using natural English phrasing like passing the 9th level and ordinary Wasteland Wolves for contrast. The exclamation mark preserves the narrative tension of the realization. It seems Su Mushue's strength was indeed greater than he had imagined. At that moment, Su Muxue clearly wanted to ask something as well. However, she quickly seemed to realize something and stopped herself just in time. If Lin Yuan wasn't mistaken, she had probably wanted to ask about his test results. Her decision not to ask in the end was likely made to protect his self-esteem. After all, a mere E-ranked beast soul talent might not even pass the first round of the practical assessment, let alone clear the beast refinement trial. But in reality, what Su Muxue didn't know was, Lin Yuan hadn't just passed the beast refinement trial, he had completely annihilated it with flawless perfection. If nothing unexpected happens, when the results are announced, Lin Yuan's scores will astonish everyone. Let's go. Now that the exams are finally over, I'll treat you to a meal. Lin Yuan smiled and said, consider it a celebration for you. What would you like to eat? Great, then I won't hold back. Su Muxue blinked her beautiful eyes and, after a moment's thought, quickly gave her answer. I want to eat spicy hot pot. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan couldn't help but chuckle. You little girl, how can you have such low standards? How is eating spicy hot pot considered low standards? It's delicious, that's all that matters. Pouting, Su Muxue spoke with a hint of dissatisfaction. Let's go to that place you took me last time. I've been craving it for ages. That place? It's quite far from school, won't we miss the grade announcement later? Who cares? The grades are already set in stone. The announcement's just for rankings anyway. Alright, let's go eat then. Since even Su Muxue couldn't be bothered about it, Lin Yuan naturally had no objections either. As for the Beast Refinement Assessment results, barring any unexpected surprises, no one would likely surpass him. At 1:50 p.m., outside the Beast Soul Hall, the crowd surged like a raging tide. The vast majority of the people gathered here were examinees participating in the current bestial trial assessment. Because, in just 10 more minutes, it will be time for the assessment results to be announced. At that moment, all examinees' scores will be displayed on the massive screen standing outside the Beast Soul Temple. This is done to ensure absolute fairness and justice. If any examinee has doubts about their results, they can immediately file an appeal with the Beast Soul Temple. The candidates naturally learned their beast forging assessment results as soon as the evaluation ended. But what concerned them more was the final ranking, especially for those who had passed the beast forging assessment. Although simply passing the beast forging assessment already qualified them to officially become Beast Soul Masters and be eligible for university admission. But universities that enroll Beast Soul Masters also have a clear hierarchy of prestige. The resources provided by top-tier institutions versus third-rate universities could practically be described as night and day. Moreover, elite universities strictly limit their annual enrollment quotas. Under such circumstances, academic rankings become crucially important. Generally speaking, only those ranked within the top 5,000 in Jinhai City are qualified to enter elite Beast Soul universities, and only those ranked within the top 100 in examinations have a chance to be admitted by the top 10 Beast Soul universities. The competitive pressure is undeniably immense. At that moment, Wu Moshwan strode over with an air of confidence. He stood with his arms crossed, his face brimming with confidence. His appearance quickly stirred murmurs among the surrounding examinees. Damn, who the hell is this guy? Acting so cocky? Who else could it be? Wu Moshwan from Jinhai High. Word has it that Jinhai High hit the jackpot this year. They produced 2 S-rank Beast Soul Masters at once. Surely the principal of Jinhai High #1 would wake up laughing in his dreams? Of course it goes without saying, but natural talent doesn't necessarily translate to actual combat prowess. In the end, everything depends on how one performs in the Beast Refinement Assessment. That's true, but Wu Moshwan didn't perform poorly this time either. According to his circle, he actually cleared the 7th round in the Beast Refinement Assessment. TSK, clearing 7 rounds, that's strong? Last year's top scorer in Jinhai City only managed to clear 7 rounds, didn't they? Yeah, barring any surprises, Wu Moshwan should be this year's top scholar in Jinhai City. The S-rank Beast Soul talent is truly terrifying. With results like these, getting into either Yanqing Beast University or Devil City Beast University should be a breeze, right? For a moment, all the examinees present couldn't help but cast envious glances his way. Under everyone's gaze, Wu Moshwan couldn't help but curl his lips into a smirk. He loved this feeling of being the center of attention. However, he knew clearly in his heart that this was merely the beginning. For him, the real climax would only come when the rankings for the Beast Soul Refinement Assessment were announced, and his name appeared at the very top. At this thought, Wu Moshwan couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. After all, he had made thorough preparations for this Beast Soul Refinement. Not only had he absorbed the 10 premium Beast Soul crystals distributed by the school, but he had also convinced his parents to dip into their savings to purchase a Beast Spirit pill for him. This pill can greatly stimulate the potential of Beast Souls in a short period of time. It was precisely because of this that before the start of the Beast Refining Assessment, Wu Moshwan had already cultivated his strength to the peak of 8-star Battle Beast level. In Wu Moshwan's view, with his talent, coupled with the assistance of Beast Soul crystals and elixirs, there was absolutely no possibility of anyone surpassing his performance in this Beast Refinement Assessment. Even someone with talent equal to his own, like Su Mushue, was no exception. By the way, where's Lin Yuan? At that moment, Wu Moshwan suddenly seemed to remember something, glanced around, and asked, "What's there to ask?" He must have found a place to hide. Ha, with his E-rank talent, he actually dared to make a bet with the boss. Talk about an eye-opener. Lit, a small knife scraping the butt, showing me what's inside. Too funny. If it were me, I wouldn't dare say another word. I'd have found a hole to crawl into by now. TCH, I thought we were gonna get a good show. Who knew the kid would chicken out and not even show his face? What a coward. The group clustered around Wu Moshwan mercilessly hurled jeers and taunts at Lin Yuan. Wu Moshwan sneered and said, "Whatever. If that loser won't show himself, let him be a turtle hiding in its shell forever then." However, just as these words were spoken, 2 figures hurried over from outside. "I told you that spicy hot pot place was too far, but you insisted on going. It's fine, we made it just in time for the results announcement. Hee, I ate so much I'm stuffed." Everyone turned their gaze towards the direction of the voice, seeing a black-haired youth approaching with a stunningly beautiful girl, none other than Lin Yuan and Su Mushue. Witnessing this scene before him, Wu Moshwan couldn't help but frown. He clearly didn't expect Lin Yuan to still have the audacity to show his face before him. Chapter 14, would you like it plain, or with some seasoning? Well, if it isn't Lin Yuan? Wu Moshwan took a few deliberate steps forward, intentionally blocking Lin Yuan's path. With a tone bordering on mockery, he said, "You look quite relaxed, must have done well in the Beast Soul examination, huh?" Lin Yuan chuckled lightly and replied, "It was alright. At least I'm satisfied with my performance." After Lin Yuan uttered these words, the people beside Wu Moshwan couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Somewhat satisfied? You're being far too modest. You're somewhat satisfied couldn't possibly mean you failed the first round of the practical assessment, could it? Ha! Isn't the first round something anyone with functioning hands could pass? Surely no one actually fails it? Impossible, right? Ha 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 ha, don't be haters, showing up for the exam with just an E-rank beast soul already takes guts." Upon hearing these words, the surrounding crowd cast sympathetic glances towards Lin Yuan. They clearly hadn't expected this rather handsome black-haired young man before them to have only awakened an E-rank beast soul. Even so, those people were being somewhat too harsh with their words. In reality, these people exhausted every means to mock Lin Yuan simply to curry favor with Wu Moshwan. Once the assessment results are announced, Wu Moshwan will become the most dazzling prodigy in everyone's eyes. "Lin Yuan, do you still remember the wager we made that day?" Wu Moshwan turned to Lin Yuan and sneered as he spoke. To be honest, he hadn't intended to humiliate this fellow any further. After all, given his innate talent and strength, he and Lin Yuan were destined to walk completely different paths. For someone like him to stoop to dealing with such riffraff would only make him appear petty. Yet when Wu Moshwan saw Lin Yuan arriving together with Su Mushue, he couldn't help but feel that familiar surge of anger rising in his chest once more. In his eyes, a swan like Su Mushue was simply not someone a toad like Lin Yuan could ever hope to reach, because he's not worthy. So, Wu Moshwan wanted Lin Yuan to embarrass and humiliate himself in front of Su Mushue. "If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have almost forgotten." Lin Yuan scratched his head, clearly not expecting someone to willingly walk straight into the line of fire. "Since you brought it up yourself, are you prepared to lose to me?" Lin Yuan's words flowed out with utter naturalness. Yet they instantly stunned everyone within earshot. How does this guy manage to be so natural about it? He actually asked Wu Moshwan if he was prepared to lose the bet. Is he still half asleep or something? Lose? Wu Moshwan was so enraged his face twisted grotesquely. "How the hell could I lose to trash like you?" At that moment, the clock's hour hand pointed straight at 2. From the crowd came waves of astonished gasps. "The rankings are out. The test results are out." Upon hearing this, nearly everyone instinctively turned their gaze toward the light screen before them. The screen was densely packed with names from top to bottom. The ranking displayed was based on the final scores of the Beast Soul Refinement Assessment. The better the performance, the higher the ranking. Under such circumstances, Wu Moshwan couldn't waste time arguing with Lin Yuan anymore and immediately began searching for his name on the glowing screen. With his assessment results, his ranking was undoubtedly among the very top. Therefore, Wu Moshwan directly started looking from the very beginning. People are always extremely sensitive to their own names. That's precisely why he spotted his name at first glance. On the glowing screen, ranked third. Third place, Wu Moshwan, final achievement, cleared the 7th round of the Beast Refinement Trial. Upon seeing his rank, Wu Moshwan couldn't help but shudder in shock. How could he possibly be ranked only third? Could it be there were still 2 others whose results surpassed even his? At this thought, Wu Moshwan immediately raised his head, anxiously scanning the names listed above his own. At this very moment, he was burning with desperation to know just who had stepped over his head to claim the top spot. Second place, Su Mushue, final result, cleared the 9th round of the Beast Refinement Trial. A trace of disbelief flickered uncontrollably in Wu Moshwan's eyes. The second place holder was actually Su Mushue. Moreover, she had actually cleared all 9 trial rounds. A surge of profound frustration immediately welled up in Wu Moshwan's heart. He had thought his own talent was already exceptional, yet never imagined Su Mushue's aptitude would surpass his own. No, this can't be right. If Su Mushue, who cleared all 9 trials, only ranked second, then what kind of monstrous existence must have taken the top spot? Wasn't their cohort supposed to have only 2 S-rank gifted Beast Soul Masters, him and Su Mushue? Could there truly be another genius Beast Soul Master in Jinhai City who remained unknown to them? At this thought, Wu Moshwan abruptly raised his eyes to look. The next instant, an all too familiar name immediately came into his view. First place, Lin Yuan, final score, cleared the 10th round of the Beast Refinement Trial. Lin Yuan? How could it possibly be him? In that instant, Wu Moshwan's pupils constricted violently, his face filled with shock and disbelief. The top scorer of this Beast Refinement Assessment was actually Lin Yuan? With just his Z-rank Beast Soul, how could he possibly clear all 10 rounds of combat trials? In reality, it wasn't just Wu Moshwan who was shocked. As all the examinees stared at the ranking displayed on the glowing screen, faces filled with confusion. Who the hell is this Lin Yuan? How's he so insane? He actually cleared all 10 trial rounds. No idea. Never heard that name before. Beast Soul Trial only has 10 rounds total, right? Holy crap, Does that mean he practically aced the whole damn thing? I wonder what kind of beast soul this legendary figure awakened. It's incredibly powerful. There are always tough competitors every year, but this year is exceptionally fierce. Last year's top scorer in Jinhai City wouldn't even make the top 3 this time. Yeah, he's definitely the dark horse of the year. Even Su Mushui and Wu Mashuan, who awakened S-rank beast souls, were overshadowed by him. Honestly, Su Mushue's results are still impressive. Clearing 9 trials, it would have been a record-breaking achievement in the past. Unfortunately, she ran into a monster who completed the entire beast trial. If you ask me, Wu Mashuan is the one who got the most humiliated. Before the results came out, he was bragging like crazy, only to get bumped straight off the 3rd place podium. Absolutely hilarious. Listening to the chatter around him, Wu Mashuan's expression grew increasingly grim. But then, just at that moment, Lin Yuan's careless voice rang in his ears. So, now that you've lost, shouldn't you settle up on that bet? Lin Yuan smiled and spoke lightly. That whole sack of low-grade crystals, do you prefer eating them dry? Or would you like some seasoning to go with them? Chapter 15. The Dagger Unsheathed. Wu Mashuan's Challenge. At this very moment, aside from Wu Mashuan's utterly ashen expression, all those who had previously clustered around him were staring at Lin Yuan in shock. How could they have imagined that Lin Yuan, who had only awakened an E-rank beast soul, would actually clear the beast forging trial completely in one go? Not only them, but even Su Mushue standing beside Lin Yuan couldn't help showing a surprised expression. She never expected that Lin Yuan's ranking would actually surpass hers. No wonder Lin Yuan hadn't seemed particularly surprised when she revealed her results. But here's the thing. Just how did Lin Yuan manage this? That's impossible. At this very moment, Wu Mashuan finally erupted. His eyes turned blood red as he stared at Lin Yuan with a beast-like intensity. How could trash with a measly E-rank talent possibly achieve such results? You must have cheated. Wu Mashuan's roar instantly drew the gazes of everyone in the surroundings. Cheating? Really? Who could possibly cheat in the beast refining assessment? Isn't that Wu Mashuan? That means, the one standing in front of him must be Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan? You mean the Lin Yuan who ranked first in the assessment results? And Su Mushue, ranked second, is standing right beside them too. Holy shit, it's really happening. This is gonna be wild. I'm already grabbing my popcorn ready to watch the show. Lin Yuan gave Wu Mashuan a faint, enigmatic smile and calmly said, cheating? Do you really think I need to cheat to beat you? At that very moment, Lin Yuan's eyes suddenly turned razor-sharp, as if he were a savage wolf ready to tear flesh from bone. The moment his eyes met Lin Yuan's, even Wu Mashuan couldn't help feeling a surge of terror, involuntarily retreating several steps backward. But then, gnashing his teeth, Wu Mashuan raised his voice defiantly. If you claim you didn't cheat, then tell me, how could someone with a measly E-rank beast soul possibly clear all 10 trial rounds? Wu Mashuan's accusation sent shockwaves through the crowd like a stone creating endless ripples. It must be noted that among all the examinees present, very few actually recognized Lin Yuan. No one could have guessed that after clearing 10 trials, Lin Yuan had awakened only an E-rank beast soul. An E-rank beast soul? Isn't that the weakest trash-tier beast soul? Holy shit, how did he even clear 10 trials? Did he really cheat or something? No way. I've never heard of anyone being able to cheat on the beast refinement exam before. Exactly, it's a complete simulation of real combat. You can't bring anything from the outside in, so how could anyone cheat? At that moment, Lin Yuan spoke up again with a faint smile. Who said an E-rank beast soul can't pass the beast refinement trial? The exam manual doesn't seem to have that rule, does it? Wu Mashuan's face twitched violently as he roared, Lin Yuan, don't get too cocky. I demand arbitration from the Beast Soul Hall. Let your despicable tactics be exposed to the world. Facing Wu Mashuan's threat, Lin Yuan simply shrugged nonchalantly and said, if that's what you want, suit yourself. However, if it's confirmed that I didn't cheat, you'd better remember to honor our bet. If you have any doubts about the assessment results, you can indeed apply for arbitration to the Beast Soul Temple. However, it's quite rare for someone to apply for arbitration with the Beast Soul Temple over another's results. Just as Wu Mashuan was about to speak again, a thunderous voice suddenly echoed in everyone's ears. Why is there such a commotion outside the temple? As soon as this voice sounded, a tall figure stepped out slowly from the Beast Soul Palace, appearing before the crowd. The person standing before them was none other than Zhao Shanha, the chief examiner of this beast tempering assessment. As soon as he appeared, a colossal bear shadow, towering like a mountain, suddenly emerged behind him, unleashing an overwhelming ferocious aura. A terrifying pressure instantly swept out in all directions. All candidates who felt this pressure experienced it as if a towering mountain were pressing down on their backs, making even breathing somewhat difficult. This was the aura pressure of a Lord-level Beast Soul Master. A Beast Soul Master of this caliber could effortlessly manifest a Beast Soul Phantom without even needing to fuse with one, thereby releasing their aura pressure. Of course, Zhao Shanha could already control the aura pressure he unleashed. Otherwise, how could this group of students before him, who hadn't even reached Beast General level, possibly withstand his pressure. At this moment, all eyes were focused on Zhao Shanhe. Among the crowd, hushed discussions broke out. Isn't that Chief Examiner Zhao Shanhe? They say his wrathful Earth Bear has already reached the 7th star of Lord-level realm. Oh my god, even among Lord-level Beast Soul Masters, this counts as an exceptionally powerful existence, doesn't it? Obviously, he's the genius Beast Soul Master who rose from our Shanghai city. If he hadn't voluntarily applied, there's no way someone of his caliber would come to our backwater town to serve as Chief Examiner. So Examiner Zhao Shanhe has a decent sense of loyalty after all, at least he hasn't forgotten his roots. Amidst the crowd's discussions, Zhao Shanhe swept his gaze across the surroundings and spoke in an indifferent tone. Who was it that filed for arbitration with the Beast Soul Temple, just now? The moment he spoke these words, all eyes turned toward Wu Mashuan. Steeling himself, Wu Mashuan stepped forward and bowed respectfully to Zhao Shanhe before saying, I was the one who requested arbitration. I believe, examinee Lin Yuan's results are unreasonable. He awakened only an E-rank beast soul, yet cleared 10 trial rounds in the beast refinement assessment. This utterly defies all logic. Regarding this matter, I would like to request, Beast Soul Temple, to provide a reasonable explanation. At this very moment, Wu Mashuan laid bare his hostility and without hesitation launched an attack against Lin Yuan. However, to everyone's surprise, in response to Wu Mashuan's questioning, Zhao Shanhe calmly remarked, what an interesting coincidence. Examinee Lin Yuan was under my direct supervision throughout the entire beast refinement assessment. I happened to be present on site and observed no abnormalities whatsoever. Could it be, you're suspecting me of helping him cheat? After hearing these words, Wu Mashuan felt his scalp tingle as if about to explode. How could he have known that the very person invigilating Lin Yuan's exam was Zhao Shanhe himself? Which meant proving Lin Yuan had cheated would require either admitting Zhao Shanhe assisted him or asserting cheating occurred right under Zhao Shanhe's watch. Whichever possibility it was, both were utterly inconceivable. Why would a Lord-ranked Beast Soul Master stoop so low as to help a candidate cheat? Moreover, such an action carried enormous risks. If discovered, even someone of Zhao Shanhe's status as a Lord-ranked Beast Soul Master would face extremely severe consequences. Wu Mashuan naturally didn't dare suspect Zhao Shanhe, but he absolutely refused to believe that Lin Yuan had achieved such results through his own genuine strength. Thinking this, Wu Mashuan immediately spoke, Examiner Zhao is the pride of our Shanghai city, so of course I couldn't possibly suspect you. However, during the Beast Soul Awakening ceremony, the Lizard Beast Soul awakened by Examinee Lin Yuan was only rated as E-rank talent. I believe everyone present should understand exactly what E-rank talent implies. I simply can't imagine how Examinee Lin Yuan managed to pass all 10 trials with only an E-rank Beast Soul. So, I believe Examiner Zhao should at least release the combat footage of Examinee Lin Yuan to convince everyone. After Wu Mashuan voiced this opinion, the surrounding examinees all nodded in agreement, their faces showing identical sentiments. To be honest, they were equally curious whether Lin Yuan truly possessed the capabilities, or if he had employed unfair methods as Wu Mashuan suggested. However, Zhao Shanhe shook his head and calmly said, I must apologize, but I cannot fulfill this request. According to the rules of the Beast Soul Hall, under ordinary circumstances, examiners cannot arbitrarily disclose examinee information. Zhao Shanhe wasn't making this up, it truly was a regulation of the Beast Soul Hall, designed to protect the examinees. But Mo Xuanwu seemed to have anticipated this. Without missing a beat, he spoke again, if the battle footage cannot be released, then there's only one other way to verify the authenticity of Lin Yuan's results. Wu Mashuan's words instantly piqued everyone's interest in the room. They too wanted to know what other method could prove whether Lin Yuan had cheated or not. Zhao Shanhe gave a slight nod, signaling for Wu Mashuan to continue. Wu Mashuan raised his head and declared in a solemn tone, my method is simple, have Lin Yuan fight me in a duel. If he can win, then that naturally proves his achievements are legitimate. But if he can't even defeat me, then that's sufficient proof his results were obtained through cheating. Instantly, the entire crowd erupted in uproar. Clearly, this was Wu Mashuan's true intention all along. He had laid the groundwork for so long, all for this very moment. He wanted to personally tear off Lin Yuan's veil of shame in front of everyone. Wu Mashuan intended to make everyone witness that this guy before them was no peerless genius, but merely a good-for-nothing who had only awakened an E-rank beast soul. Chapter 16, The Duel Begins. Lin Yuan versus Wu Mashuan. Before Zhao Shanhe could respond, Wu Mashuan spoke up again, Examiner Zhao, issuing a challenge to someone shouldn't fall outside the restrictions imposed by the Beast Soul Hall, right? That's correct. Zhao Shanhe nodded and said, however, the opinion of the involved party must still be considered. In an instant, everyone's gaze fell upon Lin Yuan once more. All were waiting for Lin Yuan's response. Would he choose to accept Wu Mashuan's challenge? To be honest, matters had escalated to such a point that it was no longer up to Lin Yuan to decide. If Lin Yuan refused the challenge, he would undoubtedly be labeled as a cheater by everyone. To prove his innocence, he had no choice but to accept the challenge. This was precisely Wu Mashwan's scheme, to force Lin Yuan into a confrontation with him. Only by defeating Lin Yuan in battle could he reclaim his lost dignity. After obtaining Zhao Shanha's consent, Wu Mashwan immediately turned to stare directly at Lin Yuan. You accept this challenge? Faced with Wu Mashwan's aggressive demeanor, even Su Muxue couldn't help but tug at Lin Yuan's sleeve. If you're not confident, you can choose not to accept the challenge. It was clear that Su Muxue also lacked faith in Lin Yuan's strength. However, Lin Yuan cracked a wide smile, revealing a brilliant grin. He still remembered what his assassination instructor had told him when he first entered the profession in his past life. If someone comes looking for trouble, forbearance is useless. You must break their bones to teach them the meaning of fear. With this thought, Lin Yuan immediately declared, I accept this challenge. After Lin Yuan accepted the challenge, everyone present couldn't help but feel their spirits lift. They clearly hadn't expected Lin Yuan to agree to the battle without the slightest hesitation. Looking back at all the previous beast training assessments, when had there ever been such an exhilarating and intense scene? Yet just at that moment, Zhao Shanha suddenly turned his gaze toward Wu Mashwan. Honestly, I don't see much necessity for this fight. You both rank first and third respectively, the pride of Jinhai City's younger generation. There's no need to risk life and limb over such a trivial matter. I've already stated that I can guarantee he didn't cheat during the assessment. After Zhao Shanha uttered these words, everyone present couldn't help but momentarily freeze in surprise. This guy, could he really have some connection with Lin Yuan? Otherwise, why would he favor Lin Yuan like this? Even though Zhao Shanha's tone was utterly sincere, Wu Mashwan still refused to take it lying down. His eyes fixed dead on Lin Yuan as he declared, if he didn't cheat, then let him fight me fair and square. Examiner Zhao, please witness this battle. I'll show you how I tear this brat to pieces. Wu Mashwan's face was filled with vicious bloodlust. Sensing his determination, Zhao Shanha couldn't help but let out a faint sigh. Very well, you shall settle this on the arena platform inside the Beast Soul Hall. Anyone who wishes to watch may come. 10 minutes later, Lin Yuan and Wu Mashwan successively stepped onto the dual platform within the Beast Soul Hall. This combat arena was exceptionally vast, 2 to 3 times larger than a football field. Only a space this spacious could allow Beast Soul Masters to engage in unrestrained battles. Surrounding the dueling platform was a ring-shaped spectator stand, tiered like steps, one circle after another. It resembled an ancient Roman gladiatorial arena more than a mere fighting platform. At this very moment, the surrounding spectator stands were already packed with onlookers. Among these people, the vast majority were examinees for this beast refinement assessment, though a portion were beast soul masters who came specifically to enjoy the spectacle. Although the match hadn't yet begun, the atmosphere on the fighting platform had already grown tense as drawn swords. If both parties are ready, the duel may commence now. Standing at the center of the arena, Zhao Shanha spoke calmly, consider this battle as a sparring match. You may go all out, but no lives are to be taken. The fight ends immediately when either side concedes defeat. Furthermore, no external assistance of any kind is permitted during the duel. Violating the rules will be considered a loss, understood? Understood. Lin Yuan and Wu Mashwan both nodded slightly. The rules of the duel were simple. Apart from not being allowed to utilize external assistance, there were no other restrictions imposed on them. Since you've all made your preparations, I hereby declare the duel officially begun. After saying this, Zhao Shanha directly leapt off the dueling platform. He was merely the referee, so naturally he couldn't remain on the platform and interfere with the duel between the two. Although the duel had already begun, neither side was in a hurry to strike first. Wu Mashwan gazed coldly at Lin Yuan and spoke in a low voice. You should understand that everything happening today is of your own making. Lin Yuan looked at him and chuckled lightly. Yes, I never expected you'd go to such lengths just to evade paying what you owe. You really went all out, didn't you? You're asking for death. Upon hearing these words, Wu Mashwan's expression instantly darkened. In the next second, he activated Beast Soul Fusion without a moment's hesitation. S-rank Beast Soul, the Crawling Bone King. Roar! With an earth-shaking roar that seemed to split the heavens, Wu Mashwan had already completed his Beast Soul Fusion. An enormous skeletal crawler king materialized on the battle platform, radiating formidable power and terrifying pressure. The skeletal crawler king resembled a giant lizard with a serpentine tail and a skull-like facial structure. Apart from its massive tail, the skull crawler king also possessed 2 incredibly powerful forelimbs, allowing it to adjust its posture with those enormous claws while slithering like a serpent. Everyone could feel the terrifying aura emitted by the skull crawler king. Shocked expressions involuntarily surfaced in the eyes of everyone present. What a horrifying beast! This skull crawler king must be at least 5 meters long. So this is the S-rank beast soul? Truly a talent visible to the naked eye. As expected of the genius ranked third in the final standings, his strength is indeed extraordinary. To possess such power so soon after awakening his beast soul, he'll probably break through to beast general level before long. If even the third-ranked is this formidable, then Lin Yuan and Su Mushua must be even stronger than him, no? That's hard to say. Didn't you hear Wu Moshwan mention Lin Yuan only awakened an E-rank beast soul? If his results were actually obtained by cheating, wouldn't that be amusing? Without a doubt, the vast majority of the audience shared the same thought. Precisely because of this, all eyes were now fixed on Lin Yuan. Everyone wanted to see what strength Lin Yuan could display, after fusing with his beast soul. Chapter 17 Ruthless to the extreme. Brutal crushing. Roar. Amidst a furious roar, Wu Moshwan, fused with the Bone Crawler King Beast Soul, suddenly whipped his tail. The massive tail, armored with hard scales, swept toward Lin Yuan's direction like a bronze pillar. Yet, facing Wu Moshwan's astonishingly powerful strike, Lin Yuan remained unflinching, leaping backward through the air to narrowly evade the sweeping tail. Witnessing this scene, the audience on the bleachers couldn't help but break into a cold sweat for Lin Yuan, because from their vantage point, Wu Moshwan's sweeping tail had practically grazed Lin Yuan's face as it flew past. Had Lin Yuan retreated even a fraction slower under that colossal tail's crushing force, his skull might have shattered like an eggshell. After Lin Yuan dodged the strike, a hint of brutality flickered in Wu Moshwan's eyes. He raised his head high and roared at Lin Yuan, "You trash, don't even dare to merge with a beast soul?" Wu Moshwan's words made all the spectators present suddenly realize the truth. Yeah, in a duel between beast soul masters, you haven't even fused with your beast soul. What exactly are you trying to pull? Is this guy really thinking of defeating the Bone Crawler King before him with just his own strength? Watching the scene on the battle platform, a trace of worry involuntarily flashed through Su Mushua's eyes. She had been present when Lin Yuan awakened his beast soul, so naturally she knew exactly what kind of beast soul he had obtained. With just that palm-sized black lizard of his, it looked completely devoid of any combat capability. Being rated as an E-tier talent was entirely within reason. Although Su Mushua had no idea how Lin Yuan had managed to clear all 10 rounds of trials, she knew very well that if Lin Yuan's beast soul hadn't undergone a mutation, he would never have been a match for Wu Moshwan. At the same time, she silently resolved that if Wu Moshwan dared to threaten Lin Yuan's life, even if Zhao Shanhe didn't intervene, she would step in herself. With her strength, suppressing Wu Moshwan would still be more than enough for her. Just at that moment, Lin Yuan's voice suddenly and eerily sounded by Wu Moshwan's ear. "Since you're so eager for me to fuse with the beast soul, I'll grant your wish then." The instant Lin Yuan's words fell, a vast and terrifying aura abruptly erupted and spread from around him. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Lin Yuan successfully fused with his beast soul in an instant. A 10-meter-tall behemoth, towering like a demonic deity, appeared before everyone's eyes in a majestic and terrifying stance. The aura radiating from Lin Yuan was so terrifying that even Wu Moshwan instinctively took a step back. Gazing at the scene before them, everyone in the audience couldn't help but widen their eyes in astonishment, their faces filled with shock. After completing the beast soul fusion, Lin Yuan's nearly 10-meter-tall stature delivered an overwhelming visual impact to everyone present. Are you seriously telling me this is an E-rank beast soul? Are you fucking insane? After regaining his composure, a trace of terror involuntarily surfaced in Wu Moshwan's eyes. That's impossible. You awaken only an E-rank beast soul, how could you possibly grow so fast? Wu Moshwan's terror was not without reason. The monstrous black lizard before him completely dwarfed his own in sheer size. So what if it's an E-rank beast soul? Who says an E-rank beast soul must be weaker than an S-rank one? At that very moment, Lin Yuan lifted his massive paw and smashed it down mercilessly towards Wu Moshwan's position. Feeling the overwhelming gust of wind rushing at him, Wu Moshwan instantly felt his scalp tingle with terror. The next instant, he unleashed all his speed in a frantic sidestep. Boom! Fragments of stone sprayed outward. Lin Yuan's claw strike had actually hacked out a crater in the ground with sheer brute force. What terrifying explosive power! After sensing Lin Yuan's astonishing strength, Wu Moshwan couldn't help but swallow hard. If that claw strike had landed just now, he'd probably be either dead or half crippled. Judging by the destructive force displayed in that single claw attack, Lin Yuan must possess at least beast general level strength. But how could this be? How could an E-ranked beast soul master possibly attain the strength of a beast general in just a few short days? This completely defies all logic. But before he could figure out how Lin Yuan had managed such a feat, the latter's colossal black claw came crashing down upon him once more. The sound of something tearing through the air exploded beside Wu Moshwan's ears. The speed of Lin Yuan's claw strike was even faster than before. So fast that Wu Moshwan didn't even have the slightest chance to dodge. Since he couldn't avoid it, the only option left was to meet it head-on. Wu Moshwan gritted his teeth and immediately mobilized all his strength, viciously whipping his massive tail in a deadly strike. But at that very moment, Lin Yuan's bone-chilling voice rang out in his ears once more. "I truly never expected you'd actually dare to fight back." At the moment the massive claws clashed with the huge tail, Lin Yuan swiftly grabbed onto Wu Moshwan's enormous tail with a reverse grip. The disparity in strength made Lin Yuan's massive claws clamp down on Wu Moshwan's enormous tail like a vice, holding it firmly in place. Wu Moshwan's pupils contracted violently as an ominous premonition surged through his heart. Damn it, what the hell do you want? What do you think I'm going to do? Lin Yuan grinned fiercely, gripping Wu Moshwan's massive tail, and suddenly swung it downward, smashing it against the ground. He truly disliked stirring up trouble, but that didn't mean he wouldn't hold a grudge. That jerk had been hopping around like a clown, annoying him for so long, it was high time to make him pay the price. Boom, 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 boom. Lin Yuan gripped Wu Moyuan's massive tail with a deathly hold, slamming the beast's body into the ground again and again. Every collision produced a deep, resounding boom. After swinging left and right over 20 or 30 times, 2 massive craters had already been carved into the ground. As for Wu Moshwan, his situation was even more pitiful. His scales were shattered and strewn everywhere, his entire body a mangled mess of flesh and blood. Ferocious, cruel, brutal. These words perfectly describe the aura Lin Yuan exudes at this moment. Before the battle began, no one could have predicted such a completely lopsided outcome. This wasn't even a proper duel anymore, it had become nothing more than sheer slaughter. Before Lin Yuan, even the genius Wu Moshwan who had awakened an S-rank beast soul was nothing but cannon fodder to be crushed. As they gazed upon the colossal black beast on the battle platform, only one thought remained in the hearts of all spectators present. That being, this guy is absolutely brutal. Chapter 18, You're even more useless than I imagined. Is this Lin Yuan's true strength? At this moment, everyone in the audience couldn't help but swallow hard, because the scene before their eyes was simply too brutal and shocking. They had originally thought Zhao Shanhe was trying to shield Lin Yuan when he dissuaded them from their agreed duel. It seems now that Examiner Zhao was simply afraid of Wu Moshwan being utterly crushed. Possessing such terrifying strength, no wonder Lin Yuan was able to conquer all 10 trial rounds. Meanwhile, Su Muxue sitting amidst the audience seats was also stunned, her beautiful eyes wide with astonishment. To be honest, though she had felt sympathy for Lin Yuan after his awakening of an E-ranked beast soul, there'd also been a faint flicker of secret delight in her heart, because this way, no one else would be able to witness the brilliance radiating from Lin Yuan. Even if Lin Yuan's strength were weak, Su Muxue wouldn't care in the slightest. Fine then. From now on, she would be the one to protect Lin Yuan. A girl's little thoughts can sometimes be so peculiar. When she treasures something dearly, she wants to keep it safely hidden away, unwilling for others to discover its existence. Yet, the strength Lin Yuan displayed today completely surpassed all her expectations. An E-rank beast soul could even possess such formidable power? Su Muxue's beautiful eyes shimmered. At this moment, her emotions were incredibly complex. There was both surprise and pride, but also tension and unease. A golden scale is no ordinary pond dweller, it transforms into a dragon when encountering wind in clouds. Lin Yuan finally revealed his brilliance before everyone's eyes. The battle on the combat platform still continued, because Wu Moshwan had not yet conceded defeat. According to the rules, the fight would only conclude when one side surrendered or completely lost the ability to fight. However, what Lin Yuan hadn't anticipated was Wu Moshwan's extraordinary tenacity. Even under such circumstances, he refused to admit defeat. Crack! At that very moment, a crisp sound suddenly reached Lin Yuan's ears. When he came to his senses, all that remained in his hand was a severed tail. In this situation, Wu Moshwan chose to sever his tail and flee for his life. However, even though he escaped Lin Yuan's restraint, his current state was utterly pitiful. Nearly half of the scales covering his body had cracked and shattered, some even embedded deep into his flesh, making him look like a mirror filled with fissures. Lin Yuan raised his head, looking calmly at the Wu Moshwan before him, and spoke in a composed tone, "You've lost." "Who says I've lost?" Wu Moshwan's eyes burned crimson as a low growl escaped his throat. At that moment, unnoticed by anyone, his tongue curled as he flipped out a pill hidden beneath it all along, and without hesitation, crushed it between his teeth. In the next instant, a surge of crimson blood chi erupted violently around Wu Moshwan, enveloping him as if he were shrouded in a bloody mist. Witnessing this scene, everyone in the audience seats couldn't help but feel their spirits soar. They clearly hadn't expected that Wu Moshwan still had an ace up his sleeve. Yet, staring at the scene before him, Zhao Shanhe couldn't help but furrow his brow. An ordinary beast soul master might not notice, but as a lord-level beast soul master, he could see the anomaly at a glance. Wu Moshwan's rapid increase in strength was clearly unnatural. If nothing unexpected had happened, he must have taken the blood fury pill. This is an extremely potent drug that can significantly enhance a beast soul's power within a short period. The crimson blood mist enveloping Wu Moshwan was the most telling evidence of him consuming such pills. However, despite the immense potency of the blood frenzy pills, they came with significant side effects. After taking these pills, Wu Moshwan would need at least a month of bed rest before recovering. At this moment, under the enhancement of the blood frenzy pills, Wu Moshwan's strength skyrocketed, swiftly reaching the level of a Beast General. Beast General Class 1 star. Beast General Class 2 stars. Beast General Class 3 stars. Beast General Class 3 stars peak. With the aid of the medicine, Wu Moshwan skyrocketed from War Beast Class 8 stars peak all the way to Beast General Class 3 stars peak. At this moment, the aura emanating from him faintly overshadowed Lin Yuan's strength. After sensing Wu Moshwan's current power level, Zhao Shanhe furrowed his brows and immediately prepared to intervene and halt the battle. After all, according to the rules, neither side was permitted to employ any external assistance during this duel. Wu Moshwan's current actions clearly violated these regulations. But just as Zhao Shanhe was about to step in and interfere with the match, his attention was suddenly drawn to Lin Yuan's piercing gaze. To his surprise, Lin Yuan's gaze remained completely unchanged even under such circumstances. Cold, indifferent, disdainful. It was as if he were a true apocalyptic beast. Staring into Lin Yuan's eyes, even Zhao Shanhe, a lord-level beast soulmaster, couldn't help but feel momentarily dazed. Can this kid really handle Wu Moshwan after consuming the frenzy blood pill? With this thought in mind, Zhao Shanhe inexplicably halted his movements. I want you dead. Just as Zhao Shanhe hesitated, Wu Moshwan's figure suddenly surged forward like a cannonball, hurtling towards Lin Yuan's direction at an incredible speed. His face was contorted with fury, his blood-red beastly eyes brimming with frenzied killing intent. Now, he had plunged completely into madness. At this moment, only one thought remained in Wu Moshwan's heart. Only by killing Lin Yuan could he completely wash away the disgrace he had endured. However, at that very moment, Lin Yuan lowered his head, his icy and indifferent gaze meeting his directly. Wu Moshwan, you're even more worthless than I imagined. Upon hearing these words, Wu Moshwan's heart instantly plunged into an ice cellar, overcome by an inexplicable terror that chilled him to the bone. No, how is this possible? Currently, his strength is clearly greater than Lin Yuan's. At the same moment, Lin Yuan also opened his massive maw, as a searing energy mass began rapidly condensing within his jaws. What kind of energy is this? Wu Moshwan's pupils contracted violently, fear spreading uncontrollably through his heart. But at this very moment, there was no turning back for him. Screech! With a shrill scream, Wu Moshwan's massive black claws suddenly swung down towards Lin Yuan's head in a lethal strike. At this exact moment, the scorching orb of light in Lin Yuan's mouth finally fully condensed into form. Roar! With a thunderous roar, the blazing energy beam abruptly erupted with dazzling radiance, violently piercing toward the direction where Wu Moshwan stood. 100,000-degree inferno. White heat beam. Chapter 19, an olive branch from Demon City Beast University. Boom! A scorching white-hot light erupted from Lin Yuan's mouth, instantly unleashing an overwhelmingly immense surge of energy. The deafening explosion reverberated through the air. Wu Moshwan's massive frame was sent flying backward with sheer brute force. So what if he took the wild blood pill? Power obtained through external means can never truly be one's own. Even without resorting to white heat beam, Lin Yuan could effortlessly defeat him. Using the white-hot light was merely to hasten the end of the battle. After being struck by the white-hot light, Wu Moshwan was sent flying back dozens of meters before crashing heavily onto the ground. In this state, Wu Moshwan naturally could no longer maintain his beast soul fusion and promptly reverted to human form. His abdomen bore a charred, gaping wound, and he had completely blacked out, utterly unconscious. At that moment, Zhao Shanhe also stepped onto the arena and announced loudly, I declare Lin Yuan the victor of this duel. Moreover, Wu Moshwan took prohibited drugs during the duel to forcibly enhance his own strength. Hearing this, the audience in the stands erupted in unanimous expressions of contempt. Couldn't even win while doping, what a complete waste Wu Moshwan is. However, on second thought, given Wu Moshwan's strength, he was already among the top tier of beast soul masters in his cohort. So, it wasn't that he was too weak, it was that Lin Yuan was too overpowered. Which blind fool had assessed his beast soul as having E-rank talent? Have you ever seen an E-rank chasing and pounding an S-rank before? Now, does anyone still have any objections to the examinee Lin Yuan's results? Zhao Shanhe surveyed his surroundings before posing the question. However, after these words left his mouth, the entire room fell dead silent. After all, they had all witnessed Wu Moshwan's miserable state. Daring to question Lin Yuan's results, how is that any different from courting death? Seeing no response, Zhao Shanhe strode directly to Wu Moshwan's side, hoisting the unconscious man up with one hand before handing him over to another examiner below the stage. Take him to the infirmary for treatment. While his injuries aren't life-threatening, combined with the side effects of blood rage pill, he'll certainly be bedridden for at least 10 days to half a month. The examiner shook his head regretfully and said, in that case, I doubt any prestigious school would dare to accept him now. Originally, with Wu Moshwan's grades, although not as good as Lin Yuan and Su Muxue, getting into one of the top 10 national prestigious schools would have been effortless for him. But now, not only had he crippled himself halfway, he also left everyone with an impression of misconduct. After all, if he had lost fair and square, it might still be understandable. Yet Wu Moshwan flagrantly violated the rules during the duel by taking rage blood pills only to suffer a humiliating defeat at Lin Yuan's hands, making a complete spectacle of himself. You see, those prestigious schools don't just value a beast soul master's talent, they also place great importance on their character. This time, Wu Maxuan had truly lifted a stone only to drop it on his own foot. Then, Zhao Shanhe walked straight up to Lin Yuan and said, "Congratulations on winning this one." Lin Yuan glanced at him and murmured softly, "Thank you, examiner." Zhao Shanhe arched an eyebrow in surprise. "What are you thanking me for?" he asked. Lin Yuan smiled and calmly said, "Of course, it's to thank you for giving me the chance to deal him a heavy blow." He was well aware that with Zhao Shanhe's strength, it was entirely possible for him to forcibly stop him before his white-hot beam could even be unleashed. However, Zhao Shanhe chose not to do so, and this was exactly why Lin Yuan expressed his gratitude. After Lin Yuan uttered those words, an unusual glint flickered in Zhao Shanhe's eyes. He clearly hadn't expected Lin Yuan's perception to be so sharp, discerning his intentional actions with such swiftness. Even he had to admit that this young man in front of him was not only exceptionally talented, but also possessed a remarkably mature and astute mind. Zhao Shanhe couldn't detect the slightest trace of youthful innocence in him. Instead, the boy gave off an unsettling vibe of hidden cunning. At this moment, even he couldn't foresee what achievements this young man before him would accomplish in the future. However, there was one thing he could be certain of. That is to say, a genius of this caliber would inevitably become a highly sought-after target for all parties. With this in mind, Zhao Shanhe no longer hesitated and immediately spoke up, "Kid, actually, aside from being the chief examiner for this Beast Soul trial, I have another identity. I'm an admissions officer for Demon Capital Beast University." Lin Yuan was momentarily stunned. The reputation of Demon Capital Beast University was naturally something he had heard of. You must know, Magic City Beast University stands as equals with Yinjing Beast University. These two Beast Soul Academies rank at the very pinnacle of the pyramid among all prestigious institutions. Their status is so lofty, comparable to Tsinghua and Peking University in Lin Yuan's previous life. Countless examinees literally fight tooth and nail every year just for a chance to enter these two academies. But the cruel truth was, only the most exceptional geniuses among geniuses, the most monstrous prodigies among prodigies, were qualified to enter these two academies. Yet now, Zhao Shanhe was representing the Demon Capital Beast University by actively extending an olive branch to him. However, after Zhao Shanhe made this offer, Lin Yuan's expression didn't change in the slightest. Shouldn't receiving the Demon Capital Beast University's favor warrant at least some semblance of joy? This is one of the two highest-ranked academies. Zhao Shanhe even began to wonder if Lin Yuan had heard a single word he'd said. Or perhaps this guy was so stunned with joy that he didn't even know what expression to wear? Just as Zhao Shanhe was puzzling over this, Lin Yuan's voice floated softly into his ears like a ghostly whisper. "Teacher Zhao, do all these prestigious schools recruit people so casually?" Zhao Shanhe was slightly taken aback at first, then immediately explained, "Of course not. I comprehensively evaluated your talent, strength, and your performance in the Beast Soul Refinement Assessment before extending this invitation to you." "You misunderstood, that's not what I meant." Lin Yuan shook his head and spoke with utmost sincerity. "What I meant to ask was, shouldn't your esteemed institution offer some incentives when recruiting students? After all, with my academic record, I am the top scorer in Jinhai City, right? Couldn't you at least make some promises instead of trying to get everything for free? That doesn't seem quite fair." After hearing these words, Zhao Shanhe's lips twitched violently, and he felt himself going completely numb. Just what kind of freak is this kid? Faced with the olive branch extended by Demon Capital Beast University, his first thought was actually what benefits the school could offer him. Chapter 20, the top genius coveted by prestigious schools. Although Lin Yuan's achievements in the Beast Refinement Assessment did give him the right to negotiate with the school, but this wasn't the time to start demanding benefits right off the bat. Seeing that Zhao Shanhe hadn't responded, Lin Yuan spoke up again. "Professor Zhao, as a top-tier institution, Magic Capital Beast University couldn't possibly have nothing to offer, could it?" "Of course not." Zhao Shanhe immediately replied, "As long as you're willing to enroll at Magic Capital Beast University, I can apply for full resource subsidies for you." "Full resource subsidy?" Lin Yuan suddenly grew interested. "What does it include?" "It includes 500,000 yuan in enrollment funds, 20 superior beast soul crystals, 5 beast spirit pills, plus 1 beast commander grade divine beast weapon." After hearing Zhao Shanhe's offered conditions, even Lin Yuan couldn't help but show a flash of surprise in his eyes. He clearly hadn't expected Zhao Shanhe to be able to represent Demon Capital Beast University and offer such generous terms. Just the 20 premium beast soul crystals alone were worth a staggering 200,000. On top of that, there was a 500,000 yuan scholarship, 5 beast spirit pills, and a beast general grade divine beast weapon. Lin Yuan had indeed heard of the beast spirit pill before. This kind of pill provided tremendous assistance in enhancing the potential of a beast soul. Naturally, the price of beast spirit pills was considerably higher than that of high-grade beast soul crystals, reaching 50,000 per pill. 5 beast spirit pills would amount to 250,000. As for the divine beast arms, Lin Yuan didn't know much about them. He only knew these were special weapons designed specifically for beast souls. However, even excluding this divine beast arm, the combined value of the scholarship, beast soul crystal, and beast spirit pills already amounted to nearly 1 million. It must be said, these prestigious schools were truly generous when recruiting geniuses. Of course, this was primarily because of the formidable talent Lin Yuan had demonstrated. An ordinary genius would never receive such treatment. Seeing Lin Yuan hadn't responded yet, Zhao Shanha misread it as dissatisfaction and immediately added, "Trust me, this is already the highest level treatment package I'm authorized to offer. This represents both my sincerity and the Shanghai Monster University's utmost goodwill." Just as Lin Yuan was about to speak, another figure leaped directly from the stands onto the battle platform. "Zhao Shanha, you shameless bastard. The admissions haven't even started yet, and you're already trying to trick this kid into joining your demon capital beast university?" The man before them was towering and burly, his entire frame resembling an extremely ferocious tiger, yet his entire being exuded a chilling aura. Facing Zhao Shanha, he held no courtesy whatsoever, immediately roaring in anger and calling him shameless. Seeing this scene unfold, everyone present couldn't help but freeze in astonishment. Just what kind of background did this man possess? How dare you act so insolently towards Zhao Shanha, a lord-level beast soul master? Chen Yuhu, you can't just say whatever comes to mind. Zhao Shanha let out a cold snort and bluntly retorted, "Student recruitment is ultimately a matter of mutual consent. Besides, how do you know this kid doesn't want to join our demon capital beast academy?" Chen Yuhu had no intention of continuing the argument with him. Instead, he directly turned his head and looked at Lin Yuan. "Kid, you'd better not let him fool you. Although Demon Capital Beast University is equally renowned as Yanjing Beast University, in recent years, we've consistently outpaced them in every aspect. So, there's no need for further consideration. Joining our Yanjing Beast University is the wisest choice. And what's more, the Beast Soul Academy of Yanjing can offer you equally favorable conditions. Should you choose to join us, you will receive a scholarship of 500,000, 40 top-grade Beast Souls, and 10 Beast Spirit Elixir pills." Upon hearing this, everyone present couldn't help but show expressions of astonishment. Clearly, none had anticipated that the suddenly appearing Chen Yuhu was none other than an admissions teacher from the Beast Soul Academy of Yanjing. The conditions he offered Lin Yuan were also exceptionally generous. Apart from lacking one Beast General Tier Beast God armament, the quantities of Beast Soul Crystals and Beast Spirit Pills were both doubled. As expected of the Yanjing Beast University, truly wealthy and powerful. Ah, is this the treatment top-tier geniuses receive? Not only do the two prestigious schools fight over them, but they also shower them with all sorts of resources. Cut the crap. If you could pass 10 rounds of beast refinement, you'd get the same treatment. At that moment, a voice suddenly piped up faintly from the crowd. "Just passing 10 rounds of beast refinement isn't enough. Haven't you seen how strong this guy is? When others pass 10 trials, it's because 10 is their limit. He cleared all 10 rounds of trials, because there are only 10 rounds in the beast tempering." After these words were spoken, everyone present fell into complete silence. Indeed, for a prodigy like Lin Yuan, 10 rounds of beast trials were far from reaching his limits. At that moment, Zhao Shanha erupted in fury, bellowing at Chen Yuhu, "You bastard! You dare poach right under my nose?" With Zhao Shanha's roar, the phantom of his beast soul, the raging earth bear, materialized behind him. A majestic and overwhelming aura instantly surged outward like a raging tide, causing everyone present to tremble involuntarily. Lin Yuan, standing closest, had no choice but to activate his own beast soul's power to resist this oppressive force. Yet, Chen Yuhu seemed entirely unaffected. Instead, he let out a cold snort and retorted bluntly, "Zhao Shanha, who the hell do you think you're intimidating? Do you really think I'm afraid of you?" Just as the words fell, a phantom beast soul also emerged behind Chen Yuhu. Unlike Zhao Shanha's Earth Rage Bear, what appeared behind Chen Yuhu was a massive tiger with dark purple fur, radiating an icy aura of the netherworld. Clearly, this was Chen Yuhu's beast soul. Lord-class beast soul, Phantom Shadow Tiger. Clearly, Chen Yuhu, as an admissions teacher from Yanjing Beast University, possessed extraordinary strength in his own right. At the very least, no weaker than Zhao Shanha. "Gentlemen, this is just school admissions. Must we make it so tense like drawn bows and unsheathed swords?" At that moment, a chubby man with a beaming smile also stepped onto the combat platform. In the next second, a beast soul phantom emerged behind him, an unimaginably obese exotic creature. This creature had thick, fluffy fur, a short round head, small ears hidden within its coat, and a stubby tail. Its eyes were lazily half-lidded, appearing both obese and sluggish, like a giant sloth. But what shocked everyone was that after the chubby man's beast soul phantom appeared, it actually suppressed the imposing auras of both the Earth Rage Bear and the Nether Ghost Tiger. Could it be that this fat guy's strength actually surpasses both Zhao Shanha and Chen Yuhu's? Just as everyone was looking astonished, Chen Yuhu frowned and spoke up, "Fat Ding, are you here to mediate? You have no place interfering in matters between me and Zhao Shanha. Of course not. The fat man shook his head and spoke with a smile. Since Beijing Beast University and Magic City Beast University can recruit openly, doesn't our Chuanshan Beast University have the right to cherish and appreciate talent too? Chapter 21, Shuchuan Beast University, Silver Treasure Chest. Shuchuan Beast University? This chubby guy in front of me was actually from Shuchuan Beast University? You should know that although Shuchuan Beast University's reputation can't compare to Yanjing Beast University or Mordor Beast University, it's still consistently ranked among the top 5 elite institutions. It appears that Lin Yuan's displayed talent and strength had even drawn the attention of Shuchuan Beast University, compelling them to compete for his enrollment. Zhang Yuhu sneered coldly, Ding Lushan, I was wondering why you bothered to interfere. Turns out you've also taken a fancy to this kid's talent. Though, if Magic Capital Beast University competes with us, we can live with that. You from Shuchuan Beast University, what gives you the right to compete? Cheng Yuhu's words were utterly domineering, but what backed this arrogance was precisely the prestige bestowed upon him by Yanjing Beast University. Across the entire Huaxia region, only Demon City Beast University could stand shoulder to shoulder with Yanjing Beast University in reputation. Could other institutions even deserve to be called prestigious schools? Facing the overwhelmingly aggressive Cheng Yuhu, Ding Lushan remained completely unruffled, still smiling like the ever-jovial Maitreya Buddha. If it were a fair competition, our Shuchuan Beast University naturally couldn't compete with you. But the point is, since I dare to compete, it naturally means I have this confidence. After these words were spoken, Zhao Shanha clearly became intrigued and asked with a light laugh, then tell me, where exactly does your confidence come from? Ding Lushan replied with a smile, of course, it's because we're willing to spend money. Young man, just agree to join our Sichuan Beast University, and we'll immediately grant you a 3 million yuan scholarship upon enrollment, plus 50 premium Beast Soul Crystals and 10 Beast Spirit Pills. Beyond that, we'll provide you with 20 premium Beast Soul Crystals every semester until you graduate. Trust me, when it comes to nurturing talents, our Sichuan Beast University absolutely spares no effort. Upon hearing the terms Ding Lushan had laid out, everyone present couldn't help feeling their hearts skip a beat. This was a full 3 million, enough to buy a damn house. Moreover, beyond that, top-tier Beast Soul Crystals were practically being given away, 50 pieces distributed upon enrollment, followed by 20 more every semester. Shuchuan Beast University, this is simply too extravagantly rich and overpowering. To be honest, it's not just these examinees who've seen little of the world. Even Zhao Shanha and Chang Yuehu couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Since when did Shuchuan Beast University become so overwhelmingly mighty? Damn it, no wonder Fatty Ding was so confident, he came prepared. To be honest, if they were in Lin Yuan's position, it would be hard not to be tempted. After all, the conditions offered by Shuchuan Beast University were exceptionally generous. What's more, although Shuchuan Beast University isn't the top-ranked prestigious school, it has steadily remained within the top 5. The surrounding spectator stands erupted with discussions from the examinees. I never expected Shuchuan Beast University to be so generous with admissions. Exactly. I hadn't even considered Shuchuan before, but now it seems like a decent option. All top 5 prestigious schools are good. It just depends on whether they value you or not. Indeed, it's better to be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. Rather than being at the bottom tier at Yanjing Beast University or Moto Beast University, going to Shuchuan Beast University might mean the school pours more cultivation resources into you. Keep in mind, as a Lord-level Beast Soul Master, even without fusing with a Beast Soul, their 5 senses are exceptionally sharp. The surrounding whispers naturally reached Zhao Shanha and Chang Yuhu's ears. They clearly hadn't anticipated that Shuchuan Beast University would manage to completely reshape its image among examinees with this move. This way, even if Lin Yuan rejects their admissions invitations, they absolutely wouldn't lose out. In fact, not only did Zhao Shanha and Chang Yuehu recognize this point, but even the admissions teachers from other schools had noticed it as well. How could they possibly miss such a golden opportunity to freely promote their own schools? In no time at all, recruitment officers from all the prestigious academies began stepping onto the combat platform one after another. Little friend Lin Yuan, why not consider our Jinghang Beast Academy? Our ranking is no less than Shuchuan Beast Academy, and we're willing to offer the same benefits. Just agree to join our Nanhuai Beast Academy, another top-tier institution, and you can apply for a 5 million yuan scholarship upon enrollment. Nanhuai Beast Academy? A college that consistently ranks outside the top 20 dares call itself elite? Brother Lin Yuan, our Tannan Beast Academy is your best choice. Come to our Huabei Beast Academy instead. We ranked 8th last year among prestigious schools. No matter what conditions others offer, we'll increase it by 50%. Don't listen to them. Cultivation resources are merely external aids, and more isn't always better. To become a powerful Beast Soul Master, you must rely on your own efforts. Come to our Violet Gold Beast Academy. I can personally arrange for a Beast Emperor level instructor to mentor you. These recruiting teachers genuinely wanted Lin Yuan to enroll in their schools, but at the same time, they were using this opportunity to promote their institutions as much as possible. After all, nearly 80% of all examinees were gathered in the audience stands. In an instant, the entire arena became as noisy as a bustling marketplace. Witnessing the scene before them, the examinees in the spectator stands were practically dumbstruck. When had they ever seen such a spectacle? Dozens of prestigious schools fighting over a single examinee? Are you crazy? Is this even possible? Ordinary examinees would beg and plead to get into prestigious schools. But when it comes to Lin Yuan, why does the situation become so different? Damn it, if they keep watching, they feel their eyes are gonna turn red with envy. At this very moment, Lin Yuan standing on the platform was also utterly helpless. To be honest, he hadn't expected things to take such a turn either. He'd merely engaged in a duel with Wu Moshwan, that was all. How did this turn into a recruitment fair for prestigious schools? And the person being fiercely fought over by all these top-tier institutions was none other than himself. Just as Lin Yuan was contemplating this, a system prompt suddenly sounded in his ear. You have successfully defeated a Beast Commander-level Beast Soul Master. Reward obtained, Silver Treasure Chest X1. Upon hearing the prompt sound in his ear, Lin Yuan couldn't help but freeze momentarily. He certainly knew this was the reward for winning the battle. After all, the system setting was that after each victorious battle, there was a certain chance of obtaining a treasure chest. The higher the rank of the defeated Beast Soul Master or monster, the higher the quality of the treasure chest obtained. However, what Lin Yuan didn't expect was that Wu Moshwan, who had temporarily boosted his strength by consuming the Blood Fury Pill, was actually judged by the system as a Beast General level opponent. Perhaps it was precisely because the system needed to make this determination that the reward notification tone came slightly later than usual this time. And the reward for defeating a Beast General level enemy was none other than a silver grade treasure chest, 2 tiers higher than the Black Iron grade. Chapter 22, Yanjing or Modu? Lin Yuan's choice. At this moment, Lin Yuan was extremely curious about what kind of rewards he could possibly obtain from the silver grade treasure chest. However, just as he was about to open the silver chest, Chang Yuhu's voice suddenly rang in his ears. Little brother Lin Yuan, may I ask your thoughts on this? Upon hearing Chang Yuhu's words, Lin Yuan finally snapped back to reality. Apparently, all the prestigious schools had already laid out their respective offers. Now, they were just waiting for Lin Yuan's response. To be honest, Lin Yuan had already made up his mind long ago. His ultimate choice could only be between Yanjing Beast University and Modo Beast University. Despite other prestigious institutions offering more favorable conditions, they still fell outside Lin Yuan's consideration, because only these two academies truly deserve to be called top-tier institutions. Among the numerous colleges, only Yanjing Beast University and Modo Beast University stand as truly peerless existences. At all times, one must maintain a far-sighted perspective. If you let yourself be swayed by short-term gains, the only person who'll regret it later is you. With this in mind, Lin Yuan immediately gave a slight bow and said, I'm truly overwhelmed by your kindness. However, I must apologize to everyone first. Aside from Yanjing Beast University and Modo Beast University, I don't think I'll consider other colleges for now. After Lin Yuan spoke these words, everyone apart from Zhao Shanhai and Chang Yuehu showed expressions of regret on their faces. However, they merely felt somewhat disappointed. After all, a significant portion of them hadn't truly expected Lin Yuan to accept their invitations in the first place. They simply wanted to take this opportunity to promote their own academy. Moreover, Lin Yuan's response was quite appropriate. He neither strung them along nor showed the slightest hint of arrogance in his tone. For a young man of his age, Lin Yuan's conduct was already remarkably commendable. Many people's eyes couldn't help but show a hint of admiration. Since this doesn't concern us anymore, let's disperse for now. Everyone, see you at the enrollment assembly 3 days later. Someone took the lead in saying this, and soon everyone else followed suit, leaving the combat platform one after another. After all, Lin Yuan had clearly stated he wouldn't choose any other school. For them to keep lingering here would just be asking for humiliation. Yet among this crowd, only Ding Lushan still clung to some stubborn reluctance. Taking 2 quick steps forward, he reached into his pocket and produced a business card, extending it toward Lin Yuan. Young people always want the best, that's understandable. Yet sometimes, the truth is what suits you best. If you change your mind, you can come find me anytime. Shuichuan Beast University won't let you down. Of course, if you ever need any help, feel free to come find me. Consider it a gesture of goodwill. After finishing his words, Ding Lushan patted Lin Yuan's shoulder before turning to leave. To be honest, Lin Yuan actually felt quite favorable toward this portly middle-aged man before him. After all, despite being a lord-level beast soul master, the man carried no airs of superiority whatsoever. Moreover, though this amiable-looking man appeared unassuming, his actual strength surpassed even Zhao Shanhai and Chang Yuhu, a true case of never judging a book by its cover. After Ding Lushan departed, Only Zhao Shanhe and Chang Yuhu remained before Lin Yuan. Chang Yuhu, clearly impatient, immediately questioned, "Kid, have you made up your mind yet? Will you choose Yanjing Beast University or Moto Beast University?" Lin Yuan pondered for a moment before replying, "Esteemed seniors, this matter is of great importance to me. Allow me a few more days to consider. I will give you both my answer before the enrollment conference begins." Zhao Shanhe nodded. "Indeed, the academy you choose will impact your future development. It's best to consider carefully." Cheng Yuehu spoke up with an eager expression. "What's there to consider? Of course you should choose our Yanjing Beast Academy. Though Yanjing Beast Academy may rival Moto Beast Academy in reputation, when it comes to overall strength, we can undoubtedly claim first place." Lin Yuan smiled and replied, "I'm aware of all these points you've mentioned, seniors. However, I'd like to give this matter some careful consideration." "Alright then, if you make up your mind, be sure to contact me right away." Since Lin Yuan had already stated his position clearly, Chang Yuehu naturally couldn't press further. All he could do was leave his contact information with Lin Yuan. Zhao Shanhe did exactly the same. However, after leaving his contact information with Lin Yuan, he also left him with one last remark. "To be honest, in terms of overall strength, Yanjing Beast University truly deserves its reputation as the nation's top. However, since Moto Beast University stands as Yanjing's equal in fame, it proves we at Moto possess our own unique strengths." After everyone had left, Lin Yuan finally stepped down from the dueling platform. Su Muxue had been waiting for him for a long time. "Let's go, it's time for us to head back." Su Muxue walked naturally to Lin Yuan's side and spoke up. "Alright, let's head back." To be honest, for Lin Yuan, the events of this day had simply been too overwhelming. First, he participated in the beast training assessment, then engaged in a duel with Wu Maoxuan. After defeating Wu Maoxuan, he was eagerly pursued by top-tier prestigious schools. Even Lin Yuan couldn't help feeling somewhat exhausted, wanting only to return and get some proper rest. Just then, as if suddenly remembering something, Lin Yuan asked, "Logically speaking, since you passed 9 rounds of trials, prestigious schools should have contacted you too, right?" Upon hearing this, Su Muxue couldn't help but laugh. "Then you're really underestimating them." Not to mention after the results came out, many students reached out to me right after awakening their beast souls. The terms they offered me were quite favorable, though they couldn't compare with yours, of course. Lin Yuan was momentarily stunned, an expression of astonishment flashing across his face. He clearly hadn't anticipated that the admissions teachers would compete so fiercely to this extent. They'd already proactively contacted Su Muxue immediately after the Beast Soul Awakening ceremony concluded. But upon reflection, this wasn't particularly surprising. After all, how could the performance of an awakened S-rank Beast Soul Master possibly be anything less than exceptional in the Beast Training Trials? Then, Lin Yuan asked again, "Have you considered which academy you'll attend?" To be honest, Lin Yuan was currently torn between choosing Yanjing Beast Academy or Moto Beast Academy. Chapter 23, Divine Beast Weapon, Crimson Flame Claws. As for me, I'll probably choose between Yanjing Beast Academy and Moto Beast Academy. After pondering for a while, Su Muxue spoke up. "You probably already know this too. Although there are many prestigious universities, among all of them, only these 2 institutions truly stand in a class of their own." "Yes, of course I know that." Lin Yuan asked again, "What I want to know is, between these 2 universities, which one would you choose?" Su Muxue playfully smiled. "You're not thinking about attending the same university as me, are you? If possible, that would naturally be best. We could look out for each other." Lin Yuan said, "However, I'll likely make my own choice." To be honest, as far as Lin Yuan was concerned, Su Muxue was a pretty good friend, but she wasn't important enough to easily change his mind. Upon hearing Lin Yuan's response, Su Muxue couldn't help but pout slightly, appearing somewhat displeased. Then, Su Muxue pressed her lips together and answered softly, "To be honest, when it comes to overall strength, Yanjing Beast University naturally has a stronger foundation. Nevertheless, if it were me, I would probably choose Moto Beast University." A trace of surprise surfaced in Lin Yuan's eyes. "Why is that?" Su Muxue calmly stated, "Because at Yanjing Beast University, there's someone I don't wish to see." Yet her answer only left Lin Yuan feeling more puzzled. She had never mentioned this matter to him before. Someone at Yanjing Beast University she didn't want to see? Lin Yuan was somewhat puzzled. Who could have made Su Muxue feel such revulsion that she'd rather give up Peking Beast University just to avoid them? However, Lin Yuan chose not to press the matter further. Since Su Muxue hadn't volunteered the reason, it clearly meant she didn't want to talk about it. Continuing to probe her for details under such circumstances would simply be impolite. After receiving Su Muxue's answer, Lin Yuan now faced the choice he had to make. After leaving the Beast Soul Hall, Lin Yuan naturally returned home. Without hesitation, he immediately retrieved the silver treasure chest and chose to open it. Moments later, the system's notification sound rang in his ears. Ding! Congratulations on successfully opening the silver treasure chest. You have obtained 10,000 evolution points. Ding! Congratulations on successfully opening the silver treasure chest and obtaining 1 Beast General Tier Divine Weapon. Lin Yuan clearly hadn't expected that he would directly obtain 2 rewards from the silver treasure chest. Moreover, one of the rewards was none other than a Beast God weapon. You should know, among the conditions Zhao Shanha offered earlier, there was actually a Beast General level Beast God weapon. Lin Yuan didn't know much about Beast God weapons. He only understood they were weapons or armor designed to assist beast souls in battle. However, what truly interested Lin Yuan was the actual value of such weapons. Fortunately, the internet in this world was relatively advanced. Much information can be found online. With this in mind, Lin Yuan immediately turned on his computer and searched for information about the Beast God weapon. The first thing that caught his eye was a string of news headlines. A Beast Emperor level Divine Beast weapon was shockingly unveiled at the Tianfeng auction, fetching a staggering price of 5 billion. A Lord Tier Beast God weapon forged by Master Smith Ouyang Yan will be auctioned in Yuhang City 5 days from now. Shocking! A Beast God weapon purchased by a young man from a street stall turned out to be a premium Beast King grade weapon after its seal was broken. Recently, Tianhai City successfully dismantled an underground workshop producing inferior Beast Soul weapons, confiscating 83.5 million in illegal profits. News about Beast God weapons appears endlessly in dazzling variety. However, those worthy of appearing in the news are mostly Beast Sovereign level or higher Beast Gods. This level of Divine Beast armament was clearly beyond Lin Yuan's reach for the time being. But under Lin Yuan's thorough search, he soon gained a rough understanding of the varying prices of Divine Beast weapons across different tiers. The classification of Beast Divine weapons follows the same hierarchy as Beast Soul Masters, divided into Battle Beast, Beast General, Beast King, Beast Lord, and Beast Emperor ranks. Among them, Warbeast grade Beast God weapons are mostly mass-produced using ordinary materials, not even requiring blacksmiths to forge them. Under such circumstances, the price of these Beast God weapons naturally becomes the most affordable. The cheaper Warbeast grade Beast God weapons generally cost around 5,000, not even as expensive as a single high-quality Beast Soul crystal. However, even the most expensive Warbeast grade Beast God weapons won't exceed 50,000 in price. After all, for the vast majority of Beast Soul Masters, the Warrior tier is merely the most basic rank. Any Beast Soul Master who awakens a B-grade Beast Soul or above won't remain at the Warrior tier for long. Given these circumstances, the relatively low price of Warrior tier Beast God arms is understandable. By comparison, General tier Beast God arms command a significantly higher price. Even the cheapest Beast General grade Divine Beast arms cost a staggering 50,000. As for the more expensive ones, their prices range from 100,000 to 500,000. In fact, some premium-grade Divine Beast arms can even fetch prices exceeding 500,000. This pricing drastically exceeded Lin Yuan's expectations. He clearly hadn't anticipated that even merely commander-level Beast God arms would already be this exorbitantly expensive. However, Beast God arms above the commander level begin requiring special materials for forging, with just the raw materials alone representing a significant expenditure. Beyond that, they also require specialized blacksmiths to perform the forging. Under such circumstances, the high price of commander-level Beast God arms is actually quite reasonable. As for the higher-tier Beast King-level Beast Soul weapons, their prices go without saying. Lin Yuan scanned through them. Even the cheapest Beast King-level Beast Soul weapons were priced at over $1 million. As for those high-quality Beast King-level Beast Soul weapons, their prices could easily reach several million or even tens of millions. The most expensive Beast Soul weapon Lin Yuan saw was priced at a staggering 55 million. The price was so exorbitant it made Lin Yuan's head spin. It seems that these Beast God arms are truly remarkable treasures. Without hesitation, Lin Yuan immediately retrieved the Divine Beast weapon from his system space, the very weapon he'd obtained from opening the silver treasure chest. In the next moment, a pair of enormous crimson claws, blazing like fire, materialized right before Lin Yuan's eyes. There's no doubt, this must be the Beast God weapon he obtained from the silver treasure chest. Subsequently, the attributes of this Beast God weapon materialized before Lin Yuan's eyes. Blazing Claw, Beast God weapon, grade, Beast Commander tier. Introduction: when attacking enemies, flames will ignite on its claws, dealing additional fire attribute damage. It seems that with the system's assistance, he can directly view the attributes of the Beast God weapon. This is quite convenient for him indeed. Although Lin Yuan still couldn't determine the actual quality grade of this Beast God weapon. But in his mind, since it was a reward from a silver tier treasure chest, it shouldn't be too disappointing, right? After hesitating for a moment, Lin Yuan walked out of his room and headed straight to the backyard. Then, holding his breath and focusing his mind, he immediately initiated Beast Soul Fusion. With just a single thought, Lin Yuan instantly transformed into a 10-meter-tall black monstrosity. Fortunately, the neighborhood he lived in was quite remote. so even if he fused with his beast soul here, it wouldn't draw too much attention. After completing the beast soul fusion, Lin Yuan immediately took out the blazing flame claws, and equipped them onto his front claws. Click! A soft snap echoed. Flame Claw had perfectly fused with Lin Yuan's beast claw. A scorching sensation emanated from Lin Yuan's massive claw. Looking down, he saw his enormous claw had turned crimson red, appearing as if it were wreathed in blazing flames. The reason why the beast god weapon fit Lin Yuan's claw so seamlessly wasn't because their sizes coincidentally matched, but because beast god weapons typically contained a special metal called memory alloy. This metal can freely change its shape. Under such circumstances, it's naturally no difficult task to make blazing claws perfectly fit Lin Yuan's own massive claws. Moreover, Lin Yuan could genuinely feel that the blazing claws, equipped on his massive talons, truly enhanced his strength and explosive power. Lin Yuan raised his massive claw and unleashed a full-powered killing strike. A piercing roar that split the air erupted suddenly. Meanwhile, scorching flames ignited upon Lin Yuan's massive claws, bursting forth with a dazzling blaze midair. Though Lin Yuan currently possessed only the strength of a 3-star beast general, yet he could distinctly sense that this single claw strike had unleashed power equivalent to a 5-star beast general's might. At the same time, Lin Yuan's strike could also deal fire attribute damage to the opponent. And this was the enhancement this divine beast armament brought him. Chapter 24, Hidden Dragon Ranking, Beast King Ranking, Divine Beast Ranking. After testing the power of the divine beast armament, Lin Yuan also exited his beast god fusion state and returned to his own room. To be honest, the effect of the beast god armament had somewhat exceeded his expectations. He clearly hadn't anticipated that the beast god armament could bring such a tremendous power boost to a beast soul master. If Lin Yuan had possessed this beast god armament earlier, then he wouldn't even need to use his incandescent light to effortlessly obliterate Wu Moshuan, who had taken the rage blood pill. Lin Yuan then began researching relevant information about Yanjing Beast University and Modu Beast University. When it came to choosing a school, Lin Yuan was being extremely cautious. After all, this was a major decision that would affect his future development. After browsing through the content for nearly 2 to 3 hours, Lin Yuan now had a general understanding of these two academies. Needless to say, Yanjing Beastmaster Academy boasted a centuries-old heritage with profound foundations. Not only did it have an outstanding faculty, but the entire academy was also teeming with geniuses and prodigies. To qualify as a faculty member at Yanjing Beast University, one must at minimum be a Lord-tier Beast Soul Master. Moreover, at regular intervals, even Emperor-tier Beast Soul Masters personally emerge to conduct lectures and accept disciples. What does an Emperor-tier Beast Soul Master signify? Even within the entire Beast Soul Master community, they stand at the very pinnacle of the pyramid. Moreover, Yanjing Beast University is renowned for producing prodigious talents. Statistics compiled by scholars reveal that 40% of the nation's newly advanced Beast King-level Beastmasters in a given year were alumni of Yanjing Beast University. As for newly advanced Lord-level Beastmasters, a staggering 30% hailed from Yanjing Beast University. What terrifying statistics these are! Among the newly emerged powerful Beast Soul Masters, those hailing from Yanjing Beast University alone account for half of the elite. Precisely because of this, in the eyes of the vast majority, Yanjing Beast University indisputably holds the title as the nation's top institution in overall strength. Yet this only made Lin Yuan grow even more curious. If Yanjing Beast University is overwhelmingly dominant, how did Modo Beast University manage to achieve equal fame and prestige alongside it? This seemed absolutely incredible to Lin Yuan's eyes. With such questions in mind, Lin Yuan immediately began searching through relevant materials about Magic City Beast University. An hour later, an unmistakable look of awe surfaced in Lin Yuan's eyes. Admittedly, in terms of overall strength, Magic City Beast University indeed couldn't rival Yanjing Beast University. Even in terms of the number of Beast Soul Masters they've cultivated, they still can't compare to Yanjing Beast University. Yet even so, Magic Capital Beast University remains on par with Yanjing Beast University in reputation. The reason lies in this. Demon Capital Beast University has nurtured numerous top-tier Beast Soul Masters. Here, top-tier doesn't refer to Beast King or Overlord level, but the true apex of the pyramid, the Beast Emperor level. Take last year for example, there were a total of 7 Beast Soul Masters who successfully advanced to Beast Emperor level experts. Yet, among these 7 Beast Emperor level experts, 4 came from Modu Beast University. This ratio is equally staggering. In fact, an online rumor even circulates claiming that is to say, Yanjing Beast University cultivates strong warriors, while Modu Beast University nurtures top-tier elites. Soon afterward, Lin Yuan deduced the reason behind this outcome through factual reasoning. However, this reason turned out to be even simpler than Lin Yuan had imagined. Namely, Modu Beast University worships martial prowess. That's right, just these two simple words explain why Demon City Beast University can cultivate top-tier beast soul masters. Within this elite institution, competition is everywhere. If you want alchemical resources, you'll have to fight for them against others. If you desire powerful beast god weapons, you'll equally need to struggle against your peers. What's more, if you don't fight for it, you won't even qualify to listen to the teacher's lectures. At Demon Capital Beast University, no matter how talented or exceptional you are, if you don't compete, you'll just be trampled underfoot. In fact, Demon Capital Beast University has even established 3 ranking lists specifically: the Hidden Dragon ranking, the Beast King ranking, and the Divine Beast ranking. Among them, only freshmen enrolled for less than a year are qualified to be listed on the Hidden Dragon ranking. To qualify for the Beast King ranking, one must have studied at the academy for at least a year and attain the Beast King level realm. If you've been enrolled for a full year and still haven't reached Beast King level, then apologies, you won't qualify for either the Hidden Dragon ranking or the Beast King ranking. As for the qualifications to be listed on the Beast God ranking, the requirements are even more stringent, because there are only 500 people total who can make it onto the Divine Beast ranking. Moreover, this ranking list is not just for students currently enrolled at Magic Capital Beast University, it even includes those Beast Masters who have already graduated. So, rather than calling it the Beast God rankings, it's more accurate to say it's Demon City Beast Academy's honorary rankings. All powerful individuals who graduate from Demon City Beast University are eligible to be listed on the Beast God ranking, and they take great pride in being honored on this prestigious list. Today, the top of the Beast God ranking is none other than the former principal of Demon City Beast University, Black Dragon Emperor Chu Longwang. Beyond being the previous principal of Demon City Beast University, he is also one of China's foremost Beast Emperor-level powerhouses, making his position at the pinnacle of the Beast God ranking well-deserved. Moreover, the 3 major rankings at Demon City Beast University are not just for show. Anyone who makes it onto these rankings will receive monthly rewards distributed by the university. At the same time, the higher your ranking, the more generous the rewards you can obtain. To climb the rankings is simple: challenge those ranked above you, defeat them, and you'll take their place. Under such circumstances, the strong grow stronger while the weak grow weaker. If you want anything, you have to fight for it yourself, battle, and crush everyone who stands in your way. It's no exaggeration to say that Modu Beast University has taken the jungle law of survival of the fittest to its absolute extreme. This is the martial spirit of Modu Beast University. By the time Lin Yuan had finished learning about these 2 universities, it was already dark outside. He opened the window and gazed at the night view outside, his resolve already firm. If Yanjing Beast University was a cradle for the strong, then Modu Beast University was a brutal arena. Only the strongest, most ferocious beasts could possibly emerge victorious from this merciless coliseum. This was why, though Yanjing Beast University could nurture numerous powerful beast masters, the truly elite ones mostly hail from Modu Beast University. Hidden Dragon ranking, Beast King ranking, Beast God ranking. As long as you have strength, you can seize everything you desire. Everything about the Demon City Beast Academy made Lin Yuan's heart surge with excitement. Outside the window, the bright moon hung high as the night breeze gently brushed by. Yet Lin Yuan's gaze burned with fierce determination. Since one must ultimately rise above all others, why can't that person be me? Chapter 25. The more you have nothing, the more you must bet it all. Early in the morning, Lin Yuan promptly dialed Zhao Shanhe's number. Hello? Who's calling? As soon as the call connected, Zhao Shanhe's voice immediately came through from the other end. Senior Zhao, it's me, Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan? Recognizing Lin Yuan's voice, Zhao Shanhe immediately perked up, cleared his throat, and asked, have you made your decision? Yes, I've decided. I'm planning to enroll at Demon Capital Beast University, Lin Yuan stated. Great! Zhao Shanhe let out an excited exclamation but quickly caught himself, clearing his throat twice to mask his embarrassment. Trust me, Demon Capital Beast University won't let you down, and you won't regret today's choice. To be honest, Zhao Shanhe said, I even filed a special application yesterday, hoping to secure some additional subsidies for you. After all, no matter how you look at it, you've cleared 10 rounds of beast tempering, you're a top-tier genius by any standard. However, the school's regulations are very strict. No matter how outstanding a student is, they absolutely refuse to increase the subsidy amount. The higher-ups at the school are all a bunch of proud old fossils. They much prefer students who join voluntarily, looking down on using cultivation resources to attract talented students. Of course, the situation should be the same over at Yanjing Beast Academy. Lin Yuan nodded and said, I understand. I'm already very grateful that you would show me such kindness, senior. There's no need to be so formal. Zhao Shanhe spoke up, from now on, we'll all be at the same school. No need to call me senior, just call me teacher. By the way, does that fellow Chang Yuehu know you're planning to join our demonic capital Beast University? Lin Yuan replied, I haven't had the chance to tell Senior Chang yet, but I'll give him a call later to inform him. No problem. If you're uncomfortable bringing it up, I can tell him for you instead. Great. I'll leave it to Teacher Zhao then. Don't mention it, it's nothing. Zhao Shanha's tone was brimming with pride. Truth be told, he couldn't wait to see the priceless expression on Cheng Yuehu's face. So what if your Yanjing Beast Academy ranks first in overall strength? Lin Yuan's final choice was still our Motu Beast Academy, wasn't it? At that moment, Zhao Shanha suddenly remembered something and asked, by the way, kid, I'm quite curious, why did you suddenly decide to enroll at Demon Capital Beast University? Because compared to Yanjing Beast University, Demon Capital treats everyone more fairly. More fair? Zhao Shanha was momentarily taken aback, clearly not grasping Lin Yuan's meaning. Exactly. For me, the Monster Capital tournament is much fairer. Lin Yuan calmly spoke, because Demon Capital Beast Academy reveres martial prowess. Whatever you desire, you must fight for it against others. I have no family background or connections. For someone like me who has nothing, Demon Beast University is the best choice. Because here, I can fight for everything I want. After listening to Lin Yuan's words, Zhao Shanha couldn't help but freeze. He clearly hadn't expected that Lin Yuan would join Demon Metropolis Beast University for such a reason. From Lin Yuan's calm tone, he could nevertheless sense an unmistakable madness of going all in. Fatally, Zhao Shanha suddenly felt that the person conversing with him wasn't a teenager under 20 at all, but rather a desperate gambler with nothing to lose. Precisely because he had nothing, he had to stake everything. Either suffer crushing defeat and lose it all, or achieve consecutive victories and win everything. Zhao Shanha finally realized that perhaps he had still underestimated this kid too much. After ending the communication with Zhao Shanha, Lin Yuan also began to formulate his next plans. Since he had already chosen Demon Capital Beast University, there was no point in second-guessing now. There are still nearly 2 months left before school starts. What I should focus on now is how to maximize my strength during these 2 months. With the power of a 3-star beast general, no peer in a small place like Jinhai City could rival him anymore. However, this is no reason for Lin Yuan to grow complacent. After all, within the Demon City Beast Academy, true geniuses are as numerous as clouds, and monstrous talents run rampant. Lin Yuan researched the average strength of previous freshmen at Demon City Beast Academy. With his current abilities, he could at best rank in the upper middle tier. Achieving a top position on the Hidden Dragon ranking seemed beyond his reach for now. To be honest, realizing this still came as a bit of a shock to Lin Yuan. He clearly hadn't anticipated that the strength capable of clearing 10 rounds of beast trials would only rank him as mid to upper tier among the freshmen at Demon Metropolitan Beast University. It seemed his perspective had been far too limited. He'd fundamentally underestimated how many true geniuses existed in this world. Yet this realization only further ignited Lin Yuan's fighting spirit. A genius? So what if that's the case? As long as one's strength is formidable enough, even so-called geniuses can be trampled underfoot. After entering the Demon Capital Beast Academy, Lin Yuan's first goal was to claim the top spot on the Hidden Dragon ranking. The Hidden Dragon ranking derived its name from the phrase "a hidden dragon lies in the depths." Only freshmen enrolled for no more than 1 year are qualified to be listed on the Hidden Dragon ranking. This is precisely why the Hidden Dragon ranking is also known as the freshman ranking. Only the most talented and monstrously gifted freshmen have the qualifications to rank at the top of this list. Similarly, those who can secure a top position on the Hidden Dragon ranking become eligible to receive vast resources allocated by Demon Capital Beast University. The top spot of the Hidden Dragon ranking, this is the goal Lin Yuan has set for himself. Since I've been given a second chance at life, it would be utterly dull not to glimpse the view from the summit. Therefore, Lin Yuan resolved to trample all prodigies beneath his feet. Once the resource subsidy from Moto Beast University is distributed, I'll receive 500,000 enrollment funds, 20 premium beast soul crystals, 5 beast spirit pills, plus a beast general grade divine beast weapon. The 500,000 enrollment funds were no small sum for Lin Yuan. After all, an inferior beast soul crystal costs barely $100 apiece. If all this money were used to purchase inferior beast soul crystals, it would be enough to buy a full 5,000 of them. Based on Lin Yuan's previous experience, an inferior beast soul crystal could provide him with 1,000 evolution points. 5,000 inferior beast soul crystals. That was a full 5 million evolution points. Just thinking about this number made Lin Yuan's breathing quicken involuntarily. He couldn't even imagine what levels his strength might reach with 5 million evolution points. Chapter 26, Su Mushue's Origins. Soon, Lin Yuan and Su Mushue had both completed their school enrollment intention forms. After collecting both enrollment forms, Zhao Shanha's face was practically creasing with unstoppable smiles. With this, both Lin Yuan and Su Mushue, those incomparably gifted talents, had now officially become reserve students of their Shanghai Beast University. This time, he had thoroughly outmaneuvered Cheng Yuhu. After all, apart from these two, Jinhai City had almost no other geniuses to speak of. Of course, if we're being honest, Wu Moshuan could barely qualify as a genius. At the very least, he had awakened an S-rank beast soul after all. Under normal circumstances, Wu Moshwan would absolutely be the kind of talent they'd want to recruit. It's just a shame that this guy's character is seriously lacking. During his match against Lin Yuan, he even resorted to taking the highly side-effect-laden violent blood pill just to secure a victory. So, unsurprisingly, even if he submits his enrollment application to Yanqing Beast University, it probably won't be approved. After all, Yanqing Beast University values not only a beast soul master's talent and strength but also places equal importance on their moral character. Those with questionable moral character will undoubtedly be excluded from the recruitment consideration. Alright, go home now, leave the rest to me. Zhao Shanha said with a smile, when school starts in 2 months, you two will be fellow students. His words perfectly struck a chord with Su Mushue's feelings. The latter immediately lowered her head slightly, revealing a shy smile. Su Mushue's little secret thoughts naturally couldn't escape Zhao Shanha's notice. Though Zhao Shanha didn't say anything aloud, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. That Lin Yuan kid really has quite the luck with the ladies. At this moment, Lin Yuan suddenly spoke up. Wait, Teacher Zhao, I have one more question to ask. What is it? Actually, it's nothing too important. Lin Yuan paused before continuing. I just wanted to ask when the school's promised financial aid will be disbursed. Normally, it's always distributed after the semester begins. Zhao Shanha glanced at him and said, however, if you're in a hurry, I can arrange for the logistics department to issue it to you in advance. Zhao Shanha, still carry enough weight for that. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan immediately smiled and said, then I'll have to trouble you, Teacher Zhao. To be honest, others might think Lin Yuan seems a bit opportunistic, but Zhao Shanha understood him perfectly. After all, Zhao Shanha himself came from a humble background, so he knew better than anyone how difficult it was for ordinary beast soul masters to rise through the ranks. Even he himself had to endure many hardships to achieve what he has today. Back then, like Lin Yuan, he too had to pinch every penny, wishing he could split a single beast soul crystal into two to make it last. So, if he could offer Lin Yuan some convenience, Zhao Shanha would naturally do so without hesitation. Then, Zhao Shanha turned to Su Mushue and asked, how about you? Do you also need to draw your subsidy in advance? Su Mushue immediately nodded with a sweet smile, thank you, Teacher Zhao. Though Su Mushue also opted for an advance on resources, Zhao Shanha noticed she lacked the urgency and hunger that Lin Yuan displayed. It seemed her family background was considerably better than Lin Yuan's. Zhao Shanha then said with a smile, alright, I'll notify you both as soon as I have any updates. I hope you'll demonstrate even greater strength after the school year begins, consider it doing me proud. After Lin Yuan and Su Mushue departed, Zhao Shanha returned to his initial leisurely state. He picked up the teapot, pouring tea while humming a tune unconsciously, clearly in excellent spirits. At that moment, an immensely tall figure suddenly appeared before him, unabashedly grabbing a teacup. Chang Yuhu, what's wrong with you? Instead of properly handling admissions, you come here to mooch tea off me? Zhao Shanha raised his head with clear displeasure. I didn't even need to look to know it was you. The moment you entered, that icy chill hit me like a wave, more effective than any air conditioner. Zhao Shanha, quit pretending innocence while secretly enjoying the benefits. Chang Yuhu snorted coldly and said, you got off cheap. What's wrong with mooching some of your tea? If you're not convinced, let's step outside and settle it right now. If I don't beat you until you're crying for your mommy and daddy, I'll write my name backwards. Zhao Shanha chuckled. It was clearly a mutually agreeable arrangement. How can you say I got off cheap? If you want to blame someone, blame your Yanqing Beast University for being so unappealing, it couldn't even catch that kid's eye. Chang Yuhu scoffed. Spare me, who knows if you didn't somehow sweet-talk him into it. If he didn't choose our Yanqing Beast University, that's his loss. Zhao Shanha chuckled and said, listen to you, sounds a bit like sour grapes to me. However, there's one thing I must correct you about. Chang Yuehu frowned and asked, what is it? Zhao Shanha chuckled and said, this time, I didn't snatch just one bargain, but two. Buy one, get one free. Didn't see that coming, did you? What kind of nonsense is this? Chang Yuhu's eyes widened as he cursed impatiently, Zhao Shanha, speak clearly if you have something to say. Stop talking in riddles. Seeing Chang Yuhu on the verge of losing his temper, Zhao Shanha dared not tease him further and blurted out, did you know Su Mushue, who ranked second in this beast training assessment, also chose our magic capital Beast University? However, what Zhao Shanha didn't expect was Chang Yuhu's reaction. His face twisted into an utterly peculiar expression the moment those words left his mouth. What's with that expression? If you're jealous, just say it, I won't laugh at you. Zhao Shanha glanced at Chang Yuhu, a faint suspicion bubbling up in his mind. This guy, had he pushed him too far? After a few seconds of silence, Chang Yuhu finally spoke slowly. To be honest, I'm not the least bit surprised this little girl chose your demon capital Beast Academy. Do you know her? As Chang Yuhu uttered those words, a flicker of astonishment flashed across Zhao Shanha's eyes. From his tone, it sounded as though he had always known Su Mushue would choose the Magic City Beast Academy. More than just acquainted. Chang Yuhu lowered his voice and warned, "Don't say I didn't remind you. Once you're a demon capital beast university, you'd better look after her properly. That little girl's background is anything but ordinary." Chapter 27, Special Constitution, Nuclear Radiation Resistance. It had to be said, Zhao Shanha's efficiency in handling matters was truly impressive. On the third day after submitting his enrollment letter of intent, Lin Yuan received the special subsidy promised by Monstrous Metropolis Beast University. Just as Zhao Shanha had promised, the university provided him with 500,000 yuan in subsidy funds, 20 premium beast soul crystals, 5 beast spirit pills, and 1 beast general level divine beast weapon. However, unlike the Crimson Flame Claws he previously obtained, this divine beast weapon from Monstrous Metropolis Beast University was more defensive in nature. Blackthorn Spiked Armor, Beast Divine Weapon. Grade, Beast General Tier. Description: when equipped with this Beast Divine Weapon, your scales will become harder, and your back will be covered with sharp spines. Any enemy attacking you will suffer counter damage from these spines. With the system's introduction, Lin Yuan quickly grasped the general usage of this Beast God armament. If he hadn't misunderstood, the function of this, Blackthorn armor, lies in defense and counterattack. In Lin Yuan's view, this Beast God armament was actually quite practical. Moreover, it was still relatively suitable for him. Now, he possessed both an offensive and a defensive Beast God weapon, which had significantly boosted his own strength. After receiving the subsidy issued by the school, the first thing Lin Yuan did was head to the Beast Soul Hall, and exchange all 500,000 in his hands for low-grade Beast Soul crystals. For Lin Yuan, these low-quality crystals laden with high levels of nuclear radiation were the most cost-effective cultivation resources. After all, a single inferior-grade crystal costs just 100 yuan but can provide him with 1,000 evolution points. How is this any different from getting it for free? With this 500,000 yuan, Lin Yuan bought a staggering 5,000 inferior Beast Soul crystals. The quantity was so massive that it filled 10 whole burlap sacks to the brim. A full 10 sacks of inferior Beast Soul crystals were certainly more than Lin Yuan could carry alone, so he simply called a small truck to haul all 10 sacks directly back home. To be honest, his actions completely stunned the staff at the Beast Soul Hall. Purchasing inferior crystals was one thing. You're buying them by the damn sackful. Buying so much, planning to haul it back to feed the pigs? After transporting the 10 sacks of inferior Beast Soul crystals back home, for Lin Yuan, the 2-month training period was about to officially begin. To be honest, even he himself was extremely eager to see just how much his strength could grow during these 2 months. Lin Yuan then directly took out an inferior Beast Soul crystal, grasped it in his hand, and began absorbing the nuclear radiation within. This was something he discovered after research, that even without entering the Beast Soul fusion state, he could still use the system to absorb energy. The only difference was that the absorption speed would be slightly slower. But this was utterly insignificant to Lin Yuan. After all, his current size was far too enormous. Maintaining such a colossal form was far too conspicuous and highly inconvenient. Soon enough, 15 minutes later, the system's notification chime promptly rang out in his ears. Ding! Congratulations on successfully absorbing nuclear radiation and acquiring 1,000 evolution points. In just 15 short minutes, 1,000 evolution points were credited. However, for Lin Yuan, this was merely the beginning. Without wasting any time, he grabbed another inferior Beast Soul crystal and began absorbing it once more. The sky gradually darkened. In the blink of an eye, an entire afternoon had passed. During this time, Lin Yuan sat as motionless as a meditating monk, not moving an inch from his spot. Surrounding him were nothing but the empty husks of Beast Soul crystals. In just one afternoon, he had absorbed 34 inferior-grade Beast Soul crystals, amassing 34,000 evolution points. It seems that completely absorbing all 5,000 inferior Beast Soul crystals won't be an easy task. On average, Lin Yuan would need to absorb 84 inferior Beast Soul crystals every day to finish them all before the semester begins. That would amount to a full 5 million evolution points. Who knows if 5 million evolution points would be enough to support his advancement to the Beast King level. If I can break through to the Beast King level, I'll have more confidence in competing for the rankings. Just as Lin Yuan was thinking this, the system's notification sound rang in his ears once again. Ding! Congratulations on successfully absorbing nuclear radiation and acquiring 1,000 evolution points. Your body has mutated during the process of absorbing nuclear radiation, granting you radio-resistant constitution. Body mutation? Radiation-resistant constitution? Upon hearing this system prompt, a flicker of astonishment flashed through Lin Yuan's eyes. He clearly hadn't anticipated gaining an unexpected bonus while absorbing the inferior Beast Soul crystal. Without hesitation, Lin Yuan immediately pulled up his personal attribute panel. Information about this physique immediately appeared before him. Radiation-resistant physique, special physique. Description: after possessing this physique, you will fear no level of nuclear radiation. Fear no nuclear radiation, huh? Upon reading this description, Lin Yuan couldn't help but chuckle lightly. This is truly becoming more and more like Godzilla. Before this, he could only convert small amounts of nuclear radiation into evolution points with the system's assistance. But now with this constitution, Lin Yuan could completely disregard nuclear radiation. Although this constitution might seem somewhat useless at first glance, it actually has some practical benefits. After all, back when they were trying to eliminate those powerful monsters, many countries resorted to using nuclear weapons. This is precisely why there exist numerous forbidden zones worldwide with excessively high levels of nuclear radiation. At the very least, after obtaining this special constitution, Lin Yuan would now be able to freely enter these restricted areas. Having clarified the function of this unique physical trait, Lin Yuan closed his personal attribute panel and resumed absorbing inferior beast soul crystals. This was a habit he had developed in his previous life, to focus wholeheartedly on whatever he was doing, free from distractions. The only thing he needed to do now was convert all these inferior beast soul crystals into evolution points and use them to enhance his strength. Demon Capital Beast University, Conference Hall. Both sides of the conference table in the hall were filled with people. Seated at the head position was a middle-aged man with an imposing countenance. Dressed in black martial attire, his spine erect as a spear, he exuded a heart-palpitating aura of pressure. Though his features could not be called handsome, they gave off a rugged masculinity, particularly those tiger-like eyes that made anyone they swept over feel as though they'd been targeted by a jungle predator. "Everyone, you've worked hard these past days." The tiger-eyed man spoke in a deep voice. "So far, our Demon Capital Beast University's enrollment efforts can be considered successfully completed." Clearly, this dignified, tiger-eyed man before them was none other than Wang Ting, the current president of Demon Capital Beast University, one of the strongest Beast Emperor-level powerhouses within Demon Capital Beast University. And seated before Wang Ting were naturally the teachers responsible for this academic year's admissions work. Although most of these admissions teachers were also Lord-level Beast Soul Masters, they didn't even dare to breathe heavily in Wang Ting's presence. "I've reviewed all the freshman reports you've compiled." Wang Ting crossed his hands and slightly bowed forward. This year's batch of freshmen seems to be of higher quality than previous years. Of course, this isn't just true for our Magic City Beast University. The same trend appears at Yanjing Beast University, Sichuan Beast University, indeed across all top-tier Beast Universities. It seems this year is destined to be one where extraordinary talents emerge in abundance. To be honest, we're all eager to see how many truly powerful individuals will emerge from this batch of freshmen. Wang Ting's words weren't wrong. Only those geniuses who have grown through trials and tribulations can potentially become true powerhouses. And those geniuses who died prematurely, no matter how dazzling their talents had been, would ultimately have their names forgotten by all. At this very moment, all the admissions officers' gazes were fixed upon Wang Ting, because they understood clearly that Wang Ting had a purpose in uttering these words. Sure enough, after pausing briefly, Wang Ting chuckled lightly and continued speaking. "However, waiting for these geniuses to fully mature proves to be an excruciatingly slow process. If we really wait until then, I'm afraid I'll already have retired. So, I discussed with the other school principals, and since this year's freshman class is of such outstanding quality, we might as well take this opportunity to organize a national freshman invitational tournament." Chapter 28, The Top Scholar of Magic Capital, Songlan. National New Students Tournament? Upon hearing these words, the teachers present exchanged puzzled glances, their faces filled with confusion. Because prior to this, there had never been such a precedent. To be precise, even if there had been any, it was only limited to the scope of a single school. Yet the meaning behind Wang Ting's words clearly suggested it would encompass all schools nationwide. Principal Wang Ting, this is truly a grand gesture. After a long silence, one of the teachers finally spoke up first. Then, everyone began to discuss fervently. The National Freshman Fellowship Tournament is indeed an excellent idea. It's the perfect opportunity to gather the geniuses from major universities and let them compete. You're absolutely right. How could a mere beast soul trial possibly distinguish the true hierarchy among those so-called geniuses? This is the perfect opportunity to teach those arrogant geniuses a lesson, to show them that there's always someone better, skies beyond skies. So that means we're in for quite a show, aren't we? That's hard to say. How long have these freshmen even awakened their beast souls? No matter how talented they are, their strength must still be limited. If you ask me, this competition probably won't be exciting at all. Listen to you talk as if you weren't once just a fledgling beast warrior yourself. Isn't this National Freshman Combat Tournament exactly the kind of trial by fire these rookies need? I still feel it's inappropriate. These freshmen have just enrolled. Shouldn't this be the time for them to focus on cultivation and prepare for their eventual breakthroughs? Wasting time on aggressive confrontations at this stage seems rather unwise. How can this be considered mere aggression? Have you forgotten our Demon Capital Beast University's motto? The reason our institution stands equal to Yanjing Beast University is precisely because of that relentless competitive spirit ingrained in our bones. Seeing the disagreement among the group, Wang Ting had to step in to mediate. Alright, everyone quiet. Although Wang Ting hadn't unleashed any oppressive aura, no one dared disobey the words spoken from his mouth. After everyone had quieted down, Wang Ting scanned the surroundings with his gaze before smiling and speaking. The National Freshman League tournament is already confirmed. I'm simply informing you all about it now. So there's nothing left to discuss regarding this matter. The sole reason I've gathered you here is because I hope you can provide me with a list of names. After all, you are all teachers responsible for this year's admissions and should have a better understanding of this incoming class at our demon capital Beast University. After Wang Ting finished speaking, one teacher immediately asked, Principal Wang Ting, how many students will represent our demon capital Beast University in the competition this time? Tentatively set at 12. Wang Ting explained, including 10 core members and 1 alternate member. Not just our demon capital Beast University, other schools are the same. After Wang Ting voiced these words, all the teachers nodded thoughtfully. Only 12 can be selected? The competition sounds pretty fierce. Indeed, I doubt anyone would want to miss this opportunity, right? Why make things so complicated? Why not just use the rankings from the Hidden Dragon list? Exactly. The rankings on the Hidden Dragon list contain absolutely no fluff. Evidently, these teachers held the Hidden Dragon list in exceptionally high regard. After all, it was one of the 3 major ranking systems at Demon Capital Beast University. As a freshman, as long as your strength is formidable enough, you can secure a place on the Hidden Dragon rankings. To be honest, I've actually considered that suggestion of yours as well. Wang Ting chuckled and said, but if we only use the rankings on the Hidden Dragon list as the sole criterion, some omissions are bound to happen. Upon hearing this, a teacher couldn't help but voice his doubt. Isn't the Hidden Dragon's ranking supposed to be the fairest list? How could there possibly be any oversights? Of course there is. Wang Ting spoke up, because the rankings on the Hidden Dragon list primarily measure your actual combat prowess. As long as your combat skills are strong enough, you can challenge higher ranks and take their place. But have you ever considered that sometimes, a Beast Soul Master's strength isn't solely determined by their combat abilities? For example, let's talk about this freshman I'm about to recommend. Wang Ting's words instantly piqued everyone's curiosity. They were all eager to learn what exactly Wang Ting had been building up to with his lengthy introduction. Could it be that the principal was planning to give someone special treatment by pulling strings? Then, Wang Ting continued speaking. His name is Song Lan. He achieved exceptional results in this year's Beast Soul assessment and is the top scorer of our Magic City. Being able to become the top scorer of our Magic City, I believe no one should question his talent. Moreover, his strength is formidable. Right upon awakening, his Beast Soul already possessed the power of a Beast Commander. Although he awakened his Beast Soul not long ago, his strength had already reached 7-star Beast Commander level before the Beast Refinement Assessment began. Beast General 7 stars? Upon hearing these words, all the teachers present couldn't help but gasp in shock. As admissions officers of the Magic Capital Beast University, their standards were naturally high. Yet even so, they were utterly overwhelmed with amazement. If what Wang Ting said is true, then this Songlan's talent must be terrifying to an extreme degree. The teacher who had earlier speculated that Wang Ting might be pulling strings for someone now wished he could slap himself in the face. With such monstrous talent, who would need anyone to pull strings for them? A teacher immediately spoke up. If nothing unexpected happens, this kid is bound to secure a spot on the Hidden Dragon ranking. But since Principal Wang Ting mentioned him, there must be a reason, right? Exactly. Wang Ting smiled and said, although Song Lan's talent is remarkable, his beast soul is exceptionally unique. The beast soul he awakened is called the 7-colored glasswing butterfly, which belongs to the support type. Precisely because of this, Song Lan's own combat ability isn't particularly strong. At best, he reaches only Beast General rank 2 or 3 stars in strength. You all know that this year has seen an abundance of prodigies emerging. With such combat ability, Song Lan might not even make it into the top 10 of the Hidden Dragon ranking. But does that mean he isn't qualified to represent our Demon Capital Beast Academy in the National Freshman Tournament? You must know, with his Beast Soul ability coupled with a peak Beast General level Beast Soul Master, they could even rival a Beast King level Beast Soul Master. With such powerful support abilities, wouldn't it be our Demon Capital Beast Academy's loss if they weren't selected due to overly rigid regulations? After Wang Ting voiced this opinion, all the teachers present fell into deep thought. They had to admit that what Wang Ting said made perfect sense. Many Beast Soul Masters, although not strong in direct combat themselves, possessed Beast Souls with all sorts of special abilities. Just like Song Lan, his support-type Beast Soul is bound to play a tremendous role in the National Freshman Championship. Beast Soul Masters like these should naturally be taken into consideration as well. Principal Wang Ting, we understand. A teacher stood up and said, what you mean is that while we should reference the rankings on the Hidden Dragon list, we shouldn't be confined by them. If we discover exceptional talents, we should compile the information and report it to you immediately. Good summary. A glint of satisfaction flashed in Wang Ting's eyes before he continued. Indeed, this is the inaugural National Freshman Tournament, but it certainly won't be the last. And what's more, this year's competition is going to be broadcast nationwide. The meaning behind this, I believe you understand even better than I do. So, I hope you all can put in more effort and strive to showcase the spirit of our Magic City Beast University in this year's freshman competition. After the meeting concluded, the admissions teachers in the conference hall began packing up their belongings, preparing to leave. Zhao Shanha, why are you smiling so much? An admissions teacher leaned in and asked, did you discover some promising talent during the recruiting season? If I recall correctly, the recruitment area you were responsible for this time was your hometown, wasn't it? What was the name of that place again, Zhenhai City? Yes, it's Zhenhai City, just a small, obscure place with hardly any reputation to speak of. Zhao Shanha glanced at the other person and smiled as he spoke, Old Ghost Meng, how's everything on your end? Managed to recruit any promising freshmen worth nurturing? Ah, don't even bring it up. The teacher before him began speaking with a depressed expression. That wretched place I went to barely had any worthwhile seedlings. Finally found one genius who cleared 10 rounds of beast trials, but in the end, the genius got poached by Yanjing Beast University. Zhao Shanha chuckled helplessly. Now that's truly infuriating. Yeah, it's been driving me crazy. The other person looked frustrated, then abruptly changed the subject. Alright, let's drop this. Brother Zhao, show me those promising talents you recruited back in your hometown, won't you? No problem, Meng Chang'an. This time I've really struck gold. Zhao Shanha was quite generous, smiling as he pulled out a stack of enrollment intention letters from his bag and handed them over. Is this for real? That sounds like such an exaggeration. Meng Chang'an wore an expression of disbelief as he immediately began flipping through the enrollment intention forms in his hands. All the documents in this stack of enrollment intention forms contained the profiles of new students recruited by Zhao Shanha. After casually skimming through a few pages, an unmistakable look of confusion surfaced in Meng Chang'an's eyes. Because, according to the records, the talents of these new students were all quite average, barely meeting the threshold for admission to Modu Beast University. In a small place like Zhenhai City, they might have been considered geniuses, but at Modu Beast University, they were completely out of their depth. Since when did Zhao Shanha's standards become so low? However, after flipping through a few more pages, Meng Chang'an couldn't help but brighten up. This freshman named Sumushu seems quite impressive, actually passing 9 rounds of beast trials. She could be considered promising talent indeed. This level of prodigy might only emerge once or twice in an entire region. Yet Zhao Shanha smiled knowingly as he spoke. Try flipping through the next few pages. Meng Chang'an paused slightly before chuckling. Could there possibly be even greater surprises waiting further ahead? Then, he flipped back another page. In the next second, his eyes widened involuntarily, and his expression turned peculiar. Zhao Shanha, are you joking with me? Meng Chang'an pulled out the enrollment intention form with astonished disbelief. How could you even admit a student with an E-rank talent? Zhao Chang'an smiled warmly and said, take a closer look. Meng Chang'an frowned and immediately turned his gaze back to the enrollment intention form in his hand. I didn't misread, it's clearly an E-rank talent. Applicant Lin Yuan, Beast Soul, Lizard, Talent Rating, E-rank, Beast Refining Score. At this point, Meng Chang'an's voice abruptly cut off, like a tape recorder that had suddenly jammed. Zhao Shanha regarded him with an amused smile, teasing, go on, read it out, why did you stop? Demon Beast Training Score, 10 rounds? Meng Chang'an rubbed his eyes and finally uttered the second half of the sentence with an expression of utter disbelief. Chapter 29, S-Class Skill, Atomic Breath. Cleared 10 rounds of beast trials? How the hell is that possible? After several seconds of silence, Meng Chang'an finally spoke up. Are you sure this kid really has an E-rank talent? Zhao Shanha retorted. Do you seriously think I'd have the authority to alter a Beast Soul Master's talent rating? If I really had that kind of ability, the Beast Soul Temple would have invited me for tea long ago. Meng Chang'an scratched his head and said, then how the hell did this kid pull it off? It makes no sense at all. How could a Beast Soul Master with E-rank talent possibly clear 10 rounds of beast trials? Are you sure it's his first year attempting the beast trials? Could he have cheated during the exam? Zhao Shanha smiled and said, I knew you'd say that. But I can tell you responsibly, this kid is indeed participating in the Beast Soul trial for the first year. As for cheating, forgot to inform you, I was personally overseeing his examination venue during the Beast Soul trial. Moreover, the strength he displayed during the trial assessment reached at least a 3-star Beast General level. Hiss. Upon hearing these words, Meng Chang'an couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. If Zhao Shanha's words were true, then this was absolutely outrageous. A candidate rated with E-grade talent actually managed to dominate the beast trials purely by his own strength? Damn, even novels wouldn't dare write something this absurd. Meng Chang'an immediately pressed, what exactly is strange about this kid? How should I know that? Zhao Shanha said with a smile, perhaps that's just what genius looks like. Wouldn't it be normal for a genius to have some special qualities? Meng Chang'an's mouth twitched uncontrollably a few times. You're calling an E-rank beast soul master a genius? Do you fucking have some misunderstanding about what the word genius means? However, if we disregard his innate talent and just look at his achievements, Lin Yuan could indeed be considered a genius. No wonder Zhao Shanhe was laughing so heartily. After pondering for a moment, Meng Chang'an lowered his voice again and asked, so do you think, given this kid's talent and strength, he might have a chance to represent our demon capital Beast Academy in the freshman competition? I wouldn't dare guarantee anything. It all depends on what kind of strength this kid can achieve after school starts. Zhao Shanhe wasn't being modest, he was simply stating facts. With Lin Yuan's current strength, securing a spot on the Hidden Dragon rankings wouldn't be difficult, but breaking into the top 10 would probably be a different story. After all, Magic City Beast University was already a gathering place for prodigies and monsters, and this year saw an unprecedented eruption of talent, making it even harder to stand out from the crowd. However, what Zhao Shanhe didn't voice aloud was an inexplicable confidence he inexplicably felt towards Lin Yuan in his heart. Zhao Shanhe believed that after the semester began, that wolf-eyed youth would surely give him a pleasant surprise. 1 month later, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged in his room as usual, absorbing inferior beast soul crystals with single-minded focus. However, compared to a month earlier, the pile of inferior beast soul crystals beside him had significantly diminished. At that moment, the system's prompt tone suddenly rang in Lin Yuan's ears once again. Ding! Congratulations on successfully absorbing nuclear radiation and acquiring 1,000 evolution points. During the process of absorbing nuclear radiation, you have successfully comprehended an S-rank skill, Atomic Breath. Would you like to spend 1 million evolution points to learn it? An S-rank skill, Atomic Breath? Lin Yuan opened his eyes, an uncontrollable flicker of excitement flashing in their depths. After absorbing nuclear radiation continuously for a month, Lin Yuan finally triggered the event again. Unlike the previous special physique enhancement, this time Lin Yuan directly comprehended a skill, an S-class skill at that. Lin Yuan had some understanding of this skill, Atomic Breath. After all, it was none other than Godzilla's signature devastating technique. Lin Yuan could still vividly recall the scene from the movie where the colossal Godzilla emerged through the waves, churning the ocean as it raised its head and roared towards the heavens. A dazzling blue beam burst forth from its maw, illuminating the sky in a display so spectacular and breathtaking that it seared itself into his memory. In comparison, mankind's warships and fighter jets were like ants before Godzilla, utterly annihilated by atomic breath in mere moments. This is the power of atomic breath. Moreover, when the atomic breath is unleashed at its full potential, it can even pierce through the Earth's crust, reaching straight into the very core. However, to learn this skill, it actually requires an additional expenditure of 1 million evolution points. To say it wasn't heartbreaking would be a lie. After all, to accumulate 1 million evolution points, Lin Yuan would need to absorb at least 1,000 low-grade beast soul crystals. But even so, Lin Yuan did not hesitate in the slightest. Spending 1 million evolution points in exchange for an S-rank skill seemed like a great deal to Lin Yuan. With that thought in mind, Lin Yuan immediately declared, I choose to learn it. The next second, the system's notification chime rang clearly in his ears. Evolution points deducted. You have successfully acquired S-rank skill, Atomic Breath. Fortunately, Lin Yuan had never used the accumulated evolution points, otherwise he might not have been able to afford this million evolution points. After spending this million evolution points, Lin Yuan was left with only 1.5 million evolution points. That's right, over the course of this month, Lin Yuan had absorbed a total of 2,500 inferior beast soul crystals. His daily routine was extremely monotonous, consisting solely of eating, sleeping, and absorbing inferior beast soul crystals. Living a life devoid of any entertainment, one could say it was as ascetic as a monk's. The only time Lin Yuan could truly relax was during the 2 hours before sleep. He would spend those 2 hours reviewing materials and information about beast soul masters to better understand their world. In truth, this was something Lin Yuan had wanted to do for a very long time. In this world, there exists an extremely clear boundary between beast soul masters and ordinary people. However, it's only after awakening a beast soul and becoming a beast soul master that one gradually unlocks the permissions to access such information. This serves both as privilege for beast soul masters and protection for ordinary people. Lin Yuan's action proved quite effective indeed. Over the course of this month, Lin Yuan learned much information that was previously beyond his reach. In reality, if one's parents were also beast soul masters, many things wouldn't require online research, they could simply ask their parents directly. However, Lin Yuan's parents in this life were constantly abroad for work. Aside from regularly sending him living expenses every month, they rarely returned home even during the New Year holidays. This was precisely why Lin Yuan enjoyed such great freedom. At the same time, this also resulted in Lin Yuan having little impression of his parents, not even knowing what they did for a living. But perhaps because he was an orphan in his previous life, Lin Yao still valued family bonds deeply in this life. Although he rarely saw his parents, they still held an important place in his heart. At this moment, gazing at the 1,500,000 evolution points before him, Lin Yuan made up his mind. Since half the time had already passed, it was about time to check the results. Lin Yuan was eager to see just how much his strength could be enhanced with these 1.5 million evolution points. Chapter 30, Official School Start, Departing for Modu Beast University. Phew! Lin Yuan stood up and let out a long, heavy breath. Then, without hesitation, he declared, consume 500,000 evolution points to increase body size. For monsters, size is naturally the most crucial factor. Without hesitation, Lin Yuan immediately allocated 1/3 of his evolution points to increasing his body size. Lin Yuan spoke once more without hesitation, consume 200,000 evolution points to enhance the hardness of my scales. Consume 200,000 evolution points to enhance beast claw sharpness. Consume 150,000 evolution points to enhance fang sharpness. Consume 300,000 evolution points to upgrade biological nuclear reactor capacity. After Lin Yuan successfully mastered the S-grade skill Atomic Breath, his physical structure naturally underwent corresponding changes. In his abdomen, a biological nuclear reactor had emerged. If Lin Yuan remembered correctly, Godzilla also possessed an identical biological nuclear reactor. This biological nuclear reactor essentially functioned as Godzilla's energy core. This organ could convert nuclear fuel into the energy required for Godzilla's life activities through atomic reactions. Similarly, the energy required to unleash the atomic breath is also converted from the biological nuclear reactor. Therefore, Lin Yuan spent 300,000 evolution points specifically to increase the capacity of the biological nuclear reactor. This way, he'll have more energy reserves at his disposal. If comparing this to a game, it would be equivalent to his mana bar. Only with a sufficiently long mana bar could he unleash more skills. As evolution points continued to be consumed, Lin Yuan could clearly feel his body size steadily increasing alongside. The immense power erupted from within him like a volcanic explosion. Time passed minute by minute. A full 1.5 million evolution points were finally completely exhausted by Lin Yuan, and his own strength had also undergone unprecedented growth. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Yuan immediately opened his personal attribute panel. Subsequently, his current attributes appeared before him. Beast Soul, Giant Black Lizard. Status, Growth Stage. Talent Rating, S-Class. Level, Beast General 7 stars. Height, 15.7 meters. Weight, 4,840 kilograms. Attack methods, biting, clawing. Skills, White Hot Light, A rank, Atomic Breath, S rank. Divine Beast Arms, Blazing Claws, Beast Commander Tier, Black Scale Armor, Beast Commander Tier. Evaluation, you have now become one of the elite among Beast General ranks. With just one more step forward, you can touch the threshold of the Beast King level. Beast General 7 stars. A direct breakthrough of 4-star levels in one go. The 1.5 million evolution points Lin Yuan consumed allowed him to leap directly from a 3-star Beast General to a 7-star Beast General. I thought I could break through to the Beast King level in one go. Was I being too greedy after all? Staring at the attribute panel before him, Lin Yuan couldn't help but mutter to himself. To be honest, any ordinary Beast Soul Master would probably go crazy with excitement at achieving such tremendous breakthroughs in such a short time. Yet Lin Yuan remained remarkably calm. Not only was he calm, but he even felt a slight disappointment, because he had originally thought that these 1.5 million evolution points would at least help him break through to the 8th star of Beast General rank, maybe even the 9th. It seems his ideas were still too idealistic. Even if he hadn't spent that million evolution points to learn Atomic Breath and had instead used them all to enhance his strength, he might have reached the 9-star Beast General level. This realization also made Lin Yuan understand that the further he evolved, the more evolution points would be required for advancement. Now, even just advancing at the Beast General level already required evolution points counted in the millions. It was hard to imagine just how massive the required evolution points would be when he broke through to Beast King, Overlord, or even Beast Emperor levels. Right now, I still have 2,500 inferior Beast Soul Crystals in my possession. If I absorb all of this, it should convert to at least 2.5 million evolution points. I wonder if these 2.5 million evolution points will be enough for me to break through to the Beast King level in one go. If that's not enough, then I'll have to consider selling my premium grade Beast Soul Crystals and Beast Spirit Pills too. Lin Yuan murmured to himself, carefully calculating his next steps. No matter what, he must break through to the Beast King level in the shortest possible time. Only then would he have the right to compete for the rankings after school started. Fortunately, he still had plenty of cultivation resources in his possession. Back then, Lin Yuan had only used those 500,000 financial aid credits to purchase these 5,000 inferior Beast Soul Crystals. So, in his possession, he still had 20 top-grade Beast Soul Crystals and 5 Beast Spirit Pills issued by the Demon Capital Beast Academy. The total value of these cultivation resources even reached a staggering 700,000. If he were to exchange the entire 700,000 for low-grade beast soul crystals, it would undoubtedly be sufficient to meet his cultivation needs for the next 2 or 3 months. Thinking of this, Lin Yuan picked up another low-grade beast soul crystal. The excitement of breaking through was only temporary. Now that he knew clearly how to proceed on his path ahead, what he needed to do was persevere unwaveringly. In terms of innate talent, he originally possessed only the lowest E-grade potential. As for family background, his was merely ordinary, utterly incomparable to those scions of noble lineages. Thus, the only things Lin Yuan could rely on were his system and his own efforts. This was precisely his advantage. If he couldn't even grasp his own advantages, how could he ever hope to witness the scenery at the pinnacle? With this realization, Lin Yuan cast aside all distracting thoughts in his mind and began absorbing the energy from the inferior grade crystals. Ding! Congratulations on successfully absorbing nuclear radiation and acquiring 1,000 evolution points. Ding! Congratulations on successfully absorbing nuclear radiation and acquiring 1,000 evolution points. Ding! Congratulations on successfully absorbing nuclear radiation. Under Lin Yuan's single-minded cultivation, a month passed by in the blink of an eye. Today was the day Lin Yuan would report to the demon capital Beast University. To be honest, this was Lin Yuan's first time leaving Jinhai City since his rebirth. After all, in this monster-infested world, travel had become an extremely inconvenient affair. Ordinary people who wanted to travel across provinces had to take specially made trains, and the fares were frighteningly expensive. Because when trains traveled through wilderness areas, there was always the risk of encountering monster attacks. For this reason, every passenger train must be equipped with at least 2 Lord-level Beast Soul Masters. Yet even with such precautions, it's still impossible to eliminate all risks. If they encounter a beast-tide or powerful Lord-level monsters, destruction remains a real possibility. And this isn't just an isolated occurrence. That's precisely why even short-distance train tickets cost tens of thousands. As for long-distance trains, ticket prices range between hundreds of thousands to $1 million. After all, hiring Lord-level Beast Souls isn't cheap. If you want safety, you'll have to pay up. Of course, if you really don't have that much money but still must travel, there are still ways to do it. That would be taking an unlicensed vehicle. Here, unlicensed vehicles refer to transport services not officially recognized. Fares for unlicensed vehicles are typically 1/5 to 1/10 the price of official train tickets. Of course, if you're expecting complete safety, that's absolutely out of the question. Having just one Beast King level Soul Master escorting the convoy is already considered exceptionally conscientious service. Some caravans even dare to set out with just a dozen Beast General level Soul Masters hired for protection. Naturally, the mortality rates aboard such shadow caravans are terrifyingly high. Official statistics once revealed that the fatality rate for taking unlicensed cabs could reach as high as 35%. The fatality rate for those taking the official train was less than 3%. And sometimes, what's truly dangerous isn't the monsters, it's the hearts of men. More often than not, the high fatality rate associated with unlicensed vehicles stems from Beast Soul Masters whose greed is provoked upon seeing valuable possessions, leading them to choose outright robbery and murder. After all, when a convoy travels into the wilderness, devoid of legal restraints, desires will swell like a sponge soaked in water. Precisely because of this, unless absolutely necessary, no one willingly rides in unlicensed vehicles. Lin Yuan had checked the ticket prices before. The trains from Jinhai City to Manhwa Beast University ran only once every 5 days. Given the considerable distance between Jinhai City and Manhwa Beast University, the ticket prices were shockingly expensive. Even for just a second-class seat, the ticket price was as high as 200,000 yuan each. Although Lin Yuan could afford such an expensive ticket, it still made his heart ache a little. After all, 200,000 yuan would have been enough for him to purchase 2,000 inferior beast soul crystals. That's a full 2 million evolution points. Just thinking about it breaks my heart. Fortunately, Monster Capital Beast University is quite generous. As a prospective freshman of Monster Capital Beast University, all transportation expenses will be covered by the school. Soon, Lin Yuan was already at the train station, carrying a backpack and pulling his luggage. The crowd bustled with noise and excitement. Besides passengers waiting for the train, there were all kinds of small food stalls and vendors, making the scene lively and vibrant. At least half an hour remained before the train's departure. In other words, boarding wouldn't begin for at least another 15 minutes. Just then, a familiar voice suddenly rang out by Lin Yuan's ear. "Lin Yuan, over here." Lin Yuan turned towards the voice and indeed spotted Su Mushui. Who would have thought this girl would already be here? Just as Lin Yuan prepared to stride towards Su Mushui, his gaze abruptly caught on the figure standing beside her. For a moment, Lin Yuan couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Teacher Zhao? Standing next to Su Mushui was none other than Zhao Shanhai himself. Zhao Shanhai smiled warmly as he spoke. "What, surprised to see me?" Lin Yuan nodded. "A little bit. Didn't you already report back to school? What brings you here? Normally, after completing their enrollment duties, recruitment teachers must return to school to report immediately. Zhao Shanha was naturally no exception. With a smile, Zhao Shanha explained, "Of course I've already reported back. I just came here again afterwards. Have you forgotten? Zhenjiang City is my hometown. Isn't it normal for me to come back for a visit? Perfect. I can give you both a ride back to school for registration." After listening to Zhao Shanha's explanation, Lin Yuan finally understood the whole situation. With this in mind, Lin Yuan immediately spoke up, "In that case, thank you, Teacher Zhao." "Don't mention it." Zhao Shanha waved his hand and asked, "By the way, have you eaten yet? Do you want to grab some snacks here? There are indeed a couple of good snack vendors near the train station. Might as well pick up something for the journey." "Awesome." Sumushue excitedly began counting on her fingers. "I want glutinous rice balls, takoyaki, kidney bean rolls, sweet bean paste pancakes." Hold on. Are you doing a menu recital here?" Zhao Shanhai gave her a helpless look and said, "Can you even finish all that if you buy so much? Anyway, it's the teacher treating us. Might as well eat since it's free." Sumushue said cheerfully, "Besides, I'm not the only one eating. Lin Yuan's here too." To be honest, Lin Yuan wasn't originally interested in these snacks. But since Sumushue had said so, he decided not to say anything more. Besides, after such a long journey, they really did need to prepare some food. "Alright, then wait here. I'll go buy some now." Zhao Shanha was straightforward too. He left the two of them where they were and went off to get food himself. After he left, Sumushue immediately turned her head toward Lin Yuan with a displeased look. "Where have you been these past 2 months? Why weren't you answering any of my messages? Teacher Zhao couldn't reach you and wanted me to help look for you. How was I supposed to know where you disappeared to?" At this moment, Sumushue looked exactly like a bitter young wife filled with resentment. Paired with her delicate and exquisite face, it was enough to easily stir feelings of pity and affection in anyone. It was only then that Lin Yuan remembered, to ensure he could focus entirely on cultivation, he had completely cut off all means of communication. It's only natural that Sumushue couldn't reach him. No wonder Zhao Shanha and Sumushue appeared together, since neither could contact him. They had no choice but to wait for him at the train station in advance. Thinking this, Lin Yuan felt somewhat embarrassed himself. "My apologies. I've been completely immersed in cultivation lately, assuming no one would need me, so I disabled all communication channels." He was telling nothing but the truth. Lin Yuan was accustomed to going solo most of the time, so his social circle wasn't particularly wide. In fact, the only person he could truly consider close was Sumushue. Besides, those classmates of his had previously joined Wu Moshuan in mocking and ridiculing him at every opportunity. Now that Lin Yuan had demonstrated his true strength, those people had no face left to approach him again anyway. In reality, Sumushue understood perfectly well that Lin Yuan must be busily immersed in his cultivation. So, even though Lin Yuan didn't reply to her message, she didn't bother him excessively. Lin Yuan then chuckled and said, "You must have made considerable progress in these past 2 months too, right?" "Of course," Sumushue confidently declared, "I haven't been slacking off in my training. Not only have I successfully broken through to the Beast General rank, but I've even reached 3 stars within it." "But, I remember you'd already reached Beast Commander 3-star rank 2 months ago? Then you should be much stronger now." Lin Yuan smiled and nodded slightly. "You could say that. I am indeed a little stronger than I was 2 months ago. Darn it, are you really just an E-rank talent? No matter how hard I train, I can never catch up to you." Sumushue clenched her fists in frustration, but the glimmer of amusement in her eyes betrayed her true feelings. Clearly, she didn't feel the slightest jealousy watching Lin Yuan grow stronger. Instead, she was genuinely happy for him from the bottom of her heart. Lin Yuan reached out and ruffled Sumushue's hair, smiling as he said, "Not at all. Making such great progress already shows how impressive you are." "Really? Of course it's true. Hee, just wait until school starts, then you'll see what this young lady is really capable of." "Oh, so you're planning to compete for the rankings too?" "Of course. Now that I've been admitted to Demon Capital Beast University, how could I not aim for the Hidden Dragon ranking? This freshman year is our only chance. After this, we'll never get another opportunity." You've got a point there. Well then, good luck, give it your best shot." Even Lin Yuan had to admit that Sumushue's talent was indeed remarkable. If he remembered correctly, just 2 months ago, Sumushue had only been at the 9th star of the Battle Beast level. In merely 2 short months, she had not only broken through to the Beast General level but had also advanced 3 stars in succession. Although Lin Yuan progressed faster than her, this was entirely due to him possessing the system. It seems that in the world of Beast Soul Masters, talent truly determines everything. Chapter 31, This World Belongs to the Strong. Just as Lin Yuan and Sumushue were conversing, Zhao Shanha, who had finished buying snacks, walked over from nearby. "What are you talking about? You look so happy discussing it." Su Muxue smiled and said, "Oh, nothing much, just chatting about recent training progress." "Is that so?" At the mention of this topic, Zhao Shanha instantly perked up with interest, because he too was extremely curious just how much had Lin Yuan progressed during these past 2 months. At this thought, Zhao Shanha immediately turned his gaze towards Lin Yuan and asked, "How has your strength progressed during this period?" "Not really," Lin Yuan answered, "I only just broke through recently." Zhao Shanha froze for a moment, then instinctively asked, "Is this your first breakthrough in 2 months?" Lin Yuan shook his head and said, "To be precise, it's the second time." Second time. Zhao Shanha pondered for a moment. If his memory served him right, Lin Yuan's strength should have been at the 3-star Beast General level when he completed the Beast Soul Training Assessment. If we're talking about 2 breakthrough instances, then the current Lin Yuan should already possess the strength of a 5-star Beast General. Breaking through 2-star levels in 2 months, though not exceptionally fast, was by no means a slow pace. To be precise, it matched the growth speed of an ordinary genius. Still, Zhao Shanha couldn't help feeling a tinge of disappointment deep down. Because in his eyes, Lin Yuan was special, utterly unlike the rest. If Lin Yuan had only displayed the talent of an ordinary genius, he would have easily faded into obscurity among the sea of prodigies at the demon capital Beast University. Although Zhao Shanha was somewhat disappointed in his heart, he didn't show it, merely saying, "A Beast General 5-star level of strength is already quite respectable among the freshmen. At the very least, it's enough to qualify for the Hidden Dragon rankings. However, if you want to secure a higher position on the Hidden Dragon rankings, you'll probably need to put in even more effort." Zhao Shanha's words were naturally meant to encourage Lin Yuan. Yet, Lin Yuan looked at him with surprise. Had he ever mentioned his current strength was at 5-star Beast General level? Indeed, though it was true Lin Yuan had broken through twice in those 2 months. Only, this time it was a breakthrough from 3-star Beast Warrior level to 7-star Beast Warrior level. Another time was when he directly and rapidly broke through from 7-star Beast Warrior level to Beast King level. Just 3 days before school started, Lin Yuan decisively used a full 2.5 million evolution points to achieve his own breakthrough. Out of this staggering amount, the leap from 9-star Beast Warrior level to 1-star Beast King level alone consumed a whopping 1.5 million evolution points from Lin Yuan. And the sheer volume of evolution points indeed helped him forcibly break through the shackles. Lin Yuan now possessed the strength of a Beast King level existence. Though merely 1-star Beast King level, it had already opened up an immense gap from the Beast General tier. Without exaggeration, Lin Yuan, having broken through to Beast King level, could effortlessly slaughter over 99% of 9th-star Beast General level Beast Soul Masters. After all, there's an immense disparity between each star level, let alone the gap between 2 entirely different realms. Between Beast King class and Beast General class lies an insurmountable chasm. To be fair, Zhao Shanha's misunderstanding was quite reasonable under these circumstances. Normal Beast Soul Masters progress strictly 1 star at a time. Who could have imagined that Lin Yuan's 2 successive leaps in power would span such an enormous gap? Before long, the boarding process for the train began. After completing the boarding checks, Zhao Shanha promptly escorted both of them onto the train. To be honest, the train before them somewhat resembled the high-speed bullet trains from Lin Yuan's past life. However, to guard against monster attacks, the train's exterior was entirely constructed from a special alloy, making it exceptionally sturdy. In fact, only a full-force strike from a Lord-level monster could possibly breach it. After boarding the train, Lin Yuan wasted no time searching for his assigned seat. Yet, Zhao Shanha and Su Muxue looked at him in astonishment, asking, "What are you doing? What else can we do but find seats?" Lin Yuan asked in confusion, "Why aren't you guys looking?" Hearing this, Zhao Shanha couldn't help but laugh. "Su Muxue, didn't you tell him? I accidentally forgot just now." Su Muxue said with a grin, "Lin Yuan, we don't need to find seats. Let's just use Teacher Zhao's lounge instead." "The lounge?" Lin Yuan was momentarily stunned, not quite processing the suggestion. Su Muxue explained, "That's right. Since Teacher Zhao is the Beast Soul Master assigned to guard this train, of course he has access to the onboard lounge." Zhao Shanha smiled and said, "That's right. Since I was heading back to Demon Capital anyway, I took on this escort mission for the train trip as a side gig." Upon hearing this, even Lin Yuan couldn't help but be momentarily stunned. Is this even possible? With that thought in mind, he couldn't stop himself from asking, "So, how much can you earn from this trip?" Zhao Shanha pondered for a moment before speaking, "Counting the round trip, it would roughly be 3 million. Plus, I get to decide the schedule, whichever train I want to escort, they'll arrange it for me." Hiss. Upon hearing Zhao Shanha's answer, Lin Yuan couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. 3 million for just one round trip? Damn, money comes that easy? You should know, as the top scholar of Shanghai City, the rewards I received didn't exceed 3 million. Zhao Shanha seemed to read Lin Yuan's thoughts and said with a smile, "Kid, strive to become stronger. This world will always belong to the powerful. When you reach Lord tier, you'll realize just how easy making money can be. Even if you do nothing, money will keep flowing into your pockets. Lin Yuan nodded and said, "Thank you, Teacher Zhao. I'll keep that in mind." Before long, Zhao Shanhe led the two into the lounge. The facilities here were practically complete in every way. A fridge stocked with drinks, cabinets filled with snacks, a cozy sofa, even a plush king-size bed, and a private bathroom to boot. Moreover, this lounge was quite spacious, easily accommodating 3 or 4 people without feeling the least bit cramped. Even first-class seats couldn't possibly offer such privileges. Possessing such a lounge on this Landesgold train symbolized utter extravagance. And this was the world's preferential treatment for the strong. Chapter 32, The Beast Tide Attacks, Practical Training. Wow, this bed looks so soft. Su Muxue stretched out her arms and fell backward onto the bed without hesitation. Zhao Shanhe smiled and said, "If you're feeling sleepy, you can take a nap now, but I probably won't sleep for too long. If nothing unexpected happens, we should arrive at Modu Beast University by evening." Su Muxue immediately sat upright and said cheerfully, "I won't sleep. It's rare for me to ride a train. I still want to enjoy the scenery along the way." As the two were speaking, Lin Yuan had already walked to the window and was gazing outside. Since the train was traveling at high speed, the windows were not allowed to be opened. Unlike the bullet trains from his previous life, there were no rails beneath this train. After all, the cost of laying tracks in the wild would be far too great. Moreover, even if the tracks were built, there was always the risk of them being destroyed by monsters. Moreover, the trains in this world aren't powered by electricity, but rather by the energy contained within beast soul crystals. Traveling just 10 kilometers requires consuming 1 high-grade beast soul crystal. From this perspective, the cost of train travel is exceptionally high. A single trip likely incurs fuel expenses reaching several million alone. Lin Yuan had initially assumed that with such exorbitant ticket prices, the train industry must be wildly profitable. At this point, after deducting fuel costs and the fees to be paid to beast soul masters, the profits probably won't be very high either. At that moment, Zhao Shanhe also walked over to Lin Yuan's side and said with a smile, "When the train reaches the middle section, you might even see monsters fighting each other. If we're lucky, we might even witness a battle between beast kings. For someone who's lived in the city all year round, this scene must be quite rare for you, right?" Zhao Shanhe was right. Lin Yuan had never left Jinhai City since birth, so naturally he'd never witnessed monster battles firsthand. At that moment, Lin Yuan suddenly thought of something and asked, "Since there are so many monsters in the wild, do they often attack trains?" "It does happen occasionally, but it's not a major issue." Zhao Shanhe spoke up. "Generally speaking, most creatures that attack trains are at the beast general level. Beasts of this caliber can't even breach the train's defenses, so they pose virtually no threat. As for creatures above the Beast King level, they've developed a certain intelligence. Knowing that human trains are usually escorted by Lord-ranked Beast Soul Masters, they won't rashly attack the trains, they'll even proactively avoid them. So in reality, there are only 3 scenarios where trains face genuine threats. The first scenario would be a large-scale beast tide. The second scenario would be several Lord-level monsters jointly attacking the train. The third scenario would be an Emperor-level beast assaulting the train. However, you don't need to worry too much about it. All 3 scenarios have an extremely low probability of occurring. And even if one does occur, I will fight to the death to ensure the safety of everyone on this train, including all of you." Zhao Shanhe slightly lifted his chin and said with a light smile, "To each position its duty. Since I'm paid for this job, I'll carry it out, that's responsibility. With my current strength, if I fight with my life on the line, I might be able to hold back a Beast Emperor-class monster for about 5 minutes. This time should be enough for most people to escape." Upon hearing these words, Lin Yuan couldn't help but freeze momentarily. However, what truly shocked him wasn't Zhao Shanhe's realization, but rather the staggering gap between a Lord-class and a Beast Emperor-class entity. With Zhao Shanhe's strength, he could barely hold back a Beast Emperor-level creature for just 5 minutes? It seems the existence of Beast Emperor-level entities is far more terrifying than I'd ever imagined. As the two conversed, the train had already begun speeding across the endless wilderness. The scenery outside the window flashed by continuously, like frames of a movie playing in reverse. Since he had just left Jinhai City, aside from the desolate scenery, Lin Yuan didn't see many ferocious beasts. The first half of the journey was remarkably peaceful. Lin Yuan occasionally chatted with Zhao Shanhe and Su Muxue, but most of the time, he gazed at the scenery outside the window, savoring this rare moment of peace and tranquility. "It's been a while since I've had such a smooth sailing journey." Zhao Shanhe stretched his arms behind his head and lounged comfortably on the sofa. "Just 3 more hours, and we'll safely arrive at Demon City. Once we reach Demon City, I'll treat you all to a feast." However, right at that moment, a knock suddenly echoed in everyone's ears. "Knock, knock, knock." Zhao Shanhe frowned and immediately said, "Come in." Soon enough, a man dressed like a waiter entered and respectfully said, "Mr. Zhao, our radar has detected a beast tide rapidly approaching our location from 10 kilometers away. If left unchecked, it will likely intercept the train in about 10 minutes. Zhao Shanhe's face darkened upon hearing this. Damn it, you really shouldn't speak frivolously, whatever you say seems to come true instantly. However, encountering a beast tide was no small matter for the train, so Zhao Shanhai immediately asked, "What's the scale of the beast tide?" "It's only a minor beast tide," the attendant replied, "composed of roughly 3 beast kings, over 50 beast generals, and 200 to 300 battle beasts." Hearing this, Zhao Shanhai's expression noticeably softened. No matter what, as long as no monster above lord level appears, the situation isn't too serious. Zhao Shanhai then asked again, "Have the other 2 beast masters on the train been informed about this?" This train bound for Moda wasn't equipped with just him alone as a lord-level beastmaster, it carried 3 lord-level beastmasters, along with several general-level beastmasters. "They've already been notified," the attendant replied. "If nothing unexpected happens, they should already be on their way with reinforcements." "Okay." Zhao Shanhai nodded, then as if suddenly remembering something, turned to Lin Yuan and Su Muxue. "By the way, what about you two? Would you like to come along?" Su Muxue blinked her beautiful eyes and asked in surprise, "We can go too?" "Of course, why wouldn't you be able to?" Zhao Shanhai smiled and said, "Consider it a practical training session before the school term starts. But don't worry, as long as I'm here, you won't be in any real danger. Just treat it as a chance to practice." Su Muxue nodded immediately and declared, "Then I'm in." "Okay." Zhao Shanhai then turned to Lin Yuan and asked, "What about you?" "Of course, I'm going too." Lin Yuan spoke up, "But, Teacher Zhao, technically we're working for you, aren't we?" Zhao Shanhai laughed and scolded, "You brat, are you seriously trying to demand wages from me? That isn't what I meant." Lin Yuan spoke up, "I just wanted to ask, if it's a monster I killed myself, do I get to keep the spoils?" "That's absolutely no problem." Zhao Shanhai chimed in, "Kid, you're really money-minded through and through. Still, don't get your hopes up too high. This is your first time facing real monsters, let alone an entire beast tide. Being able to kill 1 or 2 beast commander-level monsters would already be quite an achievement. The most important thing is ensuring your own safety." "Alright, I understand." Lin Yuan nodded, then suddenly asked, "By the way, Teacher Zhao, roughly how much can the corpse of a beast commander-level monster sell for?" "The most valuable part of monsters remains the crystal cores inside their bodies." Zhao Shanhai spoke, "The crystal cores formed within their bodies serve as both their life essence and source of energy. Generally speaking, the value of a beast general grade crystal core ranges between 50 to 200,000. 50 to 200,000? Does that mean hunting just 1 beast general level monster could yield at least 50,000? Upon hearing this number, Lin Yuan's eyes instantly lit up. Truth be told, it wasn't that he was greedy, he was just desperately poor right now. In just 2 short months, Lin Yuan had already exhausted most of the resources provided by the school and was practically penniless. If he wanted to continue his cultivation journey, Lin Yuan would have to find ways to earn money no matter what. Only by earning enough money can one sustain the expenses required for cultivation. As for Zhao Shanhai's warning about prioritizing safety, Lin Yuan paid no heed to it whatsoever. After all, Zhao Shanhai had no idea that he now possessed strength at the level of a beast king. In other words, during this beast tide, only monsters of beast king rank could possibly pose a threat to him. Chapter 33, Is either of you actually normal? After both Lin Yuan and Su Muxue gave affirmative replies, Zhao Shanhai immediately led them to the rear of the train. To ensure they could swiftly approach the beast tide, the train had specially prepared light-powered motorcycles for them. These light-powered motorcycles somewhat resembled conventional motorbikes in appearance, though they were naturally powered by beast soul crystals instead, capable of reaching top speeds of 200 kilometers per hour. Moreover, most importantly, this motorcycle is equipped with hover technology, allowing it to retract its wheels when necessary and deploy steering paddles and a vector thrust fan. It can achieve hovering, vertical movement, and forward/backward motion by adjusting the direction of the thrust. This way, no matter how complex the terrain, this light-powered vehicle can effortlessly traverse it. Zhao Shanhai turned his head to look at the two and asked, "Can you ride it?" Lin Yuan nodded and said, "It shouldn't be a big problem." In Lin Yuan's eyes, this lightweight motorized vehicle shouldn't be much different from a motorcycle. Even if the speed is a bit faster, it's still manageable. Meanwhile, Su Muxue appeared somewhat timid. "I've never ridden one before." "It's alright, you can just share a ride with Lin Yuan." After saying this, Zhao Shanhai swiftly mounted the nearby light-powered motorcycle. "Alright, keep up and follow me, we're heading out now." Then, with the roar of an engine, Zhao Shanhai rode off into the distance on his light-powered motorcycle in a cloud of dust. "That guy really is incredibly irresponsible." Lin Yuan sighed helplessly, mounting the nearby light-duty motorcycle before turning to Su Muxue. "Hop on," he said. Su Muxue was still clearly a bit afraid. Speaking timidly, "Lin Yuan, do you really know how to ride?" Lin Yuan glanced at her. "Do you want to hear the truth or a lie?" "Of course it's the truth. The truth is, I've never actually ridden one before." "Ah, then why did you say you could ride? It can't be that hard, can it? You learn as you go, that's how you pick stuff up, right?" "Su Muxue? What do you mean by learning while riding? Are you even hearing the nonsense coming out of your mouth? Just as Su Muxue was utterly bewildered, Lin Yuan spoke up again. Alright, if you don't get on now, we might really miss Teacher Zhao. Upon hearing this, Su Muxue finally gritted her teeth, steeled her heart, and swung her leg over to mount it sideways. The next second, Lin Yuan's voice rang in her ears again. Hold on tight, I'm about to start driving. Su Muxue froze for a brief moment before instinctively wrapping her arms around Lin Yuan's waist. Just as she thought Lin Yuan still needed time to familiarize himself with the operation procedures of the lightweight motorcycle, to her surprise, he immediately slammed the accelerator to the floor. Boom! With a whooshing sound that split the air, the lightweight motorized vehicle shot forward like an arrow released from a fully drawn bow. A powerful gust of wind rushed past, stinging their faces like knife blades. At that moment, Su Muxue shut her eyes in fear, her mind going completely blank. It's over, it's over, it's over. I'm gonna die, gonna die, gonna die. But thinking about it, if she and Lin Yuan really died like this, could it be considered a lover's suicide? Su Muxue's mind was filled with wild thoughts, but her body had already stiffened in fear, her arms only knowing to cling tightly around Lin Yuan's waist. Yet, as time ticked by second after second, nothing seemed to happen except for the howling wind that still roared past his ears. Su Muxue hesitated for a few seconds, then finally mustered the courage to open her eyes. Only then did she realize that the lightweight powered bike she was riding was moving at an incredibly smooth high speed. What's more, she didn't feel even the slightest bump during the entire journey. Lin Yuan, who was piloting the motorcycle, also maintained a calm expression. His prediction had been correct, the operation of the light-powered motorcycle was no different from riding a regular bike, except that it was slightly faster. In his previous life, Lin Yuan's two favorite modes of transportation were motorcycles and sports cars. Only these two vehicles could provide him with the ultimate thrill of speed. At this moment, the speed of the light motorcycle has reached an astonishing 270 kilometers per hour. Such incredible velocity sends adrenaline surging through one's veins, with the roaring wind filling the ears and even the scenery on both sides beginning to blur, as if traversing through time itself. Naturally, this is also thanks to Lin Yuan and Su Muxue being beast soul masters, whose physical constitutions far surpass those of ordinary people. Otherwise, without any protective gear, attempting to ride a motorcycle at such breakneck speeds would make it nearly impossible to even keep one's eyes open. After the initial fear had passed, Su Muxue unexpectedly began to enjoy the thrill of the moment. She clutched tightly at Lin Yuan's waist, pressing against his back. Though her heart pounded wildly, she felt an unprecedented sense of security deep inside. Just then, Zhao Shanha had finally remembered them. Only then did he realize, had he been charging too fast? He hadn't considered at all whether Lin Yuan could keep up with his speed. At this thought, Zhao Shanha couldn't help but slow down, intending to stop and wait for Lin Yuan. However, just then, a howling gale swept past as a blurry figure instantly dashed by his side, nearly flipping both him and his bike over. By the time Zhao Shanha finally managed to steady his vehicle, he realized with shock that the motorcycle ahead had already become a tiny black, about to disappear from his field of vision. What the hell? Could it be that kid Lin Yuan? After this thought popped into his mind, Zhao Shanha felt himself going numb with shock. He had thought his own speed was impressive enough, but he never expected Lin Yuan to be even crazier than he could have imagined. That kid, is he trying to get himself killed? Most importantly, aside from him, Su Muxue was also in that car. At this thought, Zhao Shanha broke out in a cold sweat instantly. If anything really happened to Su Muxue, he might as well not live either. Thinking this, Zhao Shanha gritted his teeth and immediately stomped the accelerator to the floor, determined to forcibly match Lin Yuan's speed. 7 or 8 minutes later, Zhao Shanha finally caught up to Lin Yuan. To be precise, Lin Yuan had already reached the destination and stopped the light-duty powered bike, which was why Zhao Shanha could catch up to him at all. You little rascal, how could you ride so fast? Damn it, couldn't you at least wait for your teacher? Seeing both Lin Yuan and Su Muxue safe and sound, Zhao Shanha finally felt the heavy stone in his heart drop to the ground. Lin Yuan countered, didn't you, Teacher Zhao, tell us to get here as fast as possible? That may be what I said, but you're really, oh, forget it. Zhao Shanha weakly waved his hand and walked over to Su Muxue's side, comforting her. You must have been terrified? That was so intense. Su Muxue blinked, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Lin Yuan chuckled softly nearby and said, exciting, isn't it? It's my first time driving this, so I'm still a bit rusty. Maybe next time I'll try going even faster. Aha! Su Muxue nodded eagerly with a look of excitement. Zhao Shanha, are either of you even normal people? Chapter 34, The True Power of a Lord-Class Beast Soul Master. Professor Zhao, that up ahead must be the beast tide, right? Just then, Lin Yuan suddenly raised his hand and pointed straight ahead. In the direction his finger indicated, there were indeed large numbers of beast soul masters engaged in battle with monsters. The ground was strewn with monster carcasses, and even the air was thick with the scent of blood. It seemed this was the exact location of the beast tide. Staring at the scene before him, Zhao Shanha immediately turned around and cautioned, "Before joining the battle, I must remind you all, if you encounter a beast you can't handle, don't linger in combat, create distance immediately. Compared to the trial, your safety is the most important thing. And one more thing, no matter when, don't go too far away from me. Only this way can I ensure I can support you at any time. Understood?" Lin Yuan and Su Muxue immediately nodded, "Understood." "Okay." Zhao Shanha took a deep breath. "Since you've understood, then prepare for battle." As the words fell, Zhao Shanha also entered the state of beast soul fusion. With an overwhelming pressure released, Zhao Shanha before their eyes transformed directly into a colossal bear as massive as a mountain. Prior to this, Zhao Shanha had also released the oppressive force of his beast soul. However, at that time, what he unleashed was merely the oppressive aura of a bestial soul's phantom. Only when he truly entered the state of bestial soul fusion did Lin Yuan genuinely comprehend just how powerful a lord-rank beast soul master's strength could be. Although he also possessed beginner-level beast king-rank strength, in front of Zhao Shanha, his modest power seemed as dim as a speck of starlight before the brilliant moon. "Alright, go all out now." Zhao Shanha laughed heartily and declared, "Remember well, this will be your first battle as beast soul masters." After uttering these words, Zhao Shanha suddenly leaped down from the high ridge and charged straight into the beast tide. His actions quickly drew the attention of the savage creatures within the beast tide. 8 or 9 giant gray-furred demon wolves, each 5 meters long, immediately surrounded Zhao Shanha. The massive demon wolves bared their fangs with ferocious glares, saliva dripping from their jaws, seemingly ready to pounce at any moment and tear Zhao Shanha to pieces. Yet, as he faced the scene, Zhao Shanha couldn't help but sneer coldly. "Just a few beast commander-level monsters dare to act fierce in front of me? Know your damn place." No sooner had the words left his mouth than Zhao Shanha's figure instantly transformed into a blur of movement so fast that even Lin Yuan couldn't track it clearly. In the blink of an eye, Zhao Shanha had already appeared behind a colossal demon wolf. The next second, Zhao Shanha raised his bear claw, the massive paw the size of a millstone wreathed in a dim yellow glow, akin to the color of the earth itself. Then, under the watchful gazes of Lin Yuan and Su Muxue, Zhao Shanha's bear claw struck down with devastating force. Bang! A dull, thunderous boom echoed in its wake. Under Zhao Shanha's full-powered claw strike, the body of the beast general-level demon wolf exploded abruptly, instantly transforming into a mist of blood in the air. With just a single claw strike, he obliterated a beast general-level savage creature completely, leaving no intact corpse behind, such as the terrifying might of a lord-level beast soulmaster. Having witnessed Zhao Shanha's horrifying strength, the surrounding giant demon wolves all showed expressions of fear and scattered in panic to flee. Even savage beasts possess the instinct to pursue advantage and avoid harm. At this very moment, they had witnessed the gap between themselves and Zhao Shanha, so their first instinct was naturally to flee. Unfortunately, Zhao Shanha clearly had no intention of giving them that opportunity. "Thinking you can escape from me like this, seems rather disrespectful, don't you think?" Zhao Shanha's tone was utterly ice-cold. Then, he once again raised his bear claw and slammed it fiercely toward the ground. Earthbreaker Claw. As his beast soul was that of the wrathful earth bear, it naturally possessed the power to manipulate the forces of the earth. With Zhao Shanha's claw descending, a dark yellow light erupted violently from the ground. Then, the earth below abruptly split open. Moreover, the fissures continued to spread relentlessly toward those giant demon wolves. Though the giant demon wolves fled at tremendous speed, the earth-splitting fissures pursuing them were even faster. With several piercing howls of despair, all those giant demon wolves plunged into the yawning chasms. Then, something even more unbelievable happened to Lin Yuan. These abyss-like fissures in the ground actually closed back up completely, erasing all traces of those giant demonic wolves. Witnessing this scene before his eyes, even Lin Yuan couldn't help but feel utterly shocked. Is this the power of a lord-rank beast soul master? With just a casual gesture, they can split mountains and shatter stones. And yet, just being a lord-level beast soul master could achieve such feats. Then wouldn't an emperor-level beast soul master possess the power to move mountains and drain seas, altering heaven and earth itself? After slaying these several general-level giant demon wolves, Zhao Shanha turned around to glance back at Lin Yuan and Su Muxue. "What are you two still waiting for? If you don't hurry up, the beast tide will be completely wiped out soon." With Zhao Shanha's keen perception, he naturally noticed the astonishment on Lin Yuan's face. This secretly delighted him. Being able to show off in front of these geniuses was indeed an exhilarating feeling. Once this kid enters Demon Capital Beast University and truly broadens his horizons, these meager skills of his probably won't be enough to impress him anymore. Moreover, utilizing this move had consumed a considerable amount of Zhao Shanha's stamina. If it weren't specifically to show off in front of Lin Yuan, dealing with just a few commander-level beasts wouldn't have required him to resort to this technique at all. After Zhao Shanha finished speaking, Lin Yuan and Su Muxue exchanged a glance. That's right, they hadn't followed Zhao Shanha here just to watch him slaughter beasts. Since we're here, we should do our part. In the next second, without the slightest hesitation, Lin Yuan and Su Muxue immediately chose to fuse with their beast souls. After fusing with the beast soul, Lin Yuan instantly transformed into a black behemoth reminiscent of Godzilla. Meanwhile, Su Muxue transformed into a nine-tailed fox with fluffy, silken fur as white as snow. This was Su Muxue's awakened S-rank beast soul, the nine-tailed snow fox. After seeing the two complete their beast soul fusion, Zhao Shanhe couldn't help but laugh. The two of them, one with a black beast soul and the other with a white, matched incredibly well. However, what surprised Zhao Shanhe the most was Lin Yuan's physique. Logically speaking, even with the strength of a 5-star beast general, Lin Yuan's size shouldn't have grown to such an enormous scale. Moreover, the oppressive aura emanating from Lin Yuan didn't seem to be nearly at the 5-star beast general level. However, at this moment, Zhao Shanhe was separated from Lin Yuan by at least 1,000-meter distance. Consequently, the energy Lin Yuan was radiating felt indistinct to him, making it impossible to accurately gauge the former's true power. Just as Zhao Shanhe was feeling perplexed, Lin Yuan had already joined forces with Su Muxue to charge into the beast tide. At that moment, a loud shout suddenly rang in his ears. Zhao Shanhe, you've arrived but don't even lend a hand? Hurry up and help me take down this big guy. Zhao Shanhe immediately turned toward the sound and saw a colossal serpent wreathed in black flames locked in fierce combat with an enormous crimson demon ape. The one speaking in human language was none other than that black flame serpent. It was clear now, the serpent before him wasn't a mere beast, but a lord-level beast soul master, just like Zhao Shanhe. Only then did Zhao Shanhe recall, among the two lord-level companions traveling with them, one did indeed possess the beast soul of the black flame python. The crimson demon ape before them clearly possessed formidable strength, otherwise it wouldn't have been able to battle this long against a lord-level beast soul master. Glaring at the scene before him, Zhao Shanhe frowned and snapped irritably, Xinjiang, you low-star trash, how can you even fail to handle a single beast king-level monster? Damn your mother, stop standing there spouting nonsense. Chen Jiang gritted his teeth and shouted, this crimson demon ape has at least 9-star beast king level strength. Hurry up and help me deal with it. The relationship between the two was clearly quite good, as they spoke without much reservation. However, in Zhao Shanhe's eyes, although Chen Jiang was a decent person, his strength left much to be desired. As a lord-level beast soul master, he actually needed help to deal with a single beast king level monster. This guy's strength was probably only around 1 to 2 stars at the lord level. To call him a low-star worthless trash would indeed not be wrong at all. However, though Zhao Shanhe's mouth was harsh, his movements were swift without delay. At full speed, within mere seconds, he had already fiercely charged right before the bloodthirsty demon ape. Roar! Spotting Zhao Shanhe appearing out of nowhere, the bloodthirsty demon ape instantly roared in fury, then swung a brutal punch straight toward him. Zhao Shanhe let out a cold snort, unleashing his full power as he abruptly unleashed a palm strike. Bang! The massive paw of the Earth Fury Bear clashed midair with the colossal fist of the Crimson Demon Ape with such tremendous force that even the surrounding air trembled violently. Under Zhao Shanhe's astonishing might, the Crimson Demon Ape was actually forced back several steps. You think I'm trash like Chen Jian? Brace yourself, I'll show you what it truly means to be a Lord-tier beast soul master. Zhao Shanhe roared, dark yellow light erupting once more from his beast claw as he delivered another palm strike straight at the Crimson Blood Ape's chest. Crack! With this single palm strike, he unleashed his full power, forcibly caving in the Crimson Blood Ape's chest so brutally that the sickening sound of shattered ribs could even be heard directly. Witnessing this scene, even Chen Jiang, standing nearby, couldn't help but flash a look of shock in his eyes. It has to be said, aside from his foul mouth, Zhao Shanhe truly had formidable strength. The 9-star Beast King, which had been able to hold its own against him for so long, couldn't even withstand a single blow before him. Chapter 35, the 4th Beast King level monster. Just as Zhao Shanhe was locked in combat with the Bloodfiend Ape, Lin Yuan and Su Muxue also plunged into the beast tide. The coordination between the two of them was exceptionally seamless. Su Muxue would freeze the beast solid, and then Lin Yuan would strike, shattering their skulls with a single claw. It must be said, Su Muxue truly had skill. Any beast below the commander level could be effortlessly frozen into ice sculptures by her. Even a high-star beast general level ferocious beast could have its movements restricted by her frost. Such was the formidable talent of an S-rank beast soul. In Lin Yuan's eyes, the 9-tailed snow fox was not merely a combat-type beast soul, but also possessed extraordinarily powerful auxiliary abilities. Yet in reality, Su Muxue was even more astonished than Lin Yuan, because she was slowly becoming unable to gauge just how powerful Lin Yuan truly was. At first, things had gone smoothly. Together with Lin Yuan, they had slain over a dozen combat beast-level ferocious beasts and several low-star beast general-level creatures. However, these ferocious beasts weren't without intelligence of their own. Before long, Su Mushui and Lin Yuan found themselves being targeted by some formidable high-star beast general-level beasts. The first to set its sights on them was a black-scaled porcupine, not only massive in size but also thick-skinned and rough-furred, its body covered in dense black scales, boasting astonishing defensive capabilities. Based on Su Mushua's perception, this black-scaled porcupine possessed at least the 7-star strength of a beast general-class creature. As it charged fiercely toward Lin Yuan, Su Mushua swiftly condensed frost into icy blades, hurling them toward the black-scaled porcupine. With her current strength, she naturally couldn't inflict significant damage on the black-scaled porcupine. Su Mushua's intention was to restrain this monster as much as possible, buying time for Lin Yuan to escape. Yet, to Su Mushua's astonishment, Lin Yuan not only didn't flee but instead allowed the black-scaled porcupine to charge right up to him. Then, before Su Mushua could even react, blazing flames suddenly ignited on Lin Yuan's massive claw, which he promptly slammed onto the beast's body. Bang! A muffled boom resonated through the air. The black-scaled boar's body was instantly sent flying backward like a kite with its string cut. After being flung over a dozen meters away, it fell unconscious on the spot. Su Mushua immediately rushed toward where the black-scaled boar had landed. Yet the scene that unfolded before her eyes made her widen them in involuntary astonishment. You should know that the most formidable aspect of the black-scale boar lies in its astonishing defensive capabilities. The densely packed black scales covering its body resemble a suit of armor. Yet, this incredibly tough armor of scales was as fragile as paper before Lin Yuan. The black-scale boar before them had all its black scales shattered and torn apart, leaving only a claw mark so deep the bone was visible. Su Mushua couldn't fathom the sheer explosive power behind Lin Yuan's strike that had so thoroughly penetrated the black-scale shield boar's defenses. In truth, this presented no difficulty whatsoever for Lin Yuan. After all, he currently possessed the strength of a 1-star beast king and was even equipped with Crimson Flare Claws, a beast martial tier divine armament that dramatically enhanced the lethality of his massive talons. Under such circumstances, if Lin Yuan couldn't even breach the defenses of a mere black-scale shield boar, he might as well consider himself unworthy of living. Inside the train's control room, a trainee observer frowned at the monster detection radar before him. After watching it for a while, he couldn't help speaking up. "Senior, come take a look. Is the detection radar malfunctioning?" "Malfunctioning? How could that be?" Upon hearing these words, the middle-aged man nearby immediately showed a puzzled expression and turned his head. "Look here, shouldn't this purple dot theoretically indicate a Beast King-level monster? The function of the monster radar is to detect the energy fluctuations emitted by monsters, classify them, and display them on the screen. Generally speaking, combat beast-level monsters correspond to white. Beast Commander-level monsters correspond to green markings, while Beast King-level monsters are indicated by purple markings. That purple light spot indeed correctly corresponds to a Beast King-level monster." The middle-aged man slightly furrowed his brows. "Wait, something's not right. Why are there 4 purple light spots?" Before this, the monster radar had only detected 3 energy fluctuations at the Beast King level. Therefore, they concluded that within this small-scale beast tide, only 3 Beast King-level monsters existed. However, now, a 4th purple dot suddenly appeared on the monster radar screen. Could this mean their initial intelligence was flawed, and the beast tide actually concealed a 4th Beast King-level monster? Just as the middle-aged man was thinking this, an eerie scene unfolded. The purple light spot pointed at by the intern suddenly vanished into thin air. "See, it's gone again." The trainee observer muttered under his breath. "Told you it was broken. This purple light spot keeps appearing and disappearing." Staring at the scene before him, the middle-aged man froze for a split second before an icy chill shot straight up to the crown of his head. "No, that's not right. It's not that the monster radar malfunctioned. Within this beast tide, there lurks a Beast King-level monster exceptionally skilled at concealing its own presence." At this very moment, the middle-aged man's face was filled with panic. No, we must get this information out immediately. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Hurry, find a way to contact those 3 Lord-level Beast Soulmasters at the front lines, now. SHHCH. With a sound of flesh tearing apart, a pitch-black claw violently ripped open the chest of a Beast Soulmaster. The Beast Soulmaster gazed desperately at the dark aberrant beast before him, yet the blood continuously frothing from his throat left him unable to utter a single word. Then, a horrific scene unfolded. The black aberrant beast before him had actually reached directly into his torn open chest and plucked out his heart. Thud, thud. The heart, still connected to blood vessels, continued its relentless beating. No, please. The Beast Soulmaster opened his mouth weakly, trying to stop the black monstrous beast before him. Yet at that very moment, the black monstrous beast in front of him actually revealed an eerily human-like sneer of disdain. Upon seeing the expression on the black monstrous beast's face, the Beast Soulmaster instantly felt a chill run down his spine. This black monstrous beast before him was actually a Beast King-level monster. Ordinary ferocious beasts could never possess such intelligence. The next second, the black aberrant beast mercilessly tore out his heart and casually tossed it into its own mouth. Crunch, crunch. The sound of bone-grinding chewing echoed through the air. The light in this beast soul master's eyes completely faded, rapidly dimming as all vitality drained away. Chapter 36, Close your eyes, don't let the blood splatter on you. Lin Yuan, how many beast general level monsters have we killed so far? Su Mushua's voice suddenly sounded beside Lin Yuan's ear. I'm not sure, probably at least a dozen or so? Lin Yuan turned his head. Behind him, the corpses of monsters had already piled up like a mountain. If the crystal core of a single beast general level monster could fetch at least 50,000, then the corpses here must be worth at least over 1 million, right? For Lin Yuan, this was already a substantial sum of money. While he and Su Mushue were hunting monsters, Zhao Shanhe had likewise not been idle. After all, he was a lord-level beast soul master. The number of beast general level monsters that had died at Zhao Shanhe's hands was simply beyond count. Even among the 3 beast king level monsters in this beast tide, 2 were slain by Zhao Shanhe's hand. This included that blood-red demonic ape from before. This ferocious beast, possessing the strength of a 9-star beast king, was even capable of contending with a lord-level beast soul master. Alas, it had the misfortune of encountering Zhao Shanhe. Zhao Shanhe, who had fused with the Yi Earth Rage Bear, beast soul, tore the blood-red demon ape apart with his bare hands. Seeing that the beast tide was nearly cleared, Zhao Shanhe shifted his gaze toward Lin Yuan and Su Mushue. Soon after, he quickly noticed the mountain of monster corpses piled behind the two. At this sight, a flash of astonishment couldn't help but cross Zhao Shanhe's eyes. These 2 youngsters are quite capable, aren't they? Just as Zhao Shanhe was thinking this, a sudden voice came through his earpiece. This is Command Center of Train 9647. Previous intel was incorrect. Hidden within the beast tide is a 4th king-class monster highly skilled at concealing its presence. All beast soul masters be advised. Repeat, previous intel was incorrect. There remains a 4th king-class monster concealed within the beast tide. This news clearly didn't reach only Zhao Shanhe. In an instant, every beast soul master present who learned of this news couldn't help but become vigilant. After all, they weren't lord-level beast soul masters like Zhao Shanhe. A beast king-level monster still posed a considerable threat to them. Especially since this king-tier monster was exceptionally skilled at concealing its presence. Even the monster radar had failed to detect it earlier. At that moment, Zhao Shanhe suddenly remembered something and immediately turned his gaze toward where Lin Yuan and Su Mushue stood. After all, the 2 of them weren't part of the convoy's beast soul escort and thus hadn't been given communication earpieces. In other words, they remained completely unaware of the situation. Just as Zhao Shanhe was about to speak to warn her, a sudden and bizarre change erupted before his eyes. The space in front of Su Mushue twisted unnaturally in an instant. Before she could even react to what was happening, a razor-sharp black claw, sharp as a blade, slashed viciously toward her neck. Along with the appearance of that black claw, a grotesque alien-like black beast materialized right before Su Mushue's eyes. The face of this black mutant beast was filled with viciousness and ferocity. The razor-sharp claws lunging towards Su Mushue moved with such speed that it seemed capable of slicing through space itself. Staring at the savage mutant beast that had suddenly appeared before her, Su Mushue's body froze involuntarily on the spot. She wanted to flee, she desperately wished to react. The problem was, Su Mushue was also facing a real battle with a monster for the first time. How could she not panic in this situation? And the moment this black aberrant beast appeared, Zhao Shanhe was the first to notice its presence. This aura belongs to a beast king? For a moment, Zhao Shanhe felt as if he had been struck by lightning, his mind reeling in shock. How could it be such a coincidence? The 4th beast king level monster hidden within the beast tide had actually appeared right beside Su Mushue and Lin Yuan. Damn it! At this moment, Zhao Shanhe's eyes were bloodshot, looking as frenzied as a wild beast. He was at least 1,000 meters away from Su Mushue. Though this distance wasn't great, reaching her in an instant was utterly impossible. After all, his raging earth bear wasn't some speed-type beast soul. Chen Jiang, standing beside Zhao Shanhe, also noticed the scene unfolding here. Is that the 4th beast king level monster? Chen Jiang furrowed his brows, unable to conceal a trace of pity in his eyes. So it's a dark claw beast, no wonder it can conceal its aura so thoroughly. These 2 unlucky bastards probably won't make it alive. Under such circumstances, they simply didn't have time to rescue the 2. By the time they arrived, those 2 would likely have already fallen victims to the dark claw beast's deadly claws. Just then, Chen Jiang suddenly felt an overwhelmingly terrifying pressure radiating from beside him. Taken aback, he instinctively turned his head and realized this dreadful pressure was emanating from Zhao Shanhe's body. And besides this frightening pressure, he also sensed a tsunami-like fury surging from Zhao Shanhe. Chen Jiang then remembered that these 2 young men seemed to have been brought by Zhao Shanhe. Screech! As Su Mushue's neck was about to be torn apart, the black aberrant beast couldn't help but let out an excited low growl from its throat. Staring at the black claws looming right before her eyes, a surge of despair began to spread through Su Mushue's heart. Yet at that very moment, a gigantic claw wreathed in raging flames suddenly swept in for the kill. Simultaneously, a familiar voice resonated beside her ear. Close your eyes, don't let the blood splatter into them. Hearing this familiar voice, Su Mushue was flooded with an unprecedented sense of security and instinctively shut her eyes. Clang! Immediately afterward, the sound of metal clashing against metal rang out. A stream of warm blood splattered onto Su Mushue's face. Screech! Before Su Mushue could comprehend what had just happened, an agonizing, heart-wrenching shriek abruptly erupted right beside her ear. Su Mushue slowly opened her eyes, only for the scene before her to make her pupils contract violently from sheer astonishment. Right before her, the black exotic beast's razor-sharp claw had been severed clean off at the joint, dark crimson blood still gushing from the jagged wound. And at this very moment, a colossal black beast stood by her side, guarding her like a protective deity. Without a doubt, this black beast was none other than Lin Yuan. But, how could this be possible? Bear in mind, this extraordinary black creature before them was a beast king-level existence. However, Lin Yuan's claw actually severed his opponent's sharp claws with brute force? Chapter 37. Are you giving me a scratch? In fact, not only was Su Mushue astonished, even Zhao Shanha and Chen Jiang were utterly shocked. You must understand, although this Shadowclaw beast's strength couldn't compare to that blood fiend ape, it was still unquestionably a king-tier monster. Yet even such a ferocious beast's full-powered strike was blocked outright. No, it wasn't merely blocked, the counterblow had even severed its deadly claws. Just what kind of being stood before them? At this thought, Chen Jiang couldn't help but turn his head and ask, Zhao Shanha, is this young brother you brought along a beast king-level beast soul master? However, Zhao Shanha currently had no time to pay him any attention. Initially, he had thought Su Mushue was surely doomed this time. Yet this sudden twist of fate not only shocked Zhao Shanha but also filled him with overwhelming joy. He immediately bellowed toward Lin Yuan's direction, Lin Yuan, hold on. Your teacher's coming to save you. Just as his voice fell, Zhao Shanha unleashed his full speed without hesitation, charging fiercely toward the dark claw beast. And Zhao Shanha's physique was simply too massive, towering like a mountain. When he began to sprint, even the ground beneath his feet started shaking violently with each thunderous step. Looking at the scene before him, even Chen Zhang's eyes couldn't help but flash with a hint of astonishment. Could these two before me possibly be Zhao Shanha's illegitimate son and daughter? Otherwise, it's really hard to explain why Zhao Shanha could be this frantic. Damn it, judging by his urgency, he looks like he's ready to tear the dark claw beast apart with his bare teeth. Roar! The dark claw beast, with one of its claws severed by Lin Yuan, now stared at him with venomous hatred, continuously emitting low growls from its throat. It was clear that this creature harbored intense animosity toward Lin Yuan, yet simultaneously hesitated due to fear of his strength, not daring to attack recklessly. In Lin Yuan's perception, this particular dark claw beast before him possessed at least the combat power equivalent to a beast king class 2-star, possibly even 3-star entity. The difference lay in its specialty. This creature excelled in concealing its presence for ambush tactics rather than engaging in direct frontal combat. That's precisely why Lin Yuan was able to sever its sharp claws with a single swipe. What's wrong? Throwing a tantrum now? Staring at the Shadowclaw beast before him, Lin Yuan couldn't help but sneer. A cowardly thing like you who only hides in the shadows would naturally pick on the weak. Right at that moment, the space before them twisted and distorted once again, and the dark claw beast's figure vanished into thin air before Lin Yuan's eyes, leaving not even a trace of its presence behind. Even Lin Yuan had to admit, this guy's stealth skills were truly impressive. However, Lin Yuan wasn't afraid of it attacking him. His only concern was that the creature might launch another surprise assault on Su Mushue. At this thought, Lin Yuan swiftly turned his head and warned, be careful, don't give it any chance to sneak attack us. Su Mushue nodded, I know. However, just as Lin Yuan was distracted while reminding Su Mushue, a black beastly shadow silently emerged from behind him, then suddenly pounced toward Lin Yuan with lethal intent. It was clear, this dark claw beast had still locked onto Lin Yuan as its target. No matter what, it would have its revenge for this severed claw. Filled with boundless hatred, the dark claw beast unleashed the strike with all its might. It would shred Lin Yuan's scales and tear his flesh to pieces. Clang! With a metallic clash, the dark claw beast's sharp talons collided heavily with the scaled armor on Lin Yuan's back. A shower of sparks immediately erupted from the point of impact. The anticipated scene of flesh being torn apart never materialized. The dark claw beast's strike merely left 3 shallow claw marks upon the scaled armor of Lin Yuan's spine. For a moment, the dark claw beast felt its head spinning in confusion. Only one thought remained in its mind now. Namely, how could this guy's scales possibly be this tough? In truth, this dark claw beast had no idea that Lin Yuan had spent massive amounts of evolution points reinforcing his scaled durability to solidify his foundation. This resulted in his scaled armor becoming impossibly durable. Despite Lin Yuan's own level being merely Beast King 1-star, even a Beast King 5-star existence might not necessarily breach his defenses. Not to mention, Lin Yuan was also equipped with the Blackthorn armor, a beast god weapon specially designed to enhance defensive capabilities. After a momentary daze, a flash of ruthless ferocity reappeared in the Dark Claw beast's eyes. Clearly, it hadn't given up and was preparing to launch another attack on Lin Yuan. Screech! With a piercing shriek, the Razor Claw beast's lethal claws slashed through the air once more. Yet this time again, it merely left 3 claw marks across Lin Yuan's back. Put! At that very moment, a black spike abruptly shot out from Lin Yuan's back, piercing straight through the Dark Claw beast's sharp talons. Without a doubt, this was the effect of Blackthorn armor activating. The pain of having its claw impaled immediately forced a howl of agony from the Dark Claw beast, and Lin Yuan's voice drifted eerily into its ears. Tell me, are you trying to tickle me? At this moment, the Dark Claw beast's eyes were filled with sheer terror. Yet, with its claws impaled by the spikes, it couldn't immediately slip back into its hidden state. Suddenly, the spines on Lin Yuan's back slowly retracted. But before the Dark Claw beast could rejoice, Lin Yuan had already turned around. In one swift motion, Lin Yuan seized it, his 2 massive black claws clamping down like iron vices, firmly locking its body in place. Lin Yuan's strength was overwhelming. No matter how fiercely the Dark Claw beast struggled, it couldn't break free from his grip. Now, is it my turn? Staring at the Dark Claw beast before him, a smile bloomed across Lin Yuan's face. Screech! Upon seeing the smile on Lin Yuan's face, the Dark Claw beast suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of terror, letting out a frantic, piercing shriek. It's just a pity. It was already too late. Crack! Crack! Lin Yuan's massive black claws seized the creature's upper and lower jaws respectively, forcibly prying open the maw of that Shadowfang beast. Immediately afterwards, an eerie blue glow erupted violently from the dorsal fin on Lin Yuan's back. An overwhelmingly terrifying surge of energy radiated outward from Lin Yuan as its epicenter. In an instant, every beast soul master present, including Zhao Shanhe, couldn't help but fix their gazes upon Lin Yuan. What in the world was this guy trying to do? Right at this moment, Lin Yuan finally spoke again. Come on, let's give you a real taste of atomic breath. As the words fell, a vast and mighty surge of nuclear energy abruptly condensed and took shape within Lin Yuan's gigantic maw. A beam of eerie blue energy blasted forth, piercing straight into the forcibly gaping maw of the Dark Claw beast. Chapter 38 Atomic Breath, Slaughtering the Dark Claw Beast. Boom! A deep blue atomic breath was forcibly blasted straight into the maw of the Dark Claw beast before them. In an instant, an overwhelmingly violent energy erupted from within the Dark Claw beast's body, instantly tearing its form asunder. Countless fragments of flesh and blood sprayed outward in all directions. Finally, only a palm-sized crystal core fell to the ground. At that very moment, Zhao Shanhe had just arrived at the scene. Staring at the sight before him, Zhao Shanhe couldn't help but widen his eyes in astonishment, his face filled with disbelief. Never in his wildest dreams had he imagined that Lin Yuan could actually slay a Beast King-level monster. And, it was done in a manner almost akin to slaughter. In reality, it wasn't just Zhao Shanhe who found it hard to believe. At this very moment, every Beast Soul Master watching this scene wore expressions of utter astonishment. After all, Lin Yuan's atomic breath had delivered an overwhelmingly powerful visual impact to them all. That eerie blue energy beam, brimming with unimaginable ferocity, shot straight into the Dark Claw beast's gaping maw, instantly causing its massive body to explode violently apart. Such a sight was truly awe-inspiring. Then, under everyone's gaze, Lin Yuan immediately bent down and picked up the monster core from the ground. I wonder how much a Beast King level core like this could sell for. Just then, Lin Yuan happened to see Zhao Shanhe approaching him and instinctively hid the monster core behind his back. Zhao Shanhe clearly noticed this subtle movement of his, and his face immediately darkened. Damn it, what kind of person does this kid take me for? As if I would ever snatch his spoils of war? Moreover, a mere Beast King level crystal core, he might not even consider it worth his attention. Zhao Shanhe stared intently at Lin Yuan for a long moment before speaking in a solemn voice. How did you do it? Lin Yuan was momentarily taken aback and instinctively replied, What do you mean, how did I do it? Zhao Shanhe said irritably, Obviously, what I'm asking is how you killed this Dark Claw beast. Just killed it like that. Lin Yuan replied with a puzzled expression, Teacher, didn't you just witness it yourself? Zhao Shanhe hesitated for a moment before tentatively asking, You didn't take any performance-enhancing drugs that temporarily boost your abilities, did you? Scratching his head, Lin Yuan answered, That stuff must be pretty expensive, right? After hearing Lin Yuan's reply, Zhao Shanhe couldn't help but take a deep breath. He now basically realized that Lin Yuan had relied on his own strength to defeat this King-tier Dark Claw beast. Thinking of this, Zhao Shanhe immediately asked, Lin Yuan, tell me honestly, what level has your strength actually reached? I've just broken through to the King tier, only King tier 1-star level for now. What a way to put it with just barely. Zhao Shanhe's lips twitched violently as he couldn't help blurting out, Didn't you tell me earlier that you were only at 5-star beast general level? Lin Yuan, haven't I treated you well enough as your teacher? How could you even hide this from me? Seeing Zhao Shanha's genuinely distraught expression, Lin Yuan couldn't help responding, but teacher, I never actually said I only possessed 5-star beast general strength. Zhao Shanha's eyes widened as he said, but you clearly told me you've only broken through twice since the beast soul training assessment ended. Breaking through twice at the 3-star beast general level, doesn't that make it 5-star beast general rank? However, upon hearing this, Lin Yuan couldn't help but laugh, speaking with earnest sincerity. Teacher, that's not how you should calculate this. I did indeed break through twice. However, the first breakthrough took me from 3-star beast general to 7-star beast general, while the second breakthrough directly elevated me from 7-star beast general to beast king level. See, that makes exactly 2 breakthroughs, doesn't it? Zhao Shanha? What kind of nonsense is this? What the hell are you talking about? Damn, is this how you break through? Others break through 1 step at a time. Damn it, how come you just took the elevator straight up? Although Zhao Shanha was reluctant to believe such a thing, the undeniable fact was staring him right in the face. Lin Yuan had genuinely slaughtered a beast king level monster purely by his own strength. This made Zhao Shanha even more curious, and he stared intently at Lin Yuan. Then can you tell me exactly how you managed this? Never mind an E-rank talent, even an SSS rank talent probably couldn't achieve such terrifying growth speed. Seeing Zhao Shanha's persistent expression that demanded answers, Lin Yuan knew in his heart that if he didn't provide a reasonable explanation today, this matter wouldn't be easily settled. After a moment of contemplation, an idea promptly surfaced in Lin Yuan's mind. Then, lowering his voice, he began to speak. Teacher, to be honest, this is my secret, but it's because I trust you that I'm sharing it, please keep it confidential. Zhao Shanha was briefly taken aback, but after realizing Lin Yuan wasn't joking, he immediately nodded emphatically, deal. Lin Yuan gave him a meaningful look and said softly, actually, nothing went wrong during the Beast Soul awakening ceremony. The Beast Soul I awakened truly does have an E-rank talent. What kind of secret is this? Can an E-rank talent break through to Beast King level so quickly? What the hell are you trying to pull here, kid? Zhao Shanha couldn't help but glance at Lin Yuan with a face full of skepticism. Lin Yuan naturally noticed Zhao Shanha's doubtful expression and continued, however, the Beast Soul I awakened has a special characteristic. That is, it can absorb nuclear radiation. Moreover, it can convert the absorbed radiation within my body into strength for myself. Absorb nuclear radiation? Zhao Shanha froze for a moment, as if vaguely realizing something. At that moment, Lin Yuan spoke again. Teacher should know that inferior beast soul crystals contain significant amounts of nuclear radiation, right? Precisely because of this, no beast tamer would choose to absorb inferior beast soul crystals, to avoid causing side effects to their own beast souls. After Lin Yuan spoke these words, Zhao Shanha finally reacted. At this moment, he felt as if his scalp was about to explode from shock. That's right. Inferior beast soul crystals are sold at extremely low prices precisely because they contain nuclear radiation. But due to the nature of your beast soul, you can absorb large quantities of inferior beast soul crystals without worrying about any side effects. No, not only that, but you can also convert the nuclear radiation contained within inferior beast soul crystals into your own power. No wonder you were able to break through to Beast King levels so quickly. Chapter 39, I want to stand shoulder to shoulder with him too. At this moment, Zhao Shanha was like someone who had just discovered a new continent. Lin Yuan looked at him helplessly and said, Teacher, if you don't lower your voice soon, the whole world will know my secret. Oh, sorry. Zhao Shanha finally realized his outburst and quickly lowered his voice. To be honest, I've truly never heard of a beast soul trait like yours before. Lin Yuan thought to himself, if you'd actually heard of this before, that would be truly bizarre. Because this wasn't any beast soul attribute at all, it was the system's functionality. Lin Yuan understood that many things couldn't be concealed through deliberate efforts alone. So it was better to reveal them indirectly. Doing so would actually dispel others' suspicions more effectively. Then, Zhao Shanha seemed to suddenly remember something and asked, how many inferior beast soul crystals did you absorb in total to break through to the Beast King level? If we don't count the odd change, there should be around 5,000 coins. Lin Yuan reported the number with a calm expression. Yet, a storm of shock surged through Zhao Shanha's heart. You see, absorbing the energy within beast soul crystals also requires time. If he had to absorb a full 5,000 inferior beast soul crystals within 2 months, there would be virtually no free time left apart from eating and sleeping. In other words, during these 2 months, Lin Yuan had been living an ascetic's life. Admittedly, this unique trait of his beast soul indeed granted him tremendous potential, but potential that isn't harnessed will forever remain just potential. Yet this black-haired youth before me possesses a will as unyielding as bedrock. It's precisely because of this that he managed to absorb 5,000 inferior beast soul crystals in just 2 months, pushing this trait to its absolute limits. Even myself at his age probably couldn't have achieved what he's accomplished. At this thought, Zhao Shanha couldn't help but reach out and give Lin Yuan's shoulder a pat. Lin Yuan, I'm proud of you. Teacher, next time before patting my shoulder, could you kindly pay attention to your strength? Only after Lin Yuan's voice drifted faintly through the air did Zhao Shanha realize that in his momentary lack of restraint, he'd nearly shattered Lin Yuan's scales with that pat. In fact, the force of his casual slap transmitted through to the ground, leaving several cracks in the earth itself. It was an accident, purely accidental. Zhao Shanha wore an awkward expression. His intention had been to encourage Lin Yuan, but he nearly ended up giving him internal injuries with that pat. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan once again realized just how vast the gap was between a Beast King level and a Lord level fighter. After all, even a full-powered strike from a Dark Claw beast might not have been enough to break his defense. However, that casual pat from Zhao Shanha made him feel as if all his internal organs were about to shift positions. Don't worry, I'll definitely keep this secret safe for you, Zhao Shanha continued, but actually, even if this secret gets exposed, it doesn't matter. At Demon Capital Beast University, no one would dare lay a finger on you. Moreover, you can leverage your uniqueness to secure more resources for yourself. Lin Yuan nodded immediately. I understand. Thank you, teacher. Just as Zhao Shanha was about to continue speaking, Su Muxue had already arrived. At this moment, she had already deactivated her beast soul fusion state, reverting to human form, her face filled with anxious concern as she looked at Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan, are you okay? Lin Yuan smiled and said, do I look like I'm in any trouble? Beside them, Zhao Shanha wore an odd expression, thinking to himself that the girl was clearly overreacting out of concern. Hadn't she noticed the Dark Claw beast was already reduced to pieces of flesh scattered across the ground? That Lin Yuan kid, he really didn't hold back. It's good that you're okay, it's good that you're okay. Seeing Lin Yuan unharmed, Su Mushue's eyes instantly reddened. Just now, I thought I was going to die. To be honest, if Lin Yuan hadn't acted in time, Su Muxue might have truly perished at the hands of the Dark Claw beast. After all, for a 3-star Beast King level Savage Beast to instantly kill a Beast Soul Master with only 3-star Beast Commander level strength was all too effortless. Su Muxue could truly be said to have walked through the gates of hell and back. Zhao Shanha's face couldn't help but show a trace of guilt as he watched Su Muxue trembling with fear. It's all my fault as your teacher. I never anticipated the appearance of a 4th Beast King level monster, which delayed my arrival. If it weren't for Lin Yuan being here, the consequences would have been unthinkable. However, before Su Muxue could speak, Lin Yuan shook his head. No, we can't blame the teacher entirely. After all, anything can happen on the battlefield. Monsters are our enemies, and they will naturally try everything possible to kill us. So there are many things we simply can't foresee in advance. At this moment, Lin Yuan turned his head to look at Su Muxue and spoke word by word. Just like this time, you could have done better, but you were afraid. Fear robbed your brain of its most basic judgment, so at that critical life or death moment, you did nothing. After Lin Yuan's words left his lips, Su Muxue stood frozen in place. She clearly hadn't expected Lin Yuan to confront her with such pointed questions at this very moment, but she also knew in her heart that Lin Yuan was absolutely right. At the moment the Shadow Claw beast attacked her, her mind had gone completely blank, and her body seemed to move beyond her control. Flushed with shame, Su Muxue's face turned crimson as she asked in a timid voice, then, what should I do? Didn't they teach you this in the school's practical combat theory class? Lin Yuan glanced at her and said calmly, when ambushed by a monster, the most crucial thing is to create distance. If you can't create distance, then find a way to restrain it or avoid vital areas as much as possible. Yet you failed to do any of these. In fact, if you had frozen the Dark Claw beast's claws with frost, adjusted your stance, and avoided vital spots as much as possible, you could have at least survived a single strike. That way, you've bought yourself at least 5 seconds before the Dark Claw beast attacks again. Su Muxue whispered, but in this situation, 5 seconds isn't nearly enough time to do anything. 5 seconds may seem short, Lin Yuan said gravely, but it's enough to assess your current predicament. If you believe there's still a sliver of hope, he continued firmly, then fight for it with everything you've got. If you think you're doomed no matter what. At this moment, both Su Muxue and Zhao Shanha fixed their gazes on Lin Yuan, waiting to hear his answer. Then do everything in your power to inflict as much damage as possible on that monster, to buy your comrades a chance to survive. Lin Yuan's tone was utterly calm, as if he were discussing the most trivial of matters, because this is who he is. Even if death were looming in the next second, he would use his last breath to do what he believed was meaningful. Upon hearing Lin Yuan's answer, Su Muxue couldn't help but fall into silence. Right then, Zhao Shanha spoke up with a smile. Actually, Lin Yuan is absolutely right. However, don't be too hard on Su Muxue. This was her first real battle with a monster, and encountering such a situation would naturally cause panic. Yet, Su Muxue suddenly spoke up. Teacher Zhao, then can you do it? Zhao Shanha was slightly taken aback before replying. Of course I can. Do you think Lin Yuan can do it? Zhao Shanha clearly didn't expect Su Muxue would ask such a question. Yet suddenly, that calm and indifferent look flashed through his mind again. Lin Yuan's gaze from moments before. It was the look of someone who held death in contempt. At this thought, Zhao Shanha immediately nodded and said, I think, he can do it. Upon hearing these words, Su Mushue couldn't help but purse her lips, a determined gleam flashing in her eyes. If Lin Yuan can do it, then so can I. She didn't want to always be protected by Lin Yuan and become a burden to him. She also longed to become strong enough to stand side by side with Lin Yuan. Chapter 40, Storage Badge. After the 4 Beast Kings were successively eliminated, the monster tide was naturally soon completely eradicated. After a brief cleanup of the battlefield, Zhao Shanhe led Lin Yuan and Su Mushue back to the train. Lin Yuan had reaped bountiful rewards from this beast tide. After all, he had not only slain a Beast King level monster but also teamed up with Su Mushue to kill 20 to 30 Beast Commander level creatures. As for the countless Battle Beast level monsters that fell to his blade, those were beyond reckoning. However, Battle Beast level monster cores held little value, so Lin Yuan paid them no mind whatsoever. And these monster cores were naturally all entrusted to Zhao Shanhe for safekeeping. Zhao Shanhe promised Lin Yuan that once they arrived in Modu, he would sell all these cores and deposit the proceeds into Lin Yuan's account. By now, he had come to understand why Lin Yuan was so desperate for money. After all, while inferior beast soul crystals might be cheap, that only referred to their individual unit price. Like Lin Yuan, who absorbed a full 5,000 inferior beast soul crystals within just 2 months. Converting this to market value, it would cost at least 500,000. In other words, Lin Yuan had poured all his student stipend into this. As for Zhao Shanhe's kindness, Lin Yuan naturally chose to accept it gladly. He was unfamiliar with Demon City and had no idea where to sell the monster cores. Moreover, keeping so many monster cores in hand isn't just troublesome, it also takes up way too much space. Zhao Shanhe was willing to help, that was naturally the best possible outcome. However, just as Lin Yuan was wondering where Zhao Shanhe stored these monster cores, he saw him pull out an exquisitely crafted silver badge directly from his pocket. Then, Zhao Shanhe directly gave the silver badge a pat. The next second, a silver radiance suddenly burst forth from the badge. Under the glow of this silver light, the pile of monster cores stacked like a small hill vanished into thin air before Lin Yuan's eyes. Witnessing this scene, a look of astonishment flashed through Lin Yuan's eyes. What is this? Have you never seen a storage badge before? Zhao Shanhe gave Lin Yuan a puzzled glance before speaking up. I nearly forgot you're from commoner origins too. It's perfectly normal you wouldn't know about this thing. To be honest, even I'm not entirely sure how this thing works. You can think of it as a unique type of beast god weapon, one that exists solely to store things. My storage badge here is actually custom made. Only beast soul masters who reach the lord rank can apply for it from the beast soul temple, and they still need to pay a 10 million manufacturing fee. Though it's quite expensive, this thing has 100 cubic meters of independent space, making it really convenient to use. Lin Yuan, I suspect you're flexing, but I have no proof. However, after Zhao Shanhe's explanation, Lin Yuan finally understood the purpose of this storage badge. In his view, it was similar to the spatial rings found in fantasy novels. Lin Yuan clearly hadn't expected that the world of beast soul masters would also have such special storage tools. Yet, he had to admit, possessing one of these storage badges would indeed bring considerable convenience. At the very least, he wouldn't have to worry about storing trophies when hunting monsters outside. Thinking of this, Lin Yuan asked again, in that case, is there any way for beast soul masters below lord level to obtain a storage badge? Of course there is. Zhao Shanhe explained, beast soul masters who reach beast king level can already apply to the beast soul temple to receive a bronze badge. This serves as both proof of your identity as a beast king level beast soul master and also possesses a 10 cubic meter storage space. Of course, applying for a bronze badge also requires paying 1 million in production fees. 1 million. Upon hearing this number, Lin Yuan couldn't help but sigh in his heart. That would be enough to buy him a full 10,000 inferior beast soul crystals. However, deep down, he knew that sometimes value couldn't be measured in such terms. For him, a beast god weapon with storage capabilities was still quite necessary. Even if it costs 1 million, it would still be worth it. Zhao Shanhe seemed to have read Lin Yuan's thoughts. Chuckling lightly, he explained, actually, what the beast soul temple collects is merely the cost price. If you go to an outside trading firm to buy it, the price will definitely be no lower than this. A 10 cubic meter storage badge would cost at least 2 or 3 million. As for something like my 100 cubic meter storage badge, you couldn't get one for less than 40 or 50 million. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan couldn't help but nod. In truth, he understood perfectly well that as an official organization, the Beast Soul Temple showed considerable preferential treatment toward Beast Soul Masters. Moreover, the stronger one's abilities were, the more preferential treatment they would receive. This matter alone served as clear evidence of that fact. That day, at 5 p.m., the train finally arrived slowly in Demon City. Though there were some twists and turns along the way, the journey was generally smooth. It must be said that Demon City Beast University had considered everything quite thoughtfully. As soon as he stepped off the train, the site of the dedicated shuttle to the demon capital Beast University came into view. Moreover, as long as you're a student or faculty member of Moto Beast University, you can ride for free. It's truly a one-stop service through and through. Lin Yuan and Zhao Shanha were naturally more than happy to take the convenience. Only Su Muxue seemed a bit unhappy, muttering to herself, I thought we could explore the night market of Demon City, but as soon as we got off the train we're rushing to the school. I heard the night view here is stunning. Lin Yuan, standing nearby, chuckled and comforted him. No worries, there'll be other opportunities in the future. You're right. Once you arrive at school, remember to check into the dorms immediately. Zhao Shanha also chimed in with a teasing tone, if you don't get it settled today, you might just end up sleeping on the streets tonight. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan suddenly thought of something and asked, are all the dormitories at Devil Capital Beast University single rooms? A single room? Keep dreaming. Zhao Shanha glanced at Lin Yuan and couldn't help but laugh. Do you know how many freshmen Demon Capital Beast University recruits each year? If we really gave each of you a dorm room, the school might as well dedicate all its land to building dormitories. Su Muxue beside him spoke up, but this is so inconvenient. Even when I normally want to cultivate, I always have to worry about the people around me. Zhao Shanha spoke up. The school has naturally taken this into account. The dormitories are strictly for your sleep and rest needs. If you wish to cultivate, there are dedicated training chambers open to students 24/7 with no additional fees. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan couldn't help but sigh in relief. If he really had to live in a 4-person dormitory, then he'd be the most inconvenienced one. After all, his method of cultivation was entirely different from everyone else's. If others were to discover that he enhanced his strength by absorbing low-grade beast soul crystals, it would likely attract the school's attention sooner rather than later. Until his own power grew strong enough, Lin Yuan had no intention of inviting such unnecessary trouble. Fortunately, the cultivation chamber provided by the school temporarily resolved Lin Yuan's urgent dilemma. If the cultivation chamber were indeed open 24/7, Lin Yuan would probably spend at least 2/3 of his time there. Even if he returned to the dormitory, it would mostly just be to sleep or bathe. And at that very moment, Zhao Shanha suddenly spoke up, actually, there is a way to apply for a single dorm room. The first solution is to spend money. Simply donate 5 million to the school under the guise of a contribution, and for the next 4 years, you'll have your own exclusive dorm room, complete with a private yard. Upon hearing this method, Lin Yuan didn't even pause to think. 5 million? What the hell? Why don't you just go rob people instead? I probably didn't spend that much money when I broke through from War Beast level all the way to Beast King level, did I? Those who can genuinely afford this method are likely the rich young masters from aristocratic families with too much money to spend, right? However, what Lin Yuan didn't expect was that after Zhao Shanha revealed this method, Su Muxue beside him actually showed a thoughtful expression on her face. Noticing this detail, the corner of Lin Yuan's mouth couldn't help but twitch violently. Is this little fool actually falling for me? Although Lin Yuan and Su Muxue had a good relationship, he knew very little about her family background. But now it seemed, Su Muxue's family circumstances might not be so ordinary after all. Yet what puzzled Lin Yuan was if Su Muxue truly came from an aristocratic family, why would she attend school in a small place like Shanghai City? Before Lin Yuan could figure anything out, Zhao Shanha spoke again, actually, for you guys, the second method is even simpler. That is, to rank within the top 100 on the Hidden Dragon ranking at Demon Capital Beast University and remain there for a full month. If you're capable of doing so, then you too can enjoy the privilege of having a private dormitory. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan couldn't help but pause slightly. Being listed on the Hidden Dragon ranking actually comes with such privileges? Of course. Zhao Shanha spoke up. The benefits of ranking high on the Hidden Dragon list far exceed what you might imagine. Especially, this year is particularly special. What makes this year so special? Zhao Shanha gave Lin Yuan a deep, meaningful look and spoke slowly. If you can make it into the top 10 of the Hidden Dragon rankings this year, you'll have the chance to represent Demon Capital Beast University in the National Freshman Alliance Tournament. Chapter 41, The Information Broker Wang Jinza. National Freshman Alliance Tournament? A trace of astonishment flickered through Lin Yuan's eyes. This was the first time he had heard about this competition. Zhao Shanhai explained, well, it's quite normal that you haven't heard of it, because this year's National Freshman League Tournament is actually the first event jointly organized by Yinjing Beast University and our Moto Beast University, targeted at freshmen nationwide. Now you should roughly understand just how important this tournament is, right? After listening to Zhao Shanhai's explanation, Lin Yuan couldn't help but nod in agreement. A competition of such grand scale, especially being the inaugural event, was enough to demonstrate its significance. Moreover, it was jointly organized by the Magic City Beast Academy and the Yinjing Beast Academy. This implied that these two institutions bore even greater pressure. Of course, this is perfectly understandable. Imagine you're the one organizing the competition, yet another school takes the top honor. Wouldn't that be utterly humiliating? Thus, this time, both Yanjing Beast University and Moto Beast University are pulling out all the stops to claim the championship title at the first National Freshman Exchange Tournament. Naturally, other schools won't let such a golden opportunity slip by either. If he could achieve outstanding results in such a national-level competition, it would be more effective than any advertisement. Because, this is the proof of the school's strength. After a moment of hesitation, Lin Yuan asked, if I managed to win a ranking for the school, would there be any prize money? Zhao Shanhe, what time is it now, and you're still thinking about the bonus? Are you so damn obsessed with money? You should know that this competition is about the school's honor. Zhao Shanhe said in a deep voice, if you can really help the school win the championship, forget about the bonus, you can ask for any reward you want. And not just winning the championship, simply being selected would bring you countless benefits. After all, you'd be representing our academy in competition. The strength you display would reflect directly on the school's reputation. Do you honestly think the school would shortchange you in such a situation? Truth be told, Zhao Shanhe's words made perfect sense. As long as I can enroll, I'm bound to receive substantial resource support. At this thought, Lin Yuan couldn't help but feel tempted. He immediately asked, has the roster been finalized yet? Not yet. Zhao Shanhe replied, however, the school already has a few preferred candidates in mind. The National Freshman League tournament is expected to be held in about a month and a half. So by next month, the list of participants should be pretty much finalized. There are a total of 12 slots to represent our school, 10 main team members and 2 substitutes. So if you can break into the top 10 of the Hidden Dragon ranking before next month, you'll have a very good chance of being selected. Lin Yuan nodded. Got it, I understand. You should know, making it onto the Hidden Dragon list was his goal from the start. And now, as long as he could secure a spot in the top 10, he would have the chance to represent Demon Capital Beast University in the National Freshman League tournament while also receiving substantial resource support. Lin Yuan naturally wouldn't pass up such a golden opportunity. The distance from the train station to Demon City Beast Taming University was still quite considerable. By the time Lin Yuan and the others arrived at the school, it was already 6 p.m. in the evening. After a quick meal, Zhao Shanhe took them to complete the dormitory registration procedures. If one didn't apply for a single private dorm room, the accommodation fees at Demon City Beast Taming University were quite affordable, only 500 yuan per academic year. Clearly, the school had no intention of making money off them in this regard. After completing the accommodation procedures, Lin Yuan noted down his dormitory number and bid farewell to Zhao Shanhe and Su Muxue. Probably because the semester had just started, there were still quite a few people on campus. With a map in one hand and luggage in the other, Lin Yuan quickly found the dormitory area designated for male students. Before long, Lin Yuan found the dormitory where he would be staying. As he pushed open the dorm door, 2 pairs of eyes immediately turned toward him. It seemed 2 roommates had already moved in ahead of him. Right after Lin Yuan entered, one roommate stood up with a smile, walking over enthusiastically with an outstretched hand. Hello, I'm Zhao Ming, also a freshman this year. My beast soul is an 8-winged serpent. The man before him had neatly trimmed black short hair, with well-proportioned and handsome features, wearing a bright smile that gave off a warm and approachable vibe just by looking at him. Seeing such enthusiasm from the other party, Lin Yuan found it hard to decline. He extended his hand for a light handshake and introduced himself with a smile. Lin Yuan, from Zhenhai City. Zhenhai City? Haven't heard of it before. Zhao Ming chuckled and filled him in, including you. Only one person hasn't moved into our dorm yet. The guy sitting on the bed is called Wang Jinza. He sleeps on bed 4, and I sleep on bed 1. The remaining beds 2 and 3 are both empty. You can choose whichever you like. Thank you. Lin Yuan scanned the room and finally chose bed 2, which was closer to the door, then prepared to place his luggage under the bed. At this moment, Zhao Ming spoke up again. Need any help? Thanks, but that won't be necessary. I don't have much luggage anyway. To be honest, although Lin Yuan had lived 2 lifetimes, this was his first experience with communal dormitory living. This was precisely why Zhao Ming's enthusiasm made him feel somewhat uncomfortable. Fortunately, after his refusal, Zhao Ming went about his own business. But before Lin Yuan could finish packing up, the chubby boy who had been sitting on the bed earlier proactively scooted closer. He lowered his voice and said, So you're Lin Yuan, the top scorer from Zhenhai City? Hearing this, Lin Yuan couldn't help but pause what he was doing. Turning his head in surprise, he asked, You know me? Logically speaking, no one at Shanghai Beast University should know him. Moreover, he had no recollection of this chubby guy before him. I don't know you, but I've seen your records. Wang Jinza spoke up. Dude, you're amazing. Getting into Shanghai Beast University with just an E-rank beast soul. Just got lucky. Lin Yuan opened his mouth. You said just now, you saw my file? Where did you see it? Can freshmen's files be viewed casually? Files certainly can't be viewed casually. Wang Jinza grinned as he spoke, but naturally, I've got my own ways. There's nothing in this school that I don't know about. Whatever you want to know, I can tell you. For example, among this year's freshmen, which ones are the real tough characters, the top scorers from every province and city, I can get you all their personal information. Of course, information has its value. Naturally, this intel won't come free. At this point, Wang Jinza extended his thumb and forefinger, rubbing them together in the universal money gesture. Considering we're roommates, I can give you a 20% discount. So, pretty generous, don't you think? Seeing Wang Jinza's utterly serious expression, Lin Yuan finally understood. The chubby little guy in front of him was clearly an information broker. However, since this guy could even obtain intel about himself, it proved he genuinely had some skills. But right now, Lin Yuan didn't really need any information services. Just as Lin Yuan was about to refuse, he suddenly thought of something and asked, "Do you have the rankings for the hidden dragon list here?" However, after Lin Yuan uttered these words, Wang Jinza looked at him with an extremely peculiar expression. "Bro, it's only the first day of school. The hidden dragon rankings can't possibly be finalized this quickly. But if you're interested, I can give you a list." This list records the freshmen most likely to rank in the top 10 of the hidden dragon rankings. Upon hearing these words, Lin Yuan couldn't help but feel a stir in his heart. After all, his goal was to break into the top 10 of the hidden dragon ranking. With this in mind, he immediately asked, "How much for the list?" Wang Jinza's eyes lit up at the prospect of business, and he eagerly licked his lips. "Do you want the detailed version or the abridged one?" Lin Yuan was slightly stunned and asked, "How detailed can it be?" Wang Jinza responded with utmost seriousness, detailed enough to know whether he prefers savory or sweet tofu pudding for breakfast, or whether he eats sweet or savory rice dumplings during festivals. Lin Yuan, damn, that's way too detailed. Just give me a brief version. How much will it cost? Thanks for coming back. Final offer, 5 grand. Wang Jinza spoke up, after the 20% discount, just give me 4,000. The card number is. Wang Jinza rattled off his card number with practiced ease, then pulled out a stack of papers from his pocket. He plucked one from the pile and handed it to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan gave him a surprised glance and couldn't help but ask, "Do you carry all this information with you wherever you go?" "Of course, this is my bread and butter." Wang Jinza grinned and said, "If you ever want to buy intel, feel free to come to me anytime. Of course, if you want to sell information, you can also come to me, my prices are always fair. By the way, did you write down the bank card number just now? Should I get a piece of paper for you to copy it?" "No need, I've already memorized it." After saying this, Lin Yuan directly recited Wang Jinza's full bank card number without missing a beat. "This is correct, right? Not bad at all, brother." Wang Jinza cast a look of astonishment at Lin Yuan. That long string of numbers, completely devoid of any discernible pattern, yet Lin Yuan had memorized it perfectly after hearing it just once. To be honest, this posed no real challenge for Lin Yuan. Memory was a skill that could be trained. His past life as an assassin had long cultivated in him the ability to retain everything he saw and heard with flawless precision. After all, any piece of information could mean the difference between life and death. Under extreme conditions, Lin Yuan could even memorize over 100 randomly arranged numbers after hearing them just once in a short period. Immediately, Lin Yuan unfolded the paper in his hand and scrutinized its contents carefully. The information on it was remarkably concise. Only names, beast souls, and power levels were listed. Shin Song's awakened beast soul is Pale Snow White Fang, with an estimated combat strength of Beast King 1 star. Shen Mu, awakened beast soul, Green Jade Demon Tree, estimated strength, Beast General, 9 stars. The Dark Profound Gu, awakened beast soul, Golden Winged Centipede King, estimated strength, Beast King class 3 stars. The paper recorded a total of 37 names, their strength levels ranging from 7-star Beast General to 3-star Beast King. It must be said that within Demon Capital Beast University, there are indeed hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Even among the newly enrolled freshmen, there were already those with the strength of a 3-star Beast King. What surprised Lin Yuan even more was that Zhao Ming's name was also recorded on this list. Zhao Ming, awakened beast soul, 8-winged serpent, estimated strength, 8-star Beast General. Upon seeing this line of information, an astonished expression involuntarily flashed across Lin Yuan's eyes. He clearly hadn't expected Zhao Ming, who seemed so amiable, to actually possess the strength of an 8-star Beast General. Thinking this, Lin Yuan couldn't help but turn his gaze toward Wang Jinza. To be honest, he was equally curious about what level of strength this guy actually possessed. Although this piece of paper didn't disclose Wang Jinza's actual strength, Lin Yuan didn't believe this guy would be foolish enough to write his own name on it. Even if Wang Jinza were truly selling his own information, it definitely wouldn't be at this price. Lin Yuan couldn't tell whether this guy was purely an information dealer or also a talented genius with considerable strength. Just as Lin Yuan was pondering this, the dormitory door was pushed open once again. "It looks like I'm the last one to arrive." Zhao Ming immediately stood up once more, a smile reappearing on his face. However, just as he was about to extend his hand, he froze in place. Wang Jinza still felt a bit puzzled. Zhao Ming, did you leave your vocal cords at home? You've been standing there forever without saying a word. How's our new roommate supposed to feel our warmth like this? But when he saw the face of the person pushing the door open, Wang Jinza, who had been incessantly chattering, suddenly fell silent as if someone had violently clamped his neck. Lin Yuan quickly sensed something amiss and immediately turned his head toward the dormitory entrance. The next instant, he understood why Zhao Ming and Wang Jinza had reacted so strongly. Standing at the dormitory doorway was a nearly 1.9-meter tall giant wearing only a black tank top and athletic shorts, his skin deeply tanned. The whole man looked like an iron tower. What's more important, this dark-skinned man before them looked downright ferocious, resembling nothing less than a yaksha from Buddhist scriptures. With such an intimidating aura, he wouldn't even seem out of place playing a wanted criminal. If anything, he'd probably need to tone it down a bit. Even Zhao Ming couldn't help swallowing hard as he cautiously extended his hand. Hello, I'm Zhao Ming. I am also a freshman this year. My beast soul is an 8-winged snake. The demonic-looking man glanced down at him and extended his own hand in return, his voice rumbling like distant thunder. Song Lan. Pleased to meet you. Chapter 42, The Top Scholar of Ma City, Song Lan. Song Lan, Song Lan. Zhao Ming muttered the name twice, then suddenly widened his eyes. You're this year's Shanghai City's top scholar? Upon hearing these words, a trace of astonishment flashed through Lin Yuan's eyes. He clearly hadn't expected that this fierce-looking black man before him was actually this year's top scorer in Demon Capital City. After all, Demon Capital City was completely different from small towns like Shanghai City. To stand out overwhelmingly and take first place in Demon Capital City's Beast Soul examination was truly like 1,000 troops trying to cross a single log bridge. At that moment, Lin Yuan suddenly remembered the name Song Lan was also written on that piece of paper Wang Jinza had given him. Song Lan, awakened with the Beast Soul, Rainbow Glasswing Butterfly, estimated strength, Beast King tier, 2 stars. Despite Song Lan's fearsome appearance, so terrifying it could silence a crying child at night, the Beast Soul he awakened happened to be the support type, Rainbow Glasswing Butterfly. However, though this Beast Soul is of the support type, it is also one of the most top-tier support-type Beast Souls. If Lin Yuan remembers correctly, the innate rating of the Rainbow Glasswing Butterfly was evaluated as SSS tier. This is already the highest-ranked existence in the current Beast Soul evaluation system. As for Song Lan's strength, it's equally impressive. Right upon enrollment, he's already achieved the might of a Beast King 2-star. In other words, on paper, Song Lan's strength surpasses even Lin Yuan's. For a moment, Lin Yuan's gaze couldn't help but flicker with contemplation. It seems his dormitory is truly a place where crouching tigers hide dragons. Not only does Zhao Ming possess the strength of an 8-star beast general, but now Song Lan, a 2-star beast king, has joined them. As for Wang Jinza, the information broker, Lin Yuan still hasn't figured out his true capabilities. Though Wang Jinza appears harmless at first glance, Lin Yuan can't shake the feeling there's more to him than meets the eye. At that moment, Wang Jinza's eyes instantly lit up as he rushed forward, pushing Zhao Ming aside to firmly grasp Song Lan's hand. My God, it really is you! Wang Jinza exclaimed with excitement. I actually got assigned to the same dorm as the top scorer of Demon City. This is truly an honor for me. Indeed, even among top scorers, there exist disparities. No matter how you put it, being the top scorer in Shanghai City simply can't compare to his level of fame. Fortunately, Lin Yuan didn't mind any of this in the slightest. On the contrary, it was Song Lan who grew visibly embarrassed by Wang Jinza's antics, his sun-darkened face flushing crimson. Am I really that famous? You're making such a fuss. I'm actually getting a bit shy now. From now on, we're roommates living under the same roof. There's no need to be so formal. You're right. Roommates should unite in friendship and help each other out. Wang Jinza nodded eagerly like pounding garlic, ultimately revealing his true intentions. Brother Song Lan, if you ever need intel in the future, you can come to me. Since we're roommates, I'll give you a 20% discount. Zhao Ming standing nearby chuckled interjected. He's the top scorer in Demon City, why not give him a bigger discount? Beat it. None of your business. Wang Jinza shot him a glare. 20% off is already special treatment just for you. Out there, people can't even buy my intel even if they wanted to. Depends entirely on whether Fat Master here's in the mood. Song Lan looked utterly confused. Intel? What intel? I've got all kinds of intel. Nothing you can think of that fatty here doesn't know. Wang Jinza thumped his chest emphatically and declared, for example, if you've got any rivals or enemies in this school, I can get you their complete dossier in no time. Or say you want to chase after some girl, I can get you her profile immediately, down to her exact measurements if needed. Of course, Fatty's services aren't exactly free either. We can also exchange information where mutually beneficial to trade what you know for cash at my place. Prices are absolutely fair, no cheating young or old. Hearing this, Zhao Ming couldn't help but chuckle beside them. What he says is true. I sold my own information here and got 2,000 for it. Just enough to treat you all to dinner later. By the way, Song Lan, as the top scholar in Demon City, your information must be worth more than mine. You might fetch quite a sum. After Zhao Ming said this, Lin Yuan couldn't help but give him a surprised look. I have to say, this guy really has nerves of steel. To think he'd sell himself out for just 2,000 bucks. At this point, Song Lan finally understood what was really going on. Scratching his head with an embarrassed look, he said, sorry, but I don't need any information right now, and I'm not planning to sell my personal details as merchandise either. So, I'm really sorry. Although Song Lan refused, Wang Jinza remained unfazed and continued with a cheerful grin, no worries, there's always time ahead. Maybe there will be chances for future collaboration? Who can say for sure? However, after this conversation, Lin Yuan's impression of Song Lan had significantly improved. He hadn't expected that, despite Song Lan's fierce appearance, his temper was surprisingly good. Then, Wang Jinza turned his head toward Zhao Ming and said, hey, you just promised to treat us to a big meal, does that offer still stand? Of course it does. Zhao Ming replied, none of you have eaten yet, right? I heard there's a great Sichuan restaurant outside the school. How about I take you all there for a meal? Of course. Wang Jinza grinned and said, I'm easy to please, when someone else is treating, I'll eat any cuisine at all. And what about the two of you? Zhao Ming turned his gaze toward Song Lan and Lin Yuan once more. I'm fine with it, I can handle spicy food quite well. Song Lan shrugged, showing no trace of fear. Lin Yuan smiled and said, I've already eaten, but since it's the first time we're meeting today, I can join you for a bite. What are we waiting for? Let's pack up and get going. Wang Jinza rubbed his belly and couldn't help but say, damn, we've been busy all night and nearly forgot about eating altogether. Zhao Ming teased, well then, you'd better eat your fill later and try to get your money's worth from that $2,000 you paid me. Wang Jinza chuckled and replied, don't you worry about that. When it comes to eating, this fat master here has never backed down from anyone. After a quick cleanup, the group headed out the door shortly after. The hour was already late, and under the cloak of night, the campus of Demon Capital Beast University appeared exceptionally desolate, a far cry from its usual bustling crowds. To be honest, getting into Demon Capital Beast University has always been my dream. As they walked, Zhao Ming suddenly couldn't help but sigh. I never imagined I'd actually make this wish come true. In fact, it still feels like a dream to me now. Wang Jinza teased from the side, daydreaming now is fine, just don't space out when the bill comes later. At that moment, two female students suddenly approached from ahead. One of them wore a black baseball cap, seemingly deliberately pulled low over her eyes. Her oversized baseball jacket paired with form-fitting jeans accentuated her long, graceful legs, every movement vividly displaying her striking figure through the interplay of loose and tight clothing. However, her temperament leans towards an icy aloofness, giving off an unapproachable vibe. As for the other girl, she appears even more striking. Her features are delicate and pristine, with flawless facial proportions as if carved without defect. Even clad in the most ordinary academy uniform, it couldn't conceal her near-perfect figure. Beneath her short black skirt were a pair of straight, slender, and strikingly long legs, their pale radiance almost dazzling against the backdrop of the night. Upon spotting the two girls approaching them, Zhao Ming and Wang Jinza could hardly tear their eyes away. Even the normally composed Song Lan couldn't help stealing a few extra glances. After all, they were just young men in their early 20s, it was only natural for such a sight to capture their attention. At that moment, Zhao Ming suddenly lowered his voice and said, Fat Master, considering I treated you to a meal, how about helping me get their contact info? Only when you need something do you remember to call me Fat Master? Wang Jinza gave him a disdainful look and said calmly, but if you're thinking of pursuing them, don't blame me for not warning you, these two girls are far from just pretty faces. The girl on the left is Yu Qingxiu, with an S-rank beast soul, extreme frost snow silkworm. As for the more beautiful one on the right, her name is Su Muxue, with an S-rank beast soul, nine-tailed snow fox. Among the girls in our school, their talents are unquestionably among the very best. Zhao Ming turned to Wang Jinza with a look of astonishment, clicking his tongue as he asked, how do you know all this so clearly? Wang Jinza gave him a meaningful glance and replied calmly, now you see, this is the power of intelligence. Just pay the right price, and I can dig up even their home addresses for you clear as daylight. Of course, I can't possibly remember everyone. You probably don't know this yet, but aside from the Hidden Dragon ranking, our school also has a campus beauty ranking. Yu Qingxiu and Su Muxue are both strong candidates to make the list, especially Su Muxue, whose spot is practically guaranteed. There's actually such a ranking list? Zhao Ming widened his eyes and couldn't help exclaiming, indeed, pretty girls are always the center of attention wherever they go. Yet at this very moment, approaching Su Muxue suddenly brightened her beautiful eyes as if spotting something, and she actually walked over directly with Yu Qingxiu in tow. For a moment, Zhao Ming, Wang Jinza, and Song Lan couldn't help but momentarily freeze in slight bewilderment. Only Lin Yuan remained unsurprised, merely allowing a faint smile to curl at the corners of his lips. Lin Yuan, long time no see. As she drew closer, Su Muxue immediately waved at Lin Yuan with uncontained delight, her expression as eager as a puppy greeting its returning owner. Lin Yuan chuckled helplessly. What nonsense are you talking? Didn't we just meet this afternoon? At this moment, both Wang Jinza and Zhao Ming couldn't help but widen their eyes in shock, as if they'd seen a ghost. They clearly hadn't expected that Lin Yuan and Su Muxue had known each other all along. Moreover, their relationship seemed rather extraordinary. Zhao Ming glanced at Wang Jinza and couldn't resist whispering, "Aren't you supposed to be the information guy? How could you not know they knew each other?" Wang Jinza's lip twitched violently as he muttered under his breath, "Damn it, you know I deal in intelligence, not matchmaking. How the hell should I know what their relationship is?" Meanwhile, Su Muxue completely ignored Lin Yuan's remark and cheerfully asked, "Are they all your roommates?" "Yes, we're all his roommates." Before Lin Yuan could speak, Wang Jinza jumped in first with his response, then added with a cheerful grin, "We were just about to head out for a meal together, bond a little, you know. Care to join us?" The thought of having a meal with Lin Yuan clearly made Su Muxue's heart flutter. However, after glancing at the girl in the baseball jacket beside her, she shook her head again. "Not today, I already promised to have lunch with my roommate. Xingqiu, this is Lin Yuan, the one I mentioned to you, same as me, he's from Jinhai City. You could say, he's a good friend of mine." "Lin Yuan, this is Yu Qingqiu, my dorm roommate." After Su Muxue introduced herself, Yu Qingqiu immediately raised her head, revealing her strikingly beautiful face that had previously been hidden under the brim of her hat. To be honest, in terms of pure facial features, Su Muxue naturally stands superior. If Su Muxue's appearance scored 99 points, then Yu Qingqiu's looks would hover around 95. However, the icy elegance in Yu Qingqiu's demeanor gives her a significant edge. Especially the indifference and aloofness radiating from her eyes added a touch of fragility to her demeanor, making it impossible for anyone not to feel an involuntary urge to protect her from the depths of their heart. Then, Yu Qingqiu glanced at Lin Yuan and proactively extended her hand. "Hello, I'm Yu Qingqiu." Staring at the fair, slender hand before him, Lin Yuan couldn't help but freeze for a moment. After hesitating briefly, he finally reached out and gave it a light shake. "Pleased to meet you." Witnessing this scene, Wang Jinza couldn't suppress his envy any longer and promptly nudged him with an elbow. "Lin Yuan, aren't you going to introduce us?" Lin Yuan glanced at him, then turned his head and spoke bluntly to Yu Qingqiu. "What he means is, he also wants to shake hands with you." "Wang Jinza? Who the hell asked you to interpret what I meant? Do you even have any emotional intelligence at all?" Wang Jinza was now thoroughly convinced that this bastard Lin Yuan was deliberately trying to make him suffer social suicide on the spot. Chapter 43, The Effects of Beast Spirit Pills. Upon hearing Lin Yuan's words, Yu Qingqiu was momentarily stunned before she couldn't help but laugh too. The smile of an ice-cold beauty was truly the most heart-stirring of all. Though the smile vanished in an instant, it had already left Wang Jinza and Zhao Ming utterly dazzled. Even Song Lan couldn't help being momentarily spellbound for 2 seconds. Then Yu Qingqiu turned her head and said to Su Muxue, "Muxue, your friend here is quite interesting." "Indeed," Su Muxue said happily, "if we get the chance in the future, the three of us can play together." The three of us playing together? What kind of outrageous talk is this? Just the thought of it nearly made Wang Jinza's nose bleed. Unfortunately, from start to finish, Su Muxue's gaze remained fixed on Lin Yuan. Even a fool could tell who truly occupied her thoughts. Though the renowned flower is fair, it already has an owner. It seems the only highland blossom left available for the picking is Yu Qingqiu. However, judging from Yu Qingqiu's aloof and unapproachable demeanor, conquering this ice-cold beauty was probably no easy feat. Since Su Muxue planned to dine with Yu Qingqiu, she bid Lin Yuan a quick farewell before promptly leading the latter away. On the way to the Sichuan restaurant, Wang Jinza suddenly posed the question, between Su Muxue and Yu Qingqiu, who do you think is more beautiful? Zhao Ming hesitated for a moment before answering, "If you ask me, Su Muxue is prettier and definitely better relationship material. Although Yu Qingqiu is quite beautiful, she's too cold in personality, better appreciated from afar than dated." Wang Jinza gave him a glance and sneered, "What's it got to do with you? Who are you to be picky? Zhao Ming? Wasn't this the damn question you asked?" Then, Wang Jinza turned to Lin Yuan and asked, "Lin Yuan, what do you think?" Lin Yuan was slightly taken aback and instinctively replied, "What do I think about what? Obviously, I'm talking about the question I asked earlier. I'm not really interested in these things." Lin Yuan smiled faintly and said, "If I really had to choose, I'd say Su Muxue is prettier. After all, we've spent so much time together, you get used to how someone looks." Upon hearing this, Wang Jinza immediately turned his head and said resentfully to Zhao Ming, "See this? He doesn't know how lucky he is." Zhao Ming nodded in solemn agreement. "You're absolutely right." Just then, Song Lan suddenly spoke up, "I think, Yu Qingqiu is more beautiful." After his words were spoken, Wang Jinza and Zhao Ming couldn't help but show a look of shock on their faces. They clearly hadn't expected that Song Lan, who appeared so composed, would actually join in on their discussion. Wang Jinza nudged him with his elbow and said in a low voice, "Song Lan, tell me the truth, don't tell me you actually like Yu Qingqiu? And no, don't get the wrong idea. Song Lan hastily explained, I just really admire her aloof and solitary aura, and that stubborn look in her eyes makes me feel like she and I are the same kind of person. Upon hearing this, Wang Jinza and Zhao Ming couldn't help but exchange knowing smiles. You've even memorized the expression in her eyes, yet you still claim not to have feelings for her? Then, Wang Jinza clapped Song Lan on the shoulder with his usual boisterousness and said, alright, no need to explain further. To explain is to conceal, and to conceal is the beginning of a crime. Let me tell you, you actually have a competitive edge. Just standing next to you Qingqiu looking like that, your very presence would scare off all her suitors. Zhao Ming couldn't help but burst into laughter. Exactly, brother Song. With that fierce look of yours, even the police would see you as a first-class merit. Song Lan, how ruthlessly sharp-tongued you two are. Every bamboo shoot on the mountain is about to be stolen by your sarcasm. Fortunately, Lin Yuan finally rescued him from the awkward situation by saying, rather than dwelling on irrelevant matters, we'd better think about what to eat later. Sounds reasonable. Wang Jinza instantly perked up, romance is trivial, filling our bellies is paramount. When we get to the restaurant, I'm ordering boiled fish in chili oil, mapo tofu, spicy diced chicken, kung pao chicken, husband and wife lung slices, dompa pork knuckle. Zhao Ming, are you fucking reciting a menu to me? The Sichuan restaurant Zhao Ming mentioned wasn't too far, and the group arrived quickly. The Sichuan restaurant might not have much ambience, but it was brimming with lively energy. Most of the diners were students from Modu Beast University, and the dishes, fragrant, savory, spicy, made everyone's mouths water. Even Lin Yuan, who had already eaten, couldn't resist taking a few more bites. The others ate with such gusto that they nearly had to lean against the wall to walk out afterward. Men's friendships have never needed many complications. After sharing this meal together, everyone quickly became more familiar and relaxed with each other. This was also Lin Yuan's first time interacting with his roommates, and for him, this feeling was particularly novel. However, after finishing the meal, Lin Yuan didn't return to the dormitory with them. Instead, he headed alone to the school's training room. When it comes to cultivation, one must never slack off for even a single day. For Lin Yuan, today was already considered rare relaxation. Just as Zhao Shanha had said, the training rooms within the school weren't only open 24/7, but also freely accessible to students. However, there was one point Zhao Shanha hadn't mentioned to him. That was, the school's training rooms also had tier classifications. The ones open to students for free are merely the basic training rooms. As for intermediate and advanced training rooms, those require payment. Intermediate training rooms cost 1,000 yuan per hour. Of course, if you book by the day, it's slightly cheaper, just 20,000 yuan per day. As for the price of advanced training chambers, it's naturally even more expensive. Activating one costs 5,000 yuan per hour. The daily rental fee skyrockets to 200,000 yuan. Of course, expensive things usually have only one drawback, their price tag. The exorbitant cost of operating advanced training chambers certainly isn't without good reason. Each high-level cultivation room consumes a large amount of high-grade beast soul crystals daily as an energy source. Under such conditions, training in a high-level cultivation room inevitably accelerates the growth of one's beast soul. In addition, high-level cultivation rooms come equipped with functions like strength assessment, simulated combat training, and beast soul development planning. Of course, the price of 200,000 per day is far beyond what ordinary civilian students can afford. I'm afraid only those from aristocratic families could possibly afford such exorbitant prices. This is precisely why there are several times more powerful beast soul masters from aristocratic backgrounds than those from commoner origins. This is what we call the class barrier. And the only things that can break through this barrier are talent, hard work, and perseverance. That was precisely why Lin Yuan understood he couldn't afford to slack off for even a moment. Especially after enrolling, Lin Yuan became acutely aware that with his current strength, he had absolutely no margin for complacency. Bear in mind, even among the freshmen who had just enrolled, there were already formidable fighters with 3-star Beast King level abilities. Therefore, Lin Yuan couldn't afford to stop either. Soon, he arrived at the training room inside the school. Ding! Your assigned training room is at 305. Please enter within 5 minutes. After swiping his student card, Lin Yuan immediately activated a free beginner-level training room. Upon entering the training room, Lin Yuan could clearly sense that the energy concentration here was significantly higher than outside. Practicing here would undoubtedly yield twice the result with half the effort. The fact that such training rooms are freely available to students can only be interpreted as a school benefit. Even the basic training rooms possess such concentrated energy levels. One can only imagine how much higher the energy concentration is in the advanced training rooms. However, just as Lin Yuan was about to begin his cultivation, he suddenly discovered a serious problem. That was, his inferior beast soul crystals had run out. That's right, all 5,000 inferior beast soul crystals had been completely exhausted before Lin Yuan even came to school. Originally, Lin Yuan had planned to exchange them after arriving at school. After all, carrying a large quantity of inferior beast soul crystals would be highly inconvenient. Who wants to lug around 2 burlap sacks while attending classes? However, since it was already so late today, attempting an exchange now would clearly be impossible. Moreover, the nearest beast soul temple was several kilometers away from the school. Simply transporting that pile of inferior beast soul crystals there would be a troublesome ordeal in itself. It seems I really need to get my hands on a storage-type treasure. If only I could have a storage badge, like Zhao Shana's, everything would be so much more convenient. Although the inferior beast soul crystals were exhausted, Lin Yuan still wasn't ready to give up on cultivation. Of course, merely absorbing the energy from the training room would be far too slow. It simply couldn't meet Lin Yuan's demands. Fortunately, Lin Yuan still had 2 things in his possession. Those are the high-grade beast soul crystals and beast spirit pills. Before this, Lin Yuan had never attempted to absorb these 2 things. After all, whether it's high-grade beast soul crystals or beast spirit pellets, their prices are simply exorbitant. A single high-grade beast soul crystal is worth 10,000, equivalent to 100 inferior beast soul crystals. The value of a beast spirit pill is even higher, reaching 50,000, which equals 500 inferior beast soul crystals. With limited cultivation resources at hand, Lin Yuan naturally couldn't bear to use such precious materials. In his view, exchanging high-grade beast soul crystals and beast spirit pills for their equivalent in inferior beast soul crystals was the most cost-effective choice. However, since the inferior beast soul crystals had been completely exhausted, he had no choice but to use these 2 items now. Coincidentally, Lin Yuan also wanted to take this opportunity to see if absorbing high-grade beast soul crystals and beast spirit pills would yield any special effects. With this thought, Lin Yuan hesitated no longer. He directly took out a high-grade beast soul crystal, gripped it tightly in his hand, and began attempting to absorb its energy. He could clearly sense that the energy within the high-grade beast soul crystal was truly immense, easily dozens of times greater than that of the inferior beast soul crystals. Moreover, this energy seemed almost sentient. The moment Lin Yuan had the thought to absorb this energy, he could feel the power within the high-grade beast soul crystal resonating. Time passed minute by minute. In less than 10 short minutes, every ounce of energy within the high-grade beast soul crystal had been completely drained by Lin Yuan, leaving nothing but an empty husk. Simultaneously, the system's notification chime rang in Lin Yuan's ears. Ding! Congratulations on successfully absorbing a high-grade beast soul crystal, obtained 1,000 evolution points. Upon hearing the system notification in his ear, Lin Yuan's expression instantly darkened. He clearly hadn't anticipated that the evolution points provided by a high-grade beast soul crystal would be exactly the same as those from a low-grade one. However, upon closer consideration, this was actually understandable. After all, what he absorbed from inferior beast soul crystals wasn't their energy, but rather the nuclear radiation within them. The nuclear radiation that would cause severe side effects for other beast soul masters was, for Lin Yuan, equally absorbable energy. What a pity, to have wasted a high-grade beast soul crystal. Lin Yuan's eyes couldn't help but flicker with a trace of regret. For him, this was 10,000 bucks we're talking about. High-grade beast soul crystals, he definitely wouldn't be absorbing any more of those in the future. The cost-performance ratio of absorbing these things was just too terrible, absolutely not worth it. Then, Lin Yuan shifted his gaze to the beast spirit pills nearby. Would the beast spirit pill, like the high-grade beast soul crystal, have little effect on me? At this thought, a trace of hesitation inevitably flickered through Lin Yuan's eyes. After all, a single beast spirit pill was worth a staggering 50,000 yuan. If it were simply wasted like this, Lin Yuan would definitely feel a pang of heartache. It's only 50,000 bucks after all. Lin Yuan gritted his teeth but ultimately made up his mind. With that, he picked up the beast spirit pill without hesitation and swallowed it whole. The next second, a peculiar energy began radiating throughout his body. This sensation was as comfortable as soaking in a hot spring. Moreover, Lin Yuan could distinctly feel that under the nourishment of this strange energy, his beast soul was gradually undergoing a transformation. It's worth noting that unlike high-grade beast soul crystals, beast soul pills are specifically designed to enhance the potential of a beast soul. With this thought in mind, Lin Yuan immediately closed his eyes and began to focus on absorbing the medicinal potency of the beast spirit pill. Half an hour later, Lin Yuan opened his eyes again, exhaling a long, turbid breath. By now, he had completely absorbed and digested the medicinal power of the beast spirit pill. Almost simultaneously, the system's prompt sounded in his ears. Ding! Congratulations on successfully devouring the beast spirit pill. Obtained, talent +1. Chapter 44, The Thirst for Wealth. Upon hearing the system notification chime in his ears, Lin Yuan couldn't help but freeze momentarily. Talent +1? What is this talent? The system's personal attributes panel doesn't seem to have any talent attribute listed, right? Could it be a hidden attribute? Just as Lin Yuan was pondering this, he suddenly realized that his energy absorption rate from the external environment seemed to have accelerated. Although it didn't seem significantly faster, Lin Yuan couldn't shake off the subtle sensation. He then closed his eyes again, attempting to perceive this feeling with greater precision. Soon after, he realized this wasn't merely his imagination. The truth was his energy absorption rate from the surroundings had genuinely accelerated. However, the increase in speed was quite limited. Compared to before, it was approximately a 5% improvement. If nothing unexpected happens, this seems to be the benefit brought by talent enhancement. On closer consideration, it makes perfect sense. The higher the innate grade of a beast soul, the faster it naturally absorbs energy from the external environment. Only in this way can the beast soul grow stronger as quickly as possible. For Lin Yuan, however, this was an unexpected boon. Before this, he clearly had no idea that taking beast spirit pills could actually bring such incredible benefits. Although taking a single beast spirit pill only increases the energy absorption rate by 5%. However, sometimes quantitative changes can indeed lead to qualitative leaps. If Lin Yuan were to consume 100 beast spirit pills, his energy absorption speed would be at least 6 times faster than before. At this thought, an uncontrollable flash of fervor gleamed in Lin Yuan's eyes. There's no doubt that beast spirit pills are different from high-grade beast soul crystals. For Lin Yuan, beast spirit pills that enhance the potential of beast souls also hold significant value. However, beast spirit pills are far too expensive. A single beast spirit pill costs as much as 50,000. This was already 5 times the amount of a high-tier beast soul crystal. Fortunately, after Lin Yuan chose the Demon Capital Beast University, the school had issued him 5 beast spirit pills as part of his admission package. After taking one, he still had 4 left in his hand. Since that's the case, I might as well consume all these beast spirit pills tonight before leaving. Lin Yuan quickly made up his mind and immediately took out all 4 beast spirit pills. He shoved one into his mouth and swallowed it whole. To be honest, the beast spirit pills had no particular taste. Eating them was like chewing on wax pills. But the next second, that familiar peculiar energy once again spread throughout Lin Yuan's body. This time, although Lin Yuan was already accustomed to the process, it still took a full half-hour for him to completely absorb the medicinal power of the beast spirit pill. From the looks of it, completely absorbing the remaining 4 beast spirit pills would take at least 2 hours. And once the medicinal energy was fully absorbed, the system's notification sounded in Lin Yuan's ears again. Ding! Congratulations on successfully devouring beast spirit pills and obtaining talent +1. After hearing the system notification, Lin Yuan once again focused on sensing his energy absorption speed. Sure enough, compared to before, the speed at which he absorbed energy had quickened yet again. The effects of the beast spirit pills were exactly as he had anticipated. And most importantly, with the system's assistance, he could absorb beast spirit pills without any limits. Indeed, while beast spirit pills are highly effective, they do come with certain limitations for beast soul masters. An ordinary beast soul master can consume at most 1 beast spirit pill at a time. Moreover, there must be at least a 1-month interval before taking another beast spirit pill. This is naturally to ensure that the medicinal potency of the beast spirit pill can be fully absorbed by the beast soul. Otherwise, if the medicinal efficacy continues to accumulate in the body, not only will it fail to enhance the beast soul's potential, but it may also cause negative effects on the beast soul. Moreover, if drugs are abused without restraint, beast soul masters may even face the danger of an explosive death. Such incidents are not without precedent. Of course, not all beast soul masters must adhere to the restriction of consuming only 1 beast spirit pill per month. Generally speaking, beast soul masters with higher talents naturally absorb medicinal effects faster. Some extraordinarily gifted beast soul masters can even shorten the interval between consuming beast spirit pills from 1 month to just 7 days, without any negative impact on their beast souls. As for Lin Yuan, he doesn't need to worry about this issue at all, because the medicinal power of the beast spirit pills is actually fully absorbed by his system, then reflected back to him in the form of talent enhancement. This way, Lin Yuan wouldn't have to worry at all about the medicinal potency of beast spirit pills accumulating excessively within his body. And this was precisely Lin Yuan's greatest advantage. As long as he wished, he could devour as many beast spirit pills as he wanted, elevating his innate talent to a terrifyingly formidable level. But the current problem lay in: beast spirit pills also require money to purchase. A single beast spirit pill costs 50,000 yuan. 100 beast spirit pills would amount to a full 5 million. For Lin Yuan at present, this was undoubtedly a colossal sum. Damn, if only I were from a wealthy family. At this moment, even Lin Yuan couldn't help but blurt out a curse. The 2 things he lacked most right now were money and cultivation resources. But in reality, cultivation resources could also be purchased with money. So, in the end, the problem boiled down to one thing: he was broke. The ancients said it well: wealth, companionship, methods, and land, these are indeed essential. The first on the list is wealth. Without money, how can one even think of cultivation? Lin Yuan sat cross-legged on the ground, his expression calm yet his gaze ravenous like a starving wolf. No, if he wanted to rapidly increase his strength, he absolutely needed to acquire more money. This was the first time since his rebirth that Lin Yuan had felt such an intense craving for wealth, and Lin Yuan understood perfectly well exactly what he needed to do to achieve this goal. There lay before him three distinct paths. The first path was to accept commissions, completing various tasks to earn fees. With his Beast King level strength, simply affiliating with any company would likely yield him tens of thousands in monthly income. Though such earnings would afford a comfortable living for ordinary people, for Lin Yuan, they were woefully insufficient. The second path is to venture beyond the city gates to hunt monsters, a naturally high-risk, high-reward approach. Hunting down a Beast Commander-level monster would bring in at least 50,000 in profits, enough for Lin Yuan to exchange for a Beast Spirit Pill. And if he could successfully hunt a Beast King-level monster, the rewards he would gain would be even greater. However, even though Lin Yuan had already become a Beast King-level Beast Soul Master, the wilderness remained an extremely dangerous place for him. After all, no one can guarantee that in the monster-infested wilderness, one might encounter a Lord Tier or even an Emperor Tier ferocious beast. As for the third path, naturally, it would be challenging the Hidden Dragon rankings. Once the Hidden Dragon rankings are open, as long as one can secure a position on it, they'll be eligible for rewards issued by the school. Moreover, the higher the rank on the Hidden Dragon rankings, the more generous the rewards one can obtain. Chapter 45, 10,000 Inferior Beast Soul Crystals. For Lin Yuan, while the first method was safe, the profits would be too meager. The second method could yield substantial earnings, but it came with tremendous risks. Thus, for Lin Yuan, the third approach was undoubtedly the most suitable. As long as he could secure a decent ranking on the Hidden Dragon rankings, he would receive abundant resources as a reward from the school. For Lin Yuan, this was practically a risk-free venture with enormous returns. However, it was still just the beginning of the semester, and there were several days left before the Hidden Dragon rankings officially opened. So, during this period, the only thing Lin Yuan could do was wait patiently, like a fierce tiger crouching on a desolate hill, biding its time with hidden claws and fangs. By the time Lin Yuan finished absorbing the 5 Beast Spirit Pills and prepared to return, it was nearly 3 a.m. Even though it was only September, the pre-dawn wind carried a slight chill. Walking back to his dormitory, Lin Yuan didn't feel the slightest bit drowsy, because right now, all he could think about was how to quickly enhance his own strength. When a person devotes their heart and soul to a single pursuit, even when exhausting all their energy, they won't feel the slightest bit of fatigue. On the contrary, they'll only grow more exhilarated. This was precisely the state Lin Yuan found himself in. He had already stepped into the magnificent world of Beast Soul Masters, and what he aspired to do was to ascend step by step to the pinnacle in the world of Beast Soul Masters. After returning to the dormitory, Lin Yuan realized his roommates had already fallen asleep. But this was perfectly normal. Few people stayed awake past 3 a.m. as a general rule. After a quick wash, Lin Yuan also lay down on his own bed. Then, he closed his eyes and soon fell asleep. When Lin Yuan opened his eyes again, dawn had already broken, and the morning sunlight streamed in through the balcony, wrapping him in a warm and comforting glow. Lin Yuan picked up his phone and glanced at it. It was exactly 7 in the morning, not a single minute off. This was the alarm clock he had set for himself. Lin Yuan could wake up at any moment he desired, down to the exact minute or even the precise second. This was a habit he had formed back in his previous life as an assassin. Another habit he had developed was the ability to instantly fall into deep sleep anytime, anywhere, regardless of how comfortable or harsh the surroundings might be. Deep sleep, also known as golden sleep, typically accounts for only 25% of total sleep time. But research has shown that only during deep sleep can a person maximally relieve fatigue and restore energy. Because of this, even though Lin Yuan had slept for less than 4 hours the day before, upon waking he felt no trace of fatigue at all. This habit was certainly not innate but one Lin Yuan had cultivated through rigorous training. Of course, developing such a habit had cost Lin Yuan considerable hardship. Fortunately, fate is always fair. What you sacrifice determines what rewards you reap. Through training, Lin Yuan had acquired a sleep technique that allowed him to recover his energy in the shortest time possible. While ordinary people required 8 hours of sleep, he needed only 4 hours or even less. Upon waking, Lin Yuan found that Wang Jinza was the only one left in the dormitory. Wang Jinza was half lying on the bed in a posture almost resembling Guyu's iconic slouch, with stacks of papers piled beside him. Lin Yuan glanced at him and asked curiously, "What are you doing here?" "What else?" "Sorting out intelligence, of course." Wang Jinza grinned and said, "In a few more days, the Hidden Dragon ranking will officially go live. By that time, the competition will be extremely fierce. I plan to compile more comprehensive information on those talented freshmen so I can sell it for a good price when the time comes. Once the Hidden Dragon ranking opens, it'll be impossible for Fatty here not to strike it rich." Then, Wang Jinza turned to Lin Yuan with a serious expression and said, "By the way, I actually don't have much information about you in my records. You popped out of nowhere like you sprang up from a crack in the rocks. The intel on you is bare bones. Apart from your beast soul, talent rating, and beast taming test results, there's nothing else. Lin Yuan, to be honest, if you're willing to sell me your intelligence, I'd consider paying 50,000 for it. 50,000? Upon hearing the number, a flicker of astonishment flashed through Lin Yuan's eyes. He clearly didn't expect Wang Jinzi to value his intelligence so highly. You should know that when he bought Zhao Ming's information earlier, it only cost him 2,000 yuan, half of which he even managed to swindle back. If Zhao Ming found out about the price Wang Jinzi quoted him, he'd probably faint from crying in the bathroom. However, the scarcity of information about Lin Yuan isn't surprising. After all, Jinhai City is just a small place, and during his 3 years of high school, Lin Yuan rarely made public appearances. It wasn't until the Beast Soul assessment that he truly stood out. Although 50,000 yuan was a substantial sum, Lin Yuan didn't hesitate to reject Wang Jinzi's proposal. Forget about 50,000. When my worth rises to 500,000, then you can come discuss it with me. Upon hearing this, Wang Jinzi couldn't help but curl his lip. 500,000? Maybe you'll be worth that price when you top the Hidden Dragon ranking. Lin Yuan smiled and asked casually, by the way, where are Zhao Ming and Song Lan? Zhao Ming has gone out for a morning run. Wang Jinzi replied, as for Song Lan, he must have gone to the training chamber early this morning. Upon hearing this answer, Lin Yuan couldn't help but nod in agreement. It seems that self-discipline isn't unique to him alone. At the Magic City Beast University campus, there are quite a few geniuses who combine both diligence and talent. One careless moment, and he might find himself overtaken by others. It appears he can't afford to slack off either. Then, Lin Yuan went to the balcony to wash his face, allowing himself to fully wake up. His plan for today was simple: head to the nearest Beast Soul Hall, near the demon capital Beast University. No matter what, he had to buy a batch of inferior Beast Soul crystals back. Otherwise, he wouldn't even be able to begin his cultivation at all. After washing his face, Lin Yuan quickly slipped on a black short-sleeved shirt and headed straight out of the dormitory. However, before he could even leave the compound, a familiar figure appeared before him. What a coincidence, Professor Zhao. Upon reaching the figure, Lin Yuan immediately halted his steps and gave a slight nod in greeting, because standing before him was none other than Zhao Shanhe. What a coincidence. I came here specifically looking for you. Zhao Shanhe glanced at him and asked, getting up so early, where are you planning to go? Lin Yuan smiled and replied, I'm preparing to leave the school and head to the Beast Soul Hall. Zhao Shanhe spoke up, going to buy low-grade Beast Soul crystals? Lin Yuan nodded, right. Lin Yuan had no reason to hide anything from Zhao Shanhe. Though they hadn't known each other for long, in Lin Yuan's eyes, Zhao Shanhe was just as trustworthy as Su Muxue. At this moment, Zhao Shanhe suddenly laughed. Then it seems I really came at the right time. If I had come any later, you might have already left. Lin Yuan was momentarily taken aback, clearly not understanding what Zhao Shanhe meant by this. But then, Zhao Shanhe took out his silver medal and handed it to Lin Yuan. Yesterday, I happened to visit the Beast Soul Temple, and sold off all the crystal cores we harvested during the Beast Tide. You and Su Muxue captured a total of 44 Battle Beast grade crystals, with a combined selling price of 120,000. 16 Beast General level cores, total price of 1.28 million. And, 1 Beast King level crystal core, priced at 1.5 million. Altogether, that comes to 2,900,000. Upon hearing this string of numbers, Lin Yuan couldn't help but momentarily freeze. Only then did he realize the astonishing profits his beast cores harvested during the creature tide could yield. Zhao Shanhe then spoke again, however, these earnings aren't entirely yours to keep. Among these, the vast majority of beast level and beast general level monsters should have been hunted by you and Su Muxue working together, right? So, out of this 1.4 million profit, half should go to her. Do you think that's fair? Lin Yuan immediately shook his head. I have no objections. Though Lin Yuan had contributed more during the monster hunts, Su Muxue had also played a significant role, so an equal split was nothing to quarrel about. In that case, it's 700,000, plus the 1.5 million from selling that Beast King level crystal core. Zhao Shanhe smiled slightly and said, altogether, that comes to 2,200,000. Congratulations, you've already made a small fortune even before officially enrolling. 2,200,000. Upon hearing this figure, even Lin Yuan's steady disposition couldn't prevent his breathing from becoming slightly rapid. For Lin Yuan, who happened to be short on money, 2.2 million was already a considerable sum, just enough to alleviate his pressing needs. Zhao Shanhe then spoke up again, however, I took the liberty of exchanging 1 million for 10,000 inferior beast soul crystals. If I remember correctly, you should have just about run out of inferior beast soul crystals by now, right? I'm telling you, you're a real oddball, actually able to cultivate with this sort of stuff. When I said I wanted to exchange for 10,000 inferior Beast Soul crystals yesterday, people at the Beast Soul Hall looked at me like I was an idiot. Hey kid, Don't say I'm not good to you. I'll lend you my silver badge for now. It's got those 10,000 crystals inside, plus the remaining 120,000. Damn it, if I didn't have a storage badge on me, there's no way I could have carried all that. Upon hearing this, even Lin Yuan couldn't help but laugh. Yet deep in his heart, he was profoundly moved. His judgment of Zhao Shanhe had not been wrong. Zhao Shanhe was indeed someone worthy of his trust. Moreover, Lin Yuan could genuinely sense that Zhao Shanhe truly meant well towards him. Chapter 46, Devoted Cultivation, topping the Hidden Dragon rankings. You must realize that by the time he returned to school yesterday, it was already very late. Yet even under such circumstances, Zhao Shanhe still thought to make a trip to the Beast Soul Hall, to purchase the inferior beast soul crystals needed for his cultivation. This was already considered quite a significant favor for Lin Yuan, and these 10,000 inferior beast soul crystals would be more than enough for Lin Yuan's cultivation over an extended period. If following his previous pace of cultivation, these 10,000 inferior beast soul crystals would last Lin Yuan at least 4 months. After pondering for a moment, Lin Yuan directly retrieved that bank card from the silver badge. The balance on this bank card represents his share of the profits after deducting the 1 million spent on purchasing inferior beast soul crystals, leaving him with 1.2 million remaining. Professor Zhao, could I ask for one more favor? Zhao Shanhe raised an eyebrow and inquired, what kind of favor? If the opportunity arises, I'd like you to exchange this entire 1.2 million into beast spirit pills for me. Upon hearing this, a flicker of astonishment flashed across Zhao Shanhe's face. At market price, these 1.2 million could buy you 24 beast spirit pills. Kid, what do you need so many beast spirit pills for? Don't you know that taking too many beast spirit pills at once would actually cause side effects? Lin Yuan smiled and said, don't worry, teacher. I know my limits. Alright then, if I have time, I'll make another trip to the Beast Soul Temple. Though Lin Yuan still hadn't told him what he needed so many beast spirit pills for. But everyone has their own secrets, and Zhao Shanhe didn't intend to pry too deeply. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave now. Before leaving, Zhao Shanhe gave Lin Yuan a pat on the shoulder and said, in just a few days, the Hidden Dragon ranking will officially be announced. Work hard. If you can make it into the top 10, I'll do my best to secure your spot representing Demon Capital Beast Academy in the freshman tournament. Understood, Professor. I won't let you down. Lin Yuan nodded subtly, his calm gaze seemingly concealing a flickering flame. His ambition had never been merely ranking among the top 10. He would make his name, reign supreme atop the Hidden Dragon rankings. After bidding farewell to Zhao Shanhe, Lin Yuan went straight to the training chamber. Then, he took out 100 inferior beast soul crystals with a wave of his hand, piling them up like a small hill in front of him. It must be said that the storage badge was extremely convenient. With this special treasure, no matter where Lin Yuan went, he could carry a large quantity of inferior beast soul crystals with him. Unfortunately, this silver badge was merely lent to Lin Yuan temporarily by Zhao Shanhe. To possess a storage badge of his own, Lin Yuan would need to prove to the Beast Soul Temple that his strength had reached the Beast King level, and then pay a production fee of 1 million before he could obtain one. For the current Lin Yuan, though he could afford the million, there was no immediate need to do so. After all, quality steel should ultimately be used where it cuts deepest. If this 1 million were used to enhance his own strength, it would definitely allow his power to improve significantly. Under these circumstances, there was naturally no need to rush into exchanging for a storage badge. After all, Zhao Shanhe had only said he was lending this silver badge to him temporarily, without specifying for how long. As long as he wasn't pressed to return it, he might as well keep using it indefinitely. For Lin Yuan, the most important thing now was to enhance his own strength. In just a few more days, the Hidden Dragon ranking would officially open, and Lin Yuan had to push his strength to the limit before that time arrived. With this in mind, Lin Yuan didn't hesitate for a second. He immediately grabbed a piece of inferior beast soul crystal, closed his eyes, and began attempting to absorb the nuclear radiation within it. This time, it took him only 10 minutes to completely absorb the nuclear radiation from an inferior beast soul crystal. The system's notification tone promptly rang in his ears. Ding! Congratulations on successfully absorbing nuclear radiation and acquiring 1,000 evolution points. Yet at this very moment, a trace of confusion flashed through Lin Yuan's eyes. Why did he feel the time required to absorb inferior beast soul crystals had shortened? If he remembered correctly, absorbing a single inferior beast soul crystal used to take at least 15 minutes, but this time, he completed the absorption in barely 10 minutes. Moreover, the evolution points gained hadn't diminished at all. Was this a fluke, or? An unusual glint flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes. Without another thought, he grabbed another inferior beast soul crystal. Before long, the system prompt tone sounded again. Ding! Congratulations on successfully absorbing nuclear radiation and acquiring 1,000 evolution points. This time, it was once again precisely 10 minutes. His judgment was correct, the time needed to absorb inferior beast soul crystals had indeed shortened. Moreover, it had shortened by nearly 1/3. This was naturally excellent news for Lin Yuan. It meant his cultivation speed would improve dramatically. But the real question is, why would such a situation arise? Lin Yuan furrowed his brows slightly and began calmly reviewing the situation. Soon, he had two guesses in his mind. The first possibility was that he had broken through to the Beast King level. After breaking through to the Beast King tier, his energy absorption efficiency had also improved accordingly. The second possibility was due to him having taken Beast Spirit pills. One should note that just last night, he had taken 5 Beast Spirit pills in succession, raising his talent by 5 points. Following his talent enhancement, Lin Yuan could clearly sense that his ability to absorb energy from the external world had become noticeably faster. If that's the case, could his ability to absorb energy from low-grade beast soul crystals at an accelerated rate also be influenced by the enhancement of his innate talent? Unfortunately, Lin Yuan no longer had any beast spirit pill in his possession. Otherwise, he might have conducted experiments to verify his conjecture. Since the reason remained unclear for now, Lin Yuan could only refocus his mind and resume his cultivation. One after another, inferior beast soul crystals were absorbed by Lin Yuan until they turned into empty husks, casually discarded to the side. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Yuan had already spent a full 10 hours inside the training chamber. In those 10 hours, though Lin Yuan's strength hadn't changed drastically, he had absorbed a total of 60 inferior beast soul crystals, earning a full 60,000 evolution points. However, Lin Yuan wasn't in a hurry to use these 60,000 evolution points to strengthen himself. You must understand, he now possesses the strength of a 1-star Beast King. The path of a Beast Soul Master becomes increasingly difficult to advance as one progresses further. A mere 60,000 evolution points are insufficient to bridge the gap from 1-star Beast King to 2-star Beast King. However, during these 10 hours, Lin Yuan hadn't consumed a single grain of rice or drop of water. When he stood up again, hunger and exhaustion hit him simultaneously, nearly making him lose his balance. When Lin Yuan stepped out of the training room, he realized it was already dusk outside. He still remembered entering in the morning, yet by the time he left the training room, evening had already fallen. Rubbing his growling stomach, Lin Yuan immediately headed toward the cafeteria. No matter how important cultivation is, one still can't skip meals. Starving oneself to death in pursuit of power advancement would be utterly worthless. It seems that if I want to go into seclusion for cultivation in the future, I'll at least need to prepare some food in my storage badge beforehand. Chapter 47, The Freshman Assembly. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 5 days, Lin Yuan did only one thing, cultivate. His life followed an extremely regular and rigid routine. He would wake up at 6 in the morning, head to the training room, and return to his dorm at 2 in the morning to wash up and sleep. Even his 3 daily meals, breakfast, lunch, and dinner, were all taken care of inside the training room. Inside the silver badge, he had stored plenty of high-calorie convenience foods like condensed biscuits, beef jerky, instant noodles, and chocolate. If he got hungry during cultivation, he would eat some to replenish his energy. Of course, apart from returning to the dorm to sleep, Lin Yuan would also go back every other day to take a shower. Maintaining a joyful body and mind is also beneficial for cultivation. For others, this might seem like an ascetic lifestyle, but for Lin Yuan, it was as sweet as honey. During his past life as an assassin, he had endured countless days far more tormenting than this. He had once set up his sniper rifle in the dark, damp depths of a tropical rainforest, remaining utterly still, lurking like a ghost. Even in the scorching, humid weather, he had to wear heavy camouflage clothing, letting sweat pour from his body and cling to the fabric. Even when bitten by venomous insects, he had to endure it, standing as motionless as a statue without twitching a single muscle. His only provisions were a small canteen of water, a piece of hardtack, and an energy bar. In that incredibly harsh environment, Lin Yuan persevered for 3 full days. Because even he didn't know when the target might appear, it could be the next second, or it might never pass through this area at all. This was a marathon with no visible finish line, enough to make anyone with wavering resolve despair. But Lin Yuan endured. Like a carved statue, he remained motionless in the tropical rainforest for 3 sleepless days and nights until finally, his target appeared. The moment the target appeared, Lin Yuan pulled the trigger without hesitation. He had complete confidence. The instant he squeezed the trigger, he already knew his mission was accomplished. Lin Yuan still remembered that assassination mission where he had used the AWM sniper rifle, also known as the Super Magnum. The muzzle velocity of its bullets could reach an astonishing 910 meters per second. The bullet tore through the air with a shriek before piercing the target's temple. After completing this mission, Lin Yuan rested for a full 3 days. When he removed his camouflage suit, his entire body was covered with swollen red marks from poisonous insect bites, and even more than a dozen mountain leeches were clinging to his legs. Compared to that time, Lin Yuan's current life seemed almost like a vacation. In fact, this is often how life works. Throughout your lifetime, you'll encounter many things. While these experiences may bring you pain, they also raise your threshold for enduring suffering. In other words, all the suffering you endure will become medals of honor in your life. Just as Lin Yuan returned to his dormitory, to his surprise, he discovered all three of his roommates were unexpectedly present inside. Wang Jinza being there was understandable, since that guy usually stayed in the dorm organizing information. But Song Lan and Zhao Ming were also absolute grinders of the highest tier. Zhao Ming basically followed the same routine every day, up at 6 for morning runs, back to shower, then straight to the training room. As for Song Lan, he typically hit the training room by 7 in the morning and didn't return until midnight. But after witnessing Lin Yuan's daily routine, he quietly adjusted his own wake-up time to 6 a.m. Compared to before, this was a full hour earlier. Were it not for his inability to enter deep sleep as effortlessly as Lin Yuan, he had no doubt that Song Lan would have matched his sleeping and waking hours perfectly. In this place, genius was never in short supply. Talent is merely the initial stepping stone. Only extraordinary effort and perseverance can truly set you apart from others. Only after entering Demon City Beast University does one truly comprehend the immense competitive pressure here. Even though the Hidden Dragon rankings haven't officially opened yet, newly enrolled students dare not slack off in the slightest. Lin Yuan looked at them with a bewildered expression and asked, "Is today some special occasion? Why are you all gathered here?" After he said this, Wang Jinza couldn't help but look at him with a strange expression. "Lin Yuan, I'm not sure if you're pretending to be clueless or genuinely clueless. You forgot what today is? It's the first day of school. All freshmen will need to attend the orientation ceremony at the Grand Auditorium later. Once the ceremony concludes, the Hidden Dragon rankings will officially open for viewing." After collecting intel for so long, it's finally time to put it to good use. Upon hearing these words, Lin Yuan couldn't help but pause slightly in surprise. Only then did he remember today was precisely the day the academy held its freshman orientation assembly. Once the freshman assembly concluded, the school's official classes would begin. At the same time, the Hidden Dragon list that Lin Yuan and the others had been eagerly awaiting would officially open. By then, all the extraordinary geniuses among the freshmen would make their mark on the Hidden Dragon list. Lin Yuan chuckled lightly and said, "Thanks for the reminder, I'd nearly forgotten about this whole thing." Zhao Ming teased from the side, "Yeah, if you hadn't come back today, you'd probably still be holed up in the training room by the time we attend the freshman assembly. You and Song Lan are practically monsters, obsessed with cultivation every single day. Don't you ever find it boring? You get used to it." Lin Yuan spoke up, "When you lack talent, you have to work twice as hard. Almost forgot you only have an E-rank talent rating." Zhao Ming immediately stepped forward and patted Lin Yuan's shoulder. "Don't worry, we're all in the same dorm. If anything happens, I've got your back. By the way, after all these days of hard training, I've successfully broken through to the 9th star of Beast General level. How about I treat everyone to dinner after the freshman assembly? Are you all free?" Wang Jinza instantly chimed in, "Free, absolutely free." Song Lan also smiled and said, "Congratulations on breaking through so quickly. It seems, when the Hidden Dragon rankings officially open, your name will surely be on that list." Zhao Ming scratched his head and replied sheepishly, "Come on, with my strength that hasn't even reached Beast King level, I'd be lucky to make the top 100, let alone the top 50. Then he changed the subject, saying, "But with your abilities, you should definitely be able to break into the Hidden Dragon rankings top 10, right? Top 10? I'm afraid there's not much chance." Song Lan spoke calmly, "Though I'm a Beast King level Beast Soul Master, the Beast Soul I awakened is of the support type, not suited for combat. Moreover, Demon Capital's Beast University is full of outstanding talents this year. The freshmen are stronger than ever, making it hard for me to confidently claim a spot in the top 10. Listening to their conversation, Lin Yuan couldn't help but show a pensive expression on his face. He clearly hadn't expected that Song Lan, with the strength of a 2-star Beast King, wouldn't even be confident about making it into the top 10 of the Hidden Dragon ranking. It seems this year's competition is particularly fierce. Alright, you two can stop kissing each other's asses now. At that moment, Wang Jinza spoke up, "The freshman assembly is about to begin. Let's hurry and get there." There were still 15 minutes left before the official start of the freshman assembly. However, most of the new students had already taken their seats in the Grand Auditorium. Everyone was waiting for the freshman assembly to begin. They say President Wang Ting will personally deliver a speech at this year's freshman assembly. Seriously? Principal Wang Ting is a Beast Emperor ranked Beast Soul Master. Even a Beast Emperor level Soul Beast Master, that would still be our Demon City Beast Academy's dean. Rumor has it he holds our freshman class in quite high regard. Obviously, don't you know this year marks the first National Elite Schools freshman tournament? It concerns our school's reputation. Principal Wang would be crazy not to take it seriously. TSK Tisk, representing Shanghai Beastmaster University in battle is truly an unprecedented honor. Who knows who'll end up getting this opportunity? If you don't have the strength, then don't even think about it. I heard there are only 12 spots in total. You'd at least need to make it into the top 12 of the Hidden Dragon rankings to have a chance at being selected. Ah, so it seems, the odds are truly slim. Lin Yuan listened to the murmurs around him and quickly found a seat in the corner to sit down. However, right at that moment, someone suddenly tapped him on the shoulder. Lin Yuan turned his head and saw a familiar face. It was Zhao Shanhe. Upon seeing Zhao Shanhe, Lin Yuan couldn't help but freeze momentarily, instinctively calling out, "Professor Zhao? What are you doing here?" With a laugh, Zhao Shanhe countered, "Why wouldn't I be here? Don't you know that besides you freshmen, we teachers also have to attend the freshman assembly? Though the teachers' seats are all in the front rows. I just happened to think of coming over to check on you. So that's how it is." Hearing these words, Lin Yuan finally understood the situation and nodded knowingly. At that moment, Zhao Shanhe glanced toward Lin Yuan's side and quickly spotted Song Lan and the others. "They must all be your roommates, right?" The next second, before Lin Yuan could even begin introductions, Wang Jinze was already extending his hand with a beaming smile. "Teacher Zhao, long admired indeed." Upon seeing Wang Jinze's jovial, round face, Zhao Shanhe felt an inexplicable familiarity, yet couldn't quite place him. "Who are you?" Though Zhao Shanhe didn't recognize him immediately, Wang Jinze showed no trace of awkwardness, instead speaking with even greater enthusiasm. "Teacher Zhao, you might not know me. I'm Wang Jinze, Lin Yuan's roommate. I've heard of your name before, and now I finally get to meet you in person." Wang Jinze? Upon hearing this name, Zhao Shanhe seemed to recall something, his gaze involuntarily turning peculiar. At that moment, Lin Yuan also seemed to sense the awkwardness of the situation and quickly intervened to bail Wang Jinze out, saying, "Professor Zhao, this is my roommate, he specializes in intelligence work." However, upon hearing these words, Zhao Shanhe's gaze once again took on a profound and inscrutable expression. He reached out and gave Wang Jinze an encouraging pat on the shoulder, saying, "Well done. Indeed, a mighty father raises no weak son." Wang Jinze grinned, "Teacher Zhao, you flatter me too much." Staring at the scene before them, Lin Yuan, Zhao Ming, and the others couldn't help but freeze in place. Hearing these words, why does it seem like these two know each other? Chapter 48, Wang Jinze's family background. Afterwards, Lin Yuan introduced Zhao Ming and Song Lan to Zhao Shanhe one by one. When introducing Song Lan, a glimmer of admiration couldn't help but flash through Zhao Shanhe's eyes. Clearly, as this year's top scorer in Magic City, Song Lan was genuinely renowned. It was no surprise that Zhao Shanhe knew of him. After the introductions, Zhao Shanhe pulled Lin Yuan aside for some casual conversation. Meanwhile, Zhao Ming nudged Wang Jinze with his elbow and whispered, "What's the deal with this teacher Zhao, anyway? Where'd he come from? Don't you know him?" Wang Jinze gave Zhao Ming a surprised look and asked, "The Earth Rage Bear, Zhao Shanhe, haven't you heard of him?" Zhao Ming shook his head with a blank expression. "To be honest, I don't know much about the teachers in our school." "Then let me put it this way." Wang Jinze spoke up, "Teacher Zhao is already a Lord Class 8-star Beast Soul Master now, and he hasn't even reached 40 years old yet. Among the younger generation of teachers at Demon Capital Beast University, he's one of the most promising candidates to break through to Beast Emperor level." Upon hearing this, a look of astonishment flashed through Zhao Ming's eyes. Although he didn't know who Zhao Shanhe was, Wang Jinze's explanation was enough to make him realize just how powerful Zhao Shanhe truly was. Before even reaching 40 years of age, he had already attained the strength of an 8-star Lord-level Beast Soul Master. This meant Zhao Shanhe stood a very real chance of advancing further in his lifetime, reaching the pinnacle of Beast Soul Mastery, the Beast Emperor level. No wonder Wang Jinze held him in such high reverence. Then, Zhao Ming couldn't help but ask again, "Then why would he suddenly say a wise goose never lays a tame egg about you? Could it be, he knows your father?" Wang Jinze looked at him with a smile. "Do you really want to know?" "Obviously," Zhao Ming said irritably, "otherwise why would I be asking you? This is classified information." Wang Jinze said, "Give me 500,000 for the intel, and I'll tell you." "You're out of your damn mind for money, aren't you?" Zhao Ming rolled his eyes in exasperation. "They're selling this as intel? And demanding a whopping 500,000 for it?" Wang Jinze answered earnestly, "The information I have is fairly priced, no doubt about it. If you think it's too expensive, you're free to not buy it." Zhao Ming's lips twitched violently twice. "At that price of yours, only a ghost would buy it. 500,000, that's enough to buy 10 beast spirit pills. Even if I eat one and throw away the rest, it's still better than letting a shady info broker like you cheat me out of them." Alright, no need to buy if you don't want to," Wang Jinze said with a grin. "But was that really necessary, telling me off like that? Also, let me reiterate, every piece of intelligence I provide here is worth every penny of the price I charge." Meanwhile, "Teacher Zhao, do you know my roommate from before?" Lin Yuan clearly sensed the strangeness in Zhao Shanhe's words and couldn't help but ask, "That little chubby kid you mean?" Zhao Shanhe smirked as he spoke, "That guy's background is no simple matter. I originally thought he would follow in his brother's footsteps and get into Yanjing Beast University. Who would have thought he'd end up coming to Demon Capital Beast University after all? and even got assigned to the same dorm as you. After Zhao Shanha uttered these words, an unusual glint flickered in Lu Yuan's eyes. So, it seems Wang Jinza's background isn't as simple as it appears? Moreover, judging from Zhao Shanha's words, he apparently has an elder brother currently attending Yanjing Beast University. Truth be told, when Lin Yuan learned Wang Jinza had significant backing, he wasn't particularly surprised. Because in his mind, he'd already formed certain expectations about Wang Jinza's true identity. If Wang Jinza came from an ordinary civilian family, there's no way he could have gathered so much crucial information within the campus of Moda University of Beastmasters. Being an information broker isn't an easy job by any means. Without influence or backing, trying to build a career by selling information would be harder than scaling the heavens. At that moment, Zhao Shanha spoke up again. I bet you're quite curious about this guy's family background too, aren't you? I am indeed a little curious. Lin Yuan didn't avoid the question but nodded directly in acknowledgement. However, Zhao Shanha did not directly answer his question but instead smiled and said, no worries, just wait a little longer, and you'll get to see this guy's father, a truly big shot. I hope you won't be too startled when the time comes. Wang Jinza's father? And a big shot at that? The sheer amount of information in Zhao Shanha's words left Lin Yuan momentarily stunned. Yet at that very moment, a refined man in navy blue suit and black-framed glasses emerged from behind the curtain, stepping unhurriedly onto the auditorium's speaker platform. Then he stepped up to the microphone, his gaze sweeping across the surroundings. Classmates, please quiet down. His voice wasn't particularly loud, instead offering a gentle, mellow tone that felt like a warm spring breeze, making people unconsciously want to heed his words. Upon seeing this refined, bespectacled man, Lin Yuan couldn't help but turn his head and whisper, is he also a teacher at our school? To be precise, he's the principal's assistant, Li Daoqian. His beast soul is the thousand-eyed jellyfish, but we usually secretly call him Thousand Eyes. Zhao Shanha chuckled lightly and said, but don't underestimate his strength. This guy may look refined and gentle, like a clerk, but in reality, he's a Lord-class 9-star beast soul master. When it comes to fighting, he's fiercer than anyone, even I'm no match for him. Upon hearing these words, Lin Yuan couldn't help but feel a tremor in his heart. A beast soul master at the peak of Lord rank 9 stars, isn't this just one step away from the Emperor rank? What's more alarming is that even Zhao Shanha wasn't his match. After all, Lin Yuan knew Zhao Shanha's temperament all too well. For someone as proud and aloof as Zhao Shanha to admit defeat proved that Li Daoqian's strength had undoubtedly reached an extraordinary level. Thousand-eyed jellyfish, Li Daoqian. Lin Yuan silently engraved this name in his heart. Immediately after, Li Daoqian standing on the podium spoke again. First of all new students and teachers, welcome to this year's freshman assembly. I bring you the sincerest greetings from Demon Capital Beast Academy on their behalf. From this moment on, the freshman assembly will officially begin. Next, Principal Wang Ting will address you personally. After Li Daoqian uttered these words, the crowd in the grand hall froze for a brief moment, then erupted into thunderous applause. Everyone's face was alight with excitement. You must understand, this was the president of Devil City Beast University, a true beast emperor-level powerhouse. To witness such formidable power firsthand, how could they not feel thrilled and exhilarated? And the moment Li Daoqian spoke these words, a middle-aged man clad in form-fitting black attire, with an imposing and majestic demeanor, strode forward with dragon-like vigor and tiger-like momentum from behind the scenes. Without a doubt, this burly middle-aged man, whose bearing was as regal as an emperor, was none other than Wang Ting, the current president of Demon Capital Beast University. Wait, Wang Ting? As Lin Yuan recalled the name of Demon Capital Beast University's president, he instinctively made the connection between Wang Ting and Wang Jinza, adding to what Zhao Shanha had previously said. Wait, could Wang Jinza actually be Wang Ting's son? At this thought, Lin Yuan couldn't help but feel his mind going blank. Subconsciously, he turned his gaze toward where Wang Jinza was, only to see the guy absent-mindedly picking his ears with a completely indifferent expression. While all the freshmen were gazing at Principal Wang Ting with fervent admiration, Wang Jinza seemed completely unaffected. Lin Yuan then turned his gaze back to Zhao Shanha, yet Zhao Shanha responded with a meaningful smile. It was as if he was saying to him, kid, don't be too surprised. Lin Yuan took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. Now he could be certain that Wang Jinza was indeed the son of Principal Wang Ting. No wonder this guy could gather so much information, there was a reason behind it after all. Zhao Shanha wasn't wrong when he said Wang Jinza had considerable connections. Lin Yuan never could have imagined that his roommate, whom he spent day and night with, would turn out to be the principal's son. Chapter 49, Wang Ting's Speech. Wang Ting stood on the podium of the grand auditorium, his nearly 1.9-meter tall frame clad in tight black attire that couldn't conceal his steel-corded, iron-like muscles. Though Wang Ting didn't emit any aura, his mere presence alone radiated the predatory vibe of a top-tier apex predator, like a tiger or leopard. Of course, this was perfectly normal. After all, Wang Ting was a beast emperor-level beast soul master. If beast soul masters had their own food chain, then Wang Ting, as a beast emperor, would stand at the very apex of that chain. Moreover, he was also the principal of this prestigious demon capital Beast University. Whether in personal strength or social status, he had already reached the pinnacle. However, Lin Yuan found it truly hard to imagine that this dignified, emperor-like middle-aged man on the podium could actually be Wang Jin's father. The contrast between these two figures was simply too stark. There isn't the slightest trace of Wang Ting visible in Wang Jinza. This situation feels as absurd as someone suddenly telling you that your childhood best friend is actually Wang Xikong, the son of China's richest man. Staring at Wang Jin's jovial, kind-hearted chubby face, it's impossible to reconcile with Zhao Shanhe's earlier remark about no weak offspring from a formidable father. Lin Yuan really wanted to ask, when he said those words, did his conscience not ache at all? And just at that moment, Wang Ting on the podium finally spoke. Teachers and students of Modu Beast University, good evening to you all. I believe everyone should know me. I am Wang Ting, the principal of Modu Beast University. It's an honor to have you all here, listening to this principal ramble on with some tedious and useless nonsense. As Wang Ting's words rang out, everyone in the grand auditorium couldn't help but smile knowingly. It seemed that while the president of Modu Beast University appeared dignified, he was actually quite approachable. Wang Ting then spoke again. To be honest, this time every year is always the moment I anticipate most. Because, in my eyes, you are not only freshmen at Modu Beast University, but also the future hope of our institution. Since you have all chosen Modu Beast University, I believe you must already understand what kind of university we truly are. I'm sure many people see our greatest advantage as being on par with Yanjing Beast University. Some even view us as nothing more than a substitute for Yanjing Beast University. But what I want to tell you is that Demon Capital Beast University is Demon Capital Beast University. We will never be anyone's substitute, because we are one of a kind. At this moment, everyone's expression involuntarily grew solemn. In reality, Demon Capital Beast University does indeed lag behind Yanjing Beast University in many aspects, whether it's faculty strength, freshman admissions, or training facilities. But if that's the case, why are we still ranked equally with Yanjing Beast University? The reason is simple, because we dare to compete. Only those who possess nothing lack the courage to risk it all. Though we're not completely destitute, we students of Modu Beast University never lack such courage. Next, I will share a set of statistics with everyone. Last year, a total of 7 Lord-level Beast Soul Masters successfully advanced to become Beast Emperor-level powerhouses. And among these 7 Beast Emperor-level powerhouses, 4 of them graduated from Mo City Beast University. Upon hearing this, an uncontrollable blaze of excitement flashed in the eyes of all the freshmen present. The statistics Wang Ting mentioned were naturally already known to them. In fact, it was precisely for this reason that they had chosen Demon Metropolis Beast University. After all, those who could gain admission to Demon Metropolis Beast University were undoubtedly the most exceptional talents from across the nation. Deep down, every single one of them harbored their own innate pride. If one were to compare the path of a Beast Soul Master to the Tower of Babel, then their goal is to reach the very top of the Babel Tower. That is, to become a Beast Emperor-level Beast Soul Master. Though only a handful attain this rank each year, it doesn't stop countless geniuses from throwing themselves into the pursuit. Most prodigies who achieve fame early have never faced true setbacks, like newly forged blades just honed to sharpness. If I cannot become the strongest, what meaning is there in walking this path? But just then, Wang Ting spoke again. I believe many of you must have heard of these statistics. But this next set of data I'm about to tell you, you probably haven't heard of it before. That is, the student mortality rate at Demon Capital Beast University last year was as high as 12.2%. This means that every year, nearly 12 out of 100 students will die. This is the most criticized statistic of our Demon Capital Beast University, because our school's mortality rate is the highest, even 2 to 3 times higher than other prestigious institutions. At this moment, all the freshmen fell into silence, their gazes fixed on Wang Ting standing at the podium, because deep down, they all understood just how brutal such a mortality rate truly was. To be honest, many parents of deceased students come to the academy to make trouble after their child dies. Wang Ting swept his gaze calmly across the room and spoke in an even tone. Because they believe the mortality rate at our Demon Capital Beast Academy is unreasonably high, that our institution killed their children, that Demon Capital Beast Academy doesn't even deserve to be called a prestigious school. But I only ever tell them one thing. I tell you, from the moment one becomes a Beast Soul Master, one should be prepared to die. Even if he graduates alive from Demonic Capital Beast University, does that mean he'll never have to face ferocious beasts in the future? Everything in this world comes at a price. While enjoying the privileges of being a Beast Soul Master, you must also shoulder the responsibilities that come with it. Therefore, the high mortality rate at Demonic Capital Beast University has never been something to criticize in my eyes. It's our school's glory. Because this is precisely where our school surpasses the Yanjing Beast Academy. Our students are truly willing to risk their lives to fight for victory. Perhaps you believe those who died were the ones with poor talent and weak strength. But in reality, that's wrong. Among the students who die every year, at least half could be considered geniuses. But geniuses often die young. Because their goals are loftier, they must strive harder than everyone else. Even if they die on the path they chose to walk. This is what I wanted to tell you. In Monster Capital Beast University, if you don't fight, you get nothing. Likewise, at Monster Capital Beast University, whatever you desire, you can fight to obtain. If you can't win the fight, then fight with your life on the line, stake your very existence as the wager. A general's success is built upon 10,000 bones. I hope that among all of you sitting here today, one will rise to become a beast emperor level existence, standing atop that highest peak. Chapter 50, 1 million intel fee, Wang Jin's overtures. Strive. The strong must strive. This is the founding principle of Magic City's Beastmaster University. Although many people were aware of this philosophy of the Demon Capital Beast University, yet when Wang Ting articulated it personally, it still sent a surge of adrenaline pumping through every freshman present. Even Lin Yuan had to admit that the president of Demon Capital Beast University truly had some formidable skills. With just a few choice words, he had successfully roused the students' passions. I believe that since you've chosen to attend our Demon City Beast Academy, there isn't a single weakling among you, not one coward, nor any shrinking violets. Wang Ting swept his gaze around the assembly, his lips curling into an extraordinarily radiant smile. Starting tomorrow, you'll face your first real competition. Because beginning tomorrow, the Hidden Dragon ranking of Demon City Beast Academy will officially open to all freshmen. As long as you can maintain your ranking on the Hidden Dragon ranking, you'll receive rewards from the school every 7 days. The top-ranked student on the Hidden Dragon leaderboard receives 100 top-tier Beast Soul Crystals, 20 Beast Spirit Pills, and 1 million in cash each week. The top 3 on the Hidden Dragon rankings receive 70 Premium Beast Soul Crystals, 15 Beast Spirit Pills, and 500,000 in cash every week. The top 10 on the Hidden Dragon ranking receive weekly rewards, 50 high-grade Beast Soul Crystals, 10 Beast Spirit Pills, and 300,000 in cash. Top 50 on the Hidden Dragon ranking receive 30 Premium Beast Soul Crystals, 5 Beast Spirit Pills, and 200,000 in cash every week. Top 100 on the Hidden Dragon ranking receive 20 Premium Crystals, 3 Beast Spirit Pills, and 100,000 in cash weekly. After Wang Ting announced the rewards for the Hidden Dragon ranking, all the freshmen present couldn't help but reveal looks of astonishment. If all the rewards for the top spot on the Hidden Dragon ranking were converted to cash, they would be worth at least 3 million. And these rewards are just for 1 week alone. 3 million per week means a full 12 million per month. Even for Lord-level Beast Soul Masters, it's unlikely they'd receive such generous treatment. It must be said, Demon Capital Beast University places great importance on the Hidden Dragon ranking. Judging by the rewards Wang Ting has set, the funding Shanghai Beast Academia has invested in the Hidden Dragon rankings must amount to at least several $billion. Furthermore, the higher your ranking on the Hidden Dragon rankings, the greater the privileges you'll unlock within Shanghai Beast Academia. In short, there's only one key principle. The higher your ranking, the more benefits you'll reap. If you're unwilling to fight, then prepare to be trampled underfoot. Destiny has always been in our own hands. So what if my talent is lacking? Were all the Beast Emperor level powerhouses the top geniuses of their student days? Absolutely not. Talent doesn't determine everything. As long as you fight for it, you can defy fate and change your destiny. This is what I want to tell you. As freshmen who have just entered Demon City Beast Academy, today you take pride in the academy, but I hope in the future, Demon City Beast Academy will take pride in you. Wang Ting's words were resounding and forceful, stirring the hearts of all the freshmen present. Immediately afterward, thunderous applause erupted throughout the Grand Hall. After the freshman assembly concluded, the freshmen gathered in the Grand Hall naturally dispersed soon after. Yet, Lin Yuan could sense an unspoken determination smoldering in every heart. Those admitted to the Demon City Beast University naturally rank among genius-level existences. And geniuses are rarely ones to concede defeat easily. Everyone strives to rank high on the Hidden Dragon leaderboard, especially with abundant rewards as motivation. After all, the higher one's ranking on the Hidden Dragon leaderboard, the more cultivation resources they can obtain, accelerating their strength's growth exponentially. This led to an inevitable problem. That being, the strong grow stronger, while the weak grow weaker. At Mordor Beast University, where the survival of the fittest model resembles a human Gujar experiment, the law of the jungle has been taken to its brutal extreme. Lin Yuan could already foresee that the competition for ranking on the Hidden Dragon list would become unprecedentedly fierce in the coming week. Lin Yuan, have you ever considered vying for a spot on the Hidden Dragon list? Just as they were heading back to the dormitory, Wang Jinza suddenly sidled up to Lin Yuan and asked slyly. Lin Yuan glanced at him and replied with a smile, "Why are you asking me that?" Hee, just curious, purely curious. Wang Jinza spoke up. Look at our dorm, both Song Lan and Zhao Ming have their own goals. Like Zhao Ming's goal is cracking the top 50 on the Hidden Dragon ranking, though he'd obviously prefer breaking into the top 30. As for Song Lan, you know how that guy is. Though he plays humble, deep down his eyes are still fixed on the number 1 spot on that ranking. However, he has a support-type beast soul. While he might have a chance to break into the top 10, climbing to the top spot seems unlikely. To be honest, among all of us in the dorm, you're the one I'm most curious about. Lin Yuan gazed into Wang Jinza's eyes and said with a knowing smile, likewise, I'm equally curious about you. After Lin Yuan spoke, Wang Jinza was momentarily taken aback before breaking into laughter. Seems teacher Zhao has told you everything about me. Then, lowering his voice, he asked, Lin Yuan, what exactly is your current strength? If you're willing, I'll pay 1 million for all the details about you. 1 million. Upon hearing that figure, even a trace of surprise flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes. I must say, Wang Jinza is indeed quite generous, willing to spend a full 1 million just to buy his intel. To put it into perspective, back when I fought against the Beast Tide and even slew a Beast King level monster, the total reward barely exceeded 2 million. But Lin Yuan understood all too well, in this world, there's no such thing as a free lunch. That million from Wang Jinza wasn't merely payment for information, it was an investment in him. In short, Wang Jinza had noticed his potential and was deliberately trying to curry favor with him. However, in Lin Yuan's eyes, the secrets he possessed weren't something a mere million could buy. So, no matter how much Wang Jinza offered, Lin Yuan wouldn't be swayed. I'm quite curious, how exactly did you notice me? Lin Yuan spoke up. Compared to Zhao Ming and Song Lan, I don't seem quite as eye-catching, do I? That's just because you haven't felt it yourself. Wang Jinza curled his lip and said, among all of us in this dorm, you're definitely the most maniacal cultivator, even Song Lan can't keep up with you. Lin Yuan spoke up, but there are so many people working hard. You couldn't have noticed me just because of that, could you? He was also very curious about how Wang Jinza had determined that he was a suitable investment target. It's actually very simple. Wang Jinza shrugged and said, because I only believe what I see with my own eyes. Lin Yuan was momentarily stunned and instinctively asked, what do you mean? Wang Jinza suddenly shifted gears. Teacher Zhao Shanhe came specifically to see you today, didn't he? You should know, an 8-star beast soul master at the Lord rank is a respected existence wherever they go. Even within the demon capital Beast University, he ranks among the strongest faculty members. Wang Jinza had already spelled it out to this extent. If Lin Yuan still couldn't grasp the implication, that would make him a complete fool. So, although I don't really know you that well, Wang Jinza grinned and said, but I'm willing to trust teacher Zhao Shanhe's judgment. Understood. Lin Yuan nodded. Then, Wang Jinza pressed further, so what do you think? To be honest, I appreciate your kindness, but my appetite isn't small. 1 million might not quite be enough for me. Lin Yuan spoke calmly, when I reach the top of the Hidden Dragon ranking, then we can discuss the value of my information. After Lin Yuan uttered these words, Wang Jinza's pupils involuntarily constricted sharply, his eyes filled with disbelief. Because the information revealed in Lin Yuan's words was already more than enough. That means, he was also preparing to compete for the top spot on the Hidden Dragon ranking. Moreover, judging from this, Lin Yuan's strength was at least on par with Song Lan. It seemed he had underestimated his roommate before this. Chapter 51, The Hidden Dragon Ranking Announcement. The next day, noon at 12 o'clock. The Hidden Dragon rankings are about to be announced. For all the freshmen of Demon City Beast Academy, this is undoubtedly the most anticipated day. As one of the 3 major rankings, the Hidden Dragon rankings stand alongside the Beast King rankings and the Beast God rankings, all displayed on massive stone tablets erected at the very center of Demon City Beast Academy. Here stand 3 stone steels, each towering dozens of meters high. At this moment, many students have already gathered here in advance, waiting solely for the release of the Hidden Dragon rankings. It's already 12 o'clock, why haven't they posted the rankings yet? What's the hurry? They don't release it at exact hours. The rankings will be out in 5 more minutes. So, how exactly are these newly posted rankings determined? How else? It's obviously based on your performance in the Beast Soul Refinement exam. But isn't the maximum in the Beast Soul Refinement exam just 10 rounds? Doesn't that mean there'll be tons of people sharing the same rank? If you clear all 10 rounds, then naturally they'll rank you by how quickly you completed them. Generally speaking, the faster you clear the trial, the higher your ranking will naturally be. Lin Yuan listened to the discussions around him as he walked toward the stone tablet. He had initially been quite curious about how the rankings on the Hidden Dragon list were determined right after its release. But after hearing these people's discussions, he quickly understood the logic behind it. It turns out the ranking is based on Beast Refinement assessment results. Moreover, if the scores are identical, the ranking is further determined by completion speed. Given this, my own ranking probably won't be very impressive. Although I also cleared 10 rounds of Beast Refinement, during the initial assessment I forcibly passed the first 2 trial rounds without Beast Soul Fusion just to warm up. Although it helped Lin Yuan regain some of his former combat instincts, it also wasted a considerable amount of time. Under these circumstances, there was simply no way Lin Yuan could complete the 10 rounds of beast trials quickly. The 5-minute time limit soon arrived. Meanwhile, on the stone tablet representing the hidden dragon rankings, a radiant screen emerged, swiftly displaying row after row of names. First place, Wu Shengu, Awakened Beast Soul, Golden Winged Centipede King. Second place, Shen Song, Awakened Beast Soul, Frostwhite Fong. Third place, Wang Linhu, Awakened Beast Soul, Blazing Crimson Tiger. 10th place, Song Lan, Awakened Beast Soul, 7-colored Glasswing Butterfly. The information released on the hidden dragon rankings was remarkably concise. There are only 3 pieces of information: ranking, name, and awakened beast soul. It has to be said, Wang Jin's intelligence is quite accurate. At the very least, Lin Yuan had seen the names of most of the top 50 on the hidden dragon ranking in the intelligence Wang Jin's provided him. In fact, Wang Jin's intelligence was even more detailed, including annotations about each person's approximate strength. Just like the top-ranked Ebony Serpent, the intelligence estimate for his strength is at Beast King level 3 stars. However, this is merely an estimate. Predictions on paper are forever unreliable. As for the Ebony Serpent's true strength, it's likely that no one knows except himself. Moreover, several days have already passed since the start of the school term. Who can guarantee that Wu Xuangu's strength hasn't made further breakthroughs during this time? In addition, Lin Yuan also spotted Song Lan's name in the 10th position of the hidden dragon ranking. This clearly shows that Demon Capital Beast University is truly a place where geniuses gather like clouds and monsters run rampant. Even Song Lan, who ranked first in the Demon City College entrance exams, could only secure the 10th position on this list. Lin Yuan continued scanning downward until he finally spotted his own name at the 312th position. This meant that based on his beast training assessment results, he only ranked 312th among all new students. It appeared that approximately 400 freshmen at Demon City Beast University had successfully cleared all 10 rounds of the beast training assessment, by conservative estimates. However, Lin Yuan was well aware that the current hidden dragon rankings were merely temporary. In just a few days' time, the rankings on the hidden dragon list would undergo earth-shaking changes. After all, using the results of the beast refining assessment to measure the strength of a beast soul master inherently contains significant inaccuracies. After the rankings of the hidden dragon list were announced, its rules soon spread among the freshmen. Although Lin Yuan wasn't paying particular attention, he still managed to catch most of what others were discussing. The rules of the hidden dragon ranking were quite straightforward. The first rule stated that lower-ranked individuals could only challenge those above them, with a maximum gap of 20 positions between competitors. If the challenge proved successful, the victor would assume the opponent's rank. This means Lin Yuan's current ranking is 312th, so the highest rank he can challenge is 292nd. If he wins, Lin Yuan's ranking will rise to 292nd. The second rule states that each person only has one challenge opportunity per day, and the challenged cannot refuse the first 3 challenges they receive daily. After these 3 challenges, they can freely choose whether to accept subsequent challenges. This rule is fairly humane. Without limiting the number of challenges, the top 10 freshmen would likely face dozens of challenges a day. In that case, they'd probably have no time left for cultivation. The third rule, each person has one weekly opportunity for cross-level challenges, expanding the eligibility range from the top 20 to top 100 ranks. Rule 4, the use of prohibited drugs is not allowed during challenges. However, the use of sacred beast weapons is permitted, provided they match the user's current rank. This means a Beast King level Beast Soul Master can only use sacred beast weapons of the Beast King rank or below, and must not wield Lord level weapons beyond their tier. This rule naturally exists to maintain fairness in the competition. After all, a high-tier sacred beast weapon can tremendously enhance a beast soul master's combat capabilities. Rule 5. During a challenge, the duel must immediately cease if one party surrenders or loses the ability to fight. Should a beast soul master die during a challenge, the Academy will intervene to adjudicate the matter. If the act is deemed intentional homicide, the offender will face expulsion and legal prosecution in accordance with relevant laws. Clearly, Demon Capital Beast Academy has formulated exceptionally thorough regulations for the hidden dragon ranking, leaving virtually no loopholes to exploit. To secure a top position on the hidden dragon ranking, there's no other way but to rely on one's own strength. If one's own strength is insufficient, no matter how high the ranking, they will soon be knocked down. Such is the brutal competition of the hidden dragon ranking. Lin Yuan could already foresee that in the coming week, demons would dance wildly, and geniuses and prodigies from all corners would rise abruptly. And the rankings on the hidden dragon list are bound to undergo significant changes. Chapter 52, A Gentleman Hides His Talents, Biding His Time. As the crowd gazed at the hidden dragon stone tablet displaying the rankings, another wave of murmurs and discussions arose. Who exactly is this Wu Xiangu to already claim the first place right after the rankings were released? There's nothing impressive about it. If he's still number 1 after 7 days, then I'll truly admire him. Don't even say 7 days, following past conventions. It only takes 3 days for the rankings on the hidden dragon list to undergo a major reshuffle. That's right. Only then will the rankings on the hidden dragon list truly carry any real weight. Wow, is it really that unpredictable? Damn it, I barely secured a spot in the top 30. No way I'm letting myself get knocked down so easily. I'm going back to train right now. What? My 7-star beast general level strength only ranked outside the top 400? I refuse to accept this. There's no way all those ranked above me are truly stronger than I am. Within mere minutes of the hidden dragon rankings being announced, numerous freshmen had already begun challenging those ranked above them. After all, the higher one ranks on the hidden dragon ranking, the more generous the rewards they can obtain. Under such circumstances, naturally everyone hopes to achieve the highest possible ranking. Moreover, each person only has one challenge opportunity per day. Excluding the chance to challenge a higher rank, the maximum range for challenges is within 20 ranks above. In other words, Lin Yuan currently ranks 312th. If he aims to reach the top of the hidden dragon ranking, it would take him at least 16 days. Fortunately, the weekly opportunity to challenge higher ranks could significantly shorten this time for him. Lin Yuan could already vividly imagine how wildly popular Wang Jin's intelligence business would become after the hidden dragon rankings were announced. After all, obtaining intelligence about one's opponent before a challenge would undoubtedly greatly increase the chances of victory. Without a doubt, Wang Jinza would undoubtedly make a killing by seizing this opportunity. To be honest, Lin Yuan still wasn't quite sure what significance Wang Jinza's actions held, although the intelligence business was indeed quite profitable. But the problem is, as the son of Wang Ting, the principal of Moto Beast University, Wang Jinza shouldn't lack money at all, right? Moreover, being the principal, Wang Ting must certainly be aware of Wang Jinza conducting these affairs within the school. Since he knew yet didn't interfere, it proved he tacitly approved Wang Jinza's actions. This made even Lin Yuan somewhat unable to grasp what Wang Ting was truly thinking. Fortunately, he didn't need to ponder it further. Listening to the noisy discussions of the freshmen around him, Lin Yuan immediately turned and walked away, heading straight for the training chamber. The release of the hidden dragon rankings genuinely filled him with anticipation. Yet Lin Yuan also understood that even if he wanted to climb to a higher position on the hidden dragon rankings, there was absolutely no need to rush. Striving, of course, was inevitable. However, strategy and methodology were equally crucial. For Lin Yuan, this wasn't the best moment, because this was the most chaotic period for the hidden dragon rankings. It would take at least a week, perhaps even half a month, for everyone's rankings to stabilize according to their true strength. During this time, Lin Yuan had no intention of striving for higher placements. At such a time, to fight life-or-death battles with others and climb over their ranks might seem dashing and heroic, but it would inevitably invite numerous resentful challengers and unnecessary troubles. Giving up is gaining. By choosing not to compete for the rankings during this period, he could avoid many unnecessary troubles. In the pursuit of cultivation, there's something more crucial than sheer determination, the ability to endure solitude. Many freshmen would stake their lives to challenge those stronger than them, all just to secure a spot on the hidden dragon ranking. But they often couldn't endure the solitude required for dedicated cultivation, too easily distracted by the outside world, especially during this period when the hidden dragon ranking had just been released. Yet Lin Yuan was different. Even with his current strength, he could effortlessly secure a spot within the top 100, even the top 50 of the hidden dragon ranking. But he was able to suppress this impulse in his heart, casting aside these distracting thoughts to continue his devoted cultivation. When Lin Yuan walked toward the training hall without even a backward glance, he failed to notice that Wang Jin's gaze remained fixed on him. At that moment, Zhao Ming nearby also sensed Wang Jin's unusual behavior and followed his line of sight, quickly spotting Lin Yuan. After staring blankly for several seconds, Zhao Ming couldn't help exclaiming, "Holy moly, is Lin Yuan going to the training hall again? This guy truly is like an emotionless cultivation machine." On such an important day as the hidden dragon ranking announcement, he just took one glance and went back to train. It's truly unimaginable. Doesn't he plan to climb up the rankings at all? Yet Wang Jinza, standing nearby, remained silent. Because Lin Yuan had once confided in him, he intended to compete for the top spot on the hidden dragon rankings. And the reason he hadn't made any moves was simply because he disdained struggling for position at this stage. A gentleman hides his talents within, waiting for the right moment to act. He wanted to wait until the rankings on the hidden dragon list had largely stabilized before making his move to claim the championship crown. At this thought, Wang Jinza couldn't help but shiver. If this were truly the case, then this guy was far too composed and self-assured. Upon arriving at the training hall, Lin Yuan directly booked a primary training room for himself. He then entered the training room and immediately retrieved several beast spirit pills from his silver badge. These beast spirit pills were precisely the ones Zhao Shanha had delivered to him yesterday. Lin Yuan's remaining 1.2 million was exchanged for 24 beast soul pills in total. Though the cost wasn't insignificant, if the beast spirit pill truly had the effect he imagined, then however great the expense might be, it would be worth it. Lin Yuan found a spacious area, sat cross-legged, and tossed a beast spirit pill into his mouth before focusing on digesting its medicinal energy. Before long, Lin Yuan had completely absorbed the first beast spirit pill. At the same time, the system notification sounded in his ears. Ding! Congratulations on successfully consuming the beast spirit pill. Reward obtained, talent +1. A single beast spirit pill might not show very noticeable effects. With this thought, Lin Yuan didn't hesitate for a second before tossing several more beast spirit pills into his mouth all at once. In an instant, an immense wave of medicinal energy erupted within his body like a volcanic explosion. Like raging floods, they surged frantically towards every limb and pore of his body. If any other beast soul master dared to swallow so many beast spirit pills at once, they would have exploded from the overwhelming medicinal energy long ago. Lin Yuan, on the other hand, relied entirely on his system. No matter how potent the medicinal energy was, as long as he had enough time, he was certain he could fully absorb it. Time passed minute by minute. At regular intervals, a system notification would sound in Lin Yuan's ears. Ding! Congratulations on successfully consuming the beast spirit pill. Reward obtained, talent +1. Ding! Congratulations on successfully consuming the beast spirit pill. Reward obtained, talent +1. Ding! Congratulations on successfully consuming the beast spirit pill. It was unclear how many hours had passed, but Lin Yuan only remembered hearing the system notification chime a total of 9 times in his ears. This meant that the medicinal potency of all 9 beast spirit pills had been completely absorbed by him. Adding the initial beast spirit pill he absorbed upon entering the training chamber, that made a total of 10 pills. After gaining the 10-point talent bonus, Lin Yuan could clearly feel that his speed of absorbing energy from the surroundings had indeed increased significantly. At this moment, the energy supply in the beginner cultivation chamber could barely keep up with his absorption rate. Lin Yuan didn't even need to do anything, his body devoured the surrounding energy like a starving beast, to the point where a complete energy vacuum had formed around his body. Of course, none of this mattered to Lin Yuan. He only wanted to know whether his ability to absorb inferior beast soul crystals would also improve after his natural talents had been enhanced. This was merely Lin Yuan's speculation up until now. But now, he finally had the chance to put his speculation to the test. Lin Yuan took a deep breath, retrieving an inferior beast soul crystal from his silver badge and clasping it firmly in his hand. Closing his eyes, he silently absorbed the trace amounts of nuclear radiation contained within while meticulously counting the seconds in his mind. Ding! Congratulations on successfully absorbing nuclear radiation and acquiring 1,000 evolution points. When the system notification sounded, Lin Yuan opened his eyes as well. And at this moment, his eyes were filled with overwhelming joy. 7 minutes. This time, absorbing the energy from this inferior beast soul crystal took him merely 7 minutes. Compared to the previous 10 minutes, the time required to absorb an inferior beast soul crystal has now been shortened by a full 3 minutes. This also proves that Lin Yuan's earlier conjecture was indeed correct. Taking the beast spirit pill truly does enhance his speed in absorbing inferior beast soul crystals. Chapter 53, The Year of Genius Eruption. Top Freshman Showdown. For Lin Yuan, this was absolutely a good thing. After all, when you got right down to it, evolution points were the foundation of his power progression, and absorbing the nuclear radiation contained within inferior beast soul crystals was currently the fastest way for him to obtain those evolution points. Under these circumstances, the higher his absorption efficiency, the faster he naturally accumulates evolution points. Originally, it took him 15 minutes to absorb the nuclear radiation from a single inferior beast soul crystal, with a maximum of 4 crystals per hour amounting to 4,000 evolution points. Even if he spent 15 hours each day continuously absorbing inferior beast soul crystals, he could earn at most 60,000 evolution points daily. But now, after consuming the beast spirit pill to enhance his talent, Lin Yuan's absorption time for a single inferior beast soul crystal has been halved compared to before. This means that with an ample supply of inferior beast soul crystals, he could earn at least 120,000 evolution points per day. Such are the benefits of increased efficiency. And right now, he still had 14 beast spirit pills in his possession. He wondered if, after fully absorbing all 14 beast spirit pills, the time needed to absorb inferior beast soul crystals could be reduced to within a minute. Just as Lin Yuan was about to give it a try, his phone suddenly rang. Beep, beep, beep. Hearing the notification sound by his ear, Lin Yuan couldn't help but show a trace of astonishment in his eyes. Who could be looking for me at this time? Lin Yuan took out his phone and saw Zhao Shanha's name displayed on the caller ID. That's strange, what would Zhao Shanhe want with me right now? Could it be because of the Hidden Dragon rankings release? At this thought, Lin Yuan immediately answered the call. Teacher Zhao, is there something you need? Kid, can't I just give you a call without having a reason? Zhao Shanhe muttered a few words before abruptly changing the topic. You must have already heard about the Hidden Dragon rankings being announced, right? Yeah, I know. Lin Yuan said, I was still there at noon. It's just a pity that it took me a bit longer to pass the beast trial, so I only ranked 312th. Ranked 312th, that's actually pretty decent, but with your abilities, you should definitely be higher than that. Zhao Shanhe asked, by the way, what are you up to now? What else? Training, of course. You've got some serious focus, kid. The outside world's practically in chaos right now, and here you are, calmly training without a care. Zhao Shanhe's tone carried a hint of surprise. Lin Yuan calmly explained, since the goal is to reach the top, there's no need to rush in haste. Upon hearing these words, Zhao Shanhe was momentarily stunned before letting out a laugh. You're absolutely right, he said. However, there's one thing I think you might be interested in. What is it? In just 10 minutes, the showdown between Wang Linhu and Wu Xuangu will begin at the school's third arena. Zhao Shanhe remarked, this is a rare chance to witness a duel between the third and first ranked talents on the Hidden Dragon list. Wu Xuangu, Wang Linhu. Upon hearing these two familiar names, Lin Yuan immediately grasped the significance of the moment. On today's newly released Hidden Dragon ranking, these two individuals indeed held the first and third positions respectively. From this perspective, it's clear that Wang Linhu believes his strength surpasses Wu Xuangu's, which is why he chose to challenge the latter today, aiming to dethrone him from the top spot. This clash between the first and third ranked contenders has drawn the attention of countless freshmen. Even Lin Yuan had to admit that this impending battle had genuinely piqued his interest as well. He also wanted to see just how strong these top-ranked freshmen on the Hidden Dragon list truly were. With this thought in mind, Lin Yuan immediately spoke up. The match starts in 20 minutes? Then I'll head over right now. Alright, you'd better hurry then. Zhao Shanhe added, opportunity knocks but once, don't miss your chance. They all say this year has the best batch of students. Well, I'd like to see for myself whether these so-called gifted freshmen truly live up to their reputation. The training hall wasn't too far from the combat arena. Lin Yuan arrived at the area designated for arena number 3 in less than 10 minutes. Most of the combat arenas in the arena district were modeled after the ancient Roman gladiatorial colosseums, ensuring ample space for duels while providing spectators with excellent viewing conditions. To Lin Yuan's surprise, by the time he arrived, the spectator seats around arena 3 were already packed to capacity. Among the spectators, aside from freshmen, there were quite a few upperclassmen and even teachers present. It was evident that many people took this duel extremely seriously. Though, this was only to be expected. After all, this duel concerns the ownership rights of the top spot on the Hidden Dragon ranking. You should know that as long as one can firmly hold the top position, every 7 days, they'll receive a substantial amount of resources distributed by the monster capital Beast Academy. This year's freshmen are truly remarkable. I heard this Wu Xuangu just enrolled and already possesses the strength of a 3-star Beast King. Ah, really? How do you know that? This is intel I bought at a high price from someone else. This is the perfect opportunity to verify its authenticity. Forget about other things, if he truly possesses Beast King 3-star strength, even among past freshman cohorts, he'd absolutely rank among the top contenders. Exactly. If I recall correctly, last year's top-ranking student on Hidden Dragon list only reached Beast King 2-star, didn't they? This year's situation is completely different from last year's. Haven't you heard? This year marks an eruption of geniuses. Top academies are recruiting students whose caliber surpasses previous years by at least 1 tier. Right, I've heard about that too. I must say, with just the strength of a 3-star Beast King level, it's not necessarily going to be easy to secure the top spot on the Hidden Dragon ranking. Holy shit, from what you're saying, this year is practically a battle of gods. As Lin Yuan stepped into the spectator stands, the surrounding discussions continuously reached his ears. Is this year the eruption of geniuses? It was indeed the first time it had heard such a saying. However, Lin Yuan didn't really care whether this year was truly one teeming with geniuses or not. In his view, the stronger those around him were, the more they would fuel his drive to push forward. Just as Lin Yuan was about to find an empty seat to sit down, Zhao Shanhe's voice suddenly rang in his ears. Lin Yuan, over here. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Lin Yuan immediately turned his head toward the sound and caught sight of Zhao Shanhe waving at him. Next to Zhao Shanhe was an empty seat, clearly saved specifically for him. It has to be said, this teacher of his always considered things quite thoroughly on his behalf. Lin Yuan immediately quickened his pace and walked over. After greeting Zhao Shanhe, he sat down beside him. Just then, a voice suddenly spoke up beside Zhao Shanhe. Zhao Shanhe, I must say, you really treat this kid like a treasure, don't you? You even bring him along to watch a match. Why don't you just tie him to your belt and be done with it? Chapter 54, Scarlet Flame Rage Tiger vs. Golden Winged Centipede King. After this voice sounded, Lin Yuan immediately turned to look beside Zhao Shanhai in confusion, only to see a refined-looking middle-aged man. Zhao Shanhai shot him a glance and snapped irritably, Meng Chanan, if your mouth doesn't know how to speak properly, you might as well donate it to someone in need. Clearly, Zhao Shanhai was acquainted with this refined middle-aged man, and they seemed to share a fairly good relationship. At the very least, Lin Yuan could tell that Zhao Shanhai wasn't the slightest bit angry about the other party's earlier jokes. Zhao Shanhai then turned to Lin Yuan and introduced, this is Meng Chanan, my friend and also one of the teachers at Moto Beast University. Nice to meet you, Professor Meng. Lin Yuan gave a slight nod and greeted with a smile. Hello. Meng Chang'an smiled and said, you're Lin Yuan, right? Zhao Shanhai has mentioned you quite often in front of me. How about it? You've just enrolled and probably haven't chosen a mentor yet, right? Would you consider becoming my disciple? Before Meng Chang'an could finish, Zhao Shanhai glared at him fiercely. Meng Chang'an, don't make me lose my temper with you. You shameless bastard. Who the hell tries to poach someone right in front of their face? Ha ha ha, just kidding, just kidding. Meng Chang'an laughed heartily several times and said, alright, enough teasing you. The competition is about to begin, let's focus on watching it properly. By the way, between Wang Linhu and Wu Xuangu, who do you think has a better chance of winning? I wouldn't know, they're not my students. Zhao Shanhai shrugged nonchalantly and said, anyway, I'm just here to watch the show. Whoever wins has nothing to do with me. Then, Zhao Shanhai turned his head toward Lin Yuan beside him. How about you? Between these two, is there someone you support? Lin Yuan shook his head and replied, no, I'm not very familiar with them either. I'm afraid we'll have to wait until the match begins to judge who has the better chance of winning. At that moment, Meng Chang'an suddenly spoke up, look, both of them are already entering the arena. After Meng Chang'an's words, Lin Yuan and Zhao Shanhai immediately turned their gaze toward the direction of the fighting ring, and indeed, they saw two figures stepping onto the platform one after another. One of them wore only a pair of extremely loose black trousers, walking barefoot onto the stage. His skin had a bronzed hue, and around his neck hung a necklace crafted from wolf fangs, giving his entire being a wild and primal beauty. The other man was also bare-chested, but his physique was exceptionally burly, his knotted muscles seeming to contain explosive power. At the same time, his back was covered in fiery crimson tattoos that, from a distance, looked like a blazing tiger's head roaring in fury. Without a doubt, this brawny young man with the tiger tattoos was none other than Wang Linhu. As for the man who had stepped onto the stage earlier, he was the current top-ranked fighter on the hidden dragon list, Wu Xuangu. At this very moment, beyond the arena, countless pairs of eyes were fixed upon them. Because everyone wanted to know whether the first and third-ranked geniuses on the hidden dragon ranking were truly as formidable as imagined. Or, were they merely undeserving of their reputations? This match will feature Wang Linhu, ranked third on the hidden dragon list, challenging Wu Xuangu, the top-ranked contender. During the competition, both parties are permitted to use beast god arms that conform to their respective ranks, but the use of any prohibited substances is strictly forbidden. When one party surrenders or loses the ability to fight, the battle is considered over. After the duel concludes, both parties must cease attacks immediately, otherwise it will be deemed a serious violation. Both parties, do you have any objections to the competition rules? The referee standing atop the arena promptly announced the rules to both participants. Neither Wu Xuangu nor Wang Linhu objected, they said in unison. Okay. The referee nodded and spoke in a solemn voice, then both combatants, please prepare yourselves. I declare, the duel officially begins. The moment the referee's words fell, the atmosphere on the arena instantly became tense as drawn swords and loaded crossbows. Although Wu Xuangu and Wang Linhu did not immediately initiate their beast-soul fusion, an invisible pressure radiated outward in all directions. Challenging me first, do you think I'm an easy target? Wu Xuangu was the first to break the silence, curling his lips into something between a smile and a sneer as he fixed his gaze on Wang Linhu before him. His eyes, however, held an indescribable coldness. No, it's just that you happen to be standing in my way. Wang Linhu took one step forward, unleashing an aura as ferocious as a wild beast that radiated from his entire being. The top spot on the hidden dragon ranking belongs to me. Oh, seems you're quite confident. Wu Xuangu's tone abruptly shifted as he sternly declared, what a pity, it's precisely those self-righteous people I most enjoy teaching a lesson. The next instant, without the slightest hesitation, he immediately chose to fuse with his beast soul. And his beast soul was none other than the Golden Winged Centipede King. Before the crowd's eyes suddenly appeared a colossal centipede measuring over 10 meters long, its body shimmering with green light and its head gleaming gold. This giant centipede possessed a pair of long antennae and clustered compound eyes, with mouthparts consisting of a pair of large mandibles and small maxillae. Its segmented back showed a dark green hue while its underside was yellowish-brown, comprising 21 segments with each bearing a pair of legs. Most remarkably, upon the creature's back grew translucent wings that emitted a faint golden shimmer. So this is the SSS-ranked Beast Soul, Golden Winged Centipede King? Truly extraordinary. This oppressive aura. Wu Xiangu possesses at least the combat strength of a Beast King. No wonder he soared straight to the top of the Hidden Dragon rankings the very day they were announced. His prowess truly cannot be underestimated. TSK, now Wan Linhu really kicked an iron plate this time. Don't jump to conclusions so soon. The battle has only just begun. After Wu Xiangu completed the Beast Soul fusion, murmurs of discussion rose from the spectator stands. Even Zhao Shanha and Meng Chang'an couldn't help but reveal a flash of surprise in their eyes. Clearly, Wu Xuangu's strength had also somewhat exceeded the expectations of these two. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan was also staring fixedly at the Golden Winged Centipede King on the arena platform. Although the battle hadn't yet begun, Lin Yuan could already roughly gauge his opponent's strength through the oppressive aura radiating from Wu Xuangu. If his guess was correct, the Black Mystic Gu currently possessed the strength of at least a 4-star Beast King. This was even stronger than the estimated power level Wang Jinza had gathered from intelligence. However, despite completing the Beast Soul fusion, the Black Mystic Gu still didn't rush to launch an attack, because Wang Linhu hadn't yet performed his Beast Soul fusion. The arrogance of Wu Xiangu made him disdain taking advantage of others' misfortune. With a cold gaze from his dark golden compound eyes, he spoke in a deep voice, "What are you waiting for? I must say, you truly haven't disappointed me." Wang Linhu grinned, excitement flickering in his eyes. It seems, within Demon Capital Beast Academy, there are opponents worth anticipating after all. Just as Wang Linhu finished speaking, he fused with his Beast Soul without hesitation. Roar! Accompanied by an earth-shaking roar of a wild beast. The creature that uttered this roar had light yellow fur crisscrossed with black stripes across its body. Above its pair of dark yellow beast eyes was a distinct king character boldly outlined by thick black markings. This is Wang Linhu's Beast Soul, the blazing rampage tiger. At this very moment, a gigantic tiger wreathed in flames stood towering on the arena platform, radiating the same king-tier predatory aura. Chapter 55, The Black Xiangu's Trap. These two lads both seem quite promising. Meng Chang'an gazed at Wu Xuangu and Wang Linhu, who had successively completed their Beast Soul fusion, and couldn't help but sigh. When I was as young as them, I didn't have strength like theirs. Zhao Shanha chuckled and said, "That's why they say each generation surpasses the last. I've told you before, this year's freshmen are no ordinary bunch, each one more monstrous than the last." Even as the two were marveling, Wu Xuangu and Wang Linhu had already launched their first clash. With a thunderous roar, Wang Linhu opened his massive maw and unleashed a piercing tiger's cry. Then, a scorching fireball suddenly took shape within its gaping maw and shot toward Wu Xuangu with a howling force. The unique attribute of the Crimson Flame Savage Tiger's Beast Soul lies in its ability to command the power of flames. Faced with this Crimson Flame projectile, Wu Xuangu dared not underestimate it in the slightest. His body abruptly arched, and the Golden-Winged Centipede King's tail lashed out fiercely toward the oncoming fireball. Bang! With a dull, resonant boom. This blazing fireball was actually smashed apart mid-air by the Black Mystic Gu's enormous centipede tail, scattering into a sky full of fiery sparks. "Is that all you've got?" The light chuckle of Wu Xiangu immediately rang in Wang Linhu's ears. His purpose in saying this was clearly to affect the latter's state of mind. But Wang Linhu remained unaffected and instead spoke in a deep voice, "Save those words for when you actually defeat me." Just as the words fell, Wang Linhu's figure instantly transformed into a crimson afterimage and vanished from sight. Watching the scene before them, every audience member couldn't help but reveal a flash of astonishment in their eyes. What incredible speed! Such astonishing explosive power. Bear in mind, as the king of beasts, tigers possess comprehensive excellence in every aspect, whether it's strength, constitution, speed, or explosive power. They virtually have no weaknesses whatsoever. And Wang Linhu's Scarlet Flame Raging Tiger Beast Soul has taken this ferocity to its absolute extreme. At an incredibly fast speed, the distance between Wang Linhu and the Black Mystic Gu was closed almost instantly. The latter's pupils suddenly constricted, clearly sensing the dangerous aura emanating from Wang Linhu. However, Wang Linhu's momentum was far too overwhelming. By the time the Black Mystic Gu tried to dodge, it was already too late. Crack! Wang Linhu raised his flaming tiger paw and fiercely slammed it down onto the Golden-Winged Centipede King's back. With a crisp cracking sound, the carapace on the Golden-Winged Centipede King's back shattered completely, and dark green blood began oozing from the fractures. Just imagine how astonishingly powerful Wang Linhu's strike must have been. The excruciating pain forced Wu Xuangu to let out a piercing, agonized scream. "It looks like Wang Linhu has the upper hand now," Meng Chang'an remarked with a light chuckle. Judging by the current situation, Wu Xuangu, the top-ranked on the Hidden Dragon list, appears somewhat undeserving of his reputation. On the other hand, Wang Linhu, ranked third, shows quite a few commendable traits. This lad is very cautious. He first probed his opponent's strength with ranged attacks, then quickly closed the distance using his speed, catching Wu Xuangu off guard. After listening to Meng Chang'an's comments, Zhao Shanha couldn't help but nod in agreement. "You're right, Wang Linhu is indeed very experienced. At your age, to possess such combat instincts is already quite impressive. Then, Zhao Shanha turned his head and looked at Lin Yuan, smiling as he spoke. Lin Yuan, watching their battles, do you feel any pressure? Both of them are from your generation. If you want to reach the top of the hidden dragon ranking, you can't avoid facing them. After Zhao Shanha spoke these words, Meng Chang'an standing nearby couldn't help but show astonishment on his face. He clearly hadn't expected Lin Yuan's ambitions to be this lofty. Though he readily admitted that Lin Yuan achieving the highest score in Jinhai City's entrance exams and being admitted to Moto Beastmaster University with an E-rank beast soul was already nothing short of a miracle. But aspiring to top the hidden dragon rankings, isn't that rather too unrealistic a notion? Of course, Meng Chang'an merely kept these thoughts to himself and didn't voice them aloud. After all, Lin Yuan was Zhao Shanha's esteemed student. Dousing his enthusiasm at such a moment would be unnecessarily discouraging. Moreover, for a young person, having lofty ambitions isn't necessarily a bad thing. Just as Zhao Shanha finished asking this question, he suddenly noticed that Lin Yuan remained completely focused on gazing at the arena before them. Watching Lin Yuan's intense concentration, a flicker of confusion instinctively flashed across Zhao Shanha's eyes. Could it be that he was shocked by the strength Wang Linhu had displayed? But at that moment, Lin Yuan abruptly spoke. This is a trap. What did you say? Zhao Shanha slightly froze. Lin Yuan calmly explained. Wang Linhu has fallen into a trap. This is a setup by Wu Xiangu. After these words left his mouth, Zhao Shanha and Meng Chang'an couldn't help but exchange a glance, both seeing a trace of bewilderment in each other's eyes. How had Lin Yuan noticed something that neither of them had detected? Meng Chang'an was the first to speak up. How did you know this was a trap? However, before Lin Yuan could answer, the situation on the arena suddenly reversed. After landing a successful strike, Wang Linhu pressed his advantage to pursue the victory. But at that very moment, the black mystery goo abruptly moved. His body suddenly coiled toward Wang Linhu's location at an astonishing speed. The sharp, segmented limbs pierced into the blazing rage tiger's body like iron spikes, binding it in a death grip. Get the hell off me! The excruciating pain made Wang Linhu's eyes bulge with fury. With a furious roar, he desperately unleashed all his strength, trying to forcibly break free from the dark serpent goo's restraints. Yet, the golden-winged centipede king's constricting power was equally terrifying in its intensity. Then, a cold, ruthless glint suddenly flashed through the dark serpent goo's dark golden compound eyes. The next instant, it abruptly opened its ferocious mandibles and spewed out a billowing cloud of eerie green poisonous mist directly from its maw. Venomous devourment. The toxic mist swiftly enveloped Wang Linhu. As if possessing a life of its own, the poisonous fog slithered viper-like into his nostrils and mouth even when he held his breath. Chapter 56, Lin Yuan's Perception, the Black Xiangu's Victory. Wu Xiangu's sudden counterattack caught everyone present completely off guard. As they witnessed this scene unfold, the spectators in the stands widened their eyes in unison. Isn't Wu Xiangu too ruthless? How could he reverse the situation so quickly? Now we'll see how Wang Linhu responds. If he can't break this move, he's probably not far from losing. The number one on the Hidden Dragon ranking is truly not to be underestimated. This year's freshmen are really extraordinary. With strength like this, in our year, they could effortlessly secure the top spot on the Hidden Dragon ranking. Amidst the discussions around them, the most shocked were undoubtedly Zhao Shanha and Meng Chang'an. They cast incredulous looks at Lin Yuan until finally, Meng Chang'an couldn't hold back and asked, Damn, kid, you actually called it right. How exactly did you know this was a trap set by Wu Xiangu? Actually, it's nothing special. Lin Yuan calmly explained. When neither side understands the other's true strength, feigning weakness is the best way to lay a trap. It made no sense for Wu Xiangu not to mount any effective countermeasures when Wang Linhu took the initiative to attack. Either he's a fool, or this is the flaw he intentionally revealed. Considering Wu Xiangu topped the Hidden Dragon ranking, regardless of whether his strength matches the position, it definitely proves he couldn't possibly be that brainless. So under these circumstances, the conclusion becomes self-evident. Upon hearing Lin Yuan's words, an expression of shock involuntarily surfaced on Meng Chang'an's face. He clearly hadn't expected Lin Yuan's perception to be so astonishingly sharp. Moreover, Lin Yuan's analysis was flawlessly meticulous. To be honest, with their combat experience, they should have been able to consider this point had they been fighting the enemy themselves. But right now, they were merely spectators. Their relaxed mood while spectating made them overlook many details and prevented them from pondering too deeply. Lin Yuan was right. Even if the current Hidden Dragon ranking wasn't fully finalized, how could anyone who claimed the top spot immediately upon its release possibly be mediocre? Old Meng, you've lost your touch. Zhao Shanha chuckled as he spoke. Your judgment can't even keep up with the younger generation now. Meng Chang'an glared and retorted irritably, and you have the nerve to criticize me? Didn't you fail to spot it either? Zhao Shanha burst into laughter but remained silent, smiling knowingly. True, I didn't notice it, but my student did. Right at that moment, on the arena stage, Wang Linhu launched another fierce counterattack. Since he couldn't break free from the dark mystic Gu's restraints with his own strength, he had no choice but to try other methods. Scarlet Flame, Burn. With a roar resembling that of a furious tiger, the scorching flames around Wang Linhu abruptly surged with terrifying intensity. The blazing flames, radiating intense heat, continuously spewed fiery tongues, scorching the body of the golden-winged centipede king. Under such conditions, even the black mystic Gu couldn't withstand this level of extreme heat and was forced to release its grip on the flaming rage tiger, swiftly retreating to maintain distance from the latter. However, although Wang Linhu appeared to have broken free, his current situation remained far from optimistic. After all, during the earlier entanglement with the golden-winged centipede king, he had sustained considerable injuries and inhaled large amounts of venomous mist exhaled by the black mystic Gu. But at this moment, Wang Linhu launched into action once more. With even greater speed and ferocity, he charged straight at Wu Xuangu. The latter's pupils abruptly contracted as he immediately dodged sideways, trying to evade Wang Linhu's savage assault. However, Wang Linhu's momentum was simply unstoppable. Flames surged around his body, transforming him into a giant blazing sphere moving at high speed. In mere moments, he had already charged right before Wu Xiangu. Crack! With a scorching tiger claw swiping down, another piece of armor shattered from Wu Xiangu's carapace. The foul-smelling, ink-green blood splattered onto Wang Linhu's face. Yet, he didn't even blink. At this moment, Wang Linhu's eyes were filled with nothing but savage and ruthless fury. The primal ferocity within his heart had been completely unleashed. Only one thought remained in his heart. He had to win this battle. He wanted to tear Wu Xuangu into countless pieces. Under Wang Linhu's furious assault, Wu Xuangu was pushed to absolute desperation, teetering on the brink of total defeat. Witnessing this scene, the spectators in the audience couldn't help but widen their eyes in disbelief. It has to be said, this battle truly did not disappoint. What a roller coaster of twists and turns. First, Wu Xuangu set a trap for Wang Linhu, but after breaking free from the restraints, Wang Linhu turned the tables with his formidable strength and ferocious fighting style. What a thrilling fight! That was so satisfying to watch. To stage a comeback from such a dire situation, Wang Linhu is outright savage. Yes, and the blazing rage tiger is only an SS-rank beast soul. In terms of pure talent, it's probably slightly inferior to the golden-winged centipede king. However, the blazing rage tiger specializes in frontal assaults. Wang Linhu is utilizing his beast soul's characteristics to their absolute limit. Damn it, Wang Linhu, push harder. Tear that wretched centipede apart. Clearly, the overwhelming majority of the audience in the stands were rooting more for Wang Linhu. This wasn't solely because Wang Linhu currently held the upper hand, but also because his ranking was beneath Wu Xiangu's. Stories of the weak overcoming the strong, of new kings replacing old ones, are always told with relish. Moreover, Wang Linhu's aggressive combat style was exceptionally entertaining to watch. It made perfect sense that he could win the appreciation and favor of the surrounding spectators. At that moment, Meng Chang'an suddenly asked, Lin Yuan, do you think Wu Xuangu is about to lose? No. Lin Yuan shook his head and calmly replied, it's Wang Linhu who's going to lose. Oh, a flicker of surprise flashed in Meng Chang'an's eyes as he pressed further. What makes you say that? Zhao Shanhe, standing nearby, also chimed in with a smile. Indeed, right now it looks like Wang Linhu has the upper hand, doesn't it? Facing their questioning, Lin Yuan couldn't help but laugh. Teachers, are you testing me now? Upon hearing Lin Yuan's words, Meng Chang'an showed surprise while Zhao Shanhe laughed even more heartily. You kid, really, you saw through that? Lin Yuan smiled and said, indeed, because I believe both teachers couldn't possibly fail to notice this. Although Wang Linhu's attacks are fierce, they everywhere reveal an impatient temperament. If I'm not mistaken, he probably wants to settle this quickly and resolve the black dark goo as soon as possible. And the reason he's so urgent, I suspect, is because the poison within him is about to erupt any moment now. Hearing this, Zhao Shanhe and Meng Chang'an remained silent, merely exchanging a meaningful glance between them. It was clear that Lin Yuan's assessment was exactly the same as theirs. The poisonous mist Wang Linhu had previously inhaled into his body had not left him completely unaffected. It was only because, through his sheer strength, he forcibly suppressed the toxins from erupting. Yet under these circumstances, Wang Linhu had to finish the battle quickly, otherwise, once the toxins could no longer be suppressed and erupted completely, his defeat would be inevitable. Meanwhile, though Wu Xiangu appeared to be continuously suppressed by Wang Linhu, there was actually no need for him to rush at all. He only needed to drag it out until the poison took effect, and he could easily claim victory. It was precisely for this reason that he could afford to leisurely engage in this protracted battle with Wang Linhu, utterly unfazed even while sustaining minor injuries. For him, this was truly the way to win this duel at the lowest possible cost. In this showdown, although Wang Linhu fought fiercely, there remained an overwhelming gap in strength between him and Wu Xuangu. As expected, within just 2 or 3 minutes of their circling skirmish, Wang Linhu's expression suddenly darkened with distress. Even the veins on his body began to show eerie green poison patterns. Huff, huff. Wang Linhu gasped heavily, his eyes brimming with unwillingness. Before him, Wu Xuangu remained utterly composed and unperturbed. Admit defeat. You've run out of chances. It's not too late yet. Surrender now and get that toxin purged at the infirmary. If you continue to forcibly resist the toxins in your body, it may even cause irreversible damage to you. Yet, in response to Wu Xuangu's words came a deafening tiger's roar. Roar! With that roar, flames once again erupted across Wang Linhu's body as he lunged at Wu Xuangu with renewed fury. It was clear that even under such circumstances, Wang Linhu still refused to admit defeat. However, the toxins erupting inside his body severely limited his explosive power. Compared to before, Wang Linhu's current speed had slowed by more than just a notch. Watching Wang Linhu charging toward him, a mocking glint flashed through Wu Xuangu's eyes. Stupid fool who won't see reason. The next second, just as the Crimson Flame Rampage Tiger was about to pounce for the kill, the black profound goo abruptly exerted its strength. Its incredibly hard centipede-like tail swung violently towards Wang Linhu. Boom! A dull collision sound rang out. Wang Linhu's body was sent flying with brute force, crashing heavily beyond the arena. According to the rules, once leaving the ring, one is considered to have lost the match. Without a doubt, this battle ultimately ended with Wu Xuangu claiming victory. Chapter 57, The Gap Between Me and a Top Genius. Wu Xuangu victorious. He defended his position as the top ranked on the Hidden Dragon list with his own strength. This outcome didn't surprise Lin Yuan in the least. In fact, as far as he was concerned, the moment Wang Linhu fell into Wu Xuangu's trap, the outcome of this battle had already been decided. However, although Wu Xuangu managed to maintain his top position, it was only temporary. No one knows whether even stronger challengers will emerge next. It's over. Zhao Shanhe spoke somewhat regretfully. What a shame. If Wang Linhu hadn't been poisoned, this battle might have been even more spectacular. Meng Chang'an smiled and said, indeed, though that's also part of combat. We can only say Wang Linhu was still too inexperienced. Then, he turned his gaze to Lin Yuan. If he had judgment like yours, perhaps the outcome of this battle would have been quite different. To be honest, the fight between Wu Xuangu and Wang Linhu was indeed stunning, truly. Whether it was Wu Xuangu's cunning or Wang Linhu's raw ferocity, both were eye-opening. But the freshman who left the deepest impression on him was neither of these two. But, it was Lin Yuan sitting beside Zhao Shanhe. This kid's observational skills have reached an astonishing level of precision. In battle, not a single detail escapes his notice. If spotting Wu Xuangu's trap the first time was coincidence, then correctly identifying Wang Linhu's attempt to end the fight quickly due to poisoning proves just how acutely perceptive Lin Yuan is in combat situations. Meng Chang'an found it truly hard to imagine how a freshman with so little combat experience could think with such meticulous precision, like a seasoned hunter who thoroughly understands the psychology of their prey. If this was talent, then it would be utterly terrifying. At that moment, Zhao Shanhe suddenly spoke up. Lin Yuan, you should know why I called you here to watch this match today, don't you? Yeah, I know. Lin Yuan spoke up. You want me to see the strength of the other prodigious newcomers. Indeed, stubbornly clinging to old ways and isolating oneself will only lead to falling behind. Zhao Shanhe spoke up. Only by understanding the true strength of your opponents can you know where you stand. You said you wanted to reach the top of the Hidden Dragon rankings, didn't you? Since you have such a goal, you must be prepared to regard all of these people as your opponents. Lin Yuan nodded and spoke, I understand. Thank you for your guidance, teacher. Listening to the conversation between Zhao Shanhe and Lin Yuan, Meng Chang'an couldn't help but feel somewhat stunned. He clearly hadn't expected that Zhao Shanhe genuinely intended to help Lin Yuan reach the pinnacle of the Hidden Dragon rankings. In Zhao Shanhe's eyes, could this kid's strength truly be this astonishing? Meng Chang'an suddenly realized that just moments ago, Lin Yuan had already displayed monstrous-level combat instincts and perceptive abilities. If matched with corresponding strength, perhaps this kid might actually have what it takes to claim the top spot on the Hidden Dragon ranking? After watching the showdown between Wang Linhu and Wu Xuangu, it was already quite late. Lin Yuan first went to the cafeteria for a simple dinner before returning to the training hall, ready to resume his cultivation. However, upon entering the training chamber, Lin Yuan didn't immediately begin his practice. Instead, he closed his eyes and started recalling the previous battle. He had to admit that in that duel, Wu Xuangu and Wang Linhu had displayed strength that far exceeded his expectations. In Lin Yuan's estimation, the power Wu Xuangu had demonstrated reached at least the level of a 4-star Beast King. Wang Linhu's strength was unquestionably at the peak of 3-star Beast King level, if not 4-star. And this was merely his theoretical combat capability on paper. In reality, both Wu Xuangu and Wang Linhu possessed their own unique abilities. Wang Linhu excelled in aggressive assaults and could freely manipulate crimson flames, a trait that dramatically amplified his combat prowess. That was precisely why he was able to forcibly suppress the latter despite being weaker than the Dark Serpent Goo. As for the Dark Serpent Goo's special ability, it was the venomous mist it unleashed. During his duel with Wang Linhu, Lin Yuan witnessed firsthand just how terrifying that venomous mist truly was. In less than 5 minutes, the dark serpent Gu's poison had forcibly stripped Wang Linhu of his combat capability. And this was just one of the special abilities the Black Mystery Gu had displayed. No one knew whether he still held other hidden cards in his hand. Lin Yuan was now beginning to realize just how crucial intelligence could be. If Wang Linhu had known in advance that the Black Mystery Gu could unleash such terrifying poisonous mist, he probably wouldn't have fallen for the trap so easily. It seems that if Wang Jinzi could really obtain certain classified intelligence, his business would definitely thrive. But, if it were me facing either Wu Xuangu or Wang Linhu alone, how would the outcome be? Against Wang Linhu, I might still stand a fighting chance. Even though my opponent possesses at least the peak strength of a 3-star Beast King, while I'm only a 1-star Beast King, victory has never been solely determined by surface-level power. Lin Yuan's greatest advantage lies in his formidable combat skills and keen fighting intuition. With just this alone, Lin Yuan is confident that he can hold his own against Wang Linhu for a while, even at a disadvantage in strength. However, if it truly came down to a life-or-death showdown, the odds would likely be about 3 to 7. 3 for Lin Yuan, 7 for Wang Linhu. As for the Black Mystic Gu, that goes without saying. The poisonous mist from the golden-winged centipede king alone was troublesome enough. Even if Lin Yuan wasn't foolish enough to fall into traps like Wang Linhu, the toxic fumes would still severely limit his movements. Under these circumstances, Lin Yuan's chances of defeating the Black Mystic Gu could barely be described as minuscule. In other words, despite being at the same Beast King level, there was still a considerable gap between Lin Yuan and the top geniuses on the Hidden Dragon rankings. But Lin Yuan knew in his heart that this was only temporary. Compared to these top-tier geniuses, his talent was truly insignificant. However, his advantage was never his natural talent, but the system he was bound to. From the start of school until now, he had already accumulated over 1 million evolution points. If he were to use all these evolution points to enhance himself, it would at least help him evolve to a 2-star Beast King level. And now, in his possession, he still had nearly 8 or 9,000 inferior Beast Soul Crystals. If he were to convert all these inferior Beast Soul Crystals into evolution points, the amount Lin Yuan had accumulated might even surpass the 10 million mark. A full 10 million evolution points. Even Lin Yuan himself could scarcely imagine just what level 10 million evolution points could help him reach. But absorbing inferior Beast Soul Crystals still takes time. Even at the current rate of 7 minutes per crystal, it would take at least 36,000 minutes to fully absorb the remaining 9,000 inferior Beast Soul Crystals. 36,000 minutes, that's 600 hours, or 25 days. In other words, Lin Yuan would need to spend a full 25 days without rest to accumulate 10 million evolution points. Factoring in time for eating and sleeping, it would likely take at least 2 months. Lin Yuan naturally couldn't afford to wait such an excessively long time. After all, the National Freshman Tournament will officially begin in at most 1 month. Lin Yuan must prove his strength before that. Only then will he have a chance to be selected into the 12-member roster and receive additional resource allocation. In other words, for Lin Yuan right now, the most important task isn't wasting time competing for rankings, but rather maximizing his absorption rate of inferior Beast Soul Crystals. Fortunately, Lin Yuan had already found a solution. That method was to enhance his innate talent by consuming Beast Spirit Pills. The higher one's talent, the faster they naturally absorbed energy. This way, he could swiftly convert all the inferior Beast Soul Crystals into evolution points within the shortest possible time, using them to strengthen his own power. Chapter 58, Lin Yuan breaks through, reaching 2-star Beast King peak. 7 days later. Inside the cultivation chamber, Lin Yuan opened his eyes and let out a long sigh of turbid air. Then, with a thought, he immediately opened his personal attribute panel. Beast Soul, Giant Black Lizard. Status, Growth Stage. Talent Rating, SS Tier. Level, Beast King Rank 1 star. Height, 20.7 meters. Weight, 7,840 kilograms. Attack Method, Biting, Clawing. Skills, White Heat Beam, A rank, Atomic Breath, S rank. Beast God Armaments, Crimson Flame Claws, Beast General Class, Black Scale Armor, Beast General Class. Remaining evolution points, 3,250,000. Evaluation, you have successfully stepped through the threshold of Beast King class, becoming a formidable presence among Beast Soul Masters. Yet in the world of true powerhouses, you remain the lowest tier existence. During these past few days, Lin Yuan had been staying in the training room, absorbing a significant amount of energy from the surroundings, and his strength had indeed progressed. However, the energy within the primary training room was far too sparse. The energy he had absorbed over these days was simply insufficient to support Lin Yuan's breakthrough from Beast King rank 1 star to Beast King rank 2 star. Fortunately, Lin Yuan had never intended to rely solely on absorbing external energy to make his breakthrough. For him, the energy absorbed from the outside world was merely icing on the cake. What truly enabled his strength to grow rapidly were evolution points alone. For this very reason, Lin Yuan had devoted nearly all his time over the past few days to absorbing inferior beast soul crystals. At this moment, the evolution points he had accumulated had already reached a staggering amount, 3.25 million. This was already a considerable sum. You must know, back when Lin Yuan broke through from a 9-star beast general rank to a 1-star beast king rank, a major realm leap, it had only cost him a mere 1.5 million evolution points. Lin Yuan was deeply curious, just how far could these 3.25 million evolution points push his strength? At this thought, Lin Yuan didn't hesitate in the slightest, he immediately began using these evolution points to strengthen himself. Consume 200,000 evolution points to enhance scale armor hardness. Consume 200,000 evolution points to increase claw sharpness. Consume 200,000 evolution points to boost Fang sharpness. Consume 200,000 evolution points to expand Biocore reactor capacity. Lin Yuan didn't rush to spend all his evolution points at once, choosing instead to gradually enhance himself in a steady, step-by-step manner. After all, it takes time for the body to properly adapt to increased strength. It's like suddenly giving a child an adult strength, they wouldn't be able to utilize it effectively right away. Slowing the pace of enhancement was part of the adaptation process. Moreover, Lin Yuan was curious to know just how many evolution points he would need to break through from 1-star Beast King rank to 2-star Beast King rank. Time passed minute by minute. As the evolution points were consumed, Lin Yuan could clearly feel his strength gradually increasing. Finally, after consuming a full million evolution points, Lin Yuan finally felt that he had reached the limit of Beast King 1-star. This sensation was like touching a shackle, as if an immense barrier stood before him, waiting to be shattered. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Yuan immediately spent another 500,000 evolution points. These 500,000 evolution points surged forth like a torrent, violently breaking through the restraints and propelling his strength to even greater heights. In other words, Lin Yuan had to expend a full 1.5 million evolution points just to break through from Beast King Tier 1-star to Beast King Tier 2-star. And this was even when he had already been at the 1-star Beast King level for a long time, accumulating a certain amount of foundation. It seems that indeed, the later the stage, the more enormous the number of evolution points required for advancement becomes. After successfully breaking through to the 2-star Beast King level, Lin Yuan was left with only 1.75 million evolution points. With these evolution points, continuing to advance to the 3-star Beast King level was probably out of the question. But Lin Yuan did not choose to stop, because after exiting seclusion, he would formally begin competing for rankings. In this situation, even a slight increase in strength would be a good thing for him. This evolution lasted for nearly half an hour, and just as Lin Yuan depleted the remaining 1.75 million evolution points, his own strength stabilized at the peak of 2-star Beast King level. As Lin Yuan had anticipated, these evolution points weren't sufficient to break through to the 3-star Beast King level, yet he was already quite satisfied with his current strength. Having stayed in the training chamber for so long, it's about time I went out to take a look around, Lin Yuan murmured to himself as he stood up and walked out of the training chamber. During these 7 days, to ensure his training efficiency, he hardly even returned to his dormitory. When exhaustion truly set in, he would simply close his eyes and sleep right there in the training chamber. Once he felt sufficiently recovered, he'd open his eyes and resume his cultivation. After stepping out of the training hall, Lin Yuan even found the sunlight outside somewhat glaring. After hesitating for a moment, Lin Yuan headed straight toward the direction of his dormitory. The main reason he was returning to the dormitory was to seek out Wang Jinza. If nothing unexpected had occurred, the rankings on the hidden dragon list should have undergone earth-shaking changes during these 7 days. And the most convenient way to obtain this information was to purchase an intelligence report from Wang Jinza. However, when Lin Yuan returned to his dormitory, he discovered that the door was tightly shut. Why would it be closed in broad daylight? A trace of perplexity couldn't help but flicker through Lin Yuan's eyes. Then, he directly reached out his hand and knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. The crisp sound of knocking echoed through the air. Yet inside the dormitory, there was still no response. Could it be that no one was in the dorm room? Just as Lin Yuan was about to take out his key to open the door, a familiar voice suddenly rang in his ears. Lin Yuan, why are you back? Hearing this voice, Lin Yuan immediately turned his head and happened to see Wang Jinza's chubby face. With a smile, Lin Yuan retorted, "This is my dorm, why can't I come back?" "That's not what I meant. You've been practically possessed by training lately, can't even catch a glimpse of you all day." Wang Jinza inserted his key into the lock while explaining. "So running into you is rare, just surprised, that's all." Lin Yuan followed Wang Jinza into the dorm and asked, "By the way, where are Song Lan and Zhao Ming?" "Haven't seen either of them. Seems you really have no clue about what's happened these past few days." Upon hearing Lin Yuan's words, Wang Jinza couldn't help but glance at him. Lin Yuan frowned and asked in surprise, "Did something happen these past few days?" Wang Jinzi took a deep breath and spoke sullenly. Zhao Ming got into a ranking dispute with someone and was severely injured. He's still lying in the infirmary. I came back to the dorm to get him some clean clothes. As for Song Lan, he's probably still training now. He scheduled a duel tonight to stand up for Zhao Ming. Chapter 59, The Rising Organization, List Hunters. Zhao Ming severely injured? Song Lan is challenging someone to a duel? Wang Jinzi's words momentarily stunned Lin Yuan. He clearly hadn't anticipated that so many things would have happened during his period of secluded cultivation. Unable to restrain himself any longer, Lin Yuan asked, what exactly happened? Was Zhao Ming deliberately injured during the ranking competition? Lin Yuan asked this because he understood Song Lan's temperament all too well. If Zhao Ming had merely been injured during the ranking competition, Song Lan would never have stepped forward to defend him. After all, the competition for the Hidden Dragon ranking has always been intensely fierce. As long as the injuries inflicted during a duel aren't life-threatening, they fall entirely within the permitted scope of the rules. The fact that Song Lan chose to stand up for Zhao Ming could only mean there was more to the story. There was a high probability that someone had intentionally inflicted severe injuries on Zhao Ming during their duel, which was what had provoked Song Lan's fury. You guessed right, the person who severely injured Zhao Ming definitely did it on purpose. What's more, they deliberately targeted Zhao Ming because of some conflict with him. Lin Yuan frowned and said, with Zhao Ming's personality, how could he even get into conflicts with others? In Lin Yuan's eyes, Zhao Ming was the epitome of a cheerful, sunny boy, always warm and friendly to everyone he met. Lin Yuan found it truly hard to imagine just who Zhao Ming could possibly have clashed with, given his personality. At that moment, Wang Jinzi suddenly spoke up. You probably don't know about the existence of the List Hunters, do you? Bounty Hunter? Lin Yuan froze for a moment, instinctively asking in reply, what's this? This is one of the newly emerging student organizations among this year's freshmen at Demon Capital Beast University. Wang Jinzi explained, their goal is to manipulate the Hidden Dragon rankings as much as possible, helping members within their organization climb to higher positions on the list. Manipulate the rankings? A glint of surprise flashed through Lin Yuan's eyes. How exactly do they manage to do that? Nothing more than huddling together for warmth. Wang Jinzi shrugged and said, the Ranking Hunter organization has a very clear division of labor. They'll have the stronger freshmen vie for ranking, secure higher positions, then deliberately lose to weaker members within their organization, smoothly transferring the ranking to them. Of course, this isn't a charity organization either, so members who attain high rankings must pay a certain fee to the group. Even worse, once you join this organization, you have to pay weekly membership fees just to receive their so-called protection. After listening to Wang Jinzi's explanation, Lin Yuan couldn't help but frown. He clearly hadn't expected such sweeping changes at school during his closed-door cultivation period, much less the rise of this kind of organization. Just then, as if struck by sudden realization, Lin Yuan asked uncertainly, but, this whole setup doesn't seem very reasonable, does it? If a person's own strength is insufficient yet they climb to a ranking that doesn't belong to them, wouldn't they quickly get knocked down by others? Wang Jinzi snorted coldly. That's precisely the tyranny of the Leaderboard Hunters organization. I should have mentioned earlier, as long as you pay a certain membership fee every week, you can receive this organization's protection, right? And any member under their organization's protection cannot be challenged by others. Once you dare to challenge a member under the protection of the Bounty Hunter organization, you'll face endless sniping. Can it really be like this? Lin Yuan exclaimed in disbelief. How can this group be so arrogant and unruly? Doesn't the school do anything about it? Several students have indeed reported this issue to the school. Wang Jinzi spoke up, however, the school's stance is very clear, they won't interfere or take any action. You know perfectly well that Magic Capital Beast Academy most encourages competition among students. They even established the Hidden Dragon ranking precisely to motivate freshmen to compete against each other and quickly adapt to Magic Capital Beast Academy's environment. Under such circumstances, how can you still hope for the school to intervene? The existence of the Leaderboard Hunters organization is indeed unfair to the vast majority of new students, that's correct. But in this world, what things are absolutely fair? Those who constantly complain are destined to remain weak, while those who can adapt to their environment will become the strong. Since Magic Capital Beast University is a school determined to cultivate the strong, naturally they won't concern themselves with the grievances of the weak. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan couldn't help but laugh. Apparently, the Demon City Beast Academy was far more brutal than he had imagined. While rules did exist here, as long as you operated within their boundaries, the school wouldn't interfere no matter how outrageous your actions might be. Because that was precisely the kind of place Demon City Beast Academy was. They distribute cultivation resources to students, allowing them to compete through various means, fostering the strong in a manner almost akin to breeding goo insects. But for Lin Yuan, such an environment couldn't be more suitable for him. Lin Yuan then asked again, so from what you're saying, quite a few people must have chosen to join the Rank Hunters organization, right? Wang Jinzi nodded and said, up until now, at least a third of the new students have chosen to join the Rank Hunters organization, regularly paying membership fees. Of course, among them, many didn't join voluntarily simply because when under another's roof, one must bow. As for those who chose not to join, most were too proud-spirited to associate with such groups, let alone endure their exploitation. But life hasn't been kind to this group either. Not only have they been denied rankings matching their true strength, but they'd had to watch inferior fighters climb over them, enjoying far richer cultivation resources. Lin Yuan spoke in a low voice. Under such circumstances, no one could possibly accept this injustice. After all, the resources distributed by the school are fixed. If one group benefits, another is bound to lose out. I guess, this is why Zhao Ming clashed with the Leaderboard Hunters organization, right? Exactly. Wang Jinzi rubbed his temples and sighed helplessly. To be honest, that guy's utterly pig-headed. Actually, Rank Hunters initially wanted to invite him to join. Moreover, with his strength, he could easily serve as an enforcer within the organization, not only exempt from membership fees but also entitled to a share of the profits. However, Zhao Ming, for reasons unknown, seemed to have acquired an unusual sense of justice. Not only did he refuse the offer, but he also harshly rebuked them, believing that the existence of Rank Hunters severely undermined the fairness of the Hidden Dragon ranking. If that were all, it might have been overlooked. But in the following period, Zhao Ming chose to completely disregard the rules set by Rank Hunters, repeatedly challenging members of the organization. Upon hearing these words, even Lin Yuan's face couldn't help but show a flicker of astonishment. Zhao Ming's actions left Lin Yuan utterly perplexed. He couldn't even decide whether to call it arrogance or recklessness. Lin Yuan spoke up. The organization behind the ranking hunters would never tolerate such behavior from him. Tolerate? Far from it. Wang Jinzi spoke gravely. The Leaderboard Hunters faction was only established a few days ago and was looking for someone to make an example of. Zhao Ming's actions basically walked straight into their crosshairs. So just the day before yesterday, the Leaderboard Hunters sent someone to challenge Zhao Ming and beat him so badly he'll need at least half a month of bed rest. At this point, an expression of frustrated exasperation reappeared on Wang Jinzi's face. How stupid can you be? If you couldn't win, why not just admit defeat? You just had to stubbornly fight it out on the arena. No wonder they took a dirty shot at you. Lin Yuan could tell that Wang Jinzi genuinely cared about Zhao Ming. After all, they were roommates sharing the same dorm. Though they hadn't known each other for long, some camaraderie had already formed between them. Then, Lin Yuan asked again, so who exactly founded this List Hunters organization? Logically speaking, someone qualified to establish such an organization couldn't possibly be weak in terms of personal strength, right? You shouldn't have too much trouble figuring it out. Wang Jinzi lowered his voice and said, the List Hunters organization was established by Wu Xuangu. Chapter 60, the new top ranker, Chu Tianyi. Wu Xuangu? Lin Yuan was momentarily taken aback. Isn't he the top ranked on the Hidden Dragon list? Thinking about it, he had actually watched the battle between Wu Xuangu and Wang Linhu. He had to admit, Wu Xuangu's strength was truly formidable. However, Wang Jinzi shook his head and said, now, Wu Xuangu is no longer at the top of the Hidden Dragon ranking. Lin Yuan asked in surprise, did someone challenge him down? Yes, that's right. Wang Jinzi continued, this year's freshmen are truly a crouching tiger and hidden dragon among talents. It's incredibly difficult to maintain the top position on the Hidden Dragon rankings without absolute strength. It's simply impossible to achieve. Then what rank is Wu Xiangu currently? Ranked third. Wang Jinzi's answer came as something of a surprise to Lin Yuan. He clearly didn't expect that with Wu Xuangu's strength, he could only rank third on the Hidden Dragon list? With this thought, Lin Yuan immediately asked, then who are the first and second ranked? Here, take a look yourself. Wang Jinzi directly opened his phone, tapped it a few times, then handed it to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan took the phone and saw the latest rankings of the Hidden Dragon list displayed on the screen. First place, Chu Tianyi, Awakened Beast Soul, Black Crown Golden Eagle. Second place, Shen Song, Awakened Beast Soul, Frostwhite Fong. Third place, Wu Xiangu, Awakened Beast Soul, Golden Winged Centipede King. Fourth place, Li Qingnan, Awakened Beast Soul, Heavenly Azure Demon Vine. Fifth place, Wang Linhu, Awakened Beast Soul, Scarlet Flame Rampage Tiger. 18th place, Song Lan, Awakened Beast Soul, Rainbow Glaze Butterfly. During these 7 days, the rankings on the Hidden Dragon list had indeed undergone tremendous changes. The ranking of Wu Xiangu dropped from first place to third. Wang Linhu's ranking fell from third place to sixth. Song Lan's ranking plummeted even more dramatically, slipping from 10th place all the way to 18th. One can imagine just how intense the competition on the Hidden Dragon rankings has been during this past week. However, Shen Song's ranking remained unchanged. If Lin Yuan remembered correctly, he had already been ranked second when the Hidden Dragon list was first released. And now, still able to maintain his original rank proves that his strength is truly not to be underestimated. However, what surprised Lin Yuan was that the names currently ranked first and fourth on the hidden dragon list were complete strangers to him. Chu Tianyi, Li Qingnan. Lin Yuan remembered very clearly when the hidden dragon ranking was first released, these two weren't even in the top 20 names. It seems Wang Jinza was right after all. Among this batch of freshmen, there truly hides dragons and crouches tigers. At that moment, Wang Jinza spoke up again. On the second day after the release of the hidden dragon ranking, Wu Xuangu established the Ranking Hunters organization. Moreover, they have successively recruited powerful individuals like Shen Song and Li Qingnan. If nothing unexpected happens, Wu Xiangu must have promised them considerable benefits. As you know, while ordinary freshmen naturally need to pay membership fees to join such an organization, recruiting newcomers of Shen Song's and Li Qingnan's caliber would inevitably require certain concessions. Therefore, among the top 5, only the top-ranked Chu Tianyi and the 5th-ranked Wan Linhu chose not to join the organization founded by Wu Xiangu. Among them, Wang Linhu chose not to join because he disapproved of Wu Xuangu's methods. As for Chu Tianyi's reasons, I'm not entirely clear on that. However, that guy is also a ruthless character. His original ranking was only around 100, but in just 4 days, he managed to climb to the top spot on the Hidden Dragon ranking. Even during his ascent, many members of the Ranking Hunters became stepping stones for Chu Tianyi. Lin Yuan asked, so, Wu Xuangu must have been furious? Of course. Wang Jinza replied, Wu Xuangu believed Chu Tianyi was challenging them. To uphold the organization's dignity, he deliberately lowered his own ranking and issued a challenge to Chu Tianyi. And then what happened? The outcome is already quite obvious, isn't it? Wang Jinza shrugged and said, if Wu Xuangu had won, Chu Tianyi naturally wouldn't have been able to top the Hidden Dragon ranking. And not only did Wu Xuangu lose that battle against Chu Tianyi, but he suffered a crushing defeat. Lin Yuan's interest was piqued, and he asked, is the gap in their abilities really that significant? You must understand, Lin Yuan was well aware of Wu Xuangu's strength. With the solid prowess of a 4-star Beast King level and the venomous mist characteristic of the Golden-Winged Centipede King, Wu Xuangu's combat capabilities were exceptionally formidable. Yet even under such circumstances, he had suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of Chu Tianyi. This gives you an idea of just how terrifyingly powerful Chu Tianyi must be. Wang Jinza spoke up, actually, the gap between their strengths isn't that significant. When Chu Tianyi started climbing the rankings, he had only just barely broken through to 5-star Beast King level. Though slightly stronger than Wu Xuangu, he wasn't overwhelmingly superior. The key factor was how perfectly his beast soul countered Wu Xuangu's abilities. You should know that Wu Xuangu's primary weapon is the poisonous mist he releases. But against Chu Tianyi's Black-Crowned Golden Eagle, his poisonous mist was utterly ineffective. Every time he spewed the toxic cloud, Chu Tianyi would immediately soar into midair, waiting for the mist to dissipate before swooping down to attack Wu Xuangu. Moreover, its talons were extraordinarily sharp, capable of effortlessly piercing through the Golden-Winged Centipede King's armored shell. Under these circumstances, Wu Xuangu could do absolutely nothing against him. Lin Yuan fell silent for a moment before speaking, but I remember the beast soul awakened by Wu Xiangu, the Golden-Winged Centipede King, also had wings, didn't it? Wang Jinza waved his hand dismissively, hey, those puny wings of his haven't even fully grown yet. They're practically just for show, at best they can flap a couple times, completely incapable of supporting proper high-altitude flight. So that's how it is. Lin Yuan pondered for a moment before saying, it seems beast souls with flight capability can gain quite significant advantages in combat. This is only temporary. Wang Jinza spoke up, once you reach the Beast Emperor level, relying solely on the energy within your body, you can effortlessly make your beast soul soar through the skies. True as that may be, reaching the Beast Emperor level, how easily said than done? Lin Yuan chuckled and said, at the very least, before attaining the Beast Emperor level, the advantages of a flying-type beast soul should never be underestimated. Otherwise, Chu Tianyi probably wouldn't find it so easy to top the Hidden Dragon rankings. What you're saying does make sense. Wang Jinza nodded, then immediately turned and opened Zhao Ming's wardrobe, rummaging through it. Alright, enough about that, I've got to pack some clean clothes for Zhao Ming. Lin Yuan spoke up right away, how about I go with you? Would you like to visit Zhao Ming with me? Yes, I want to see how seriously he's injured. Lin Yuan added, and, who exactly is Song Lan planning to challenge tonight? Surely not Wu Xuangu? Chapter 61, he was born to be the rock soaring above the 9 heavens. Demon Capital Beast Academy. Inside the infirmary. Zhao Ming, his body entirely wrapped in bandages, barely lifted his head to look at Wang Jinza and Lin Yuan as they pushed the door open and entered. Zhao Ming, these are your change of clothes. I brought everything for you. Thanks, bro. After thanking Wang Jinza, Zhao Ming noticed Lin Yuan standing behind him. Lin Yuan, what brings you here? Heard you got injured, so I came with Wang Jinza to check on you. Lin Yuan placed the fruit basket by Zhao Ming's bedside as he spoke, eat more fruits. It'll help you recover faster. Thank you. Zhao Ming clearly hadn't expected that Lin Yuan, who usually kept to himself, would show such concern for him. For a moment, he found himself at a loss for words. Then, Ling Yuan asked once more, "Were those injuries on your body caused by the people from the Rank Hunters organization?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Ming's face couldn't help but show a bitter smile. Nothing to say about it, just inferior skills, that's all. Wang Jinzi nearby frowned, his tone carrying a trace of anger. "Even if they were stronger than you, there's no need to strike such a dirty blow. They were clearly aiming to cripple you from the start. These scum, treading right on the line of the rules, dare act so recklessly. Do they really think no one can deal with them?" Only then did Lin Yuan recall that Wang Jinzi indeed had the qualifications to say such things. After all, he is the son of Wang Ting, the principal of Mandu Beastmaster University. However, Lin Yuan also understood clearly in his heart that since Wang Jinzi didn't voluntarily reveal his identity, it proved he didn't want others to know about his background. Under these circumstances, unless it was absolutely necessary, Wang Jinzi probably wouldn't casually bring up his father's name. "By the way, Song Lan's duel with that guy is supposed to be tonight, isn't it?" At that moment, Zhao Ming suddenly spoke up and asked. Wang Jinzi nodded. "Yes, tonight, at Ring 7. This whole mess started because of me. I was the one who dragged Song Lan into this." Sitting on the hospital bed, Zhao Ming lowered his head and clenched his fists involuntarily. "If only I were stronger." Perhaps Zhao Ming clenched his fist too hard, the taut muscles causing the wound on his arm to split open again. Crimson blood slowly seeped through the bandages. Staring at the scene before him, Lin Yuan couldn't help but furrow his brows. Just exerting strength at this level was enough to make the wounds on his body split open again. It's easy to imagine just how severe Zhao Ming's injuries were. For a freshman who had just enrolled, the time spent recuperating in the hospital bed would put Zhao Ming at a disadvantage right from the starting line. "Alright, stop squirming. Look at you, your freshly healed wound has opened up again, and now it needs to be redressed." Wang Jinzi stepped forward and spoke with a helpless expression. "Song Lan wasn't dragged down by you. He'd also been fed up with those bastards from the list hunters for a long time. Damn it, a bunch of dogs flaunting their master's power. Just because they've latched onto a few influential figures, they've forgotten their own names. Besides, there's no guarantee Song Lan will lose tonight's duel. After all, he's a Beast King level Beast Soul Master. As his roommate, how can you have so little faith in him?" Zhao Ming's lips twitched a few times, but in the end he chose not to say anything. In truth, they all knew very well that Song Lan was indeed a Beast King ranked Beast Soul Master. But his greatest flaw lay in the fact that the Beast Soul he awakened was of the support type. Support type Beast Souls are far from useless. In fact, they can play a tremendous role within a team. Even across the entire Beast Soul Master community, they remain highly sought after treasures. But gain often comes at a cost. The greatest weakness of support-type Beast Souls lies in their typically limited combat capabilities. This also means that on ranking lists like the Hidden Dragon Leaderboard, which relies entirely on individual combat strength, Song Lan tends to fare poorly. Otherwise, he wouldn't have plummeted from 10th place to 18th in just 7 days. Back in the dorm, Lin Yuan had also learned in advance who Song Lan's opponent would be that night. Ranked 25th on the Hidden Dragon list, Yuan Lion, Awakened Beast Soul, Four-Armed Ape Demon. Although Yuan Lion's ranking was below Song Lan's, that didn't necessarily mean his strength was inferior to Song Lan's. Because Yuan Lion had no intention of competing for the rankings at all, his primary means of obtaining cultivation resources was by serving as a hunter for the Ranking Hunters organization. In simple terms, so-called hunters were essentially hired muscle. To maintain his dominance over the Hidden Dragon rankings, Wu Xuangu also hired a group of enforcers not only to provide ranking protection for the organization's members but also to specifically target those who dared to oppose them. Zhao Ming was one of the victims. The injuries on his body were inflicted by Yuan Lion. In Yuan Lion's eyes, Zhao Ming was merely an unruly prey. Just get rid of him, and I'll receive the reward issued by the organization. This is way faster than the weekly ranking rewards that only come once a week. In other words, the 25th rank on the potential dragon ranking was merely Yuan Lion casually securing a spot, far from representing his true limit. For someone like him who was practically a mercenary, rankings hold no significance at all. Whenever the organization requires, he can lower his ranking at any time and then challenge his prey. Moreover, according to Wang Jinzi's revealed information, Yuan Lion and Song Lan both possess the strength of a Beast King Class 2-star. But unlike Yuan Lion and Song Lan, the Beast Soul he awakened, Four-Armed Ape Demon, was a genuine offensive-type Beast Soul. After the sunset vanished, nightfall naturally descended afterward. Perhaps due to the overcast weather, not a single star could be seen in the sky, as if a heavy black curtain had shrouded the entire firmament. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan and Wang Jinzi walked towards the direction of Arena number 7. For that was where Song Lan and Yuan Lion would settle their decisive battle. It's finally here. Wang Jinzi surveyed the surroundings and remarked, "Seems like there are quite a few people here." Lin Yuan also glanced around and noticed that the spectator seats were indeed quite occupied. There must have been at least 400 to 500 people. However, compared to the showdown between Wu Xuangu and Wang Linhu, this was still somewhat lacking. That day, the spectator stands had been completely filled. According to Lin Yuan's rough estimate, there were at least 1,000 people present. However, this was quite normal, given that Wu Xuangu had been the top-ranked on the Hidden Dragon list, and Wang Linhu was ranked third on the same list. A duel of this caliber was naturally bound to attract more attention. In contrast, the duel between Song Lan and Yuan Lion featured the former ranked 18th and the latter 25th on the Hidden Dragon list. This ranking could at best place him in the second tier among the freshman prodigies. The reason why these 400 to 500 people were drawn to watch was largely due to Song Lan's status as the top scholar of Demon City. Many were curious about Song Lan's true strength as the top scholar of Demon City. Soon, Lin Yuan and Wang Jinzi found seats closer to the front and settled in. Since the competition hadn't started yet, neither of them was in a hurry. Wang Jinzi even took out a packet of tomato-flavored potato chips from his storage badge. After tearing open the packaging, he grabbed a handful and stuffed them into his mouth, chewing vigorously. However, halfway through eating, he suddenly noticed Lin Yuan staring intently at him. "What's wrong? Is my table manners too awful?" Wang Jinzi scratched his head and offered the potato chips in his hand. "Do you want to try some too? This flavor is really good." "No, I'm just curious, how do you also have a storage emblem?" Lin Yuan stared at the silver emblem on Wang Jinzi's chest and asked doubtfully, "Isn't this something only Lord-level Beast Soul Masters can receive?" "Oh, you mean this?" Wang Jinzi smiled and said, "This was custom-made for me, and it cost quite a bit too. Take a look, you'll see it's different from the storage badges issued by the Beast Soul Temple." Lin Yuan examined it closely and indeed noticed that the silver badge Wang Jinzi was wearing differed from the one Zhao Shanha had lent him. The biggest difference lay in the patterns engraved on the badges. The silver badge produced by the Beast Soul Hall, engraved with its exclusive patterns, can be easily distinguished upon close inspection. At this thought, Lin Yuan realized that he should probably return this silver badge to Zhao Shanha. Although Zhao Shanha hadn't asked for it back yet, Lin Yuan still felt somewhat uneasy about keeping someone else's belongings for too long. However, without the storage badge, things would become quite inconvenient for him. "It seems I should make a trip to the Beast Soul Hall to obtain a bronze badge when I get the chance." Although the bronze badge's storage space is merely 10 cubic meters, it's barely sufficient for Lin Yuan's current needs. After all, he only plans to use it for storing inferior beast soul crystals anyway. A 10 cubic meter space was more than enough for him to store tens of thousands of inferior beast soul crystals. However, even if the Beast Soul Hall only charged production costs, a single bronze badge would cost no less than 1,000,000 yuan. At present, Lin Yuan couldn't possibly come up with such a large sum of money. Moreover, Lin Yuan still wanted to continue purchasing spiritual beast pills to further enhance his talents. Yet a single spiritual beast pill was worth 50,000, meaning this would also require spending a considerable amount of money. Without realizing it, the lack of funds had become the biggest problem facing Lin Yuan. At that moment, Lin Yuan suddenly thought of something and asked, "How much did you pay for this silver badge?" "Seems like it's just 15 million? Wang Jinzi smiled and said, "This storage badge has a total of 50 cubic meters of independent space. Normally, it would cost more than 15 million, but since I know the person who customized it, he gave me a discounted price. You know how much information I usually gather without a bigger storage badge. There's no way I could fit it all. 1,500,000. Lin Yuan's eyes widened, his pupils contracting sharply. This figure had truly shocked him. Keep in mind, his total cultivation expenses up till now probably hadn't even exceeded 1.5 million, had they? Wang Jinzi spent a whopping 15 million just to buy a single storage badge. Rich kids, truly outrageous. Noticing Lin Yuan's astonished expression, Wang Jinzi casually remarked, "You must think this money came from my dad, right?" Lin Yuan was slightly taken aback. "Wasn't that the case?" Wang Jinzi smiled and said, "Honestly, ever since I entered Demon City Beast Academy, he hasn't given me any help whatsoever, not even a single penny. Every bit of these 15 million was earned by selling information. I'm different from geniuses like you, I don't have your natural combat talents. Just getting admitted to Demon City Beast Academy was already a huge struggle for me. I don't know if teacher Zhao Shanha mentioned it, but I have an older brother. He's the real genius in every sense of the word. Moreover, to avoid others thinking he rode on his father's coattails, he deliberately chose to enroll at Yanjing Beast University. Compared to him, I'm just a worthless loser. My father's attention mostly falls on him. But since I was born into a good family, even if I'm a loser, shouldn't I pull myself together? Otherwise, how could I live up to my family background?" Wang Jinzi shrugged, his face full of amusement. "Since you don't have combat talent, then try excelling in other areas. My personal goal is to become China's top information broker. Of course, that objective is still a bit too ambitious for me right now. So my current focus is mastering the intelligence network of Demon City's Beastmaster University first. After all, you have to eat one bite at a time." After Wang Jinze finished speaking, Lin Yuan couldn't help but look at him with a slightly changed gaze. He clearly hadn't expected Wang Jinze to have such a clear and concrete plan for his future. Controlling the entire intelligence network of China was no small matter. If Wang Jinze could truly achieve this, his status might even surpass that of a beast emperor-level soul master. Then, Lin Yuan spoke again, asking, "Did you do all this just to make your father see your accomplishments? Do you also want to gain your father's recognition, just like him?" "Of course not." Wang Jinze shook his head with a laugh and said, "He's my brother, why would I compete with my own brother for favor? Besides, if you ever meet him, you'll understand that someone like him was born to be a Kuanping soaring through the heavens." Kuanping is a mythical giant birdfish from Chinese folklore, symbolizing vast potential and greatness. As for me, I'm content just being the green leaves that set off his brilliance, so everything I do is to better support him in the future. For me, this is the meaning behind everything I do. Upon hearing these words, an unmistakable flicker of surprise surfaced in Lin Yuan's eyes. He clearly hadn't expected Wang Jinze to give such an answer. Had everything he'd done been solely to better support his elder brother in the future? This made Lin Yuan quite curious. Just what kind of charismatic personality did Wang Jinze's brother possess, to make him willingly go to such lengths? While Lin Yuan was lost in these thoughts, two figures ascended the stage one after another, the seventh arena before them. The two who stepped onto the arena were none other than Song Lan and Yuan Lion. Seeing Song Lan and Yuan Lion take the stage in succession, Wang Jinze immediately straightened his posture and spoke solemnly, "Get ready, the match should be starting any moment now." Chapter 62, Four-Armed Ape Demon vs. Seven-Colored Glass Butterfly. As the match was about to begin, Lin Yuan's expression gradually grew solemn. It had to be admitted that Song Lan's aura was truly formidable. Whether it was his ferocious, fiend-like countenance or his towering, iron pillar physique, both made him resemble a mafia boss straight out of a gangster movie. To be honest, judging solely by Song Lan's appearance, it's truly hard to imagine his beast soul would actually be the auxiliary type, seven-colored crystal butterfly. Lin Yuan then quickly shifted his gaze to Yuan Lion standing before Song Lan. This guy's presence was in no way inferior to Song Lan's. Not only was his physique brawny, but his height reached a full 1.9 meters. It's worth mentioning that Yuan Lion's arms were extremely long, making him look like an upright orangutan. "Is it you who's trying to stand up for that loser?" After both sides took their positions, Yuan Lion raised his head and fixed Song Lan with an almost provocative gaze. Song Lan was unnerved in the slightest. Instead, he met Yuan Lion's gaze with equal composure and spoke in a low voice, "You have gone too far." "Going too far?" Yuan Lion sneered. "You mean beating up your useless roommate until he's severely injured? If you're weak yourself, yet need others to stand up for you, don't you think he should feel ridiculous?" Song Lan took a deep breath and said coldly, "Do you people from the leaderboard hunters really have no restraints at all when you act?" "Restraints?" Yuan Lion laughed heartily. "Even the school doesn't care about this, why should we have any scruples? Besides, do you even have the capability to make me hesitate?" At this point, Yuan Lion narrowed his eyes dangerously and shifted his tone. "What bullshit, top scorer of Demon City, in my eyes, you're just as useless as that Zhao Ming." As the tension on the field grew increasingly palpable, the spectators in the stands erupted into cheers and shouts of excitement. They couldn't care less about whatever grudge existed between Song Lan and Yuan Lian. All they wanted was to see the two clash head-on with real blades and settle the score once and for all. Song Lan fixed his icy gaze on Yuan Lion and spoke in a low voice, "Since that's the case, I'll grant your wish. Beast Soul Fusion." After saying these words, Song Lan didn't hesitate in the slightest. He immediately chose to commence Beast Soul Fusion. In the next instant, Song Lan's figure abruptly transformed into a brilliantly iridescent butterfly, its entire body radiating with a gemstone-like glow. The spectators in the stands couldn't help but freeze for a moment at the sight before them. So this is Song Lan's beast soul? Damn, it looks nothing like him. Yeah, this guy looks downright terrifying, but his beast soul is actually a flower butterfly? I'd heard long ago that Song Lan awakened a top-tier support-type beast soul, the rainbow-glazed butterfly. Finally seeing it in person today. A support-type beast soul? How absurd is that? How is he planning to fight Yuan Lion then? Don't support-type beast souls basically have no combat ability? Just keep watching, perhaps there's something special about Song Lan's beast soul? This Yuan Lion is no pushover. Even among the rank hunters, his strength ranks among the very best. Yet, after Song Lan was the first to complete his beast soul fusion, Yuan Lion, standing before them, burst into uncontrollable laughter. Is this your beast soul? Ha ha ha, a cute little butterfly? Do you think this is some childish make-believe game? With the kind of beast soul you've awakened, you shouldn't even be here. Why don't you just go to an amusement park? That'd suit you better. Ha 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 ha. Faced with Yuan Lian's taunts, Lin Yuan's expression remained completely unchanged. With a sudden flap of his wings, he whipped the air into such violent motion that two razor-sharp wind blades materialized out of nowhere, slashing straight toward Yuan Lian. Staring at the wind blades roaring toward him, Yuan Lian's expression abruptly changed. He clearly hadn't expected Song Lan to strike so decisively. Fortunately, he reacted instantly, tumbling backward without hesitation. Though the escape maneuver appeared somewhat desperate, he narrowly avoided those two lethal wind blades by the slimmest of margins. Clang! Clang! With two metallic clashes, the wind blades struck the ground directly, leaving behind two glaring white marks. It's worth noting that the arena's floor was made of specially engineered materials. Even attacks from Beast King level creatures would struggle to leave a mark on it. It goes without saying just how powerful those two wind blades from Song Lan truly were. Song Lan, is ambush the only trick you know? Yuan Lion raised his head, his features twisting into a savage expression. Song Lan replied calmly, those who show no respect to their opponents deserve none in return. If you still don't plan to merge with your beast soul, I won't mind making you lose right now. Good, very good. Yuan Lion sneered viciously, you brought this upon yourself. Beast soul fusion. With a beast-like roar, Yuan Lion also merged with his own beast soul. His beast soul was none other than the SS rank beast soul, the four-armed ape fiend. In terms of innate talent, Yuan Lion's SS rank beast soul was indeed a tier below Song Lan's SSS rank beast soul. But the greatest advantage of the four-armed ape fiend, beast soul lay in its uncompromising classification as a pure offense-type beast soul. After the beast soul fusion was completed, a terrifying monster with a mountainous stature manifested before everyone's eyes. This was a colossal ape standing 18 meters tall, its massive body covered in dark gray fur, with four powerfully muscled arms extending from its torso, a truly terrifying sight. Although Yuan Lian possessed the same two-star Beast King level strength as Song Lan, the overwhelming pressure he emitted after completing his beast soul fusion utterly stunned the entire audience. My god, is this the beast soul Yuan Lian awakened with? What terrifying pressure! Four-armed ape demon Yuan Lian truly lives up to his extraordinary reputation. Rumor has it that if Yuan Lian wasn't constantly working for the U-rank hunters, his strength would definitely qualify him to challenge for a top 10 spot on the Hidden Dragon rankings. Damn it, those rank list hunters have gathered so many powerful fighters, they obviously don't plan to leave any room for us freelancers to survive. Yeah, either you join and pay the dues every week, or you'll just have to watch those weaker than you climb over your head one by one without being able to do a damn thing about it. Don't be so absolute. Look at Chu Tianyi, he never paid them any attention, yet he still climbed to first place, didn't he? It can only be said that in the face of absolute power, all targeting is a joke. Chu Tianyi's ascent to the top was a path of slaying gods who stood in his way and cutting down Buddhas who dared block him. He trampled Wu Xiangu beneath his feet to reach the summit, and the latter didn't even dare let out a whimper. Unfortunately, there's only one Chu Tianyi. People like us, without strength or connections, shouldn't dream of competing against someone like him. I really hope Song Lan can defeat Yuan Lion, that'd take some of the smugness out of those rank hunters. Amid the murmurs around him, Lin Yuan couldn't help but frown. He turned his head and said to Wang Jinzi, seems like quite a few freshmen aren't happy with the rank hunters. Of course. Wang Jinzi sneered and replied, it was supposed to be a proper ranking list, but those Wu Xiangu guys turned it into a complete mess. People holding grudges is only natural. Still, there's nothing anyone can do about it. Most of the top-ranked experts on the Hidden Dragon rankings are affiliated with them. Aside from Chu Tianyi, who actually managed to fight his way through, who else would dare speak up? Then, Wang Jinzi lowered his voice and said, you have no idea just how lucrative it is to monopolize those ranking lists. From what I know, that Wu Xiangu makes over 20 million every single week. And Shin Song, who's ranked second on the Hidden Dragon list, he barely needs to lift a finger, just having his name listed as part of the ranking hunters nets him 5 million in weekly dividends. Hearing this, a look of astonishment flashed through Lin Yuan's eyes. So much? To think, even the top-ranked student on the Hidden Dragon list only receives a weekly reward of 3 million from the school. Yet Wu Xiangu's establishment of list hunters actually provides him with weekly profits approaching 20 million? This is just too exaggerated. No wonder those top-ranked on the Hidden Dragon list are so eager to join the list hunters. There are real profits to be made. To put it bluntly, these people are just leeches feeding on others. Wang Jinzi curled his lip in disdain. They want to monopolize the Hidden Dragon list, sucking blood from the middle and lower-ranked members by extracting membership fees to serve their own selfish interests. That's perfectly normal, everyone looks out for themselves. Lin Yuan smiled and said, if the ranking hunters extend an invitation to me, I probably wouldn't refuse. After all, only a fool would pass up a good deal. Hearing the curse words spill from Lin Yuan's mouth, Wang Jinzi couldn't help giving him a surprised look. Well, you're certainly more adaptable than that thick-headed Zhao Ming. Yes, Lin Yuan said calmly, it's just a shame that ever since Zhao Ming got injured, I had already crossed out that option. If they want to play, then let's give them a proper game. Wang Jinzi turned his gaze back to the arena before him. Between Song Lan and Yuan Lian, who do you think will win? Lin Yuan shook his head and replied, I can't quite tell yet. In terms of momentum and beast soul characteristics, Yuan Lian definitely has the upper hand. However, Song Lan isn't reckless. Since he's chosen to challenge Yuan Lian, it proves he must have prepared thoroughly. Wang Jinzi nodded. That's what I was thinking too. At this very moment, the battle was still raging on the arena platform. Both Song Lan and Yuan Lion had completed their beast soul fusion one after another. Compared to Song Lan's rainbow glasswing butterfly, Yuan Lion's four-armed ape demon appeared even more imposing, like a demon god descending upon the world. However, even so, Song Lan showed not the slightest trace of fear. With another flutter of his wings, he once again condensed several wind blades, sending them slicing toward Yuan Lion's location. Yet, as he faced the incoming attack, a faint mocking glint flickered through Yuan Lion's eyes. With a single stride forward, it roared and stretched out its four brawny ape-like arms, actually using its chest to directly and brutally withstand all the wind blades. Witnessing this scene, every spectator present couldn't help but widen their eyes in disbelief. Yuan Lion's action was way too arrogant, wasn't it? But in the next second, an even more shocking scene unfolded. The razor-sharp wind blades merely left faint scratches on the four-armed ape demon's chest. To be precise, such minor wounds couldn't even be considered superficial injuries. Is this all your attack amounts to? It's nothing more than a tickle, Yuan Lion jeered with undisguised mockery. The next instant, his body arched as all four arms lowered simultaneously, pressing firmly against the ground. Watching Yuan Lion's movements, a sudden sense of crisis surged in Song Lan's heart. At that moment, the massive body of the four-armed ape demon erupted violently, launching itself toward Song Lan's direction like a cannonball. Immediately after, Zhao Ming's roar exploded right beside Song Lan's ear. Watch closely, how I'll shred your wings into pieces, you bastard. Chapter 63, The Abilities of the Seven-Colored Glass Butterfly, Yuan Lion's Ultimate Strike. Yuan Lion's oppressive aura was utterly terrifying. The towering four-armed demon ape, as colossal as a skyscraper, leaped high into the air, its massive palms snatching directly toward Song Lan's position. Witnessing this scene, everyone present couldn't help but shudder, as if they could already foresee Song Lan being torn apart by the four-armed demon ape. Yet, at that very moment, Song Lan flapped his wings once more. In the next moment, an ancient script radiating an eerie violet light abruptly materialized upon his body. Fast! Within these ancient characters seemed to lie a mysterious, hidden power. The eerie violet light quickly fused into Song Lan's body. In an instant, Song Lan's speed surged dramatically, his figure transforming into an afterimage as he completely vanished from Yuan Lion's sight. For a moment, even Yuan Lion couldn't help but widen his eyes in shock. What incredible speed! He clearly hadn't anticipated that Song Lan's speed could increase exponentially within such a brief time frame. Before Yuan Lion could react, Song Lan had already used his speed to forcefully maneuver behind him. Then, another ancient character emitting a cyan green glow surfaced on Song Lan's body. Swift! As the cyan green light merged into Song Lan's body, he once again beat his wings. Several razor-sharp wind blades simultaneously slashed toward the four-armed demon ape's spine. However, the wind blades created by Song Lan's flapping wings unexpectedly carried a cyan green glow, shimmering like freshly quenched steel blades. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The intensified cyan wind blade clearly possessed far greater offensive power than before. The moment it struck the four-armed demon ape, the attack instantly tore open the flesh on its back. The agony of flesh being ripped apart forced Yuan Lion to throw back his head and release a howl of anguish. One could imagine just how terrifying the power of those emerald wind blades was. Watching the spectacle on the arena, even Lin Yuan's eyes couldn't help but reveal a peculiar glint. Is this Song Lan's ability? Wang Jinzi nodded with a smile and said, to be precise, this is the ability of the seven-colored glasswing butterfly. His enhancements can not only be applied to others, but also to himself. And the abilities of the seven-colored glasswing butterfly don't end there. So even though Song Lan has a support-type beast soul, if Yuan Lian underestimates him because of this, he's in for a rude awakening. After hearing Wang Jinzi's words, Lin Yuan couldn't help but nod in agreement. To be honest, this battle completely changed Lin Yuan's perception of support-type beast souls. It turns out that supportive-type beast souls are not completely devoid of combat abilities. The key lies in how the beast soul master utilizes their own abilities. After landing the first strike, Song Lan quickly seized control of the battle. With his flight capability and the two enhancement abilities Swift and Rapid, Song Lan practically toyed with Yuan Lion like a puppet on strings. Though Yuan Lion possessed formidable strength and explosive power, as long as Song Lan didn't reveal any openings, his enhanced speed allowed him to effortlessly stay beyond his opponent's reach. Under these circumstances, Yuan Lion could be said to be feeling utterly stifled. Fortunately, Song Lan's offensive capabilities weren't particularly strong. Even if those enhanced cyan green wind blades hit their mark, as long as they didn't strike a vital spot, they couldn't inflict fatal injuries on Yuan Lion. Yet Song Lan wasn't in a hurry. He knew perfectly well that as long as he didn't expose any openings, Yuan Lion would have no way to overcome him. And the winner will definitely be me if the fight continues. What should have been a good battle gradually turned into a war of attrition. To be honest, no one could have predicted such an outcome. The spectators in the stands looked utterly astonished. I never thought an auxiliary beast soul could be this powerful. Nonsense, this is an SSS rank beast soul, the 7-colored glasswing butterfly. No matter how strong the beast soul is, it still depends on the beastmaster's skill. Without a doubt, Song Lan has mastered its characteristics to perfection, that's why it looks so effortless. It doesn't seem entirely effortless though. The offensive capabilities of auxiliary beast souls are ultimately still too weak. It can only be said that Yuan Lion is thoroughly outmatched at this point. Barring any unforeseen variables, his defeat is practically assured. If he really loses like this, wouldn't he be utterly humiliated to death? Yeah, didn't even manage to lay a finger on Song Lan the entire time. If it were me, I'd probably have my blood pressure shooting through the roof by now. Just as everyone thought Yuan Lion was about to be defeated, he suddenly sprang back into action. With a furious roar erupting from his throat, he charged headlong toward Song Lan's position. Song Lan's expression turned grave as he flapped his wings once more, firing several emerald green wind blades toward Yuan Lion. Yet to his astonishment, Yuan Lijian showed not the slightest intention of dodging the attacks. He allowed the razor-sharp wind blades to carve bloody gashes across his body without even flinching, continuing his reckless charge toward Song Lan like an unstoppable force. Staring at the scene before him, Wang Jinzi couldn't help but remark, "Has this guy gone mad?" No. Lin Yuan shook his head, immediately discerning Yuan Lion's intention. He's probably trying to force Song Lan into a corner of the arena. He wants to limit Song Lan's movement space to create an offensive opportunity for himself. Wang Jinzi's eyes widened in astonishment. You can actually do it that way? Of course. Lin Yuan said calmly, this is where arena battles differ from wild encounters. Because the combat area in an arena is limited, as long as Yuan Lion keeps compressing the space available for Song Lan to move, it essentially becomes an indirect way to weaken his speed. Then, Song Lan's situation must be quite dire? Not necessarily. It depends on how he plans to counter it. As the two conversed, Yuan Lion had already forced Song Lan into a corner of the arena. If Song Lan retreated any further, he would inevitably face the outcome of being out of bounds. Yet both his left and right flanks were completely sealed off by Yuan Lion, leaving no gaps whatsoever. To forcibly break through, he would have to endure Yuan Lion's attack head-on. But the explosive power of the four-armed demon ape was truly astonishing, while the rainbow glass butterfly's defensive capabilities were rather mediocre. If struck full force by Yuan Lion, Song Lan would likely be either dead or crippled. Song Lan, your time has come. With a twisted expression, Yuan Lion roared viciously at Song Lan. At this moment, he was covered in blood, with large and small wounds all over his body, all torn open by wind blades. Just by looking at his wretched state, one could imagine how furious Yuan Lion must be right now. Before this, he had never been suppressed in such a humiliating manner. The next second, all four of Yuan Lion's arms bulged with muscles as he unleashed his full power, fiercely striking toward Song Lan. The spectators in the stands all wore expressions of stunned disbelief as they stared at the scene unfolding before them. They could all clearly see that Yuan Lion's strike was fueled by genuine fury, even harboring a murderous intent. Some of the more timid girls even squeezed their eyes shut in fear. Facing Yuan Lion's killing move, Song Lan had already retreated to the point of no escape. He takes another step back, soon he'll retreat completely beyond the arena's boundaries. This would be tantamount to surrender. Yet the crux lies here, even if he refuses to concede, there's absolutely no possibility of withstanding Yuan Lian's devastating strike under these circumstances. Spectators in the stands fixed their unblinking gazes upon this unfolding scene in the arena. Everyone wanted to know what choice Song Lan would ultimately make under such circumstances. Chapter 64, The Final Reversal, Black Scale Fist Blade. And at that very moment, Song Lan finally moved. With a flap of his wings, he swiftly conjured an ancient-looking gray-white character before him. Decline. In the next instant, this pale gray ancient character suddenly dispersed into a flurry of ashen scale-like dust, drifting toward the four-armed ape demon. As the ash-gray scale dust merged into Yuan Lion's body, his movements began to slow noticeably. Even the force behind his punches became noticeably weaker than before. The spectators in the stands widened their eyes in astonishment as they witnessed the scene before them. They clearly hadn't expected Song Lan to possess such a concealed ability. The seven-colored glasswing butterfly, supposed to be a support-type beast soul, could not only enhance its own capabilities but also weaken the enemy's powers. Such versatility in abilities was simply too overpowering. No wonder the seven-colored glass butterfly has been recognized as an SSS rank beast soul. After Yuan Lion's strength was forcibly weakened, Song Lan effortlessly dodged his attack and, leveraging her speed advantage once more, swiftly circled behind him again. This expanded the scope of Song Lan's mobility even further. He could keep harassing Yuan Lion until he exhausts the latter completely. Although this kind of fight was destined to be far from spectacular, for Song Lan, it already stretched his abilities to their absolute limit. You should have foreseen today's outcome the moment you deliberately crippled Zhao Ming. But I can give you one last chance, admit defeat now, and it's not too late. Song Lan's voice rang icily beside Yuan Lion's ear. What he failed to see, however, was the contemptuous sneer creeping across Zhao Ming's lips as the latter stood with his back turned. Surrender? Are you joking with me? A worthless trash like you isn't even qualified to make me surrender? At that moment, a black gauntlet materialized out of thin air on Yuan Lion's hand. It was unclear what material this black gauntlet was made of. It appeared as though countless densely packed black scales had been pieced together. Moreover, from the end of the gauntlet extended a substantial black blade, gleaming with a cold metallic sheen. Due to being in Yuan Lion's blind spot, Song Lan failed to notice the movement of his hand and instead flapped his wings once more. His thoughts were straightforward. Since Yuan Lion showed no intention of surrendering, he would naturally continue attacking until the latter was completely incapacitated. In an instant, countless sharp emerald green wind blades surged toward Yuan Lion's back once more. Meanwhile, Yuan Lion abruptly sheathed his right arm with the black scale fist blade. There's no doubt this black-scaled knuckle blade is a beast god weapon, and what's more, a beast king grade 1 at that. The moment it was equipped, the black-scaled knuckle blade fitted seamlessly onto Yuan Lion's right arm as though made for it. Without hesitation, Yuan Lion spun around and utterly disregarded the incoming wind blades, throwing a devastating punch instead. At this moment, Song Lan still maintained some distance between them. In other words, his punch was doomed to miss, as futile as swinging at thin air. Just as Song Lan was feeling bewildered, his gaze abruptly fell upon Yuan Lion's black-scaled knuckle blades. The next instant, realization finally dawned on Song Lan, his pupils constricting sharply. Unfortunately, it was already too late. Whoosh! The black scales on the obsidian fist blade shot toward Song Lan like bullets. Thwip! In mere moments, Song Lan's wings were torn to shreds by those hard, razor-sharp black scales. Under these circumstances, Song Lan's figure also plummeted downward uncontrollably at breakneck speed. Now it's my turn to torment you, you fool. Yuan Lion's expression was vicious and savage as the black-scaled blade on his right arm thrust toward Song Lan once more. Put! The sound of tearing flesh followed with a soft, wet crunch. The black-scaled fist blade effortlessly pierced through Song Lan's abdomen. The pain of being instantly impaled in the abdomen forced even Song Lan to let out a muted groan. Then, Yuan Lion casually tossed Song Lan aside, flinging him to the ground as if disposing of trash. Is that all you've got, you useless piece of trash? Yuan Lion laughed mockingly as he raised his foot, fearlessly stomping down violently toward Song Lan. Boom! The full-force stomp from the four-armed ape demon sent tremors through the entire fighting platform. Song Lan's already frail body couldn't withstand such a brutal strike. He instantly coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. The surrounding spectators couldn't bear to watch Yuan Lion's utterly savage behavior any longer. Is this guy even human? Song Lan has clearly lost the ability to fight, yet he's still tormenting his opponent like this? Damn it, where's the referee? Why hasn't he come out to announce the match results yet? Exactly. If the referee doesn't step in soon, Song Lan might actually get stomped to death. Fuck, these ranking hunters really have no principles. Do they even know what martial honor is? You don't understand. This is Yuan Lion's fighting style. As long as the opponent refuses to surrender, he'll keep tormenting them until the referee steps in. Not only were the surrounding spectators outraged, even Lin Yuan and Wang Jinzi couldn't help but rise to their feet. Wang Jinzi gripped the seat in front of him with white-knuckled intensity, his bloodshot eyes burning as he growled through clenched teeth. I wish I could rush up there right now, and tear that bastard apart with my bare hands. No, I'm going up there to surrender on Song Lan's behalf. If this goes on, he really might be beaten to death. Right then, Lin Yuan grasped his shoulder and spoke in a low voice, don't be rash. If you step in now, it'll only make it seem like Song Lan was the one who broke the rules. But this guy, he's just too underhanded. Wang Jinzi clenched his fists so tightly his nails seemed ready to dig into his own flesh. No one had anticipated the situation could reverse so dramatically. Song Lan had been overpowering Yuan Lion throughout, only to have his opponent break the deadlock in the final moment by wielding a Beast King-level Divine Beast weapon. Wang Jinzi considered Yuan Lion treacherous precisely because the latter hadn't used the Divine Beast weapon immediately, instead deploying it against Song Lan only at the last possible moment. This unexpected move ensured total victory in a single decisive strike, something his opponent could never have foreseen. But in truth, employing Divine Beast weapons was always within the rules, and Yuan Lion's actions could also be interpreted as part of his tactics. So, even if Wang Jinzi gritted his teeth in fury, there was simply nothing he could do about it. Chapter 65. 12 days later, I challenge you. Now, do you regret shouting at me earlier? Yuan Lion let out a sinister laugh as he stomped heavily on Song Lan once more. Damn it, you support-type beast soul piece of trash should just stay obediently in the back, without any strength, yet still fond of showing off. Remember today's lesson well? Got it? You idiot. As he spoke, Yuan Lion raised his foot again, clearly preparing to stomp down on Song Lan one more time. At that moment, the referee finally appeared. A surge of aura belonging to a Lord-level Beast Soul Master instantly spread out, forcefully freezing Yuan Lion's movements in his tracks. Yuan Lion, that's enough for now. The judge calmly announced the verdict: classmate Song Lan has completely lost the ability to fight. This match goes to you. According to the rules, you will take Song Lan's place as the 18th ranked on the Hidden Dragon list. So this counts as my victory? How utterly underwhelming. Yuan Lei uncurled his lips slightly, glancing down contemptuously at Song Lan below. Hey, if you trash still refuse to accept this, you can challenge me again anytime. I'll always be ready to finish you off. Though before that, you'll probably need to spend a few days resting in the infirmary first. Perfect timing to keep your pitiful roommate company. Ah. Just as Yuan Lion was laughing wildly, a cold, stern voice suddenly rang out by his ear. Yuan Lion, you members of the rank hunters, are becoming more and more reckless in your actions. A black-haired youth with a bare upper body covered in flame tattoos had appeared on the fighting platform, unnoticed until now. If you want to fight, bring it on. Whatever stakes you want to play for, I'll see it through to the end. Wang Linhu? Upon hearing that voice, Yuan Lian couldn't help but turn his head, narrowing his eyes dangerously as he fixed his gaze on the speaker. Without a doubt, the burly young man standing before him was none other than Wang Linhu, ranked 5th on the Hidden Dragon's ranking. Though rumors had long circulated that Wang Linhu and the ranking hunters were at odds, yet no one expected him to step forward and stand up for Song Lan under such circumstances. Yuan Lion couldn't help but sneer coldly. Wang Linhu, this is a private matter between me and Song Lan. Why are you meddling? If you're looking for a fight, why not go pick on Wu Xingu? I think he'd be more than happy to oblige. Yuan Lion's remark undoubtedly struck a raw nerve in Wang Linhu. After all, it was Wu Xingu who had defeated him in the past. Thus, many speculated that this very incident was the reason behind Wang Linhu's strained relationship with the list hunters. As expected, upon hearing these words, Wang Linhu's face instantly darkened. If you dare say one more word, I'll tear your mouth apart, believe me? Ha 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 ha, is that supposed to be a threat? Yuan Lion showed no fear whatsoever, instead bursting into laughter. Before you think about threatening me, you'd better figure out how to drop your own ranking first. You should know that on the Hidden Dragon rankings, those in higher positions cannot challenge those beneath them. But even if you truly stoop to deal with me, that would be breaking the rules. The Black Tortoise sect won't let you off easily either. So, Wang Linhu, do you really think I'm afraid of you? After Yuan Lion spoke these words, even Wang Linhu couldn't help but furrow his brows, because he clearly understood in his heart that what the other party said was indeed the truth. If Yuan Lion wished to avoid battle, he had countless ways to do so. And if he insisted on confronting him, it would be tantamount to making an enemy of the entire Ranking Hunters organization. Just then, a calm voice suddenly rang in both their ears. The rules of the Hidden Dragon rankings indeed stipulate that those in higher positions are not allowed to challenge those below them. In that case, let this lower-ranked challenger issue the challenge to you. As these words rang out, not only Wang Linhu and Yuan Lian, but the entire crowd turned their gaze toward the speaker. To their surprise, the person speaking turned out to be an unfamiliar face they had never seen before. Who is this guy? I don't know, I've never seen it before. None of the top ranked on the Hidden Dragon list seem to be this guy, right? Not only among the top few, but even within the top 50, there's no such figure to be found. What? How dare he challenge Yuan Lion? Is he looking to die? Not just them, even Wang Jinza in the audience seats wore a stunned expression at this moment. He obviously hadn't expected that Lin Yuan, who had just been advising him not to act rashly, would step onto the arena the moment the referee announced the match's conclusion. What's this guy trying to do? Is he actually planning to avenge Song Lan? Yuan Lion cast a cold glance at Lin Yuan, and who might you be? Ignoring him completely, Lin Yuan simply strode forward and scooped up Song Lan, who had already returned to human form, in a bridal carry. Song Lan was grievously wounded, his abdomen nearly pierced clean through, blood continuously seeping from the gaping wound. His breathing had weakened to the faintest flicker. However, even in such circumstances, Song Lan still managed to hold on stubbornly without falling unconscious. Upon seeing Lin Yuan, Song Lan's lips trembled slightly before he forced out a bitter smile. Sorry, I still lost in the end. It's alright, you've done more than enough. Lin Yuan spoke softly, rest well. Leave the rest to me. Hey, can't you hear me talking to you? Yuan Lion frowned and asked solemnly, just who are you? Only then did Lin Yuan turn his gaze to him, calmly replying, I'm Song Lan's roommate. Lin Yuan ranked 312th on the Hidden Dragon leaderboard. None of that matters. What matters is, I challenge you. After Lin Yuan announced himself, looks of astonishment spread across every face in the audience. As for Yuan Lion's expression, now that was truly a sight to behold. Challenge me? Did I hear that right? Ha 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 ha, ranking 312 on the Hidden Dragon list. You say you want to challenge me? Do you even know that according to the rules, you don't even have the qualifications to challenge me? Birds of a feather really do flock together. Tell me, are you all lining up one after another because you want me to send your entire dormitory squad to the infirmary? Lin Yuan turned his gaze toward him and spoke calmly. It's true that I currently lack the qualifications to challenge you, but 12 days from now, I'll have that right.